Chapter 976X Compound. You are already dead. Zhang Yi said this to Bardia. Zhang Yi had some respect for this hunter, because the other party is a shrewd and patient hunter just like him. Even purely in terms of hunting, his ability is stronger than Zhang Yi. However, currently on the entire Star Island, no one can break Zhang Yi's absolute defense unless an alien of the Epsilon level comes to an end. Appreciation is appreciation, but killing is still necessary. Bardia's eyes stared at Zhang Yi like poisonous snakes. He had already realized that he had fallen into Zhang Yi's scheme. When a top hunter is approached, his greatest advantage has been wiped out. So it will definitely be a hard fight next. Bardia immediately opened communication with the command center so that real-time images could be transmitted back. Even if he is defeated, he can still provide the headquarters with information about the person in front of him. At the command center, Horn and others saw Bardia's real-time communication and all gathered over. What happened to Olo? There is an enemy in front of him. This guy should be from Jiangnan region. Chaos. Everyone stared at the three-dimensional projection in front of them. And they also realized that Bardia was in a hard fight. But now, they can't provide any help. Because on the Star Island with unknown directions, anyone who encounters danger can almost only rely on themselves. Even if there are strangers around, it is not easy to rush over to support them in an area with no sense of direction. Instead, it is easy to be hunted by other enemies in the shadows due to confusion. Horn said in a deep voice that Olol is the strongest hunter in the Hell Locks. And he can definitely hunt chaos. I think this active real-time communication is just to show off his achievements to us. Lieutenant Colonel Kaludi catered to what you said. Lieutenant Colonel Euler has never failed in a mission. Chaos will become a new gold star on his Medal of Merit. While the two were talking, fighting had already begun on the battlefield. Zhang Yi didn't talk nonsense. He knew that close combat destroyed an important ability of the opponent. However, it is still unclear what the opponent's melee strength is. Therefore, he planned to test it first with medium and long-range attacks. Lei Shu put it away, and two white owl appeared in Zhang Yi's hand. The large silver-gray pistol was modeled after the Sand Eagle. It was extremely powerful, and its recoil was equally huge. But Zhang Yi could completely erase the effect of the recoil with the power of space. The huge muzzle of the gun was pointed at Bardia. There was no need to aim. Just raise the gun and shoot. Bardia quickly opened the long bow. The silver light shone brightly, and arrows rained out from the composite bow. In short-distance combat, my bow is not weak. Rather, it's better to be stronger. At this time, Bardia recovered from the shock of discovering the ambush point, and quickly began to analyze the battle situation and give full play to his own advantages. He is the god of hunting. Although he always uses bows and arrows instead of firearms, he has always been criticized for being retrograde. But those people have no idea that for powerful aliens, the mechanical properties of firearms can sometimes become an obstacle. But bows and arrows, which rely more on manpower, can achieve the fastest burst of power. The gunfire in Zhang Yi's hand continued, and soon the bullets in both magazines were exhausted. However, Bardia's speed of drawing the bow did not slow down at all, and the hand drawing the bow almost had an afterimage. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, and he also discovered the problem. However, this does not affect him at all. Even in short and medium distances, is bow and arrow still the main method of combat? He had to reload his pistol, which was a real drawback. But the advantage is that it consumes very little power. Unlike Bardia, who has been consuming his own abilities to condense arrows. What's more, although Bardia can attack continuously, his attacks cannot break through Zhang Yi's two-realm defense. Zhang Yi directly put away Bai Xiao in his right hand, and the Holy Judge appeared in his hand. So, what if you don't know your strength in close combat? Zhang Yi waved his right hand violently, and the rich power of void enveloped the entire blade, and then turned into a huge sword light and slashed towards Bardia. Bardia had to interrupt his attack, quickly jumped in the air, and then dodged the attack. However, the black flame-like dark substance did not stop. It became soft in Zhang Yi's hands, like running water, like a long snake. It winds around and launches another attack on Bardia. Bardia continued to escape, but no matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than Zhang Yi, who could teleport within a kilometer radius. At this time, this area has become Zhang Yi's home court. Whether to fight or leave is completely up to Zhang Yi. Bardia is not qualified to refuse a battle. What should you do to resist this kind of attack? While avoiding Zhang Yi's attack, Bardia raised his head and looked at Zhang Yi. He frowned. The current situation was very unfavorable to him. There is only one biggest reason, and that is that his attack has no effect on Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi's attack was able to kill him. In a sense, both of them rely on space to fight. It's just that Zhang Yi's space does not exist in this world. But Bardia's space is in this world. He must open up the physical space to ensure his absolute initiative and safety. When this advantage disappeared, he was as embarrassed as Zhang Yi, who couldn't open the dimensional door. Faced with the pursuit of the black flames of the void, Bardia had no choice but to stretch his bow and draw an arrow. And a more powerful supernatural arrow quickly took shape. Then he aimed at the black flames of the void that were chasing after him like poisonous snakes, and shot out fiercely. The dazzling silver brilliance burst out as the bowstring was loosened. The moment it came into contact with the black flames of the void, the shining brilliance directly rendered the surrounding sky into two distinct colors of light and darkness. Zhang Yi's expression did not waver at all, but continued to attack with the power of the void. Bardia tried to distance himself. However, all these efforts are in vain. In the current situation, one person must die between him and Zhang Yi for the battle to end. Horn's voice reached Bardia's ears through the communicator. His alien space defense is not unlimited. You must use force means to break through before you have a chance to kill him. Bardia's eyes are sinister. I know. He gave the order to inject X-Agent into the combat uniform. After receiving the instruction, the medicine hatch is opened and X-Medicine is injected. In the combat uniform, a hidden compartment located at the heart opened. A needle stretched out and was injected directly into Bardia's heart. Chapter 977. Are you risking your life? Zhang Yi looked down at Bardia condescendingly. Today he must kill this troublesome opponent. Otherwise, his Star Island plan will be greatly hindered. But when he met Bardia's sinister eyes, he felt a heavy feeling in his heart. The look in Bardia's eyes was one that wanted to risk his life. Compound. Bardia's aura changed instantly. Zhang Yi keenly discovered that he was even more dangerous. As if a wild beast had awakened, Bardia's eyes turned blood red, and his skin quickly turned a terrifying red color. On drugs? Zhang Yi realized this instantly. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The opponent was indeed a top Colombian warrior, and he could realize in the shortest time that the situation was not good for him. If it continues, Bardia will definitely end up with his powers exhausted and then killed by Zhang Yi. Rather than that, it would be better to take advantage of the fact that I am still in full swing and inject drugs to give it a try. However, if he wants to risk his life, Zhang Yi will not inject compound number 5 to fight against him, because that is meaningless behavior. Chaos. Come on! The aura around Bardia burst out violently, and at this moment, his power was strengthened like never before. There was even a hint of aura close to the level of Epsilon. Now, he feels like he can shoot through the sky with an arrow. He can kill even the alien in front of him, who has absolute defense. But just when he raised his compound bow and wanted to fight Zhang Yi with his life. Goodbye. After Zhang Yi left these words, he turned around and left without any hesitation. After taking the drug, Bardia will have a brief burst of amazing fighting power. But the drug will not last long. Even though Colombia's drug technology is different from Washu's, this kind of drug that squeezes potential will definitely cause huge weakness in the near future. Instead of coming over to fight him at this time, it would be better to sneak away first, and then wait for the opportunity to come and harvest Bardia's weak head. Zhang Yi made it very clear. Bardia was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this guy to be so despicable. Don't you even have the courage to be a warrior? Pooh! Bardia cursed fiercely. But Zhang Yi didn't like him. What kind of bravery does a soldier have? He is not a soldier. What does that thing have to do with him? After he kills Bardia and reports to the command center, doesn't he still have the final say on how the story will be compiled? In an instant, Zhang Yi was already 1,000 meters away. Bardia completed the process of unfurling the bow and arrow in an instant. This time, his arrows turned blood red, and the coquettish arrows carried a demonic shock. Whoosh! Bardia let go of his hand, and saw a red stream of light instantly penetrate the void and chase behind Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi had no time to travel through space again at this time, so he had to open the dimensional door with his backhand. Call out! The red arrow sank into Zhang Yi's alien space, making no sound. But Zhang Yi soon opened the dimensional door again, because Bardia's arrows can track him. They cannot be placed in a different space. Otherwise, when Bardia attacks for the second time, he will be in a dilemma. The red arrow quickly flew out of the different space and headed straight for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi picked up the long knife in his hand and slashed it down hard. Boom! Red blood and black light rose into the sky, triggering a violent explosion. The two forces cancelled each other out, and Zhang Yi retreated hundreds of meters to avoid secondary damage to him. Bardia's eyes are sinister. Can't this hurt you? This is the #1 combat power of Jiangnan region. Absolute defense. Ability? But this time, he clearly had the upper hand, because his ability made Zhang Yi a little confused. Bardya lowered his body, and blood-colored smoke slowly filled up around his body. Then the bloody smoke quickly solidified and turned into hundreds of giant bloody wolves. The long bow in Bardya's hand was aimed at Zhang Yi, which also put a lot of pressure on Zhang Yi. When traveling through space, there will be a short interval of less than 1 second between the two times. But for top snipers, this interval can be grasped. During this interval, Zhang Yi is very vulnerable and is likely to be hit directly. At this level, although the defensive power of the combat uniform cannot be said to be negligible, it can never prevent fatal injuries. This time, Zhang Yi was forced to be imprisoned in place, unable to use space to escape. Hundreds of giant bloody wolves came towards Zhang Yi at high speed and quickly surrounded him in the center. But at this time, Zhang Yi's helper Huahua also arrived. It rushed forward like a tank, directly knocking away several giant bloody wolves, and then blocked in front of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi glanced at it, but just said calmly, "Go deal with the wolves. I'll take care of that guy. There is no need to risk his life." He took the drug. As long as he drags on, he will definitely lose. Time is not on Bardya's side. Bardya sneered in his heart. The effect of Compound X can last for half an hour. It is the most advanced drug in Colombia. Zhang Yi's words meant that he thought he could survive half an hour. Of course, Bardya felt that Zhang Yi was too arrogant. He opened the bow with one hand, and the bloody arrows with the aura of death condensed out again. But this time, it was 3 arrows. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed. There are 2 ways to attack Bardya with arrows. One is the splitting arrow that was used to test the attack before, and the other is a killing arrow that condenses powerful power. Nowadays, Bardya is obviously using the latter. Your alien space can only deal with one of my arrows. So how should you deal with the remaining 2? Bardya said. 3 arrows in his hand whizzed. Ejaculated. The 3 arrows go in different directions. Left, middle and right. But they reach the same destination by different routes. After they lock on Zhang Yi, they will chase Zhang Yi before being destroyed. I'm starting to appreciate you a little bit, Zhang Yi said. In his right eye, white light began to emerge, and the light began to distort. With a burst of divine power, he directly shattered the red arrow in front of him. The right hand used the holy cut to smash an arrow, and the left hand opened the dimensional gate to trap another arrow. But at this moment, Bardya suddenly made an unexpected move for Zhang Yi. He stuck the long bow on the ground. A sharp dagger appeared in his left hand, and then rushed towards Zhang Yi. Chapter 978 The World in 12 Mirrors. In the military, being a sharpshooter is a huge honor that can only be achieved by those with the most superb marksmanship. But this does not mean that snipers are only good at long-range attacks. An excellent sniper often needs to have strong comprehensive combat capabilities. The ability to fight in close quarters is something that Bardya, a seal, is extremely skilled at. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Bardya's mouth. From the few movements that Zhang Yi took out the knife, he could tell that although Zhang Yi had received professional training, he was not proficient. So Zhang Yi is not a powerful stranger in close combat. At least it's far worse than him, a Navy SEAL. Therefore, close combat has become Bardya's strength. The 3 arrows not only temporarily sealed Zhang Yi's interdimensional ability, but also distracted Zhang Yi's attention. He was sure that Zhang Yi never imagined that he would use this trick. In an instant, Bardya had arrived in front of Zhang Yi. He placed his left hand across his chest, and quickly moved his thick and powerful arm towards Zhang Yi's neck. The red superpower wrapped around the dagger, making this extremely dangerous weapon look even more terrifying. A look of astonishment flashed across Zhang Yi's eyes. But soon, it turned into banter and ridicule. Who said that my dimensional door can only be opened in front of me? Thousands of meters away, the red arrow that had been absorbed into the different space suddenly flew out, then changed its direction at a very fast speed and hit Zhang Yi again. But this short period of time is already fatal to the master, and Zhang Yi opened another door in front of him. By the time Bardya realized something was wrong, it was already too late. His arm has already submerged into the different space with the high-speed movement. His pupils tightened violently, and he also understood that once he entered the other person's space, his life and death would be at the discretion of the other person. But at this time, he had no time to dodge, because he used all his strength in this blow, and the dimensional gate was right in front of him. When he saw that Bardya's nose was less than 1 centimeter away from the dimensional gate, a sudden change occurred. In front of Zhang Yi, Bardya suddenly and inexplicably disappeared. A giant wolf appeared there, and then suddenly got into the alien space. Zhang Yi was a little surprised. But the next moment, he saw Bardia appearing hundreds of meters away. Zhang Yi instantly understood what Bardia's ability was. Bardia summoned so many giant wolves. But their actual combat power was not outstanding. In the beginning, they only served as Bardia's nose and eyes, responsible for helping Bardia find prey. Now, they have played a second role, or swapped places with Bardia. Or Bardia can transfer his body to any giant wolf at any time. And then his original body becomes a giant wolf. This is why Bardia summoned hundreds of giant wolves at one time and distributed them around Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. In this case, if he wanted to kill Bardia, he must completely eliminate all the wolves around him. However, if he takes off and chooses to attack with the dark world of the void, there is no guarantee that he will be able to cover both Bardia and the wolves within the range at the same time. After all, he was extremely fast after taking drugs, and it was entirely possible for him to avoid the attack range. At that time, Zhang Yi would fall into a period of weakness due to consuming too many powers at once. No need to rush. Let's take our time. Time is on my side. Zhang Yi calmed himself down. Hua continued to attack the wolves. The fighting power of those giant wolves was far inferior to Hua, and many of them were quickly slaughtered. But the wolves are also extremely cunning. They are the supernatural beasts incarnated by Bardia. Instead of fighting Hua, they are trying their best to avoid its attack, just to give Bardia a chance to kill Zhang Yi as soon as possible. Bardia didn't leave Zhang Yi a chance to think about his tactics. He drew his bow and arrow again, and 3 more arrows flew towards Zhang Yi. At this time, Zhang Yi had to open the knot between the two realms and launch an all-round defense against himself. But this means that he will become a living target and cannot use space shuttle to move. Bardia's eyes were blood red. At this time, his combat power had reached the level of Epsilon. He knew that time was running out. So he pulled the bowstring frantically, and arrows flew towards Zhang Yi from all directions, like a shower. Once the number of arrows reaches a certain limit, the different space will collapse directly because it cannot carry the excess energy. At the Columbia Naval Command Center, Horn looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Such a strong defense. Even Olal had to use X compound to suppress him, Kaludi said with a serious expression. But now, he must die. Compound X is more powerful than compound number 5. But it also has more terrifying sequelae. The price Bardia paid was the loss of his life, and the injuries that would be difficult to heal for the rest of his life. But he thinks it's all worth it, because Chaos has the qualifications. As a soldier, being able to survive a harsh battlefield is already the greatest luck. Losing a few years of life is easier to accept than death and disability, or suffering from the terrible post-war syndrome. In the battlefield, Zhang Yi frowned slightly, as he was in a spherical protective circle formed by 2 realms. Under such an attack, he had no way to dodge. Rays of red light were like lightning, continuously expanding in his alien space. And the powerful power seemed to be accumulating a progress bar. As long as the progress bar is full, his alien space will completely collapse. Ulal was holding a compound bow, and had a smile on his face, as he captured a large prey. At this moment, he believed that the battle was decided. Unless Zhang Yi also used drugs to increase his strength, he would definitely lose. However, once Zhang Yi uses drugs, it will be even better. Because at this time, Zhang Yi, in order to ambush the aliens of the Joint Forces, was in the territory of the Joint Forces. Even if both of them are beaten to a disability, any alien force that comes at this time can finish it off. But at this moment, Bardia suddenly saw a slight smile on Zhang Yi's lips. It seemed like he was mocking, but he was deliberately holding back. That's all you have now, right? If you just want to kill me, there is no chance. 12 layers. The world in the mirror. When Zhang Yi finished speaking, 10 huge dimensional gates suddenly appeared in midair in the area centered on him, and his body also disappeared within the range of the 2 realms in an instant. Now the number of dimensional doors he can open is no longer 2, but 12. Everyone is making progress, and Zhang Yi is no exception. Chapter 979 The Stars Fall. Zhang Yi suddenly disappeared in midair, and instantly came out from another direction, and the direction he was in was right behind Bardia. The light in his right eye was distorted, and his divine power was activated again, within medium and long distances. This is Zhang Yi's most powerful killing move. But just when the attack was about to hit Bardia, he switched positions with a giant wolf again, and the giant wolf was crushed instead of him. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. You have so many eyes. The surrounding wolves are all Bardia's eyes and ears. Although Zhang Yi attacked from behind, Bardia could still see him clearly. But at this time, the number of giant wolves is decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Hundreds of giant wolves were preyed upon one by Hua Hua. In no more than 5 minutes, all these giant wolves will disappear. And Bardia will also fall into the siege of Zhang Yi and Hua Hua. Bardia's eyes were cold. And he opened his bow and shot at Zhang Yi. This time, Zhang Yi calmly opened the 2 realms of knots. And then used space shuttle at the same time. The addition of the door eliminates the need for him to deliberately lift the barrier before using the ability to travel through space. What we did before was just a disguise to lure the enemy deeper. He just took half a step back and disappeared into the air. The next moment, it popped up from another space. Bardia can move through the giant wolf. And Zhang Yi can also do it through the 12-dimensional gates. However, his dimensional gate is invisible and cannot be detected by the naked eye. In a short period of time, Bardia couldn't tell how many dimensional doors there were around him. This also caused huge trouble for his high-speed movement. Zhang Yi took out 2 holy silver grenades and threw them directly at Bardia. His body shuttled back and forth in midair, obviously not moving. But his shadow was everywhere. It's like a dream. And it's like there are mirrors all around. People can't figure out whether those are Zhang Yi's true body or mirror images. Bardia's eyes widened. He knew that these 2 grenades must have a great background and would pose a threat to him. But the existence of the dimensional gate prevented him from moving easily. In this brief moment, his brain was running at high speed. And he soon observed the problem with the world in the mirror. Snow is falling in the sky, which has become the norm after the apocalypse. But if you look carefully, you can find that all the falling snow did not fall to the ground, but disappeared silently into the air. Bardia instantly understood that he could grasp the location of the surrounding dimensional gates by just observing carefully. The moment the holy silver grenade fell, his steps moved and he escaped from the grenade's explosion area like a phantom. There was a roar, accompanied by silver light, and the explosion range covered hundreds of meters of space. Bardia was not attacked, but after discovering the weakness of Zhang Yi's ability, he rushed over quickly with a dagger in hand. So smart. Zhang Yi also realized that Bardia had noticed the location of the dimensional gate. Only, I didn't say that the location of the dimensional gate is dead. He opened his right hand, and with just a thought, the 12 dimensional gates disappeared in an instant, and then reappeared in different locations. Bardia almost broke into a door, but he had no choice but to sacrifice another giant wolf for displacement. He held a huge compound bow in one hand and a dagger in the other, and a solemn look appeared in his blood-red eyes. Even after being injected with X compound, he still couldn't kill Chaos as quickly as he imagined. Could it be said that the other party's strength is far superior to his? The command center of the Colombian Navy saw that the battle situation was beginning to turn against Bardia. Horn and others also began to worry. Euler, calm down. He just has a stronger defense. But no matter how powerful the defense is, it will have its loopholes. At this moment, a slightly mocking voice came from outside the conference room door. Did you ask that guy from Bardia to hunt space boys? What a stupid decision. I didn't expect you to get into this kind of trouble just by leaving and chilling with a pretty blonde. Anyone who dares to speak to Horn in this tone doesn't need to think about it. Lord of the Sea. John Cardiles. Horn frowned and turned to look at Cardiles, who was wearing a blue cloak and walking over with a comfortable expression on his face. He did not put on his trademark hood, revealing his flaxen hair and slightly flirtatious expression. Cardiles? What do you mean? Horn asked. Cardiles spread his hands. I had been in contact with that guy before, although I only used a little bit of strength to capture the guy alive. He made a little gesture, and really only used a little bit. But that guy, he actually took one of my attacks. This has to be said to be a miracle. What Cadiles said made everyone present couldn't help but change their expressions. Cadiles is a stranger with a power index of 18,000 points. Even though he is not a good one-on-one player, a casual blow is not something Delta level can withstand. If even his attacks couldn't penetrate Chaos defense, let alone the false Epsilon in Bardia at this time. Of course, there is no comparison between Bardia and the real Epsilon. If we describe it in terms of strength, he can only be considered to have touched the boundary of Epsilon. But it is higher than Delta level, and this power will quickly pass away over time. But the worst thing was that when Cardiles came in, the call between the two parties was still in progress. Therefore, Bardia also heard what Cardiles said. His heart couldn't help but feel a little heavier. Zhang Yi obviously had no intention of fighting him, but just flew a kite near him. Once the effects of the medicine in his body were off, he won't even be able to defeat an ordinary Delta-level alien. Then, he is dead. Bardya began to feel a little uneasy in his heart. However, Zhang Yi was not at all confused. Nor did he have any intention of ending the battle in a hurry. After taking the medicine, Bardya's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. So there is no need to confront him head-on. He was not in a hurry, but Bardya was. Bardya gritted his teeth fiercely, thinking that he had reached this point anyway, and if he didn't have the determination to die, he wouldn't be able to win against this wretched guy. He began to forcefully activate the powers in his body at all costs. More violent red energy burst out from his body. He pulled the compound bow in his hand, and the violent energy almost broke the compound bow made of adamantium alloy. Stars fall. Fall like a comet. Surging power burst out from the bowstring. The violent red arrows rushed directly into the sky. And there were more than thousands of them. They rushed high into the sky, and then fell rapidly to the ground beneath their feet, covering an area of nearly a kilometer in radius. Chapter 980 The Man in the Mirror. This was Bardya's life-threatening blow. He had to bet that Zhang Yi would not dare to use different dimensions to collect such a large number of arrows. And even if there are multiple dimensional gates, it is impossible to avoid such a dense arrow attack. What's more, there is no point in temporarily sealing this kind of arrow with a dimensional gate that can track people. With 12 dimensional gates, how many arrows can he seal? But once he loses the dimensional gate, his defense will be drastically reduced, and he will be unable to escape Bardya's life-threatening offensive methods. At this moment, Zhang Yi's eyes also darkened slightly. At the temporary command center of the Colombian Navy, everyone's hearts were in their throats. They all knew that Bardya was fighting for his life, and whether they could successfully kill Zhang Yi, or at least save Bardya's own life, all depended on this one blow. Zhang Yi's eyes became extremely cold, and a cold murderous intention emerged from his eyes. After Bardya performed this move, his aura quickly became weaker. However, there was no way for him to directly intercept this move, and even using it to absorb it from different spaces was not the best method. So he took a half step back and entered a different dimension. Thousands of arrows fall from the sky, and their killing range covers a radius of several kilometers. Zhang Yi will be hunted down immediately wherever he appears. So Bardya is not anxious at all. He has enough patience. However, Zhang Yi disappeared this time. But he really disappeared. After the endless rain of arrows fell, it suddenly stopped in midair and made no further moves, because they can no longer find Zhang Yi. Bardya's eyes were filled with astonishment. How so? This guy. Have you already escaped? According to previous practice, after Zhang Yi disappears from one dimensional door, he will immediately walk out of another door. But what happens this time? Just when he was confused, a long black stream of light appeared in the space behind him, like a scar suddenly appearing in the space. Void slash. The raging void power exploded violently behind Bardya. At this time, Bardya used Stars Fall, and was distracted by Zhang Yi's sudden disappearance. Faced with a sudden attack just 1 centimeter behind him, he had no time to react. The combat uniform behind his back was easily torn, and his body also suffered extremely severe injuries. Exchange. Bardya grinned in pain and quickly activated his skills to exchange with a giant wolf. The giant wolf was reduced to a point of light by this sword. But Bardya didn't have an easy time. He fled hundreds of meters away, when a huge and hideous wound appeared on his back. Blood was flowing out, and even the spine on his back was clearly visible. The biting cold wind carried the poisonous miasma and eroded his body. He had to quickly ask the intelligent system to inject himself with stimulants and detoxifiers to restore his strength. Fortunately, the damage to the combat suit was not too severe, and it had the function of self-repair. The repair material could be temporarily ejected from the combat suit, which could temporarily block the gap and prevent Bardya from freezing to death. But the damage Zhang Yi inflicted on him was really too cruel. The moment Zhang Yi appeared, thousands of arrows attacked him. But what Zhang Yi appeared was not his real body, but an arm holding a knife that stretched out from midair. The moment the arrow rushed towards him, he disappeared in midair again, in a different dimensional space. Its time flow rate is at least tens of thousands of times slower than the outside world. But surprisingly, human thinking is not restricted by it. In other words, if a person enters it and stays there for only 1 minute, it is like staying in the outside world for a year, and one must endure the pain of a near-stagnant state in which conscious thoughts are faster than physical reactions. In the past, Zhang Yi always used this trick to deal with his enemies. But later, he further developed this ability and turned it into a self-sealing defense method, because he discovered that as long as he entered the different space and closed the dimensional door, no enemy would be able to find the entrance to the different world, let alone attack him. And all he needs to do is to adapt to the loneliness and sluggishness that really makes life feel like a year. This is not an invincible method. If people stay in it for a long time, they will collapse. The limit Johnny has tried is 1 minute, which is roughly equivalent to a year in the outside world. And this level can only be reached under special circumstances. And after trying it, his spirit will also have a huge negative impact. It's just that this ability only needs to be used once in combat to cause unpredictable effects on the enemy. In a battle between masters, the winner can be determined in a matter of seconds. Johnny sneaked into a different space, and there was an alarm clock floating next to him. Set to 1 minute, the second hand moves so slowly that it is almost hard to see. But Johnny was not anxious at all. He had a very long time to relax. Although this sluggish feeling is very painful, once you get used to it, it can also become a kind of enjoyment. Because he can use this long time to think, and think carefully about tactics to deal with the enemy. Outside, Baldya's heart almost went cold. He couldn't figure out what other weird abilities Johnny had. But the knife in the back was just adding insult to injury for him at this time. He stuck the long bow on the ground and replaced it with a dagger to prevent Johnny from launching another surprise attack. A few seconds later, the familiar attack appeared again. This time, it was on top of his head. The long black knife carried the power of the void and slashed at his head condescendingly. Bardya's scalp was split open and bleeding profusely. But as a top hunter, he still has this kind of reaction speed. And he cut it back with a backhand knife. The collision between the dagger and the horizontal knife made a deafening sound. And the black and bloody energy collided in the air. But this time, Bardya was forced to his knees and fell to the ground. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth, forcibly overdrawing one's potential. It seems that the side effects are coming faster than expected. After he finished speaking, he dived into the different space again. He glanced at the alarm clock, calculating the time. He still had one last chance to attack. Otherwise, he will fall into the chaos of time. In fact, he is already a little confused now. It's the same as suddenly going to fight with someone after staying in one place for several months. But before he came back, he gave Hua an order. Attack Bardya. During the fight between him and Bardya, he suppressed Bardya so hard that he didn't even have room to breathe. And Hua finally completed harvesting the wolves. At this time, Bardya was very weak. Then, it's Zhang Yi's turn to be the substitute. Chapter 981, Open the door and let flowers bloom. Hua rushed directly towards Bardya from the front. It was covered in black gold armor like hair, and coupled with Liu Karen's custom-made armor, it had extremely astonishing destructive power. In terms of close combat, Hua and Liang Yu were about 50 to 50 apart. But purely in terms of strength and destructive power, Hua, as a giant beast, definitely surpasses Liang Yu. Zhang Yin enters the mirror world, and Hua takes his place to fight Bardya. Bardya was in a dilemma at this time. He was still under the drug at this time, and was not afraid of a beast like Hua. However, he must always be on guard against Zhang Yi secretly, so he cannot use his full strength. And after the wolves were wiped out, he could no longer rely on shifting positions to avoid them. He had no choice but to raise the scarlet dagger in his hand. Hua let out a loud roar and rushed straight to Bardya's face. The sharp claws and spikes all over her body were full of cold murderous intent. It came at full speed, carrying an endless storm. Like a giant chariot, Bardya blocked the dagger in front of him. Facing the speeding Hua, he planted his legs firmly on the ground. And then he saw the right moment and slashed across with the knife. With just one knife, Hua's armor was cut open. Silver-white metal fragments flew everywhere, and dozens of its black and hard hairs were cut off. Bardya narrowly escaped Hua's minions. But this blow consumed too much of his strength. So when he withdrew his attack, which was when his strength was at its weakest, Zhang Yi came out of midair again. The horizontal knife burning with the black flames of the void was aimed at his neck and struck down directly. Bardya's pupils became more and more bloodshot. It was too late for him to turn around. But at the moment when the horizontal sword fell, his left hand picked up the compound bow and blocked it on his back. The holy cutter slashed at the bow of the compound bow, and the black power of the void burst out violently. The violent black flames of the void were blocked by Bardya's superpower, and a fierce confrontation started with it. A black force of void, like a sharp sword, unexpectedly went upstream and rushed into the sky. But after all, Bardya was not prepared for this blow. The ground beneath his feet shattered instantly, and his whole body was smashed deep into the ground. At the Columbia Naval Command Center, a red alarm sounded rapidly. According to the conclusion deduced by intelligence personnel, Bardya can no longer support it. According to the simulation results given by the computer, Euler's chance of winning is less than 1 billion. The probability of escape is 1 in 36 million. And the probability of survival is only 1 in 10 million. General Horn clenched his fists, unable to accept such a result. No! Nothing can happen to Bardia. Our fleet will consume too many resources to train a top alien. His death is even more unacceptable than losing a mixed fleet. In his desperation, General Horn even forgot the principle of using code names when working, because he was really panicked. Is there anyone nearby who can come to support? Do you have? General Horn asked angrily. The result given by the intelligence personnel is that there is currently no stranger in Jifeng City who can change the situation of the war. The closest one is Scylla's alien team. But their strength is great. General Horn's heart sank completely. And even Cardiel's, who was watching the battle from the side, raised his eyebrows. Bardia's abilities are quite useful, especially when performing assassination missions. However, Cartier's only felt a little regretful that he might be defeated and killed. On the battlefield, Zhang Yi had clearly noticed that the effect of Bardia's medicine was quickly passing away, because he was eager to kill Zhang Yi and stretched his strength too quickly, causing the period of weakness to come early. I can't delay it any longer. Otherwise, I might be able to survive by the time their support arrives. Zhang Yi quickly made a decision in his heart. Huahua. Give it to me. Huahua's defense is definitely the strongest among all the beings around Zhang Yi. Although Zhang Yi is a cat lover, at this time, it is the safest way to let him take the lead. Huahua roared. His body quickly balled up, and then rolled up. Chariot. This is one of its most unsolvable abilities. Huahua was like a huge spiked iron ball, hitting Bardia. Zhang Yi, holding a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, began to use the world in the 12 mirrors to launch long-range attacks on Bardia. As a seal, Bardia is very powerful in close combat. When faced with a beast like Huahua, he was still able to deal with it with ease. Judging from the body proportions, Huahua is dozens of times larger than him. This kind of visual impact is incredible. However, just like that, it was completely unable to cope with the situation on the battlefield, because there is another Zhang Yi who is attacking him from a distance in a form whose position cannot be determined. The world in the 12 mirrors and the 12-dimensional doors allow Zhang Yi to travel from any direction on the battlefield, and the positions of these 12 doors can be changed. What looks like 12 doors is actually countless directions. This left Bardia completely unaware of which direction the next attack would come from. What made him most desperate was that his plan to concentrate his efforts on killing an opponent completely failed. He did not expect that Zhang Yi would be followed by a high-level Delta-level beast. At first, the Black Cat demon was inconspicuous. But it wasn't until it joined the battle that Bardia suffered. Its physical qualities are very high, and it has the natural hunting skills of a cat, making it extremely difficult to deal with. It turns out that you have been hiding your strength from the beginning. Bardia finally realized this at this moment. He considers himself a hunter, and the other person as prey. But the same is true for the other party. Zhang Yi showed weakness on purpose just to avoid disturbing the self-righteous hunter like him. Because once Zhang Yi shows enough strength early, then Bardia in the distance is likely to give up the hunting operation, or choose to summon teammates to hunt together. In the end, he became the one who entered the game. Meow. Huahua's attacks became more and more fierce. It stared at the enemy in front of it, its eyes filled with heat, because this was a very high-level alien. If you can kill him, you will get the most delicious original power since landing on the island. Ouch. Bardia finally couldn't bear the collaboration between Zhang Yi and Huahua's Bhutan. He looked up to the sky and roared, and actually let out a cry like a wild wolf. Then in the eyes of Zhang Yi and Huahua, he actually transformed into a giant bloody wolf more than 2 meters high. But after the transformation, he did not choose to fight Huahua Zhang Yi, but turned around, landed on all fours, and ran away desperately. Chapter 982. He is so powerful. Hell's Locks. Member. Ural. God of Hunting. Vito Baldia. Ability. Hunting Wolves. He has the ability to control a pack of wolves, and he can also transform into a giant wolf. It's just that this ability of his is rarely seen on ordinary days. After transforming into a giant wolf, he will have more powerful physical fitness. Especially his speed and endurance will be explosively improved. When he uses this ability, he is either pursuing or planning to escape. At this time, he had already felt the weakness of his physical condition. If you continue to fight, you will definitely die. So you must escape. But after seeing this scene, a smile suddenly appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. Are you crazy for trying to escape in front of me? Huahua. Chase. Zhang Yi gave an order, and he already activated the space shuttle and chased forward. Huahua's speed was slower, but he still pursued Bardia closely. A few moments later, Zhang Yi came to the sky above Bardia. As soon as he raised his hand, the 10-dimensional gate appeared around Bardia. This was not the first time that Bardia had seen this ability. He keenly sensed the existence of the dimensional gate from the weak airflow fluctuations in the air. He immediately changed direction and ran away. But this brief hesitation was enough for Huahua to chase him. Until this moment, Zhang Yi did not choose to take the initiative to fight with him. Bardia's speed is too fast, and it is difficult for Zhang Yi's attack to hit him. If you approach rashly, you will most likely be killed by Bardia, who is still alive. So the best way is to let Huahua hold him back. Sure enough, Huahua lived up to her expectations. Rushed over, jumped on Bardia's back, and bit his neck. Cats are better than canines in terms of hunting and reaction speed. Bardia was in pain and tried hard to shake off Huahua. But the few moments that Huahua bought were enough. Zhang Yi took out the thunderbolt and aimed it at Bardia's heart without even having to aim. His supernatural ability was increased to the maximum, and a layer of dark flame appeared on the surface of Lei Shu. Go to H.L. Lei Shu roared silently, and a bullet instantly passed through the space and shot into Bardia's body while he was struggling desperately. The bullets used by Zhang Yi are all tempered with poison. As long as they are touched, they will be poisoned quickly. The strength of the toxin is not too high. Just 0.1 milligrams can poison a whale. Even Zhang Yi had to carefully wear gloves before use and hold the antidote in his mouth before filling. After Bardia was shot, although he tried his best to avoid his heart, he quickly lost the ability to move. The situation in the movie where you can be shot in the chest and still struggle to fight does not exist. The poison quickly spread throughout his body. Bardia's body quickly lost strength, and Huahua pushed him directly to the ground. As for the Colombian Navy's temporary command center, the last scene was that of the huge black cat cutting off Bardia's head with one claw. No! General Horn looked at the scene in front of him and roared angrily. FK! FK! Seeing Bardia's death with his own eyes made him angry. The third member of the Hell Locks, a foreigner that the Ocean Fleet spent a lot of effort to cultivate, was actually killed by a foreigner from the Jiangnan region? He absolutely cannot accept this result. Cardiles looked at the angry Horn, but the expression on his face was a bit playful. He saw no sadness at the death of his companion. Just looking at Zhang Yi's appearance in the remaining image made him a little curious. What a funny guy. He said this while holding his chin. Zhang Yi's image in his heart became more three-dimensional. Zhang Yi picked up Bardia's head and told Huahua that his body was inedible and was full of toxins. It can only be destroyed. Huahua was a little disappointed. The flesh and blood of a high-level alien was a perfect blood food for it. Zhang Yi took a video of Bardia's head and sent it to the command center. I killed an alien. A member of the Hell Chain. Just a short video of a few seconds. Nothing else superfluous. However, he had no idea how much of a psychological shock he had brought to those in the command center. When the command center received the video from Zhang Yi, the entire command center exploded. Situ Xian and others didn't know much about the Hell Locks. They only knew that Zhang Yi had killed another alien from the Joint Force. But when Li Tianyang and others saw Bardia's head, they were stunned and turned into fools. Each of them opened their eyes wide. Their brains were a little blank, and they couldn't believe that what they saw with their eyes was real. This can't be it. Li Tianyang's mouth was a little dry, and he hesitated for a long time before he raised a finger, pointed at the screen, and said to the officers next to him, "Why I was looking at him." A bit like the locks of H.L. Erler. The staff compared the skull and face in the images. The results came quickly. He was equally surprised and shocked, stuttering and said yes. He is indeed Hell's Locks, a member of Erler. Li Tianyang was dumbfounded and stood there stupidly. Such a scene made Situ Xian and other officers from Jiangnan region look at each other. They also probably guessed that Zhang Yi must have killed a very important person. An officer from the Jiangnan region couldn't help but ask, "Is this Euler very strong? Is it strong?" The Donghai region officer next to him responded to him in an exaggerated tone. He is the third person in the Hell Locks, an existence with a power index as high as 9,800 points. When he mentioned Euler's name, he became a little nervous and gasped several times. During the confrontation at sea, he killed 5 of our fleet captains by himself, equivalent to 5 of you investigation captain level aliens. Only now did Situ Xian and others understand how powerful the man Zhang Yi killed was. Not to mention anything else. A power index of 9,800 points alone is enough to dominate the entire Jiangnan region. And among the Colombian Navy, He is also a first-rate transcendent powerhouse. I'm afraid his strength will not be weaker than that of the previous one. Billy the Kid. How many? And this kind of character was actually killed by Zhang Yi. Situ Xian was ecstatic in his heart. This time, who dares to say that their Jiangnan region is weak? You know, even Zhang Yi is also a stranger with 9,800 points. But everyone knows Zhang Yi's ability codename. Absolute Defense. This is an extremely conservative, defense-oriented alien. How did he kill Olol, who also had 9,800 points? Chapter 983 Glorious Sacrifice. Situ Xian was puzzled. He felt that neither he nor Blizzard City had ever truly understood Zhang Yi. Whenever they think they understand Zhang Yi, they are quickly slapped in the face. However, this does not affect the officers in the Jiangnan region, who can hold their chests and heads high and face the officers in the Donghai region with pride. The officers of the Donghai region also softened their attitudes at this time. After all, even the captain of the fleet in the East China Sea region will definitely have a hard fight when encountering a strong man of Yula's level. Chaos killed Ulol. This person alone is worth 5 billion points. Li Tianyang said in a deep voice. Situ Xian nodded. This number of points was not an exaggeration. Even if they are 9,000 plus strangers. Euler's combat power is comparable to 10 captains, with around 9,300 points. That was a terrifying powerhouse, that was close to the level of Epsilon. However, Li Tianyang took a deep breath, and said sternly about such an important battle. Why didn't Chaos communicate with the headquarters? He glanced at Situ Xian next to him, and said coldly that he didn't believe us. Minister Situ. What do you think? Situ Xian knew that Li Tianyang was deliberately looking for trouble again. To put it bluntly, I still feel sad and don't want to see the Jiangnan region achieve such brilliant results on the battlefield. Overshadowing the Donghai region, Situ Xian put his hands behind his back, and said with a smile, the situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. How can everything go as everyone wants? Minister Li, the other party is the third person in the Hell Locks. You should also know how difficult this battle is. If we win, isn't it the best news for us? Li Tianyang snorted coldly, and the dissatisfaction in his heart was reflected on his face. This is not because of personal vendetta. He was just worried that Zhang Yi would show too much strength and eventually intervene to steal the source of God. Originally, he didn't pay attention to the strength of the strangers in Jiangnan region at all. They never considered that they would compete with the strangers in the East China Sea region for the source of God. However, Zhang Yi can actually kill Barden now. So how strong should he be? Perhaps he already has the best level in the entire Star Island. Not even the Green Dragon, White Tiger and Xuanwu among the four spirits, nor Billy the Kid from Colombia, could suppress him. Connect me to Chaos. Li Tianyang shouted in a deep voice. The staff there immediately started talking to Zhang Yi. Xuanwu was sipping a Coke next to him, watching all this with a look of excitement. Chaos. That guy might really step into the threshold of Epsilon. Xuanwu was not impressed by this, because the road to promotion is very tortuous. And even if Zhang Yi is promoted, he will not be able to pose a threat to him with a power index of 15,000 points. The huge gap in strength will not shrink as the level increases, but will only get wider. On Zhang Yi's side, after killing Bardia, he quickly collected all his belongings, including his very nice dagger, and his compound bow. Everything else collected from him was also good. Firearms, ammunition, and medicine are the top supplies of the Colombian Navy. Colombia's technology and medicine are world-class. Take these things back and give them to Zhou Kur and Lu Karen to study, and you will have the opportunity to improve Zhang Yi's current equipment. At this time, a call request from the command center came from the communication equipment. Zhang Yi sneered, wondering what those jealous dogs were planning to do. He connected the communication. Hello. This is Chaos. The images of Li Tianyang, Situ Xian and others appeared on the mask. Li Tianyang's face was still so rigid and annoying, and he pretended to praise Zhang Yi for his achievements. But later, he changed the subject and began to criticize Zhang Yi's actions. Chaos. Your approach is too extreme. There is a battle on the battlefield. And just in case, you should turn on communications at all times. In this way, our command center can also provide you with battlefield analysis assistance. We can also collect information about the enemy immediately. I hope you won't be so independent in the future. Do you understand? Zhang Yi laughed. Oh, do you also plan to collect my information? This sentence made everyone in the command center look at each other, and couldn't even believe their ears. They are all soldiers. In their philosophy, soldiers should obey orders as they're bound in duty. No refutation is allowed. Just answer yes. Zhang Yi didn't wait for Li Tianyang to speak, and said directly, I'm sorry. I'm not a soldier. So you don't need to mention those messy things to me. I have killed many powerful aliens in the Joint Force, and the credit lies here. You are so capable. Why don't you come over and show it to me in person? Don't stand and talk all the time without your back hurting. Li Tianyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Chaos, he roared, pointed at Zhang Yi and angrily said that this was a military mission. You still have reason to disobey orders on the battlefield. Zhang Yi sneered and said, Are you not convinced? Come and bite me. After saying that, he directly cut off contact with the command center. Anyway, he got everything he needed during the last collection of supplies. He knew that Li Tianyang would deliberately find trouble with him in the future, so he had no intention of going back at all. He has a cooperative relationship with the Jiangnan region, and Zhu Zheng has to be polite to him. How could he be so cruel as a regional war chief? As for other issues, let's leave it to Situ Xian to sort out. The two major districts now need Zhang Yi's combat power, not Zhang Yi who needs them. Li Tianyang didn't dare to do anything to Zhang Yi except for pretending to be a tiger and barking a few words. After all, they still have their biggest enemy at the moment, the combined force headed by the Colombian Navy. At the command center, Li Tianyang was furious. On the contrary, he dared to ignore my order. Is he planning to defect? When Situ Xian heard this, his voice became colder. Minister Li, be careful what you say. Don't forget what time it is now. If Chaos is really forced to defect by you, can you shoulder this responsibility? This was the first time Li Tianyang saw Situ Xian showing such a tough attitude. When he came back to his senses, he felt a little regretful, and even had a chill down his back. Zhang Yi now has the strength to kill Bardia, and he can be regarded as the most powerful group of combat forces on Star Island. Coupled with his special space ability, he can ruthlessly hunt all aliens on the battlefield. What would be the consequences if he joined the coalition forces? Li Tianyang swallowed his saliva and snorted coldly. This is no reason for you to protect him. Soldiers, disobeying orders is the biggest mistake. Even if we let him die, it would be a glorious sacrifice for the region. Chapter 984. Eyes focused on the body. Hearing Li Tianyang's words, Situ Xian smiled. It's a pity that he is really not a soldier. Minister Li, our Jiangnan region is not your Donghai. We are more focused on business spirit. The relationship between Chaos and the region is more like cooperation than affiliation. Therefore, please don't judge him based on your district's thoughts. Situ Xian slowly suppressed the smile on his face. What's more, it's not your turn to deal with the strangers in my Jiangnan region. Li Tianyang's face looked ugly, and the officers of the Donghai region present also looked aggrieved. Now that Zhang Yi had made many military exploits on the battlefield, killing many powerful strangers, these illustrious achievements were right in front of them, and they could not deny them. On the battlefield, whoever has the ability is powerful. Their Donghai region has not achieved any results yet, and it is difficult to speak with their chests and heads raised high. However, the fleet captains of the East China Sea region are really not to blame for all this. After everyone else landed on the island, they all headed towards the source of God. The closer you get to the foggy valley, the more dangerous it becomes. Everyone is considering moving forward carefully and grabbing the source of God. There is no one like Zhang Yi who behaves in a flamboyant manner and goes around hunting down strangers from the joint forces. But what makes people angry is that Zhang Yi acted so arrogantly, and yet he succeeded. Where do you think this can be justified? People in Donghai region are depressed, but overall, their mood is not too bad. At least Zhang Yi was a stranger from Huashu Kingdom, and he had killed 2 members of the Hell Locks. From a family and country perspective, this is a good thing. However, the Colombian Navy was now in complete rage. Horn clenched his fists. His face turned frighteningly livid. In less than 5 days, both members of Hell Chain were killed, and the perpetrator is still the same person. What a scary guy. His hunting skills are even more powerful than Ulal's. As it stands now, unless Billy takes action himself, anyone else who encounters him will die. But Kaludi quickly reminded General Dao that Billy the Kid has the most important mission, which is to seize the source of God. We have lost Olal and suffered a great loss. We cannot let Billy the Kid go again. There was one sentence he didn't say. Although Billy the Kid's strength is second only to Cardiel's among the Hell Locks. But if we really encounter the current chaos, we may not be sure of victory. Horn took a deep breath through his nose and quickly calmed himself down. What Kaludi said is right. Billy the Kid has a most important mission. Although they have suffered heavy losses at the moment, as long as they can obtain the source of God, Billy the Kid can successfully break through to the realm of Epsilon. Then, even if all the other members of the Hell Locks die in battle, it will still be worth it. That stupid guy. Just let him continue his disgusting hunting plan. Horn sneered and said that he had no idea how easy it was to become an Epsilon-level alien. If it could be achieved through simple hunting and co-eating, there would already be a lot of Epsilon in the world. In the field of genetic engineering, Columbia has the most advanced technology in the world. They understand better than anyone else what the essential difference is between Delta and Epsilon. Even if he has the potential of Epsilon, the final benefits will only become smaller and smaller by simply devouring the alien origin. Moreover, if a large amount of alien origin is swallowed up in a short period of time, the absorption efficiency will be greatly reduced. Only the source of God is the safest way to advance. Horn narrowed his eyes and let out a sigh. After all, that is the purest life energy. Members of Hell's Locks. Billy the Kid. He is the most valued member of Hell Locks. And even in the eyes of many high-level officials, he is more capable of growth than Cardiels, because he is also a stranger born with the potential of Epsilon. This can be seen from his extraordinary growth rate when he was being cultivated. Once upon a time, the Navy also tried to feed the alien origin in large quantities to allow him to quickly break through to the Epsilon level. But when his superpower index exceeded 9,900 points, the speed suddenly dropped off a cliff. No matter how he absorbs it, his superpower growth rate is extremely slow. Although it is not stagnant, it is really impossible to break through. After research by the Scientific Research Department, it was finally discovered that there are barriers to the use of cophagy abilities by aliens. It's not practical to get Epsilon by stacking. It was not until later that the emergence of the source of God directly broke through that barrier. Horn took a deep breath and let him continue hunting. Anyway, if he can't reach Epsilon, he won't be a real threat. And the time he spent hunting was enough to give Billy the Kid a chance to seize the source of God. Thinking of this, he ordered Kaludi to inform all allies in the joint forces that we will. Chaos. The reward amount has been increased to 5 billion. No matter life or death. After killing him, we don't need his origin. They can collect it themselves. 5 billion Colombian points are equivalent to more than 35 billion Huashu Kingdom points. This is equivalent to the cost of building an aircraft carrier. This shows how much of a threat Zhang Yi is to Horn. Karudi will immediately understand what you mean. Is it to let the allies surround Chaos and prevent him from joining the main battlefield to seize the source of God? Horn nodded. Yes. That's exactly what I thought. No matter how strong he is, as long as he doesn't compete with us for the source of God, we will lose a very strong opponent. As for those guys in the East China Sea region, Horn showed a confident smile. We are all old rivals, and I know their background very well. Unless Xuanwu ends up personally. Otherwise, Billy won't lose to them. What's more, we still have a trump card. A dark look flashed in Horn's eyes, which made people shudder. Zhang Yi sighed. After absorbing the origin of Bardia, I found that the improvement of superpowers was not as terrifying as imagined, let alone a direct breakthrough to the realm of Epsilon. Huahua sat next to Zhang Yi, looking puzzled. Zhang Yi smiled disapprovingly and said that all this was just expected. It is not that easy to ascend to the realm of Epsilon. As the strength becomes stronger, the conversion rate of absorption becomes lower. There is progress though. It doesn't matter. Zhang Yi smiled and stroked the heads of Huahua and Lele. There are many powerful aliens on this island. We just need to hunt more of them. Even if you don't use it temporarily, you can keep it and take it back for others to use. A sharp light flashed in Zhang Yi's narrowed eyes. This is a perfect hunting ground. I missed this time. I don't know when so many prey will appear at the same time. Chapter 985. Storms everywhere. Jiangnan Region Headquarters. Blizzard City. Zhu Zheng held a communicator in his hand and was talking to Situ Xian, the deputy director of the Frontline Operations Department. After hearing Situ Xian's report, Zhu Zheng also looked a little moved. Oh! Is the performance of Chaos so exaggerated? Even the number 3 figure in Hell Locks was killed by him. There was joy in his expression, but also a hint of sadness. The joy is because the overall strength of Jiangnan region will be improved to a higher level because of Zhang Yi's presence. The reason for melancholy is that Zhang Yi's relationship with him is still aloof. Since being betrayed by Gao Chongkong, Zhu Zheng has become more defensive and will not trust anyone easily. But soon, he straightened up his expression, smiled and said to Situ Xian that this was a good thing, telling Chaos that the hope of Jiangnan region was pinned on him. Let him do his job, but prioritize your own safety. The matter of frontal struggle is left to the Donghai region. Zhu Zheng's words were very nice, but he also knew that if he didn't say that, Zhang Yi would definitely do that. After ending the call, he looked at the open space in front of him, his eyes becoming serious. In the ice and snow, a row of prisoners knelt on the cold ground, their bodies tightly bound. A firing squad of men with rifles pointed at them. Is it time for execution? Zhu Zheng turned to look at Secretary Lan Xinchen next to him. Lan Xinchen glanced at his watch, lowered his head, and told Zhu Zheng that he had arrived. Zhu Zheng nodded, and let's execute him. Lan Xinchen stepped forward in black military boots. He looked at the group of prisoners in front of him coldly, and shouted loudly, "You hateful criminals! Blizzard City has rescued you from the land of suffering, and given you food and warm shelter. But you are not grateful, and actually intend to rebel, which is an unpardonable crime. Is there anything else you want to say before you die?" Even in the apocalypse, Blizzard City is very strict about executions, because any unfair killing may cause turmoil in people's hearts. What Zhu Zheng is most worried about is a crisis of trust in Blizzard City. When the criminals kneeling on the ground heard these words, some looked sad and cried bitterly. But there were also people who looked up to the sky and laughed, with disdain on their faces. A big man with a beard cursed, "Bah! Why are you pretending to be such good people? I remember that we lived well outside, and provided food and clothing by ourselves. As a result, I believed your lies and ended up in this prison." He gritted his silver teeth and stared at Lan Xinchen and Zhu Zheng, two well-dressed big men. As a result, after I came here, I was treated like a pig or a dog by you. Let's do the meanest jobs. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have listened to your nonsense. When Lan Xinchen heard this, he sneered. He nonchalantly arranged the deerskin gloves on his hands, and said lightly, "Don't always think about what Blizzard City can give you, but first think about what you can do for Blizzard City. You don't know how to be grateful, but instead gather people to cause chaos. You deserve what you have today." The bearded man spat hard. "We are just gathering together to fight for our rights as human beings. You didn't even think about rebellion, but you arrested people and put us to death. That's all. Why bother trying to incriminate someone? The only fault is that we were blind in the first place." Lan Xinchen smiled contemptuously and said to the executioners around him, "Execution!" Following a burst of intense gunfire, the row of prisoners was soon beaten into a sieve. However, a few people did not die. They turned out to be several enhancement-type strangers, with extremely strong physical fitness. It can withstand bullets without any damage. But Lan Xinchen seems to have been prepared. This group of prisoners are all strangers. Soon, the execution team used new bullets, including origin bullets and large armor-piercing bullets specially designed to suppress aliens. Not long after, these dozen prisoners turned into cold corpses. Lan Xinchen walked up to Zhu Zheng and raised his hand to salute Zhu Shuai. "The execution is completed." Zhu Zheng glanced at him and counted this batch. "How many were there already?" Lan Xinchen said that there were already 216 people. "The era of great mutation has come, and those who survived are all elites. And the mutation rate is also very high." Zhu Zheng nodded. Hurry up. Hurry up. Our plan continues to be implemented. But it is not enough now. It is still a little bit worse." He raised his head. His eyes seemed to penetrate the thick clouds, and saw the star islands in the distant ocean. Compared with taking risks to fight for the source of God, this method is simpler and more effective. And all we need to do is sacrifice a few people. The Kakan Mountains located in the northwest of the Borneo region have turned into huge snow mountains due to snowfall for a whole year. On the empty snowfield, dozens of corpses were lying on the ground, and their blood had condensed into ice. Most of them were wearing gray and white combat uniforms, but a few of them were dressed strangely, especially the long headscarves wrapped in circles on their heads. This is the traditional costume of Bharat, and these people are all alien masters in the Bharat region. Just looking at the current situation, one could tell that they had just experienced a bloody and cruel battle. However, there were still 3 people standing on the battlefield. A monk wearing a baratanium robe, with a solemn appearance and blood on his body, looked sacred and strange. A young man wearing combat uniforms and holding a sword had sharp eyes, fair skin, and uneven breath. There is another person holding a golden sword in his hand. His hair is messy, and he looks the calmest. The cold icy wind blew through his long hair, revealing that resolute face. If Zhang Yi appeared here, he would be surprised and shout out his name, Gao Chongkong. Gao Chongkong glanced at the 2 people in the distance, whether they were young nobles or monks. They were all wary of the other 2. "There are only 3 of us left. Do we want to continue?" Gao Chongkong said with a smile. Compared to him, the condition of the other 2 was obviously worse. Monk Hammerage punched the snow with his Vidra in his hand. Unexpectedly, it was you, a foreigner, who survived in the end. And the young nobleman in combat uniform also looked at Gao Changkong coldly. God will not bless you. And I, the country of Bharat, cannot accept you receiving that highest honor. Gao Changkong cleared his throat and said with a smile, I have told you many times that I am a descendant of the Borneo kingdom living abroad. My name is Samir Khan. As for whether the three-phase God will bless me and allow me to gain supreme glory, it doesn't matter what you say. He slowly raised the golden holy sword in his hand. You have to ask this. Chapter 986 Green Dragon. News of Bardia's death quickly spread throughout the Star Island. If anything, the death of Hamed Boon only surprised everyone. Then Bardia's death is nothing less than a bolt from the blue. And the entire top brass of the Colombian Navy cannot accept it, because Bardia's reputation is too great. A top-notch superpower user with a superpower index of 9,800 points. No matter it is placed among any force in the world. It is a core combat level existence. Although such a person cannot be said to be invincible on Star Island. But it is absolutely extremely difficult to kill him. It is even difficult to imagine how it can be done without the Epsilon-level stranger taking action. General Horn did not hide the truth, because doing so on the battlefield was extremely dangerous. All the members of Hell Locks got this information. General Horn said into the microphone, Listen, there is a somewhat troublesome guy on the island. He has killed Euler. But there is nothing to be afraid of. In terms of overall strength, we still have an absolute advantage. Billy the Kid. Yasin Canero took a deep breath after hearing the news of Bardia's death. The death of the third position below him will also give him a feeling of sadness. He interrupted Horn's chicken soup speech impatiently. Okay. Now I want to know. How much information do you have about that guy? We can't let that guy Euler die in vain. Right? Any sacrifice is valuable. Bardia's death indeed brought a lot of information about Zhang Yi to Colombia. It can even be said that it was close to all the information. After all, there is no possibility of retaining strength in a battle with a stranger of Bardia's level. And this information will guide the remaining members of Hell Locks to respond well when encountering Zhang Yi. Especially Canelo. When the Hell Lock deputy captain masters the opponent's ability information, his ability can easily kill the opponent. Horn coughed to relieve the embarrassment of being contradicted by his subordinates. The information will be passed to you soon. Please be careful in the next mission. His brows suddenly frowned, and there was a murderous look in his eyes. If things get out of hand, maybe, I will have to take action. Lost Soul. As soon as that name was mentioned, the expressions of all the members of Hell Lock suddenly changed. Some people showed fear. Some looked hurt. And some people closed their eyes tightly. And when they opened them again, their eyes were full of compassion. Canelo moved his lips and whispered, If that is the case, I will spare no effort to avoid this ending. General Horn then issued a huge bounty on Zhang Yi to other members of the coalition force. He did not tell them about Zhang Yi's killing of Baldia, but only told them about Zhang Yi's abilities, and asked them to try their best to intercept and kill Zhang Yi. This was used to delay enough time for the members of the Hell Locks. However, the reward amount of up to 5 billion is enough to make others suspicious. In the mist, a woman who looked like a witch with a princess cut, skin colder than ice and whiter than snow whispered in a low voice. Ordinary captains only have a bounty of a few 100 million points. And this one, Chaos. It's as high as 5 billion. He is definitely one of the most powerful men in Huashu Kingdom, and should not be easily provoked. This one is the top alien from Izumo, one of Neon's 2 major organizations. The most powerful alien organization in Izumo is a group called Imperial Pillar of Institutions. The Miko's name is Aya Chikari. Her code name, Tsukuyumi. After she received the information from the Columbia Command Center, her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Such a high value seems to be more cost-effective than fighting for the source of God. It's not that they don't like the source of God. It's just that with the Colombian Navy, even if they get it, they will never be able to keep it. It would be better to settle for the next best thing and obtain other benefits. Next to Crow Chikari, a young man with slightly long hair, no helmet, and wearing a black metal armor showed a distrustful expression. Is the Colombian Navy going to use us as cannon fodder? To allow them to issue such a huge bounty, they must be an enemy that is difficult to provoke. Tsukuyumi, you're not stupid enough to die for them. Are you? Imperial Pillar, the second largest figure in the organization. Codename of Godhead. Add Earth life. The destiny is heaven and the time. Crow Chikari's cold red lips were slightly raised, and the edges of his narrow phoenix eyes were smoky black, giving people an evil and monstrous feeling. Her red and white Miko costume was decorated with golden lace, and there seemed to be something weird hidden in the middle of the wide sleeves, which was always squirming. At Earth life, remember? The lower will overcome the upper. Whether it's Washu Kingdom or Columbia, they are the giant stones we will step on to achieve supremacy in the future. The sun is shining brightly. God bless Yamato. In this chaotic era, heroes are rising together. Neon, might as well take this opportunity to stand on top of the world. Let her evil smile start from this star island. Let them see the power of my Neon too. Everyone on the island has their own thoughts. For strangers in the two regions, Zhang Yi's success has indeed inspired them to a certain extent. However, Zhang Yi himself was not very happy. He knew he killed two Hell's Locks. After becoming a member, they will become the targets that the joint forces want to eradicate most. At this time, we can no longer show off. He also needs some time to recover the large amount of power he has lost. After all, the battle with Bardia was not that easy for him. Let's go. We quietly wait for the development of the situation. I've muddied the waters, and it's time for them to start fighting. Just let us wait quietly. Zhang Yi took Huahua and Lei and left Jinfeng City, and came to Yuming City in the edge area. Then he found a hidden basement, and used the Two-Realm not to completely isolate himself and Huahua Lei's breath from the outside world. After that, he ate a lot of food prepared by Yang Xia and began to lurk in secret. The city of Arana near Foggy Bottom, Donghai region. Qinglong, standing on the snow with a gray-green backpack on his back. A group of soldiers from the reconnaissance unit in front of him were reporting to him on the situation ahead. Captain Qinglong, after we arrived here, we could no longer move forward. Ahead was already the edge of the foggy valley, and the poisonous miasma was thicker than the target. With our safety equipment, we cannot penetrate deep inside. The captain of the reconnaissance team looked apologetic, and the desire for life was revealed in the depths of his eyes. At the same time, there is also a deep uneasiness. As a reconnaissance force, this operation itself involves great risks. Not only the poisonous miasma and dangerous creatures on the island, but also the oppression from their supervising team. If Qinglong speaks, they must move on even if they know they will die. Chapter 987 Kim Heechul. Qinglong looked at the nervous reconnaissance troops in front of him, smiled and shrugged. No need to do this. You have already done a good job. Of the many reconnaissance teams sent out at the beginning, you are the only one who found the location of Foggy Valley first. This thing is a great achievement. You can go back now. As for the next thing, he put his hands casually in the tactical pockets of his combat uniform and showed his thumbs. Leave it to us. When the reconnaissance captain heard this, he let out a long sigh of relief. Yes. At this point, he was right again. Captain Qinglong, there is another piece of information. It is just my personal feeling. I want to report it to you. Qinglong raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, what's the situation? The words of the commander of the reconnaissance unit were strange. They will not make random guesses, and usually will not tell their superiors the intelligence they have guessed if they are not sure about it. The leader of the reconnaissance force said that as I approached the edge of the foggy valley, as the concentration of the poisonous miasma increased, I seemed to feel a strange energy. It was these words that made Qinglong slowly take his hands out of his pockets, and his eyes became sharp. The source of God? Foggy Bottom. The place where the source of God is discovered. If there were any special energy fluctuations, it was probably that thing that appeared. The commander of the reconnaissance force hurriedly said that I could not determine its nature, but there seemed to be an instinctive reaction in my body. That's amazing. I can't put it into words. Nor have I witnessed it. Qinglong knew what it was in his heart. There are also fragments of the source of God in the East China Sea region. It was an ore contaminated with the aura of the source of God, which was given to Li Guangxiu by the Shangjing district. Before setting off, they had all been exposed to it, just to get familiar with the smell. Qinglong said in a deep voice. Tell me, where did you sense it? The commander of the reconnaissance force immediately came over and pointed the direction for Qinglong with military gestures. 2 o'clock direction. About 7 kilometers. Qinglong nodded. I understand. Okay. Get out of this area quickly. The reconnaissance force left here, and their mission was finally over. They were also one of the few surviving reconnaissance troops during this operation. Qinglong waited until they left, then immediately opened the private channel and contacted people in the Donghai region. That's right. The reason why there was no direct contact with the command center was because that way, people in the Jiangnan region would also receive the information. Soon, Qinglong contacted the intelligence personnel of the East China Sea region. I'm close to the foggy valley, and will go deeper into it to find the location of the source of God. At present, after the reconnaissance team reports, a suspicious smell has been found. I will go to conduct reconnaissance, confirm the situation, and then report to the headquarters. Complete. After the report, Qi Long walked in that direction with unhurried steps. His steps were light, and there was a rustling sound on the snow. It looked like he was walking in the snow. Nothing special. But along the way, he kept his concentration at the highest level, and would not miss any movement around him. Soon after, he came to the area the reconnaissance team had described. Sure enough, he also felt the throbbing that seemed to come from his soul. The equipment system of the combat uniform received a special audio signal and passed it to his ears. It was a smile as clear and sweet as a children's song, as innocent as a silver bell swaying. Qi Long shook the 5 fingers on his right hand. Each finger was like a bamboo joint with distinct phalanges. Then he pulled out a broad knife about 1 meter long from under the tactical backpack on his back. Found it yet? Qi Long narrowed his eyes slightly, with a seemingly relaxed smile on his lips, and walked into a deeper poisonous miasma. The visibility here is even lower, with the visibility range no longer exceeding 3 meters. Moreover, the miasma also turned into a disgusting dark yellow color, seeping into people like a sulfur gas leak. Qi Long followed his feeling and walked to that area step by step. Suddenly, light emerged from the miasma in front of him. He stepped through the fog with his thick military boots, and the poisonous miasma in front of him disappeared, revealing a group of cute yellow elves. They are less than calf high, like a group of bananas with arms and legs, holding hands and singing songs in a circle. The moment he saw them, Qi Long's mouth curved with pleasure. The spirit of the source. Sure enough, it's you. Qi Long did not rush to collect it, but turned to look to the right. At this moment, a ray of white light passed through the thick fog and came to his eyes. Qi Long did not dodge or dodge, and swept his right hand from below casually. The white light passed through the broad knife, and was directly divided into 2 halves in the middle. What a coincidence. Someone came over too, Qi Long said with a smile. The mist surged, and a stranger wearing a white combat uniform, with a Tai Chi seal tattooed on his left chest slowly walked out. His body shows special power. The left half of his body is a white light, and the right half of his body is a brown light. 2 powerful forces enveloped his whole body, and at this moment, he was ready to fight at any time. When he saw the Tai Chi seal, Qi Long already knew who the person in front of him was. There is only one stranger in Silla who is qualified to come to Wugu. If I guess correctly, you should be the strongest person in Silla. Inrad. Kim Heechul. Silla has a sparse population, and it is not easy for a strong person to appear. So information is also very easy to obtain. Jean Heechul stared at Qi Long cautiously, and the superpower condensed in his hands was close to being substantial. Compared to Qi Long, he is obviously more cautious. Who are you? Qi Long smiled when he heard this. It doesn't matter who I am. You can't beat me. Just get out of here. Silla was nothing more than a lackey of the Colombian Navy. This country is small and not strong, and has always been a weakling. For the Donghai region, they can sometimes be helpers. More importantly, Qi Long now hopes to put away those source elves as soon as possible. If he fights with Kim Heechul, he will probably attract other enemies, which will be more troublesome. But Kim Heechul obviously wouldn't leave just like that. He also saw those source elves, and his eyes shone brightly. It has been nearly a week since we landed on the island. Almost everyone knows that this kind of thing exists. It is so widespread that some believe it is part of the source of the gods. Some people believe that it is a companion to the source of God. But no matter what, its ability is gradually becoming known to everyone. That is, it can enhance the power of aliens. Even for advanced Delta-level aliens, its effect is very obvious. The energy of a source elf is comparable to that of a vice-captain-level alien, with a power index of 8,000 points. Silla was a weak country with few resources. Kim Heechul needs the power of it. Even if he knew that the Qi Long in front of him might be very powerful, he couldn't back down here. Thinking of this, Jean Heechul raised his hands in a fighting posture. The power of 2 gods, representing 2 different powers, surged around his body. The one who should go is you. Chapter 988 Great Power. Since ancient times, Silla, as a small country, has always been a subsidiary of other countries. Even in modern times, this situation has not changed. However, every person in the Great Silla Republic has a dream of a great country in their heart. This can be seen from their country names. It is the only country in the world that uses large Chinese characters in its name. As the strongest man in Silla, Kim Heechul has extreme national sentiments. During this trip to Foggy Valley, he had already sworn to everyone when he came. He must seize the source of God and become an Epsilon-level powerhouse. As long as I become Epsilon, no one will dare to ignore our existence. By that time, Scylla would no longer be a vassal of Washu or Columbia. The people of our country can also stand proudly. Scylla's fate rests on my shoulders. Kim Heechul. He didn't act blindly. His ability index is as high as 9,500 points. Even if he is placed in the Hell Locks, he can still be ranked at the bottom of the list. Such strength made him think that he was qualified to covet the source of God in Fog Valley. As long as he doesn't meet the top masters from the 2 regions of Washu Kingdom, he will definitely be able to fight. A roar broke out from Jean Heechul's mouth. The spirit of the tiger god. White light began to envelope his body. The shadow of a huge white tiger appeared behind him, and its roar was deafening. Whoosh! Jean Heechul disappeared in front of Qinglong's eyes at a dizzying speed. Qinglong's eyes became a little serious. His left hand hung in front of him, and his right hand held a broad knife at his side. Tiger kill punch. A dazzling white light struck from the left side of Qinglong. Qinglong's peripheral vision only felt that the space on the left was only dazzling white. And at the same time, a huge tiger stared at him, opening its ferocious mouth to attack him. Qinglong felt a strong sense of killing, and he subconsciously waved his left fist to block it. A huge force hit his arm, making a dull sound like a bell or drum. Jean Heechul's pupils shrank slightly in the shadow of the white tiger. His full blow was blocked so easily by the opponent. Qinglong's feet didn't even move an inch. Descendants of the sun. White tiger goes on a killing spree. Kim Heechul withdrew his fist slightly, and then a round of continuous attacks that were almost impossible to detect with the naked eye came towards Qinglong. Qinglong still stood where he was, facing Jean Heechul sideways, facing Jean Heechul's turbulent attack. He only did one thing: he blocked his left hand in front of him, and then swung it like a breeze blowing through the willows. Jean Heechul's speed was very fast, but Qinglong's speed seemed a bit slow. But no matter how fast Jean Heechul was, his fists could not break through Qinglong's defense, and they were all blocked by Qinglong with one hand. After Jean Heechul fired hundreds of punches in a row, he was almost sweating. The power of the bear god. He changed the way fighting was fought. The white tiger shadow around his body slowly dissipated and turned into the shadow of a brown bear. When he took action again, his arm collided with Qinglong's arm. Click! The bones of the 2 people collided, making a crisp sound like a metal collision. Oh! Qinglong felt the change in Jean Heechul. His speed became slower, but his strength became stronger. An enhanced alien, but with 2 different powers? Pretty strong. Qinglong made an evaluation of Kim Heechul in his heart, but he didn't rush to fight back. Instead, he held the knife in his right hand and defended with his left hand only. But the knife in his right hand brought huge pressure to Jean Heechul. Kim Heechul's throat started to become a little dry, because from beginning to end, Qinglong did not show any extraordinary abilities. It is as if an old farmer is just repeating simple farming actions. Back to basics. Only these 4 words can describe Qinglong at this time. You to the end. Who is he? After Jean Heechul fired hundreds of punches, he finally ran out of energy and stepped back dozens of steps. His eyes were fixed on Qinglong, and he asked in a deep voice the suspicion in his heart. Chaos in the Jiangnan region, or 4 spirits in the East China Sea region? Qinglong looked at him silently. Why are your hands shaking? He looked at Jean Heechul's right hand hidden behind his back and asked lightly. Jean Heechul's face looked a little ugly. It was obvious that he was taking the initiative to attack, but every punch he struck seemed to hit a heavy metal plate. He saw that Qinglong was safe and sound, but his hands had probably turned blue. I don't want to make too much noise. Qinglong's tone was as calm as if he was chatting with the air. You leave here now, and I can pretend this never happened. You should understand. He glanced at Jean Heechul. You are no match for me. These words sent chills down Kim Heechul's back. From the beginning to the end, Qinglong showed a kind of contempt for him. No, that's not even contempt. Because of contempt, you need to care first. But Qinglong treated him like air. This greatly humiliated Kim Heechul's fragile self-esteem. Moreover, he didn't believe Qinglong's words at all, because once he escapes at this time, Qinglong may sneak up on him from behind. These days, few people talk about martial ethics. Many people like to cheat and sneak attacks. Don't be too arrogant. Jean Heechul shouted in a low voice that I am not the only one around here. As long as the noise here gets louder, strangers from our joint force will come over soon. No matter how powerful you are. If we swarm you, you may not be able to kill us all. Qinglong sighed helplessly. So what do you want? Jean Heechel's eyes glanced at the source elf not far away. He grunted and swallowed. Then he stretched out 2 fingers to Qilong. 2 fingers? I only want 2. The rest is for you. Qilong let out a long sigh. Then there's no way. He moved his arms, and then raised them. Kim Heechel's powers have been raised to their strongest state. Come on. It's your turn to attack now. The next moment, Qilong's left arm suddenly swelled. After a brief moment, his body turned into an extremely uncoordinated form. The human body has an arm like a sky pillar. That arm broke through the combat uniform and broke through the thick poisonous miasma. Just like Sun Wukong's sea-fixing needle. At a glance, it is hundreds of meters long. Jean Heechel was stunned for a moment. How had he ever seen such a terrifying giant? Boom! The huge arm fell down, like a pillar of heaven collapsing. A terrifying sound like an earthquake rang out across the edge of the foggy valley. And a huge and deep gap opened in the ground. Jean Heechel had no resistance at all, and was directly smashed into a puddle of flesh. Chapter 989 Wu Haiqi. Qilong put away his arms, and sighed helplessly. Why are people in your country always blindly arrogant, and looking for death? I can't blame Kim Heechel for this matter. If he had known from the beginning that the person he was facing was Qilong from the East China Sea region, he would have run away long ago. But how could Qilong tell him his identity? On Star Island, what kind of enemies you encounter often depends on luck. I have to say that Kim Heechel's luck was a little worse. Qilong reported the battle situation here to the command center, and then chased over, and found the source elves, who were frightened and hid in the ruins. But he didn't absorb it, because after reaching his level, absorbing this pure energy will not improve much. It would be better to leave it, and let others use it. He took out a blue transparent jar from his backpack, and stuffed the source elf directly into it. The yellow source spirit quickly dissipated, and turned into the purest energy, which was then stored. In fact, as Zhang said, these strange creatures are just companions of the source of God. This is not the first time that the Donghai region has come to Foggy Valley. They have sent reconnaissance troops here before, so they have also done some research on the source elves. Although so far, it's unclear what exactly it is. But one thing can be confirmed. It contains extremely pure life energy. For aliens below high-level Delta, it has a very powerful power-increasing effect. But for Qilong, whose power index is as high as 9,800 points, and whose talent potential has almost reached its limit, no matter how much of this kind of thing he absorbs, it won't be able to improve much. Here at the command center, after receiving the information that Qilong killed Jean Heechel, Li Tianyong finally showed a happy smile on his face. He nodded with satisfaction and said loudly, Okay, you are worthy of being the Qilong of our 4-spirit fleet in the East China Sea region. The officers in the Donghai region looked at each other and smiled, finally easing some of the pressure from Zhang Yi. Only Situ Xian smiled, and asked this stranger from Silla, Indra, how many points are there in the ability index? The staff gave a reply. According to our intelligence, his superpower index is as high as 9,500 points. Situ Xian's smile grew even stronger when he heard this. He clasped his hands behind his back and nodded calmly. Oh, that's pretty good too. Not bad. What seemed like compliments made Li Tianyong and other officers from the Donghai region look a little uncertain. In fact, killing a captain or fleet captain level alien is a great achievement no matter what time of battle. As for the aliens with a supernatural power index of over 9,000 points, looking at the forces at the regional level, there are only a dozen or so at most. Yes, as the old saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Zhang Yi killed 3 captain-level strangers with a power index of over 9,000 points. Among them are one with 9,600 points, and one with 9,800 points. Hell's Locks. Member. Compared with Zhang Yi, Qilong's record seems not so impressive. Li Tianyong didn't look at Situ Xian's expression, and said in a deep voice that he would inform the entire area about this achievement, boost their morale, and let them learn from the excellent warrior Qilong. The staff can do it themselves. No problem. As the major organized alien groups gradually approached the core area of Foggy Valley, the collisions between them became more and more intense. Especially after getting closer to Foggy Valley, the number of magical creature elves gradually increased. This kind of creature with pure energy can quickly increase people's strength. Even if you don't use it, you can collect it and sell it to other forces at a high price. Or use it to arm your alien team. There are not a few fights over this thing. Southwest of Foggy Valley, fleet captain of the East China Sea region, Heichi, came to this place. Following the guidance of the reconnaissance team, he also discovered a place where the Source Elves appeared. Source Elves are companions of the Source of God. Whether it is for the purpose of fighting for the Source of God, or simply collecting Source L's, you can participate in the search for Source L's. Heichi was very lucky. He actually found a dozen moonwhite Source L's on an old dead tree. The huge trees are tens of meters high and have turned a strange dark brown color due to being infected by the poisonous miasma. Those cheerful elves jumped between the tree holes, unaware of the coming danger. They sang and danced like a group of children who didn't understand anything. Just like when humans were first born. Heichi dared not delay anything. For if he is too late, things will change. He immediately took out the sealing jar and prepared to collect all these Source L's. But just as he was approaching the dead tree, a melodious sound of shakuhachi came to his ears. Heichi's pupils shrank sharply. There are people around here. In just a short moment, he understood everything. Someone was using the Source Elf as bait, waiting for others to take the bait, and then hunt him. In duels between high-level aliens, the outcome of a battle can often be decided in just a moment. The side that takes the lead will gain an extremely huge advantage by calculating mentally or not. Originally, Sieji would not have made such a stupid mistake due to his alertness. However, the importance of the Source Elves made him feel anxious, causing a rift in his psychological awareness of vigilance. This provides an opportunity for the other party to take advantage of. Heichi was planning to retreat immediately, but it was already too late. When he stepped into this area, there was already a woman wearing a great Miko costume in the secret, holding a shakuhachi, and started playing melodiously. The deep voice seemed to come from the deep sea, with a hint of hoarseness in its elegance. But it also had a dizzying, bewitching effect. The world in front of Hazy has begun to distort like Van Gogh's Starry Night. His body was also twisting, and his legs unconsciously came to the top of his body. Obviously he didn't move at all, but he felt as if his head and feet were hanging upside down in the air. Illusion! Heichi understood this immediately. But the nauseous feeling like seasickness in his mind could not be erased. The Miko didn't show up, and Shakuhachi's voice became more melodious. The song, Haichi, created an inescapable dream for Heichi. Among all abilities, spiritual aliens are one of the rarest. Whether it's his frail body or his illusory attacks that are hard to guard against, they are all particularly representative. Once enveloped by illusion, no matter how powerful the alien is, it will be difficult to quickly escape the control of the illusion. Chapter 990 Harmony of All Things. Hazy's face gradually became distorted, and his face turned red, as if something was stuck in his neck. Hazy's hands gripped his throat hard. I can't breathe. Perhaps even he didn't realize that it was his own hands that were suffocating him. Click! A crisp sound came from his throat. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. And then he collapsed weakly. Soon after, Tsukuyami slowly walked out from behind the big dead tree. She was dressed in a red and white witch costume with golden decorations around it. She wore a gold crown on her head, which made her look extremely divine. Seeing that Hazy was dead, a cold smile appeared on her lips, and she slowly walked towards Hazy. But when they came to Hazy, the body on the ground suddenly began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned into a pile of soil in an instant. Wow! The ground behind Tsukuyami directly broke into pieces, and along with the earth and rocks, the figure of Heichi pounced on Tsukuyami. He held a three-edged military thorn in his right hand and stabbed Tsukuyami in the back of the head. If the heart is penetrated, the person will not die immediately, but there is still the risk of dying. But if the brain is destroyed, you will die instantly. The three-edged military thorn came to the back of Tsukuyami's head in an instant, and just as he was about to pierce it, a magical wave suddenly appeared in the air. Then the triangular military thorn was suddenly blocked by something, and it made a clang. There was a sound, as if it had hit some hard object. Heichi's pupil shrank, and he stepped back dozens of steps without hesitation. He held the triangular spur in his right hand behind his back, took out a black pistol with his left hand, and looked at the woman in front of him with a serious expression. Facing Heichi's counterattack, Tsukuyami remained expressionless, but a hint of curiosity flashed deep in his eyes. She slowly turned around and looked at Heichi. Behind her, a 2-foot-tall shadow gradually became solid. It was a Warring States warrior wearing black and red armor. The huge and exaggerated plate armor makes its already huge body look even more oppressive. His face cannot be seen clearly, as it is covered with a ghost face mask. He held a vermilion katana in his left hand, and a jet black katana in his right hand. The two swords were crossed in front of Tsukuyami, guarding her tightly in his arms. This is the ability of Tsukuyami. Ghost God Subtori. The spirit behind you? Hazy has obtained information about the other party through the command center. Because of this Miko's attire and distinctive ability, one can instantly recognize the other person's identity. Neon has two major organizations: Izumo from Kanto and Pelican from Kansai. The alien army organized by Izumo is named Imperial Pillar. Heichi stared at Tsukuyomi and said word for word that you are the leader of the Imperial Pillar, Tsukuyomi. Right? Every nerve in Hazy was tense. Because according to the information from the command center, Tsukuyomi's ability index is 9,500 points. And Heichi's superpower index is 9,400 points. Although the difference seems not big, it is definitely possible for the opponent to kill him. Therefore, he must be extremely careful to deal with the opponent in front of him. Tsukuyomi was not in a hurry to attack him, but asked, I'm curious, how did you avoid my illusion? Heichi sneered and said, come over and try it yourself. Don't you know? Heichi, commander of the Donghai Region Fleet. Capability code name: All Things Harmonious. In the entire East China Sea region, he is the standard for evaluating combat power. Not because of strength or weakness, but because of All Things Harmonious. This ability allows him to adapt to any environment. To put it simply, he can adjust his abilities and attributes according to changes in the surrounding environment to alleviate his weaknesses. So when faced with Tsukuyomi's illusion, he was able to make his mental power stronger to offset the influence of the illusion. Heichi stared at Tsukuyomi, thinking about how to fight in his mind. From the moment they landed on the island, they already had the consciousness of death in their hearts. Because once you encounter a stranger from a hostile force, you will definitely end up fighting to the death. No one will miss this opportunity to eliminate the effective strength of the hostile forces to the greatest extent. Heichi's eyes saw the shakuhachi in her hand and the one beside her. Ghost God Subtori. People with mental abilities, or those with special abilities. I was able to resist her illusion attacks. But judging from the previous fight, the ghosts and gods behind her were obviously close combat types. So, will being remote be her flaw? With this in mind, Heichi aimed at Tsukuyomi and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Round after round of origins were fired towards Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi's face was calm. She held the shakuhachi in her right hand, her loose robe not moving at all. There was no wind, but it was stirring unusually, as if something strange was hidden. All this fell into Hazy's eyes. Facing Heichi's shooting, Kishin Satori's eyes suddenly burst out with a dazzling red light. Blue mist came out of his mouth, and he let out a low roar that seemed to come from the netherworld. Then, the Onakiri in the left hand and the Kamakiri in the right slashed out quickly in front of him. A black and red supernatural slash flew forward in a cross shape, just blocking the path of Heichi's shooting. All the bullets were bounced away, and none came within 3 meters of Tsukuyomi. After knocking off the bullet, Onishizatori's attack did not stop. His eyes glowed with a coquettish red light, staring at Sieji, and then crossed his swords. The next moment, Hazy's eyes saw his afterimage passing through the air. Kishinzi took it so fast that dozens of images were left in Heichi's pupils. He came straight towards Hazy and slashed down hard with his huge double swords. All things are in harmony. Hazy's eyes were cold, and he instantly activated his own energy. What he improved this time was the strength of his physical body. Facing Kishinzi's terrifying slashing blow, he held the military thorn above his head to block it. Ping! The two knives cut down in a staggered manner, and the swords made of adamant metal made a harsh sound that made the eardrums hurt. A powerful shockwave spread from their feet, instantly causing the poisonous miasma thousands of meters around to roll back. The ground beneath my feet was shattered badly. Heichi's legs were inserted deeply into the earth, but they did not move at all. Only the earth under his feet was not broken or sunken. He can fight back with the power of the earth. As for Guishin Zidai, his lower body was just a shadow, and only his upper body existed. He was suspended in midair and began to fight fiercely with Heichi. Heichi's eyes were fixed on Onishin Zatori, and at the same time, he was looking at Tsukuyomi in the distance. If I can get past this ghost and attack her body. Chapter 991 Ghost and Godson Takes. Heichi thought about this, and in the next moment, his body sank into the ground out of thin air. The long sword that Gishinzi took failed. A moment later, a human figure suddenly appeared on the ground in front of Tsukuyomi. All things harmonious. The ability is to be able to blend into any surrounding environment and obtain corresponding abilities. Earth Escape is one of the abilities. Heichi came to Tsukuyomi and stabbed her dark pupils with a military thorn in his hand. However, Demonko Setsuna, who was still dozens of meters away, disappeared and then reappeared behind Tsukuyomi. Clang! Onakiri stopped the military assassin accurately, and Kamakiri slashed at Heichi's neck. Heichi had to resist the attacks of ghosts and gods while retreating in order to relieve his powerful strength. Every slash from the ghost and god was so powerful that it made his arms feel numb. Obviously, fighting head-on is not the right answer. However, it can teleport to Tsukuyami's side, and the surprise attack seems useless. However, if it is this kind of spirit after death, then its range will definitely be limited. Thinking of this, Heichi once again used his earth escape ability to sneak into the ground. Tsukuyami looked at the scene in front of him and gained some understanding of Heichi's abilities. She stretched out her right hand towards Kishinkatori. Catch this rat. The ghost god's son was surrounded by black and red supernatural powers, and he whimpered softly, like an evil ghost from the Nine Netherworld. Then he held the sword in his hand, and two huge samurai swords suddenly plunged into the ground. Thunder roar. The powerful supernatural power directly caused the ground under his feet to break apart, and even the hard frozen soil layer shattered into dust like tofu. Among the rubble, Heichi's figure could no longer be hidden. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled towards the depths of the poisonous miasma. Catch him! Tsukuyami's cold eyes looked at the place where Heichi escaped and gave his order. Anashiko took her back to Tsukuyami, put her on his shoulders, then waved her two swords and rushed towards the poisonous miasma at high speed. The ghosts and gods were so fast that they caught up with the Heichi in the poisonous miasma in less than 5 seconds. The huge double swords slashed left and right, and the red and black supernatural powers turned into actual sword lights, attacking Heichi continuously. All things are in harmony. In an instant, Heichi completed his transformation. His eyes flashed with a dark light. This time, the three-edged military thorn in his hand accurately blocked the attack of ghosts and gods. He dealt with it more calmly than the first time. The ability to harmonize all things, like a chameleon, allows him to better adapt to the environment. Even the ability to adapt to the other party. The longer he fights with his opponent, the more he will adapt to his opponent's fighting style, and his body will evolve spontaneously. Now, he has quickly adapted to Gishinzi's violent fighting style. And then, it's time to perform. Double knives versus triangular spurs and pistols. This was a confrontation that was too fast to be caught by the naked eye. One ghost cutter and one divine cutter slashed wildly at Heichi. The earth screamed, and the ground beneath his feet was shattered. Heichi responded with three-edged spurs, although there was some gap in strength, and he was constantly retreating. He was not in a panic, but dealt with it more calmly. And in the gap between defense, you can also use the origin bomb to attack the ghost and find his weaknesses. As long as it is a thing transformed by supernatural powers, it will definitely be affected by the origin bullet. The degree of influence depends on the strength of the alien energy. Wow! Soon Heichi emptied the magazine, and the black egg-shell fell to the ground. The next moment, the ground under his feet was chopped into pieces by the ghost and god. The two men fought all the way, and the surrounding city buildings were affected by the remaining power and collapsed one after another. However, Heichi was not anxious at all and began to deliberately lead Tsukuyami towards the narrow alley in the ruins of the city, then used the narrow terrain of the lane to maneuver and counterattack. Tsukuyami sat on the ghost's shoulder and looked at him indifferently. Before breaking through the ghosts and gods, Heichi could not hurt her at all. Two blazing sword lights crossed and slashed at each other. Heichi dodged it sideways and ran into the alley next to it. A cross-shaped opening was opened directly from the front and back of a building next to it. The ghosts and gods followed closely and turned into the alley. But the moment he appeared at the entrance of the alleyway, two silver grenades suddenly appeared at his feet. In an instant, dazzling white light enveloped everything around him. Heichi held the wall with one hand, hanging in the air and looking at the scene in front of him. Origin grenade? How much of a threat can it pose to you in such a narrow terrain? And at this moment, the familiar voice of Shakuhachi sounded in his ears again. Heichi frowned. Was it another illusion? But I'm really sorry. This ability is useless to me. In the smoke and dust of the explosion, Gishinzi walked out unharmed. But this time, Heichi always felt that something was different. The huge ghost and god's body was filled with thick black energy like wolf smoke. A more terrifying, evil, and dark feeling emerged. Tsukuyami finished playing the shakuhachi and said to Heichi coldly, "Although my ability is of no use to you, it would be useful to others." Heichi frowned, feeling a dangerous aura surrounding him. But Tsukuyami's words surprised and puzzled him. If this illusion was not used on him, then who could it be used on? There are no comrades of his nearby. Suddenly, a strange idea appeared in his mind. Could it be that? Do you want to block my signal transmission? At the command center, the new account that was originally communicating with Heichi suddenly became confused, and the picture became extremely blurry. Even the staff responsible for monitoring here began to look dull. In the end, they reached out and strangled themselves by the neck, trying to kill themselves. Seeing this, other people around them hurried over to stop them. But after hearing the eerie shakuhachi melody, everyone also felt dizzy. A colonel in the crowd had quick eyesight and quickly cut off the signal transmission, preventing the sound from continuing to play. Only then did the staff recover. Music illusion. He saw right through the problem. But the target of his attack was not Heichi, but the staff here. What is the reason for doing this? The signal was cut off, which made Li Tianyang and others a little dissatisfied. Now that we have reached the critical moment of the battle, how can we let go? What went wrong? Restore communications as soon as possible. Chapter 992 Pirate Group. Heichi hung her body in midair, planning to find a way to break through Tsukuyami's ghosts and gods, and then kill her body. But suddenly, he saw an extremely terrifying sight. The ghosts and gods that were already murderous now became even larger and more terrifying in the thick fog. Thick black smoke rose into the sky, completely shrouding the ghosts and gods. Heichi's eyes slowly opened wide, and his pupils shrank to the size of a mung bean out of fear. In front of Onishikatori, Tsukuyami's eyes became dark, cold and evil. No one sees it now. Go to H.L. At the command center. It took several minutes for the lost communication to be restored. When they connected to the video, they found that the scene in front of them had flipped 90 degrees. There are only two possibilities from this angle. Either the device fell, or the hazy person fell to the ground. Li Tianyang felt anxious and hurriedly lay on the podium and shouted loudly, Heichi! Heichi! What's the situation now? But he didn't get any response. Disaster? Could it be said that Captain Heichi was killed in battle? One officer had cold sweat streaming down his forehead. It was only a few minutes between when they disappeared from sight and when they reconnected. They didn't know what happened. But when the smart device in the combat uniform falls off and cannot be contacted, there is a high probability that something extremely bad will happen. Li Tianyang gritted his teeth, his face extremely gloomy. Heichi! Heichi! Answer me! There was finally a response in the camera. A pair of feet wearing clogs appeared in front of the camera. They were a pair of very petite feet, wrapped in white cotton socks, and you could still see the red skirt on the calves. As if hearing the voice from the communication device, he slowly raised one foot and then stepped on the camera. At the combat command center, what they saw was a little foot wearing white cotton socks stepping on their faces. Click! There are cracks in the lens. It is a military equipment and is hard enough. But this kicked the equipment into the soil and completely caused them to lose their vision. That is Tsukuyami's feet. An officer murmured. His voice was bitter, and he swallowed involuntarily. Everyone looked at Li Tianyang. The situation of the battle is self-evident. Heichi, at this time, is already in danger. Li Tianyang punched the podium with anger. Impossible. With Heichi's ability, even if he couldn't beat his opponent, he couldn't be killed so quickly. Tsukuyami's ability is absolutely impossible to do this. Have all things harmonious. The powerful Heichi has first-class life-saving abilities. Even if he encounters an opponent who is stronger than him, he can quickly optimize his own abilities based on the opponent's abilities. Everyone knows that in a duel between strangers, the restraint of ability attributes is particularly important. Therefore, Heichi cannot defeat others, so it is still very easy to escape. Unless he meets someone whose strength has surpassed him. He was killed before he could use his abilities. But, Neon Tsukuyami, is she really that powerful? Li Tianyang's eyes were full of resentment. Neon wouldn't allow such an awesome person to exist. She must be using something we don't know about yet. At this time, Situ Xian leisurely said that the people in Neon are the most insidious and cunning people. They have been pursuing the principle of subjugating the superior from ancient times and thinking about domination all the time. These guys probably won't reveal their true strength so easily. He said meaningfully. Do you really understand the strength of these people? This sentence is a wake-up call for everyone in the Donghai region. Since the end of the world, the only opponent they care about most is the Colombian Navy. Countries such as Neon Silla were not taken seriously by them at all, because the Donghai region is indeed very strong, with a large number of weapons and equipment, excellent troops, and top-notch aliens. Neon, a country whose military has been controlled for a century, does not have a decent armed force. However, it does not necessarily mean that there are no powerful strangers. Li Tianyang's face was terrifyingly gloomy. When Li Long was killed in battle before, he was still a little gloating and looked down upon the mood of Jiangnan region. But so quickly, Their fleet captain was also killed. There is a saying that on the battlefield, life and death are just commonplace. However, it is true that a fleet captain whom our own region spent a lot of resources to train died in battle. It would be a lie to say that we don't feel sorry for him. After Li Tianan was silent for a long time, he said that he would immediately update the information about Yudu and mark her power index as unknown. Inform all aliens on the island to pay attention to this guy. Hazy's death sounded a wake-up call for everyone. Only on the battlefield can one see the true background of a person or a force. The existence that was so hyped and praised before the war may not have much powerful dominance on the battlefield. And some people who hide their secrets will show their sharp claws and surprise everyone. For example, Zhang Yi. For example, Yudu. You never know how strong the opponent you will face next is. Don't be fooled by appearances. And don't underestimate any opponent. But when our own forces are moving forward cautiously, trying to find the source of God, there is such a special team that also appears around Foggy Valley. Members of the Tianlong Pirates, who are not affiliated with any country, and travel across the Starry Sea have also joined the fight for the source of God. The Heavenly Dragon King was the first group of people to get the information. It can even be said that he arrived at Star Island earlier than other forces. It's just that the information he received at the beginning was obviously not as good as that of several major forces. It can only be judged that the source of God is located on Star Island. Therefore, he organized his elite men and boarded this island country. There are many outstanding talents among the pirate group. After analyzing and exploring the strange poisonous miasma, they arrived at the edge of the Foggy Valley. The shrinking of the poisonous circle also leads to an increase in the probability of encounters between various teams. During this trip, the Heavenly Dragon King brought over all the aliens he could fight in order to obtain the source of God and revive the prestige of the Heavenly Dragon Pirates. Among them were his deputy captain Bai Lian and the 4 remaining captains of the fleet. The Heavenly Dragon King took them to the edge of the Foggy Valley. This place is a dilapidated wasteland, surrounded by trees that have died and frozen into ice sculptures, as well as large expanses of rocks. The tall body of the Heavenly Dragon King stood at the front of the team. He looked at the denser poisonous miasma ahead, with a look of excitement in his eyes. I seem to have felt a strong force there. Chapter 993 Herchester. Hearing what the Heavenly Dragon King said, Deputy Captain Bai Lian immediately bowed and complimented him. Congratulations to Mr. Dragon King. As long as you obtain the source of God, you will definitely be promoted to the rank of Epsilon. When the time comes, all Huashu countries, including Colombia, will be polite to you. From now on, our Tianlong pirates will be able to roam freely in the East China Sea region. Several division captains also flattered the Heavenly Dragon King. At that time, those guys in Jiangnan region will be unable to go to sea for the rest of their lives. Let them see whose territory the East China Sea belongs to. And we have to hand over the murderer of Nilet and several others. A pleasant smile appeared on the Tianlong King's lips. It is impossible for Jiangnan region to hand over Zhang Yi and Linghu Feishua. He didn't dare to be so arrogant. But at least after he was promoted to Epsilon, Huashu Kingdom could no longer send out a small fleet like before, scaring him into hiding in the bunker and not daring to show his face. Source of God, I will get it. The Heavenly Dragon King held his huge fist and said in a deep voice. And when they started to move forward, preparing to enter the depths of the Foggy Valley, in the area ahead, the poisonous miasma was so dense that it appeared dark green. And a strange surge began. After the members of the Tianlong pirates entered the area ahead, suddenly, from the depths of the dense poisonous miasma, dark green figures emerged one after another. They were all wearing green to black clothes, with gas masks on their heads, but their hands and feet were unusually exposed. And they were all a permeating black and purple color, especially their nails, which are 3 to 4 centimeters long and all dark purple. Like ghosts, they surrounded the members of the Tianlong pirates from the depths of the poisonous miasma. The Dragon King and others were unaware at first, and when they realized that the poisonous miasma around them was experiencing strange fluctuations, they were completely surrounded by those weirdos. Stop! There is an ambush! Don't act rashly. The Heavenly Dragon King raised his right hand to signal everyone to stop. All members immediately took a fighting stance. But those weirdos kept moving and continued to approach them. When the pirates discovered them, these weirdos were already within 20 meters of them. It is to the extent that the fluctuations of the poisonous miasma can be vaguely seen with the naked eye. This shocked everyone. To be able to get so close without them knowing. The strength of the person coming here must be extraordinary. Deputy Leader Bai Lian opened a gorgeous iron fan in his hand and scanned the weirdos around him vigilantly. They looked like zombies, without even any sense of existence. But seeing them, I don't know why, always brings out the deepest fear in people's hearts. Who are these guys? Among the major teams that landed on the island this time, few of them operated in large units. Even in alien teams, vice captains and below are almost always reduced to cannon fodder in encounters. So much so that later on, many captains will adopt the strategy of acting alone. Unless it is a deputy with special abilities, it will not even be carried as an offhand. But there are hundreds of these weirdos. Just when they were about to fight, the same voice came out from these hundreds of weirdos. The Tianlong Pirates, a gang headed by Li Fengxian. This is not a place you should be close to. Leave quickly. Otherwise, you will be attacked by the Colombian Navy. Listen clearly. One last time. And get out of here immediately. The sound came from all directions and echoed in everyone's ears. The Heavenly Dragon King frowned and was a member of Hell's Chain. Are there clones around here? Then his body must be not far away. Bai Lian looked at the Heavenly Dragon King. Lord Dragon King. Us. Going to war with the Colombian Navy? The Tianlong King's eyes became extremely gloomy. It took a lot of effort to find this place. And it is impossible for them to leave now. If he cannot obtain the source of God and advance his strength further, he will only become an eel in the sea in the future. It's that kind of eyeless monster hidden in the depths of the sea. There is no way to be a powerful and fearless dragon that soars in the sky, swims in the sea. But right now, if he started a war with the person in front of him, it would be equivalent to breaking up with the Colombian Navy. The result is still death. I'm afraid I can't even leave Star Island. The Heavenly Dragon King thought about it, and suddenly said loudly that I am Li Fengxian, the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Pirates. I wonder which one from Hell's Lock is here. We, the Tianlong Pirates, have always had a friendly relationship with the Colombian Navy and have never offended you. We are also consistent with you on the blockade of Huashu country. Therefore, we are not enemies. Deep in the poisonous miasma, there is a strange man also wearing a dark green combat uniform and a gas mask. Helllock member. Codename H.L. Horse. Also known as Herchester. The ability index is 9,600 points. His psychic index is lower than Vito Baldia's. But in this foggy valley filled with poisonous miasma, the effect of his abilities may still be greater than that of Bardia. At this time, Herchester was hiding deep in the poisonous miasma. This is a natural barrier for him. He calmly spoke to General Horn in the command center and reported the situation here. I encountered the enemy at the edge of Foggy Valley. A group of pirates from the southeastern sea. General Horn was also surprised after hearing these words. Pirates? All the officers in the command center felt extremely funny. This battle is a war between several major countries in the ocean region. Although the number of people participating is not large, they represent the top combat power in their respective regions. What's more, behind each of them stands a power that the Tianlong Pirates cannot afford to offend. Are these pirates crazy? How dare you come over and cause trouble at this time? Horn's eyes were full of murderous intent. Kaludi asked from the side if he wanted to start a war with them. But the Tianlong Pirates do have some strength. And we were there. Herchester alone. Tianlong King Li Fengxian has a power index of 9,800 points. This information is not a secret. But General Horn had almost no hesitation. He put his hands on the command platform and said in a decisive tone, Herchester, kill them! The battlefield is cruel, and any possible threats must be eliminated. As for whether Herchester can defeat the Tianlong Pirates, the opponent's power index is 9,800 points, and there are more than a dozen elite pirates following him. Herchester's ability index is only 9,600 points. Horn read the data provided by the intelligence department, but a cruel and confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So, the advantage is mine. Chapter 994 Spreading the Plague. After receiving Horn's order, Herchester responded coldly. Receive. At the same time, the weirdos who surrounded the Tianlong Pirates all moved forward. Put down your weapons and hold your head in your hands. I will spare you from death. The weirdos in the poisonous miasma surrounded him like a human wall. The Tianlong Pirates had no idea of the other party's details at this time. If we take action, it will be equivalent to breaking with the Colombian Navy. But it is obviously impossible to keep them bound without taking action. The Heavenly Dragon King quickly made a decision. Kill! He roared angrily, and the clothes on his body were instantly stretched open. The strong muscles swelled, and then a layer of black iron like sheen emerged. Soon he transformed into his own beast form. Ankylosaurus. If you want war, then I will give you war. The Dragon King roared angrily. The pirates around him also laughed. using various supernatural powers to fight with those weird soldiers. Hundreds of soldiers rushed over, and a dozen soldiers surrounded one person and started a fierce fight. The fighting skills of these soldiers are very powerful, and their attacks are extremely heavy, especially when the body collides. It gives people the feeling of hitting cold steel. The Heavenly Dragon King transformed into a giant dragon hundreds of meters long and hovered in the air, looking at the surroundings coldly. The fog was too thick, and he couldn't see through where the manipulator of these strange soldiers was. King Kong body. The huge body of the Heavenly Dragon King circled around vigorously, and the huge force directly swept away hundreds of soldiers. Dragon Flame. He opened his bloody mouth and spit out a raging black flame, which was 100 meters long and began to burn towards the surrounding poisonous miasma. When these poisonous miasma encountered ultra-high temperature flames, they were quickly burned clean. When the members of the pirate group saw this scene, they shouted excitedly that the Dragon King is mighty. Lord Dragon King is mighty. However, Tianlong King and Bai Lian did not feel any relief, because they are so familiar with the Colombian Navy. They are the real overlords in the ocean area. They will not easily start a war if they are not completely sure. Even the Huashu Kingdom, which is competing with Colombia for hegemony, has to say that you can say that Colombia is bad, but you cannot say that Colombian food is bad. They couldn't believe that they could hit each other so easily. Sure enough, the aliens under his command were still cheering. Suddenly, a pirate felt itchy on his arm. He raised his arm and took a look. What he saw with his eyes made him so frightened that his face instantly turned pale. The fake combat uniform on the arm had been corroded with 7 or 8 large holes. The flesh and blood inside was turning pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, then continued to turn dark green, and then quickly turned black. Soon, his flesh rotted away, and the severe pain made him wail in agony. Ah! The Heavenly Dragon King and Bai Lian looked at him. But soon, they were not the only ones wailing. Almost half of the team had the exact same symptoms. There was a lot of corrosion and ulceration on their bodies, and soon the bones could be seen, and the injuries continued to spread. It's poison! Cold sweat broke out on Bai Lian's forehead. Everyone who had just come into contact with those soldiers had been poisoned. Some pirates couldn't stand it anymore, so they pulled out their knives and cut off the corroded flesh on their arm, abdomens, and thighs. Those who struck early were better off, but some people's injuries were so severe that they couldn't be completely cut. Moreover, in this poisonous and extremely cold environment, not to mention cutting off the hands and feet and exposing large areas of wounds, it is certain to die. And the worst thing is that the Tianlong pirates have no information about their hidden enemies. However, all their information had been transmitted to Herchester's data system as soon as possible. In the poisonous miasma, Herchester was as cold as a machine. He suddenly reached out and lifted the lower end of the gas mask, exposing his lower jaw. It was half a rotten and oozing face, with white teeth exposed on the mouth, and even no lips. But he opened his devil-like mouth and breathed in the dark green terrifying miasma. Horse. Helset, the god of plague in Norse mythology. Herchester is just right. His ability is poison. The most terrifying poison. Its ability is called Spread Plague. He himself is a great source of plague. Moreover, he can swallow all the poisons in the world and turn them into his own use. So when he appeared on the battlefield in Foggy Valley, his abilities were extremely enhanced. This is why General Horn is certain that he can clean up the entire Tianlong pirates alone. The ability index is sometimes just a number. Poor pirates, in their eyes, are just a group of beggars on the sea. There are no state-of-the-art weapons and equipment, nor a powerful intelligence system. He didn't know how Helset would lose in such a duel with a huge difference in strength. Helchester absorbed the rich poisonous miasma around him. Soon, the tempered and pure poison was excreted from his pores and discharged to the surroundings through the vents of his specially made combat uniform. After a while, his body was surrounded by this disgusting poisonous gas that could easily poison a whale. The poisonous gas quickly condensed into shape, and then turned into a human form exactly like him. Legion of Scourge. As long as he is on this land, he can continuously obtain the purest poison, and then summon such disaster soldiers infinitely. They themselves possess strong fighting power. The most terrifying thing is that they carry deadly toxins all over their bodies. The poor equipment of the Tianlong pirates cannot stop its corrosion at all. It only takes one hit, and it's almost certain death. As for the Tianlong pirates, they didn't even see the appearance of the enemy, and they had already suffered battle damage. Those who were poisoned suffered from the pain that penetrated their bone marrow. Even if they knew they could not survive, they had to cut off the corroded parts. But after being cut down, they will die quickly. The Heavenly Dragon King was angry, and he let out an angry dragon roar. Black supernatural light shone around him, and a moment later, another diamond-armored dragon exactly like him appeared from the black light. Avatar ability. Mirage. The two giant dragons stood back to back, stretched their long bodies forward, and then sprayed out a slender black flame. The flames were nearly a kilometer long and instantly burned the poisonous miasma and disaster soldiers in front of them to ashes. The two dragons rotated, and in less than 10 seconds, they cleared a blank area with a radius of a kilometer with them as the center of the circle. Chapter 995 Double Dragon. Hell Horse. The Heavenly Dragon King transformed into two dragons and used ultra-high temperature dragon flames to burn away the surrounding poisonous miasma and the poisonous disaster soldiers. This gave the pirate group some breathing time, but it didn't take long for the poisonous miasma around them to surge in again. This is the Foggy Valley, the center of the poisonous miasma. Any gaps found anywhere will be quickly filled. Unless he can clear away all the poisonous miasma on the entire Star Island, it will be impossible to resolve this crisis. And under the cover of the poisonous miasma, the second batch of disaster soldiers loomed, surrounding them like zombies. The Heavenly Dragon King felt a little heavy. For him, escaping from here is no problem at all. But once he leaves, these subordinates around him will be unable to withstand the opponent's endless offensive. Deputy Captain Bai Lian saw the difficulty of the Heavenly Dragon King, and he also knew that if he wanted to break the situation now, he had to find the stranger hiding in the dark. So he said to the Heavenly Dragon King, "Lord Dragon King, go find the stranger in the dark. We will hold on here." The Heavenly Dragon King looked at his deputy, and knew in his heart that this was the most correct approach at the moment. At this time, a large number of disaster soldiers approached numbly and sluggishly like a wall of people. A cold warning came from their mouths. Tianlong pirates, you are surrounded. Give up resistance and surrender immediately. Otherwise we will kill you all. The members of Hell Chain are all here, so don't make any unnecessary resistance. These words made the pirates feel even more desperate. Due to the absolute asymmetry in information, they have no idea who the enemy they are facing is. It's even less clear how many enemies there are in the dark. If multiple members of the Hell Locks appear here, except for the Heavenly Dragon King and the deputy leader Bai Lian, the others will have no power to resist and can only wait to die. But the Heavenly Dragon King was not fooled so easily. The person who can be the Pirate King is extraordinary in terms of courage and intelligence except for a certain third generation named Lu. So after hearing Herchester's warning, he sneered at the corner of his mouth and said loudly, "If there were really so many members of Hell's Chain here, you wouldn't be acting like this." After he finished speaking, he looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, and a black beam of light shot straight into the sky. Soon after, thick clouds began to gather with the black beam as the center. The clouds in the sky were gray and white, and there was already a lot of snow falling. And as the episode progressed, it quickly turned into a thick black cloud. Crackling, huge hailstones fell from the clouds, covering an area of nearly 10 kilometers. As for the twin dragons transformed by the Heavenly Dragon King, their huge dragon heads began to spray high-temperature flames around them. The temperature in the surrounding area rose rapidly, and the hail began to melt before it even hit the ground, turning into rain. Wow! It starts to rain in the cold winter, which is also a magical sight. One of the abilities of the Heavenly Dragon King is to summon rain. The rain fell from the sky like a pouring water. The thick poisonous miasma particles were wrapped in rainwater and were quickly diluted. The surrounding vision becomes clearer and clearer, hiding in the depths of the poisonous miasma. Herchester looked at the sky and murmured to himself, "I haven't seen rain in a long time." His figure was finally captured by the Heavenly Dragon King. The Heavenly Dragon King glared at the guy wearing a gas mask in the distance. With a deafening dragon roar, the two dragons circled and flew high into the sky. Attract thunder and lightning. Thunder roared in the cumulonimbus clouds, and huge ball lightnings appeared to be slow. But in fact, they fell quickly towards Herchester. But at this time, Herchester was not in a hurry. He opened his arms with great enjoyment and let the rain mixed with a large amount of poisonous miasma wash over his body. What wonderful rain! His hand slowly dropped, and then a strong suction force appeared in his arms. The dark green venom on the ground gurgled into his arms. He casually waved his right hand forward, and a stream of dark green venom mixed with his stinking power turned into a hemispherical barrier in front of him. Ball lightning fell one by one, hitting the dark green barrier, and only the crackling sound was heard. The venom is constantly evaporated by the thunder, but Hellsister can also replenish it through the venom pool at his feet. Standing on this battlefield, he can make the most perfect use of his abilities. The Heavenly Dragon King watched from afar, but did not dare to approach rashly, because the opponent's body is full of poison. If he fights closely, he may pose a huge threat to himself. However, if he didn't take action, Herchester would not give him time to breathe. He clasped his hands in front of him, and a large amount of venom began to bubble as if boiling. The bubbles quickly expanded and became as tall as a person. Then from these green bubbles, disaster soldiers covered in mucus emerged one after another. "Kill them!" Herchester gave the order coldly. A large number of disaster soldiers began to attack the pirates. Herchester himself took out a long military thorn from his tactical backpack, with a green light glowing on it. Needless to say, it goes without saying that it is contaminated with poison. I'm afraid that as long as it touches the skin, it will cause ulcers immediately. He stared at Tianlong King with no extra emotion in his eyes. According to the information from the intelligence office, the most powerful ability of the Tianlong King is close combat. Although at the melee level, Herchester was not sure of defeating the opponent. But he has plenty of ways to spread the poison on the Heavenly Dragon King. No matter what kind of steel and iron bones it is, after being contaminated by the poison, it will still cry out in pain and beg for mercy. The Heavenly Dragon King and Bai Lian below looked at each other. Bai Lian glanced at him and nodded silently. That means, just leave this place to him. The Heavenly Dragon King no longer hesitated and rushed towards Hellsit in an instant. The first one to rush over was naturally his Mirage Dragon clone. He wanted to see how much damage the poison-playing enemy in front of him could do to him. Disaster soldiers continued to emerge from the venom, and then rushed towards the pirates on the ground. Bai Lian's eyes were cold, and she waved the iron fan in her hand vigorously. Dance, Frost White Lotus. The iron fan swept around gracefully, and the strong wind mixed with ice and snowstorms instantly centered on him, and swept away the disaster soldiers attacking from all directions. Before the venom-condensed bodies could get close, they were slowly frozen into ice sculptures. On the earth, it was like a huge white ice lotus blossomed. Hundreds of disaster soldiers were all sealed inside. As for the main battlefield, the duel between Hell Sister and the Dragon King is the core of the core. Facing the attack of the Mirage clone, Helchester's gas mask suddenly cracked. His white teeth opened wide, and a stream of black mucus came out of his mouth. As soon as the mucus appeared, it attracted the surrounding venom like a whirlpool. In just a few moments, it turned into an extremely ugly and ferocious H.L. horse with only 3 legs. Chapter 996 Netherworld Undead. The incarnation of disaster. The source of plague. The H.L. horse. It has only 3 legs, symbolizing disease, famine and death. The dark body exuded a dirty smell, but the head was a pale skeleton. Helchester summoned it, and it made a harsh scream. And then it was filled with endless venom, and rushed towards the mirage in the sky. The mirage roared and shook the sky, opening its mouth and spitting out dragon flames. However, the venom carried by the H.L. horse is like a huge wave. In such an environment with almost endless toxins, Herchester's combat power also soared. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantage in his confrontation with the Heavenly Dragon King, he actually had the advantage of controlling the overall situation. The dragon and the horse began to fight fiercely. The mirage spit out its dragon flames and easily tore off half of the H.L. horse's body. But the stinky venom that sputtered out also corroded the steel-like outer S.H.L. of the mirage. The Heavenly Dragon King's eyes became increasingly cautious. Such a terrible poison. Even if he had a body of steel, he would never want to touch it. So he chose to use a long-distance attack to seize the initiative. Following his dragon roar, spherical lightning fell from the sky one after another, hitting Herchester. But Helchester took his time and reached out to press a button on his arm. Click! 2 rows of small shoulder cannons popped out from his shoulders, and he aimed at the ball lightning in the air and started firing continuously. Boom! 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 Micro cannonballs made of special materials also have special effects on supernatural energy. Those ball lightnings are certainly very fast, but the combat suits are equipped with intelligent combat systems that can lock onto targets and attack. In a sense, this is a low-end version. Precise shooting. Herchester lowered his hands, and the venom pool formed by the rain under his feet began to surge. A huge poisonous dragon rose into the sky and attacked the body of the Heavenly Dragon King. The Tianlong King's face turned green. Herchester's behavior was obviously to disgust him on purpose. He opened his mouth wide and spit out a raging dragon flame, quickly evaporating the poisonous dragon. But at this moment, something strange happened to the rest of the pirate group. The disaster soldiers were frozen by Bai Lian with ice. Originally, Bai Lian thought that the problem was temporarily under control. But he didn't expect that those disaster soldiers would directly self-destruct. As their bodies exploded, they turned into thick, smelly venom and dark green poisonous mist that filled the sky. There is no alien with the wind attribute among them. And the only one who can suppress the poisonous mist is the Heavenly Dragon King. So soon someone else was tricked. If they get even a little bit of it on their bodies, their simple combat uniforms will be corroded. And an inferior gas mask cannot last long in the poisonous fog of Herchester. Once the purification material begins to fail, death awaits them. The gap between the miscellaneous army and the genuine army is completely different in terms of weapons and equipment. Herchester, however, had an indifferent look on his face, and did not have any happy and proud reaction to this. He is good at using poison, and is in such an environment. As long as the opponents are not particularly strong, there is not much difference between 100 opponents and one opponent, especially when it comes to abusing food. He has no opponent here. After Billy the Kid kills someone, he still needs to reload Plantagenet. But he has an endless supply of ammunition here. Although the Tianlong King saw the miserable state of his subordinates, he had no way to go back to support him at this time. Facing an opponent of Herchester's caliber, any distraction could cost him his life. But how to win? The Dragon King was also caught in a huge problem. His most powerful ability is his ability to fight in close combat. In the ocean, he is also extremely powerful with the body of a Dragon King. But the guy in front of him made him not want to get close at all. However, just when the Heavenly Dragon King hesitated, he suddenly felt that the vision in front of him was shaking. A feeling of sleepiness and exhaustion instantly enveloped him. The Heavenly Dragon King suddenly opened his eyes. He stared intently at Herchester and instantly backed away hundreds of meters. Then he growled, "When did you poison me?" The abnormality at his body made him immediately realize that he was poisoned. Herchester did not answer his question. The answer is actually not difficult. The Heavenly Dragon King's method can only withstand tangible poisons, but cannot withstand invisible poisons. The H.L. horse is a poisonous beast he created from his own stomach juice. As a carrier of the plague, every cell in Herchester's body contained deadly toxins. The reason why he wrapped himself up tightly and put on a gas mask was not to protect himself, but to protect others. Otherwise, anyone who comes into contact with him will be poisoned in the shortest possible time and die painfully. When the Heavenly Dragon King's mirage tore the H.L. horse into pieces, its deadly poison spread into the air. With the breath, he entered the body of Tianlong King. Herchester took off his gas mask, revealing his ghostly and twisted face that was corroded by poison. It was a face that was hard to describe in words. His whole face was pale, like a corpse that had been soaked in water for half a month. There was not a trace of hair, and the flesh around the lips, nose, and eyes was completely corroded. The flesh on the face was twisted, and the facial features were randomly placed on the face, like building blocks put together by a 3-year-old child. Plunder and kill. The souls of the underworld. After he finished speaking, he opened his mouth and spat out a large pool of disgusting mucus. Then needles protruded from the combat uniform, piercing his skin, and brown blood flowed out. The liquid flowed into the venom pool at his feet, dyeing the venom pool a rich dark brown in a moment. Venomous monsters crawled out of the venom pool like nightmares, roaring and rushing towards the Dragon King and his subordinates. The Heavenly Dragon King was already frightened by the scene in front of him. Even though he has experienced many bloody storms, he has never seen such a devil-like creature from H.L. The feeling of extreme discomfort in the body was still spreading. He used his powerful physique and supernatural powers to suppress it, but he couldn't help but a stream of black poisonous blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "We can't continue fighting. This battle is completely unequal." The Heavenly Dragon King realized this, and decisively flicked his tail in the air, running towards Bai Lian and others. At this time, the other members of the pirate group were not feeling well either, although what they faced was not Hell's sister, but the disaster soldiers he created. However, the erosion of poison has corroded many of them into skeletons. Bai Lian used the power of frost to condense herself into a gorgeous frost armor, resisting the erosion of toxins. Chapter 997 Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. Herchester alone was able to defeat the entire Tianlong pirates. Even if he is the Heavenly Dragon King, there is no good way to fight with Herchester. He is a ruthless person. But Kwangyong has no value in the face of the absolute disparity in strength. The eyes of the Heavenly Dragon King were terrifyingly cold. If he risked being corroded by the poison, he would definitely have a chance to get close to Herchester and try to kill him. But now he has been exposed to the sight of the Colombian Navy. Even if he kills Herchester, he cannot escape the fate of death. After much thought, the Heavenly Dragon King made a decision. He blocked Helchester's attack with his Mirage clone, then turned sharply in the air and ran towards the group. At this time, every member of the Tianlong pirates was in special pain. Some people had been eroded by the poison, turning half of their bodies into monsters that are half human and hundreds of ghosts. They looked miserable. Without saying a word, the Tianlong king directly rolled up the deputy leader Bai Lian with his tail, and then flew away. Lord Dragon King, we haven't gotten on the bus yet. The other members of the group shouted anxiously and painfully. But the Heavenly Dragon King turned a deaf ear to their cries. In such an environment, aliens with low strength can no longer exert an impact on the battlefield. They have already helped the Heavenly Dragon King get closer to Wugu, and all of them are poisoned. Taking them with them will only be a burden. The Dragon King is the leader of the pirates. He is ruthless. And of course, his useless subordinates will be abandoned mercilessly by him. Thank you for your contribution to the pirates over the years. The Heavenly Dragon King only left these words, and then flew away. The remaining pirates were furious and yelled, Li Fengxian, you despicable and shameless bastard. Let's go down and wait for you first. You will definitely die. You will definitely die. You will never get the source of God. But after the Heavenly Dragon King and Balian left, they were even less able to withstand the erosion of Hellsister's disaster soldiers, soon accompanied by screams. These people were corroded by the poison and turned into a pool of pus and blood. Hellsister looked at the Heavenly Dragon King and Bai Lian going away, without any intention of pursuing them. He calmly reported to the command center. 2 people escaped, namely the pirate group leader Li Fengxian and deputy leader Bai Lian. Chasing a flying dragon in the sky is definitely an irrational act. Hellsister is not that stupid, and he will not leave the ground, which is the most beneficial environment for him. General Horn frowned after hearing the report. This guy is not that easy to kill. Lieutenant Colonel Kaludi next to him said that even though he was not a stranger trained by the military, he still had the paper strength of 9,800 points of superpower index. It's really not that easy to kill him if he just wants to escape. Hellsister was good at positional warfare, not pursuit warfare. General Horn took a lit cigar from the secretary next to him and took a long puff. Then he said with some annoyance that he was afraid that this guy would become a hidden danger for us on the battlefield. He is not worried about the cooperation between Tianlong King and Huashu Kingdom, because the conflict between the Tianlong pirates and the Huashu Kingdom is much greater than with them. The Heavenly Dragon King took Bai Lian away from this area, and after a long time, they landed in a quiet area. After Balian jumped to the ground from Tianlong King's tail, she couldn't help but kneel down. His face was frighteningly pale, and he covered his mouth with his hand and coughed loudly. Black blood soon overflowed from his mouth. The Heavenly Dragon King returned to his human form. He took out a bottle of potion from his body and threw it to Bai Lian. Are you okay? Bai Lian opened the cap of the antidote and drank the potion. His face had a little more color, but his body still looked weak. Bai Lian struggled to stand up and said apologetically to the Dragon King, I've made you worry, Mr. Dragon King. The Heavenly Dragon King snorted coldly, clenched his fists, and said with a cold look, Damn the Colombian Navy. It's in vain that I did so many things for them in the past. And in the end, I was stabbed in the back by them. Everything is fake. But in the end, you are the most reliable. In this battle, almost all the elite members of the Tianlong pirates died. However, the Heavenly Dragon King was not too sad or regretful. Back then, he gradually grew from an insignificant fisherman to the overlord of the Southeastern Sea. As long as he is strong enough, it won't be long before he can also pull together a team that is not weaker than the original one. After the end of the world, refugees are everywhere, and a mouthful of food can recruit a useful subordinate. As long as Bai Lian is still alive. After Nyla died in battle, he was the only captain-level combatant under the Dragon King. This kind of talent is not easy to come by. After Bai Lian swallowed the antidote, her body was fine for the time being. He coughed slightly and said to the Heavenly Dragon King, Lord Dragon King, we can't rush it anymore. The aliens from Colombia have appeared at the edge of Foggy Valley, which means that people from several other major forces have also arrived nearby. If we continue to move forward, we will definitely encounter enemies again. The Heavenly Dragon King looked at Bai Lian. Among the Tianlong pirates, although Bai Kuren has strong combat power, his most important role is to act as a white paper fan. He is very good at making suggestions. I remember when the Heavenly Dragon King first became a pirate and competed with the heroes of the South China Sea for hegemony. He only had brute strength and did not take much advantage. In an accident, he met Bai Lian, who almost starved to death at sea. Bai Lian is a native of the southern Huashu Kingdom and has the same origin as the ancestral home of the Heavenly Dragon King. Out of this feeling, he's saved by Lien. Unexpectedly, Bai Lian relied on his intelligence to help Tianlong King continue to grow in power. He played the art of war with great proficiency compared to those pirates, coupled with the scientific management knowledge learned from the internet and the powerful combat power of the Tianlong King. The Tianlong pirates quickly emerged and annexed dozens of surrounding pirate groups. Eventually, a situation was formed in the southeastern sea area where Tianlong was king. Therefore, Tianlong King particularly respects Bai Lian's opinion. Bai Lian, what do you think? Bai Lian lowered her voice and said that if we confront them head-on, we have no chance of winning. We are at an absolute disadvantage in terms of intelligence system, weapons and equipment, or numbers. But we can wait. There was a sinister look in his eyes. The Dragon King's curiosity aroused. What are you waiting for? Wait until they start fighting among themselves. Bai Lian said firmly that they regard each other as their biggest competitors. But in fact, they don't care much about us. We might as well hide and wait for them to fight first. By then, they are almost done fighting, and we will take action again. This move is called the fight between the snipe and the clam. And the fisherman wins. Chapter 998, Know How to Disguise. After hearing what Bai Lian said, the Heavenly Dragon King nodded. The brief battle with Helchester made him deeply feel the gap between the powerful forces and the different people. His strength is not weak. But when it comes to fighting, the prerequisites are too different, which makes him constrained. If instead of one Hell Chain member appeared in front of him today, but two, I am afraid that even his escape would be a luxury. Okay, I listen to you. Now we need to find a place to rest for a while. As an alien with a strong physique, the Heavenly Dragon King can use time to slowly eliminate toxins from his body. As for Bai Lian, even if he saved his life with the antidote, he would not be able to fight for a while. They will lie dormant, waiting for the battle between several major forces to break out. That's not hard to detect. The top foreigners from several major forces have reached the peak of Delta level. And if a fight breaks out between such people, it will affect an area of at least dozens of kilometers. The Heavenly Dragon King must feel that kind of fluctuation. 3 days have passed since Zhang Yi killed Vito Baldia. During these 3 days, he did not make the next hunt. And he lurked, observing the movements on the battlefield. After all, the one he killed was a general of the Hell Locks. It is difficult to guarantee that the Columbia Naval Command Center will not become angry and launch a large army to encircle and suppress Zhang Yi. So Zhang Yi found a deep basement, unfolded the knot between the two realms, sealed himself and Hua Hua Lele in it, and lived there for 3 days. During these 3 days, he did not feel the danger of being searched or hunted. Zhang Yi also regained his strength and improved his condition to the most perfect level. So he decided to take action again to hunt down the aliens from other joint forces. Zhang Yi reached out and touched Hua Hua and Lele's heads. Let's go! 3 days is enough for a lot of things to happen outside. We also went over to join in the fun. Meow. Woof woof. Zhang Yi came out of the underground with a cat and a dog. During this period of fighting, he had basically touched the topographic map of this area. The principle is actually very simple. Although Star Island cannot be positioned through satellites due to the influence of poisonous miasma and special magnetic fields. However, any area that is passed through manually can be mapped through the intelligence system. At this time, the convenience of space aliens comes into play. He can quickly travel between major areas. So now, he has obtained the map of a large part of the area. After a brief inspection, Zhang Yi said with deep meaning in his tone. Before he knew it, 10 days had passed. Now that I think about it, they are already close to Foggy Valley. Approaching Foggy Bottom is not the end, but the beginning. Because everyone knows that everyone's ultimate goal is the source of God buried underground in Foggy Valley. It is not easy to find such an underground treasure in the huge Foggy Valley. What's more, as the poison circle closes, enemies will frequently appear around you. Fighting has become unavoidable. Everyone must be more careful. Zhang Yi opened the dimensional door and said to Hua Hua and Lele, "Let's go. We will go too. Schools of fish are beginning to gather. And it's time for fishermen to go out with their guns in hand." Zhang Yi moved forward with a cat and a dog, and soon arrived at the edge of the Foggy Valley. He stopped and did not rush into the scary area over there. Instead, let Lele scout first to see if there are any enemies nearby. Lele put his nose to the ground and began to use his natural ability to capture the lingering smell in the air. After a while, Lele suddenly pricked up his ears. His eyes glowed brightly, and he stared in a certain direction. "Boss, we have something good." Johnny asked curiously. What is a good thing? Lele turned to look at him. Due to excessive excitement, its big paws were digging on the ground motionlessly. That energy body we have seen before. Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled with light. A companion of the source? That is indeed a good thing. Now that Zhang Yi has met him, of course he will not miss it. But this time, he did not choose to take Huahua and Lele with him. Instead, he told Huahua Lele that you should stay here and don't move around. Huahua looked at Zhang Yi incomprehensively. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes were a little surprised. Its owner is too stable. He didn't take it with him this time and went alone? At this time, Zhang Yi had opened the knot between the two realms and started to change clothes. Huahua's eyes widened when she saw Zhang Yi's combat uniform. Master, why are you wearing the clothes of a Colombian alien? Zhang Yi said lightly that since you want to pursue excitement, then follow through to the end. Yes, he was wearing Bardia's combat uniform. The people from the joint forces are already targeting me. As soon as I show up, they will quickly identify me based on my personal characteristics. Those who can't beat me will run away immediately. And those who can beat me will immediately send reinforcements. It's better to disguise it so that they don't know my strength. One cat and one dog are the most obvious features around Zhang Yi. Nothing else. Zhang Yi acted alone and changed his clothes. Even if others can tell that he is not a strange person from Colombia, they will not be able to figure out who he is for a short time. And this short hesitation was enough for him to do a lot of things. Lele immediately boasted that the boss was powerful. You are so smart. Only Huahua looked speechless and muttered in a low voice. Is that the case? With your current strength, how can anyone on this island threaten you? When Zhang Yi heard this, he just smiled and sailed the 1,000-year ship carefully. While Zhang Yi was preparing, Lele discovered the direction of the source elf. At this time, someone has already appeared here. Deep in the poisonous miasma, there is an area that is not surrounded by miasma. The misty moonlight here creates a comfortable environment. More than a dozen source elves were sitting on the ground or lying on the walls of the ruins. They followed the melodious melody with expressions of enjoyment on their faces, squinting their eyes comfortably and shaking their heads. In the middle of them, there was a large elf. That mysterious creature with white fur and antlers on its head. It holds a long flute in its hand and plays beautiful music. But this peaceful scene did not last long. A man walked out of the fog. He has very long hair. His forehead is covered with a black turban. And he has a smoky makeup around his eyes. When he saw the elf in front of him, an extremely exaggerated smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. Source elf. And there is also a large one. Sure enough, when I came to Foggy Valley, even the NPCs who appeared became more advanced. Chapter 999 Medusa. The man with smoky makeup laughed unbridled and leaned back in an exaggerated manner. At this time, another person walked out not far from him. This man has red hair and a long, narrow and simple samurai sword slung around his waist. Seeing the expression of the man with smoky makeup, he said coldly, Shit! Put away your faults! It's dangerous to be loud here. The man with smoky makeup said with some dissatisfaction that the reason I had a loud voice was because I was doing the right thing. The red-haired man shook his head helplessly. If it weren't for this guy's strength, he would really not want to act with the other party. Now, before anyone else notices it, put this thing away. The red-haired man stared at the big chinchilla-like creature, with a gleam of passion in his eyes. This guy's origin is equivalent to a high-level Delta-level alien. When the two people appeared, the elves did not make any move. But when they had evil thoughts, the song of My Neighbor Totoro immediately stopped. The elves fled behind it in panic. The big chinchilla is originally cute, and cute eyes suddenly became fierce. Ah! It opened its huge mouth and let out a sharp roar. The white moonlight instantly swept out in all directions. And the raging supernatural storm caused the thick poisonous miasma to roll back hundreds of meters. The red-haired man and smoky eyes seemed to have been prepared. They were not in a hurry. They also had powerful powers emerging from their bodies, blocking the impact of this layer. The companion creature of the source of God is a very magical existence. They have extremely powerful life energy in their bodies. However, they can only rely on instinct to fight. This is why the man with smoky makeup calls them NPCs. You only need to see through the way they fight, and you can quickly kill them by fighting. Then you can obtain a sufficiently pure energy source. That's a good thing that even captain-level strangers covet. But before the two of them could take action, they felt a breath appearing from another direction. The two people's eyes suddenly became wary. They looked there and saw a slim figure slowly emerging from the thick poisonous miasma. She was a tall woman, with an amazing waist-to-hip ratio and bust size unique to Western women. Through the combat uniform she was wearing, the two recognized her identity. Among the members of Hellocks, there is only one woman. Codename Medusa. Oh no! Why is it her? The red-haired man and smoky eyes frowned when they saw the person coming. It would be difficult for them to encounter members of Hellocks here, because this time, they came to assist the Hellocks. The two sides are allies, not enemies. Once everyone has discovered the Source Elf, it will be difficult for them to monopolize it. The mist behind Medusa steamed, and a huge colorful figure loomed. When she realized there were others here, she was immediately ready to fight. Medusa. Judy Christina has a power index of 9,600 points. Although her ability index is not high among the members of Hellocks, but she has an advantage that others don't have. That is a strange beast partner with a superpower index of 9,500 points. Blood-spotted Snake King. Yes, it's a venomous striped snake, not a python. Pythons are non-venomous and have no teeth. But the Bloodspot King has the venom and fangs of a venomous snake, as well as the body of a giant python. With this poisonous pet, Christina's real combat power is on par with the top leaders of Helllock. Christina discovered the two people in front of her, and the command center immediately gave them information. These two guys are from the Neon Pelican team of Inhumans. Takamagara. The one with red hair is Amaterasu. The guy with dark circles is Susanoo. Christina knew that these two people were from Neon and were allies, and there was a playful look on her lips. She twisted her body and walked sideways. On the one hand, they kept a safe enough distance from Gao Tianyuan, and on the other hand, they blocked the big Totoro's escape route. What a coincidence that you are here too. As allies, I think we won't fight over these Source Elves. Right? Amaterasu. Okami Benimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course, we are allies, and should not fight at a time like this. Susanoo. The girl in the sea said eagerly that we are here to help. Shouldn't the target of the Helllock be the source of God? Are you going to fight with us for this little thing? Christina smiled disdainfully and crossed her arms, highlighting her ample bust. Since it is a good thing, there is no reason to miss it. Moreover, the number of sacred source materials is limited, and not everyone has the opportunity to obtain it. General Horn could see it all from the command center, but the Allied forces are not directly under their command. If you want to contact us, you have to go through the person in charge of Neon. General Horn thought for a while, and decided not to interfere in this matter. According to their agreement, except that the source of God must belong to the Colombian military, there is no clear agreement on other acquisitions. Therefore, Benimaru Ogami and Wami Shinom are fully qualified to get the source spirits. But, even if General Horn said nothing, on such a battlefield, they also need to take care of the face of the Colombian Navy. Christina said with a smile. Okay, now that everyone has found it. To be fair, we are 50-50. Each side gets half. The great god Benimaru and the sea girl frowned, obviously not agreeing with this allocation. Ogami Benimaru said lightly, there are 3 of us here. You took half, and let us share the other half. This is obviously unreasonable. I would say it should be divided into 3 parts. Christina sneered, and the more than 20-meter-long blood-spotted Snake King behind her opened its mouth and spat out blood-red nodules. A hot breath instantly melted the ice on the ground, turning the soil into dark black. If you say that, why is my baby not one of them? Are you right, Miriam? She reached out and stroked the big snake's head, and the big snake Milion neighed, agreeing with Christina's view. The faces of Benimaru Ogami and Wami Shinom were not pretty. Do you want your exotic pets to share such good things like humans? This was a little hard for them to accept. But suddenly, over there at Neon Pelican, the head of the organization said something to them. The expressions of Benimaru Ogami and Wami Shinom changed slightly, but they also understood that they were not on the same level as the Colombian Navy. If there was a falling out, they would only be the ones to suffer. Chapter 1000. The Great God Benimaru. Ogami Benimaru reluctantly made a compromise. Okay, let's split these source elves in half. The big chinchilla showed a ferocious look, warning these humans. But the 3 people didn't take it seriously at all. The 3 of them joined forces to deal with a creature formed from source matter with ease. Hiss. 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 At this moment, the blood-spotted Snake King next to Christina spat out a letter and issued a warning. Christina listened intently, and her eyes suddenly became playful. She crossed her arms, smiled and said to the great god Benimaru and the sea-tide girl, very good. Let's divide it according to this plan. But before that, we have to clean up the place. Someone came without being invited. After hearing this, Benimru the great god and the sea girl immediately understood what Christina meant. There are not just the three of them here. The blood-spotted Snake King turned around, opened his mouth in one direction, and let out a piercing roar. A stream of fishy wind spurted out from its mouth, dispersing the poisonous miasma in front of it. A figure slowly emerged. When she saw the combat uniform, the relaxed smile on Christina's face immediately changed. Kindness? Because the person who came was wearing the clothes of a Hell Chain member. She frowned and asked the command center, "Did you send someone else here? Does this mean you don't trust me?" General Horn and others were also a little surprised by the sight in front of them. "No. You're the only one still around here. That man is fake. He is not a member of Hell Locks at all." Christina's eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. "Is it a fake?" On the battlefield, it is not strange for enemies to put on their clothes and lurk. Just use the optical camouflage function to do it. So in Christina's view, the other party was completely mocking her by doing this. "Court death," Christina said coldly. The huge king snake wrapped around her had its blood-colored vertical pupils open. It felt the murderous intention of its owner, and it also exuded a sense of oppression from a ferocious beast. Ogami Benimuru and Wami Shianom looked at each other. Ogami Benimuru's right hand was pressed on the long sword, and both of them were ready to fight at any time. "What does it mean?" Okami Benimuru asked. Christina said disdainfully. "Can't you tell? That's a fake." After that, she shouted to the man and asked, "Hey, are you a stranger from Huashu Kingdom?" He actually disguised himself as one of us. How cunning. After Zhang Yi was discovered, he did not show any surprised expression. He didn't expect to be able to deceive these people with his clothes. Just concealing your identity is enough. With a quick glance, the identity information of the three people in front of him was basically obtained. Pass. So, according to the information, Christina's features were too obvious, and the big snake showed her identity. As for the great god Benimuru, Zhang Yi also recognized him with his red hair and iconic samurai sword. Amaterasu. Medusa. As for the guy next to him, it should be the same. Takamagara. Member. So if you guessed correctly, he is Susanoo. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. The ability index of these three people is very high. Medusa. Judy Christina. With a power index of 9,600 points. Coupled with the assistance of her battle pet blood-spotted Snake King, her overall combat power is even more powerful. Amaterasu. The great god Hongwan has a power index of 9,600 points. Susanoo. The Thai girl of the sea has a power index of 9,500 points. If it were one-on-one, Zhang Yi would be sure to kill any one of these three people. But right now, it's 1 against 3. The enemy is outnumbered, and we are outnumbered. In this situation, Zhang Yi will never take risks. He raised his hand with a smile and said sorry. "I seem to have gone to the wrong place. Bye-bye." After saying that, Zhang Yi quickly turned around and ran towards the depths of the poisonous miasma. Zhang Yi's escape confirmed his identity as a foreigner from the Huashu Kingdom. There are currently 3 high-level strangers in the joint forces. At this time, if you encounter the other person who is alone, there is no reason to let him escape. What to do? Ogami Benimuru squinted his eyes and looked at Christina. "Please ask friends from Hell Locks to come up with some ideas." Christina stuck out her tongue. Her tongue was scarlet and much longer than the average person. She licked her lips, which were also charmingly bright red. "Of course we can't let him run away. Okay, I'll capture these source elves here, and you go hunt them down?" Deheko News snorted coldly. "Don't treat us as fools. If we go after that alien, who can guarantee that you won't leave alone with the source elf?" Christina turned and looked at him. "Oh, so what are you going to do?" "As you said, if I went to hunt down that person, I would also be worried about you running away with the source elves." Okami Benimuru narrowed his eyes. "Not that troublesome. Maybe we can solve it with a simple solution." He reached out and held down the Guiguang Chongzong on his waist. "I'll chase that guy. You stay and capture the source elves. However, I want to get 10% more of the divided share of source elves." Christina took a deep look at Benimuru. The great god. Amaterasu. The great god Benimuru is known as the #1 master in the neon alien field, although he only has a power index of 9,600 points. But on Neon Island, which is divided into 2 factions and have been fighting endlessly, they are enough to dominate. Christina nodded and said with a smile, "Since you said so, of course I have to give you face. Just do as you say. They can't argue too much here. Otherwise, The person who escaped might have completely gone away. If he attracts more enemies, even the three of them will feel a headache. Well, here I go. Benimaru, the great god, said to the sea-tide girl. Take good care of her. Then he held Wudwang Chongzong in his left hand, stepped hard on the ground with his legs, and chased Zhang Yi in the direction of escape like lightning. Zhang Yi ran very fast, but then stirred the air and caused the poisonous miasma to roll violently. This is like a road sign, pointing out the way for the great god Benimaru. Ogami Benimaru's hand was on the handle of the knife, his eyes focused and sharp. As a member of Shenryu Washinryu, he can draw swords at extremely fast speeds, especially his eye slash, which is so fast that it can deceive the eyes. Keep calm and concentrate. Any movement around him will be captured by him. He was not worried about any conspiracy by the person escaping in front, because within such a distance, he has never encountered an opponent in close combat. Apart from Imperial Pillar, except for those guys, no one could stop him from slashing Ai's sword out of its sheath. Chapter 1001 I am Ding Shitong. Zhang Yi's escape speed was not fast, and he himself was not a stranger who was known for his physical strength. Just a few seconds later, Ogami Benimaru caught up with him. A flash. Dashin Hongwan jumped up high and stared at Zhang Yi's neck with cold and focused eyes. The Guiwang Chongzong in his hand was like a silver bottle being broken, and dazzling white light burst out. This knife was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye, and it had become an existence of light. Bow. There were faint ripples in the air. Dashin Hongwan and Zhang Yi passed by and landed on the ground. He glanced at the long knife in his hand, and there was no trace of blood on it. He nodded with satisfaction, then skillfully sheathed the knife. His sword was so fast that the person he killed was dead without even realizing it. It was so fast that there was no trace of blood left on the blade. It's too weak. He doesn't look like a high-level alien from Huashu Kingdom. He might just be a member of the reconnaissance force. Ukami Benimaru turned his head, wanting to see the scene of the corpse slowly falling. But when he turned around, the man in front of him suddenly disappeared. Nani? Ogami Benimaru's pupils shrank slightly. Impossible. The knife had clearly been slashed out, and the opponent definitely did not dodge. But why is there no body? Oh! He looks like a strange person with some abilities? He clenched the knife in his hand, and deep within the poisonous miasma, fluctuations came again. Ogami Benimaru vaguely saw the figure just now, running away into the distance. I really don't know what tricks you are playing. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Ogami Benimaru's mouth, because Zhang Yi's behavior gave him an evil taste. Do you really want to live? Then let me extinguish your hopes. What I love most is watching those people struggling to survive, and looking helpless and desperate when they are finally killed by me. He is not afraid of any conspiracies by the other party, because in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are meaningless. As the most powerful person in Neon, there are only a handful of people on the entire Star Island who can kill him. Even if he encounters the chains of hell or the ultimate being among the four spirits and cannot defeat him, he still has a chance to escape. Judging from the performance of this person at the beginning, it is impossible for him to be a top master. A truly strong person will not hide secretly, nor will he run away as soon as he is discovered. Ogami Benimaru leaned down, held down Kunamitsu Nagasun with his right hand, stamped his right foot on the ground, and chased after him like an arrow. But this time, his pursuit of Zhang Yi was not that simple. Zhang Yi activated 30 times space acceleration, increasing his speed to extremely fast levels. Benimaru, the great god, was chasing after him, but he was unwilling to give up the reward points he had obtained. The Colombian Navy has a bounty list, from the captain of the fleet to the captain of the investigation, to the vice captain and even the ordinary team members. The price is clearly marked. He won't let go of the fat he got. I hope you are a captain-level alien, so that I can give more rewards. Ogami Benimaru was thinking excitedly as he chased. The chase between the two didn't last long. After a few minutes, they ran dozens of kilometers. Zhang Yi's footsteps suddenly stopped among the ruins. Benimaru, the great god, stood behind him and sneered. Why? Can't I run any more? No matter where you go today, I will personally take off your head. There was playfulness in his eyes, as if a cat had encountered a fleeing mouse. It can be seen from his breath that he still has some strength left. Yes, he enjoys the pleasure of the prey running away while he slowly ravages it. Zhang Yi turned around and faced the great god Hongwan. Is it possible that you are alone? And I lured you here on purpose, Zhang Yi said calmly. In his right hand, he took out a long sword made of adamant metal. When the great god Benimaru saw this, the smile in his eyes became even stronger. Do you want to sword fight with me? Very good. Very good. Ha ha ha. He laughed, but his eyes never left Zhang Yi for a moment. After laughing enough, he narrowed his eyes and said in a joking tone, How do you know that I wasn't lured here on purpose? Although the source elf is delicious. However, the reward for killing a captain-level alien also comes with a very high price. I don't want to share it with others. The long sword in Zhang Yi's hand was pointed at the head of the great god Hongwan. You are too arrogant. If you knew who I was, I believe you wouldn't have the courage to talk to me like this. The great god Hongwan looked at Zhang Yi with interest. So, who are you? Zhang Yi laughed. And then the laughter became louder and louder. Listen up. You mean Neon Dwarf. I am the immortal star of hope in Jiangnan region. The eternal glory of Huashu country. And the most amazing genius in Blizzard City. Captain of the celestial team. Deng Shentong. The great god Benimaru was slightly startled. Deng Shentong? He had heard of this name before. The Ronin organization, Corrosive Moon, landed in Jiangnan region. It is said that a captain who once defeated Jiangnan region was named Deng Shentong. He also came with this mission. But his strength was not conspicuous among the many strangers. There was a look of contempt in Ogami Benimaru's eyes. It turns out to be the little Yakuza. After he finished speaking, he immediately drew his sword. People are very fast, and can draw knives even faster. They were more than 10 meters away. But he had covered this distance in an instant. The sword flashed, but the space in front of him was distorted. He watched helplessly as his sword slashed into nothingness. And the person in front of him disappeared in an instant. The next moment, a gash opened in his back. A black flame was like a half-moon, aiming hard at his back. Ogami Benimura felt a chill on his back. His sword was already out of its sheath, and he couldn't turn around quickly enough to fight back. But as a master of swordsmanship and a master of practical combat, he instantly pulled out the scabbard to resist. Boom! The power of the dark void struck hard on his scabbard, erupting with soaring power. Although Ogami Benimaru blocked the blow, he was caught off guard and was still knocked hundreds of meters away. This power. You are not Deng Shentong. Ogami Benimaru reacted instantly, and he yelled angrily. Angry because of being deceived. When Zhang Yi reported his family status, he believed that Zhang Yi was Deng Shentong. Because in his opinion, masters don't bother to hide their identities. Either don't say anything, or report yourself. How could anyone be so shameless to come up and say that he belongs to someone else? If you want to blame, you can only blame him for meeting Zhang Yi too late. Otherwise, he would have developed a long memory. Chapter 1002 I have seen through it. With one blow from Zhang Yi, the great god Hongwan suffered a heavy loss. Although he was able to block Zhang Yi's sneak attack from behind, the powerful force of the void still made his hands start to feel numb. And he felt an excitement in his body. What a powerful force. Among the two major districts of Huashu Kingdom, there are only a few people who can force me back with one blow. And there is only one whose ability is space. You are from Jiangnan region. Chaos. Right? The great god Hongwan is like facing a powerful enemy. In recent times, Chaos has become very famous on Star Island. Especially after he killed members of Hellocks, Thor, and Ural, god of hunting. After, his name cast a huge shadow over the hearts of everyone in the joint force. This is why General Horn wants to give him a bounty of up to 5 billion Colombian standards, and let everyone hunt him. The great god Benimura couldn't help but get excited when he thought about the huge reward. But thinking of the other party's terrifying strength, all the muscles in his body couldn't help but tighten. This battle was quite dangerous for him. But fortunately, he was not alone. And there were helpers nearby. The great god Benimaru immediately communicated with the sea-tide girl. Susanoo, the person we met is Chaos. Call Medusa over quickly. The three of us will surround him and kill him alone. There is a great chance of killing him. Compared to his bounty points, those source elves are nothing. But Deheko Nu replied to him. Wait a moment. We can't get away for the time being. The great god Benimaru was stunned for a moment. Isn't it just to encircle and suppress a group of source elves? What's so hard to get out of? At this time, the Tide Girl and Medusa were indeed locked in a bitter fight. At first, the big chinchilla they thought was very easy to deal with actually showed terrifying fighting power. When it opened its arms like a giant bear, an endless storm of ice and snow broke out from its body. The Tide Girl jumped to avoid the raging torrent of ice and snow, frowned and murmured, Is this thing really the aura produced by the source of God? But why do I feel like it's a stranger? At the very least, it has fighting skills that are no less than those of an alien. The Thai girl told Medusa about the appearance of chaos. At this time, Medusa also became serious. He's here too. The news of Zhang Yi's appearance shocked the entire Columbia Navy's temporary command center. General Horn immediately called all the officers over and focused his attention entirely on this battlefield. Chaos appears northwest of Foggy Bottom? This dangerous guy. I know he can't stand loneliness. General Horn's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Chaos, who killed 2 members of the Hell Chain, was undoubtedly a thorn in their side. It must be eradicated in order to maintain the dignity of the Colombian Navy. He immediately issued an order to Christina, and also asked the great god Benimaru and the Sea Thai girl to cooperate with Christina through the Neon communication channel. 3 people against 1 will take the initiative on the battlefield. When necessary, use Compound X to force him into a desperate situation. General Horn's cold eyes exuded a frightening light. He is one of the most dangerous guys to us on Star Island. Christina and Dahai Kana received the order from the command center, and were very helpless at the moment. They succeeded in angering the giant chinchilla, who is now attacking them mercilessly. If you want to go over to support Benimaru, you must first get rid of this guy's attack. So they had to spend a certain amount of time to solve the problem here. The above communication time is about 1 minute. This is not a long time. But for strangers, this time has been long enough. While communicating here, Zhang Yi launched an attack on Dash and Hongwan without any pause. When he didn't kill the great god Benimaru with a single blow, he also realized that his grasp of power was still a little weak. Instead of controlling his power, he was allowed to live. However, this is somewhat reasonable. The #1 master of Neon is not just talk. Here, we still need to mention the relationship between ability index and combat power again. This is not an absolutely equivalent relationship. The ability index represents the strength of comprehensive ability, rather than combat effectiveness. When a real battle occurs, it will also be affected by intelligence preparation, previous layout, ability restraint, environmental factors, as well as weapons and equipment and personal actual combat capabilities. This is why Kim Heechul with a power index of 9,500 points was instantly killed by Qi Long with 9,800 points. However, Hell Sister, who had 9,600 points, was able to overwhelm the entire Tianlong pirates and suffered heavy casualties, forcing them to flee in disgrace. The great god Red Pill can be obtained. Amaterasu. The title is precisely because of his absolute tyranny in actual combat ability. Because Amaterasu represents the god of Neon Takamagara. If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to step on the bones of powerful men and ascend to the throne. However, this is not important to Zhang Yi. He only knew that when this guy was lured by him and chased him alone, he was already a dead man. Zhang Yi didn't hesitate. He didn't even have time to talk nonsense with the Master Hongwan. Instead, he directly raised his hand and summoned 10 huge invisible dimensional gates within a radius of 3 kilometers. The remaining 2 are incarnations of the ultimate not between the 2 realms, protecting his true form. After doing all this in an instant, he took out the white owl with his left hand and shot the bullets towards the great god Benimaru like a rainstorm. Of course, the great god Benimaru could feel the terrifying power mixed in the rain of bullets. Go through. Precise shooting. The blessed holy silver bullet has a speed of Mach level, and the maximum speed can reach 10 times the speed of sound. But Benimaru's swordsmanship is no joke. He raised his hand and took out the knife. The moment the knife came out of the sheath, the blade could no longer be seen. All that can be seen is the chaotic stream of light dancing in the sky like countless cherry blossoms. Dang dang dang. All the bullets were shot down by Guoguang Changzong. Zhang Yi's attack didn't stop for a moment. The Holy Inquisitor in his right hand burst out with powerful void power, turning into black flames of void that filled the sky, and swept towards the great god Benimaru. Call out! Ogami Benimaru instantly retreated hundreds of meters away. After 2 rounds of attacks, instead of feeling panic, he had an excited smile on his face. That's it. As long as you master your abilities. Actually, chaos. It's not so scary anymore. In the battle between Zhang Yi and Bardia, it can be said that almost all the trump cards were revealed. Although he succeeded in killing Bardia, he also exposed his own abilities. The Columbia Naval Center immediately passed his information and even the images of the battle directly to the hands of every alien in the joint force. In this way, when they encounter Zhang Yi, they don't need to waste money just to test Zhang Yi's ability. It can also seize the opportunity on the battlefield. Chapter 1003 Tian Songyun Sword. The battle between Dash and Benimaru and Zhang Yi started at the same time. At the Columbia Naval Command Center, Neon synchronized the information and images to General Horn. He immediately took over liaison and command. Amaterasu. Don't be overly afraid of chaos. His ability is mainly defensive, and his offensive ability is not very strong. Pay attention to his sudden change of direction and attack from the void. Then delay for time and wait for support. Susanoo and Medusa will arrive soon. They had seen with their own eyes how Baldia was beaten to death by Zhang Yi. Rather than saying that Baldia was killed by Zhang Yi, it is better to say that he wanted to kill Zhang Yi so much that he injected X compound, which led to Zhang Yi dragging him to death. In that battle, Zhang Yi showed his absolute defense. The origin of the title is indeed a good hand in fighting a war of attrition. But the attack ability is not that amazing. It gives the impression that his defense might be on the level of Epsilon. However, what you get as a price is weak attack power. According to the evaluation of the Command Center Data Analysis Organization, Zhang Yi's offensive ability is about 9,600 points. He is just good at relying on strong defense to wear down the opponent to death bit by bit. However, this time, the great god Benimaru did not appear alone on this battlefield. He's not afraid to stall for time. The great god Benimaru suddenly felt confident. He even wanted to give it a try. The famous man in front of him. Chaos. How many levels are there? Chaos. You are causing trouble in Star Island and causing countless disputes. I, Amaterasu, have long wanted to ask for advice. There was a sneer on Zhang Yi's lips, and the holy silver bullet in his hand did not stop at all, shooting towards the great god Hongwan as if to vent his anger. The scene before him did not surprise him. This is what we will inevitably face after the intelligence is leaked. Before the barrage time had passed, Zhang Yi disappeared in midair and appeared from the right side of Dashin Benimaru the next moment. The Holy Inquisitor in his right hand aimed at his head and chopped it off. The great god Hongwan knew that Zhang Yi would use such a move, so he was always prepared. In the training of Neon Warriors, there is a way to refine the mind. As a descendant of Shilongwushan Ryu, he would lock himself in the dojo room every day and sit quietly for 2 hours to hone his will and allow him to concentrate. He had already noticed it when the tip of Zhang Yi's sword poked out from the void. Wang Changzong turned into a silver sword. Before he could turn his eyes, the knife in his hand was already facing Zhang Yi's holy sword. Clang! There was a fierce collision between the two swords, which was deafening. Zhang Yi was actually knocked back, and he ran thousands of meters away with the help of Space Shuttle. Looking at his numb right hand, a helpless smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. Sure enough, no matter how hard I train, at least on the physical level, I am still far behind this guy who is good at hand-to-hand combat. He has determined that his ability is almost mastered by the other party. After successfully repelling Zhang Yi with this blow, the great god Benimaru's excited eyes became bloodshot. He actually repelled chaos. Ha! Sure enough, after figuring out your abilities, you are not that strong. Zhang Yi glanced at him calmly, but just said lightly, "You're right. After you figure out my abilities, my advantage over you is not that great. But this doesn't mean you are better than me." Right? Zhang Yi's eyes became dark. In his left eye, a ray of dark light began to flicker, and in his right eye, a misty white light began to twist. With a twist of the blade in his hand, 10-dimensional gates surrounded the great god Benimaru. Above the holy judgment, the power of the void began to emerge and condense. The power of the void is very powerful, but also extremely unstable. If one is used poorly, it may even backfire on its owner. So Zhang Yi will be extra careful when using it. For example, Condensed Void. He had always only dared to use this move as a long-range attack, and dare not confront the enemy at close range. But now, the situation has undergone some subtle changes. His mastery of the power of the void has become more and more proficient. And with the development of the 12-dimensional gate skills, his fighting style has become more enriched. The great god Benimaru saw the holy seal in Zhang Yi's hand and felt the heart-stopping power. He secretly thought in his heart that there was such a terrifying power. But his close-range strength was not strong, so he just needed to concentrate and dodge his attacks. The void blade condensed the power of the void and turned into a dark starry sky, appearing behind the Holy Inquisition's blade. Zhang Yi's eyes were cold and terrifying, and he raised his hand and slashed out more than a dozen times in a row. The terrifying void slash just appeared and then disappeared in midair. But at the same time, they appeared in all directions around Ogami Benimaru. Dragnet. The 12-dimensional doors are connected. So Zhang Yi's attack, after entering a different space through one door, can appear at will from any of the other 11 doors. Without any rules, it is naturally impossible to predict, even though the great god Benimaru was prepared. The use of his abilities on the battlefield was inherently ever-changing. This is like an ancient battle between martial arts masters. Even if they know each other's moves clearly, it is difficult to predict the other's moves. More than a dozen void slashes enveloped the great god Benimaru like a snare. Ogami Benimaru's pupil shrank, and he felt the powerful power contained in this move. At this time, he was completely blocked and had no way out. He could only choose a direction and force a breakthrough. Ogami Benimaru tightly held the long sword in his hand. Boom! A throbbing like a heartbeat came from his palm, and from Chong Zong Wudwang's sword. Tian Song Yun's sword. Chong Zong Wudwang's sword was suddenly covered with a layer of red light. And the shape of the sword became simple. The great god Benimaru drew his sword, aimed at the several void slashes coming from the front, and unleashed the most powerful slashes. A dazzling red light, like a ghost appearing in the world, collided with the void slash. Boom! The huge energy impact directly erupted into an astonishing shock wave. The dazzling light made it difficult to see the battle situation in the middle of the battlefield. But all they could see was that the surrounding poisonous miasma was quickly rolled out. After a while, the great god Benimaru stood on the ground. His body shook, a little unsteady, and a stream of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. But with a desperate fight, he survived in the end. Chapter 1004 3 Artifacts. Dashin Hongwan resisted Zhang Yi once. Dragnet's attack. Blood was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and the blood in his body was churning endlessly. The powerful force stirred up his whole body, making him feel like his internal organs were about to be vomited out of his throat. But now, he is becoming more and more confident, because he felt that although Zhang Yi was stronger than him, if he wanted to kill him, he would never be able to do it in a short time. And this time is enough for the Sea-Tai girl and Christina to come over with support. When the time comes, they will have an absolute advantage if they are 3 against 1. However, he did not expect that just when he thought he had blocked one round of Zhang Yi's attacks. The second round came right after. Zhang Yi swiped the long knife in his hand, and more than a dozen void blades surged toward him from his front, back, left, right, and above his head. You barely blocked my shot with an ace. Are you very proud of it? Zhang Yi sighed lightly, not knowing where the confident smile on Dashin Hongwan's face came from. The Dragnet is just using the dimensional gate to concentrate his attacks in one place. If he can use it once, he can naturally use it 100 times. But why is this neon guy in front of him so excited just because he blocked him from drawing an A? Zhang Yi didn't quite understand. Ogami Benimaru's face turned a little pale, and he realized just how wrong he had been in judging Chaos's strength. So what if you understand the other party's abilities? In the face of the absolute strength gap, he has no ability to restrain the opponent, so he will only be beaten. Yada Mirror. At the critical moment, the great god Benimaru formed a seal with his right hand and shouted loudly. Behind him, a simple and dark bronze mirror suddenly appeared slowly. The mirror surface had completely turned black. There was no sacred feeling, but it made Zhang Yi feel a little ugly. Yada Mirror. Is this one of Neon's 3 famous artifacts? The workmanship is indeed a bit crude. Another stream of blood spilled from the corner of Ogami Benimaru's angry mouth. In the eyes of Neon people, the 3 artifacts are the supreme holy objects, given by the gods. As a result, Zhang Yi was so slanderous. How could he not be angry? Zhang Yi laughed and said that he had learned impure skills from Huashu and made a broken mirror. Let me comment. Why are you so anxious? Ogami Benimaru was furious. But now is not the time for bickering. At the same time that the Yada mirror appeared, the mirror illuminated a ball of brilliance, covering the space around Ogami Benimaru like moonlight. For a moment, the void blade attacking him actually became slower. Ogami Benimaru took the opportunity to dodge their slashes at high speed. He was already starting to feel a little anxious. Start exchanging Sea-Tai girls again. Why don't you come over? This guy is a bit difficult to deal with. Zhang Yi raised his hand to attack again, but the great god Benimaru was unwilling to lose the initiative on the battlefield. This time, it was his turn to take the initiative. He changed his hand seals with one hand, and the Yada mirror behind him shone brightly. On the edge of the mirror, tadpole-like black Magatama emerged one after another. 8-foot Magatama. Yada turned quickly, and at the same time, the Magatama surrounding him rushed toward Zhang Yi at high speed. The Magatama in the sky is as gorgeous and dazzling as fireworks. Zhang Yi calmly raised his hand, and Bai Xiao fired holy silver bullets one after another, knocking down all the Magatama. After a round of fighting, Zhang Yi forced out almost all of Benimaru's trump cards. He thought calmly in his heart. This kid has shown 3 abilities. Tian Songyun's sword should have a relatively strong main attack ability, and can strengthen his cutting attacks. The Yada mirror can affect the movement speed of objects within a certain range, but it does not seem to be able to affect the time of objects, because it itself has no change. 8-foot Megatama. AoE attack. Little damage. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry. Even though he knew that the other party had 2 helpers nearby, he was not anxious at all. When people encounter an emergency situation, they will always become nervous subconsciously. But being nervous will not give you any help, but will increase your probability of making a mistake. So no matter what situation you encounter, you need to calm down first and never get anxious, of course. The prerequisite is that you have enough strength. Zhang Yi is not an offensive-oriented alien, so when faced with aliens whose strength is not much different, he cannot achieve a quick kill like Billy the Kid or Qilong. But then again, he's not the only one around here. The katana in Benimaru's hand was swung desperately to resist the holy silver bullets shot by Zhang Yi. All his attention was on Zhang Yi, because at any time Zhang Yi may use the power of space to instantly move behind him, to the sides of his head, or even under his feet, to launch an attack. Because of this, his attention did not dare to leave Zhang Yi's body for a moment. But due to the high degree of mental tension, he forgot one thing. Colombian Naval Command Center. Horn and others can see Zhang Yi fighting with the great god Benimaru. But as he watched, Horn's brows suddenly frowned. Have we forgotten something? The other officers looked at each other, wondering what Horn was getting at. Horn touched his chin. I always felt that our attention was on chaos. It seems like something else is coming. Speaking of this, Horn suddenly thought of what it was. He quickly shouted to Amaterasu. Be careful. There are helpers around him. But it's too late. When Ogami Benimaru heard this, a strong wind came from behind. In front of his eyes were densely packed holy silver bullets, forcing him to be unable to turn back. But he sensed danger behind him. The Yada mirror suddenly burst out with a grand brilliance, completely covering hundreds of meters around his body. Huahua's huge body appeared behind him. Due to the brilliance of the Yada mirror, its speed became slower, but it was still rushing towards Okami Benimaru at a very high speed. One after another, there were fatal attacks, and the hair on the great god Benimaru's body stood on his head. He knew that he couldn't resist forcefully, so he desperately expanded the area of Yada mirror, delaying Zhang Yi and Huahua's attacks, and then rolled towards the side in an awkward manner. Puff! 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 How could it be so easy to dodge Zhang Yi's bullets? He tried his best to escape, but was still shot in the left shoulder, thigh and lower abdomen. Ogami Benimaru couldn't help shouting, Asshole! In the communication channel. What are you doing? Why haven't you come yet? Just when Huahua was about to turn around and bite him to death, a long roar came from the distance. A red figure came over like a stream of light. There was another huge blood-spotted Snake King standing in front of Huahua, staring at it with cold vertical pupils, his eyes full of provocation. Chapter 1005 3 verses. 1. At the critical moment, Thai Girl and Christina finally arrived. Ogami Benimaru was hit by 3 bullets. Although it was not a serious injury, his face was also darkening rapidly. Every bullet used by Zhang Yi is highly poisonous. As long as it scratches the skin, the poison will quickly kill the opponent. If Dashin Hongwan hadn't taken the antidote every day, he might have been unable to suppress the terrifying toxin at this time. Seeing his companions coming to the battlefield, he said with a gloomy face, Why did you come here now? If I come a little later, I'm afraid I'm going to die. Dehekanu stared at Zhang Yi cautiously and explained to the great god Benimaru. I encountered a little trouble there, but I didn't expect that the large guy was particularly difficult to deal with. We didn't catch it and came to rescue you. While Christina looked at Zhang Yi with seductive eyes, she said to the great god Benimaru in a contemptuous tone, Who would have thought that you couldn't even hold on for a few minutes? He was beaten into this state so quickly. Dashin Benimaru quickly injected himself with a powerful antidote to suppress the poison on the bullet. Then he took another shot of adrenaline to improve his condition and facilitate the subsequent encirclement and suppression of Zhang Yi. He took a deep breath and said it lightly. Fighting him one-on-one was not that difficult. The 3 people stood in a cross-shaped formation, and the one blocking the front turned out to be the one with the lowest power index. Susanoo, the Thai Girl of the Sea. Now 3 against 1. The situation is completely different. The 3 of them have complementary abilities, especially the great god Benimaru and the Sea Thai Girl. As old partners, their combat effectiveness can be greatly improved after a combined attack. The most important thing is to enhance each other's strengths and cover each other's weaknesses. As for Huahua, she was stopped by the huge blood-spotted Snake King. Zhang Yi looked at them indifferently. although he did not finish off the great god Benimaru within a few minutes. His goal had been achieved. Today's great master Benimaru has lost at least 30% of his combat effectiveness, and the injuries in his body will shorten his fighting time. In a 1-on-3 battle, he gained the upper hand. Everyone in the entire Columbia Navy Command Center was watching this battle with solemn eyes. The combination of these three people represents the extremely high level of combat effectiveness of the joint force. If the three of them can capture chaos, it will greatly increase the chance of the combined forces seizing the source of God. At that time, as long as the four spirits in the East China Sea region are eliminated, we can say that we are sure of victory. But, can he really be defeated? Lieutenant Colonel Kaludi said with some lack of confidence. Zhang Yi has already killed 2 members of the Hell Locks, and his strength has been deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. Especially his abnormal defense ability once made people feel desperate. Now, the joint forces have reached a consensus here. Zhang Yi's attack methods are not terrible. What's scary is his almost invincible defense ability. If there is no way to break through it, he will only be dragged to death by him. Horn said calmly that we should believe them. He looked at Kaludi and the other officers. Whether it was Christina, Amaterasu or Susanoo, they were all strong men who had experienced countless life and death battles before standing out. They know how to deal with the guy in front of them. There's nothing wrong with what Horn said. After these three people knew that the opponent in front of them was Zhang Yi, they each already had a battle plan in their minds. 3 against 1. A Z-shaped lineup. In Zhang Yi's mind, thoughts from the past also emerged. Thor. Information learned from mouth. Christina. Codename. Medusa. Possesses the eye technique that can seal the mobility of others. This is the only useful information. As for the other information, he doesn't know. As for the abilities of the Neon Strangers, Thor is even less clear about them. But judging from combat experience, the one in front of me, Susanoo, he must be an expert in close combat. Otherwise, he would not be allowed to be the main force on the front. Zhang Yi slowly narrowed his eyes. In this battle, he was actually at a disadvantage in terms of intelligence. Therefore, he cannot take action easily to avoid falling into the opponent's ability trap. These three people have already discussed the battle strategy on the communication channel. Ogami Benimaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His spatial ability is too intractable. He can fight whenever he wants and retreat whenever he wants. We must neutralize his abilities before we can fight him. However, if we think on the bright side, his attack power is limited. As long as we maintain a certain amount of strength, even if we find something wrong and immediately run away in a group, it will be difficult for him to kill us. In short, be sure not to look like Erler. Such a desperate move ended up costing his life. At this time, Christina said, "Leave it to me to seal his actions." The great god Benimaru and the sea girl glanced at her, and when they saw the confidence on Christina's face, they felt a little more at ease in their hearts. "Are you sure?" "Nonsense. Don't you know who I am?" Christina snorted coldly. The great god Benimaru's eyes lit up. "That's good. If you can seal his space ability." "No. Even if we delay for just 0.1 seconds, our chances of winning will increase by more than 50%. "That's right. It's a 50% increase. Without the protection of space, Zhang Yi's personal combat power is not something to be afraid of. And he and Dehakon will use this 0.1 second to completely tear Zhang Yi into pieces. Then let's decide. Do it." After Christina said that, her pupils suddenly glowed with a dazzling gray-white light. Staring at Zhang Yi. Eyes of the Banshee. Her eyes saw Zhang Yi. And in just a moment, Zhang Yi felt that the powers in his body had become sluggish, including the movements of his body. They also became sluggish. Even if he turned on 30 times the space acceleration, his mobility was weakened by half. And at this moment, Dahai Chao Nu, who was at the front of the three, suddenly rushed to Zhang Yi. A layer of terrifying black streaks appeared on the surface of his skin, and he looked like a wild beast, with red blood swirling around him. The distance of several hundred meters was like nothingness to him. In just an instant, he suddenly came to Zhang Yi, and then slammed his right fist into Zhang Yi's face. Susanoo, the Thai girl of the sea, a person with enhanced abilities. Ability codename, Blood of the Mad God. As the purest fighting sect among the alien factions, this faction's combat effectiveness in close quarters is even enough to overcome a large gap in power index and kill high-level aliens instantly. Faced with the frontal attack from the Sea Thai girl, Zhang Yi's first choice was to open the dimensional door. However, this time, his connection within the space suddenly became extremely sluggish. Chapter 1006 Eyes of the Banshee. Eyes of the Gorgon. Rule-based ability. Any alien who is shrouded in Christina's gaze will have their body's superpowers running at a greatly reduced speed. And their body speed will also slow down. Although not as scary as the Gorgon in myths and legends, who can turn people to stone at a glance. But for top aliens, this is undoubtedly extremely fatal. In a duel between top players, if you are even 1 point slower, you may die. Zhang Yi was hacked by Christina, Eyes of the Banshee. After staring, the Thai girl of the sea, who had activated the blood of the mad god, instantly appeared in front of her. The other two people were not idle either. Christina drew her gun at the speed of light and aimed at Zhang Yi and fired continuously. The weapon she used was very unique. It was a small and dark laser weapon, and the bullets fired were purple lasers. The great god Benimaru attacks from the right with an 8-foot Magatama strike. The 8-tatama mirror turned 3 times, and the Magatama in the sky came to Zhang Yi's side. It's too late. It's fast. Everything happens in a blink of an eye. The cooperation between the masters is also exquisite to the extreme. Now that we already know the details of Zhang Yi, how can we still test him? The first move is a killer move. The so-called martial arts masters competing with one move means nothing more than this. A knife can kill you, but who will fight you for hundreds of rounds? There was a slight look of surprise in Zhang Yi's eyes. Maybe he didn't expect that his space ability would be restrained. The only flaw in his defense is that before the dimensional door is opened, anyone who can stop or interfere with this process will turn him into a turtle that has lost its SHL. However, the surprise was short-lived. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he couldn't help but admire the 3 people in front of him. As expected, he is a strange person from a powerful country, and the combination of abilities is simply perfect. However, the situation at hand is not unsolvable, because none of this happened at all. Zhang Yi stood there, looking at the 3 people in front of him, with murderous intent surging crazily in his eyes. That's right. The 3 of them didn't take action at all. All of this was just Zhang Yi's time ability through his left eye. Echoes of time and space. The early warning instinct produced. The Colombian Navy has not learned about this passive reaction capability at all. In other words, even if they knew it, there was nothing they could do. The moment Christina's eyes began to turn gray, Zhang Yi took out several powerful flash bombs from another space. Then he threw it directly at Christina's feet. Christina was slightly startled. Her body's reaction speed was not slow, and she quickly backed away. But the flash bomb still erupted with dazzling white light, accompanied by an eardrum painful sound. However, all of this was blocked by the combat uniforms of several people. But this also prevented Christina from locking Zhang Yi immediately and sealing his abilities. Zhang Yi stepped into the dimensional door, and the next time he appeared, he was behind Christina. The first one to deal with is naturally the sealer, who poses the greatest threat to him. As soon as the door opened, his right eye suddenly erupted with terrifying power. Divine power. A terrifying attack instantly distorted the space in front of him. But the strange thing is that the moment he appeared, Christina's body twisted like a snake. It was an incomprehensible change. He was only about 1.75 meters tall, but suddenly became slender and long, like a beautiful snake. This weird twist evaded Zhang Yi's attack. She turned around, and the first thing she did was to take a look at Zhang Yi. As long as they are locked by her, Ogami Benimaru and Wami Shianome can immediately make up for the attack. However, Zhang Yi also knew what her abilities were, and would definitely not give her such a chance. He slashed directly into the hard frozen soil, and the earth shattered into pieces. The sky was filled with earth and rocks mixed with ice cubes, blocking Christina's sight. Since your eyes conceal other people's abilities, wouldn't it be nice to make you invisible? Zhang Yi raised his hand and fired more than a dozen miniature rockets. Christina and the other 3 quickly escaped, but the explosion caused by the rocket prevented them from seeing Zhang Yi at all. Even the most advanced infrared capabilities lose their effectiveness in the presence of such high-energy explosions. Christina realized something was wrong and quickly said that he knew about my ability, and you must force him out. 0.5 seconds. Only 0.5 seconds. I concealed his ability. The great god Benimaru and the sea Thai girl don't talk to each other. The Thai girl of the sea directly activated her ability. Blood of the mad god. His physical fitness has been greatly enhanced, and his strength and defense have been raised to the extreme. With his eyes red, he rushed directly to Zhang Yi's position. The great god Hongwan attacked Zhang Yi from another direction with a long knife in his hand. The 2 of them were at each other's sides, one on the left and the other on the right. Zhang Yi was not polite and opened the dimensional gate directly in front of the 2 of them. If they charge blindly, they will immediately fall into a different dimension and become dolls in Zhang Yi's hands. However, The other party knew Zhang Yi's abilities thoroughly. Whether it is the strengthening type Ocean Girl or the special type Master Benimaru, they have already thought of countermeasures. Determining the direction of the dimensional gate is actually very simple. Just feel it based on the flow of the wind. For aliens of their level, they only need to pay a little attention to feel. Door. The presence? The two quickly dodged the door in front of them. Oh! It's interesting. Zhang Yi summoned the door again. He left 2 of the 12-dimensional gates for self-defense, and used all the other 10, constantly changing positions around his body. At the same time, he was also keeping distance to prevent these 2 people from getting close. As for the white owl in his hand, the sound of bullets never stopped. The Thai girl of the sea was like a ghost. Too fast. She rushed left and right under the formation of the dimensional gate. It seemed reckless, but in fact, she nimbly reached Zhang Yi's vicinity. His eyes were bloodshot, and his fist, which had become huge due to his superpower, was wrapped in black-red mist. And he aimed at Zhang Yi and hit him hard. Zhang Yi only took half a step back, then retreated 1,000 meters. Again, if you can't stop him from opening the dimensional door, then he will be invincible. But the moment Zhang Yi appeared, the great god Hongwan put away the long knife, and the fingers and thumbs of his hands formed a circular mark. Tatam mirror. The true scripture is a blessing to the beautiful door. A palm-sized black mirror appeared in his palm, and then instantly shot out a transparent black light, shining directly on Zhang Yi's body. For a moment, Zhang Yi seemed to see his soul and body being pulled away, as if something had violently blasted his soul out of the body. Chapter 1007. Coming from the shadows. The attack of the great god Hongwan made Zhang Yi's spirit go into a trance for a moment. And this moment is enough time for a lot of things to happen. For example, his 2 realms were briefly unstable. The sea Thai girl opened her mouth, and her mouth opened in an arc that humans could not imagine. It was so big that it seemed like she could fit an Alaska into it. Then he reached into the throat with his arms covered with black wrinkles. With a burst of squirming, he pulled out a sword from his throat with difficulty, something that could barely be called a sword. Perhaps it should be better said that it was a long and narrow worm, like the sheep scorpion that Shengjing people like to eat most in winter. The red sword body had distinct joints, and it was stained with the gastric juices of the sea Thai girl. It's different from how everyone else gets their powers. The way the sea Thai girl obtains her abilities is through parasitism. And the thing in his hand was the strange mutated creature living in his body. This thing, I call him the Tin-Fist Sword. Dehakon, holding a Tin-Fist Sword, was like a ghost, and she came to Zhang Yi during the gap between his abilities. At the same time, Christina finally saw Zhang Yi. A light of enlightenment suddenly flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. It turns out that these guys have already thought about how to deal with themselves. Since when? Probably. It was after his battle with Bardia. He thought that after hiding for a while, others would temporarily let go of him and focus on fighting for the source of God. But there is no way. His record is too dazzling. So much so that no one in the entire joint force was wary of his strength. Therefore, everyone has to think about how to deal with him when he actually encounters him. That's why the 3 of them play so confidently. The black light of the Yada mirror shines on him, and the petrification ability of the Gorgon Medusa delays the activation of his powers. In front of him, there is a mad god holding a Tin-Fist Sword, drawing his sword and slashing at him angrily. This seems like a perfectly well-done game. General Horn, who was watching the battle, had a cold smile in his eyes. No ability is invincible. Regarding space ability, the most feared thing is the seal. Right? Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, he was right. There are so many geniuses and heroes in this world. They are really like the Crucian carp crossing the river. Even with his strength, if he is not properly prepared for war, he will suffer a big loss. Only, what a pity. Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly experienced a terrifying color change. He had to admit that the 3 people in front of him were very powerful, especially when they worked together. Even he found it difficult to deal with them. If it were him in the past, he would probably be dead by now. But now, his left eye was extremely dark, and dark black light surged like a tide. His right eye was infinitely bright. The space was distorted, and the light and death were unpredictable. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred on the field. The shadow under Zhang Yi's feet suddenly moved. A black shadow suddenly rushed out from Zhang Yi's shadow, as fast as lightning. Clang! With a thunderous strike, the black shadow directly collided with the Tin-Fist Sword of Hai Chao Nu. The sudden blow caught Hai Chao Nu off guard, and she was knocked back several hundred meters away. And the black shadow was not having a good time either. Several rabbits rose and fell in the air. And then it stopped beside Zhang Yi. The 4 people at the scene, including the 2 alien beasts who were fighting for life and death, were all shocked by the sudden appearance of the alien. They were all top-notch masters. But from the beginning to the end, they didn't feel that there was anyone else around them. Who is this man in black in front of me? But when Zhang Yi saw her outfit clearly, he was surprised and showed a meaningful smile. His eyes regained their composure, and he said calmly, "Captain of the Jing Guards of the Night Crow Squad. It turns out that you have always been by my side." He is too sensitive to fluctuations in space, so he can sense anyone approaching him. Jingwei's sudden appearance is definitely not a coincidence. There is only one chance. That's when they set off on Xuanwu's body. Only then would Jingwei sneak into his shadow quietly, and he would not notice it. Perhaps it was because at that time, he was not so vigilant. The girl in front of her was wearing a black combat uniform. Her silver hair was softly attached to her ears, and a black eye patch covered her eyes. The iceberg-like face makes it impossible to see any expression. So Zhang Yi didn't know what this woman was thinking. But he knew one thing. This woman was sneaking around him. It must be Zhu Zheng's instigation. Zhu Zheng. Do I want you to protect me or spy on me? Zhang Yi secretly thought. But soon, he got his answer. Both of these situations should exist. Zhu Zheng knew Zhang Yi's lone wolf style of play, and would not agree to team up with anyone else. So Jingwei follows him, and can take action at critical moments to help him fight. However, Zhu Zheng was not completely relieved about Zhang Yi, especially when facing such an important existence as the Source of God. It is inevitable that you will have other ideas. Jingwei's surveillance can also ensure that the situation of Xingdao does not escape his control. Jingwei's hands were holding 2 dark hand spurs. She did not answer Zhang Yi's question, but said coldly, "If there is any problem, let's wait until these people have solved it before talking about it." Captain Chaos. The Jingwei suddenly came out, causing the expressions of the trio to change. 3 against 1 can still have an advantage, but 3 against 2. The situation is completely different. Christina immediately asked the command center who this person was. "I need information about her." Horn's staff had begun an urgent investigation. But soon, the staff member replied with a somewhat ugly expression. "This person. We don't have any information about her. She has never appeared on the battlefield, even in the Jiangnan region, and has not participated in any operations. Maybe it's the opponent's hidden trump card. Or maybe it's just a newly trained captain." Christina frowned deeply when she received this answer. This result is somewhat ominous. Zhang Yi hadn't spoken yet, but the cold Jingwei took the initiative to direct the battle. Good at melee combat. Susanoo. Leave it to me. As for Amaterasu and Medusa, you solve it. Zhang Yi glanced at her and said amusedly that Susanoo was the weakest among the 3 of them. Jingwei said coldly, "I know. That's why I chose him. I can't beat the other 2 either." Zhang Yi took a breath of air. If this guy wasn't a girl, he would have wanted to say soft food and eat it. Are you still reasonable when you are weak? Do you think you are Chao Dahua, the tiger of the criminal team? Or Wang Ziru, the tiger of the clan? Chapter 1008 What You Don't Know. Zhang Yi was unable to complain about this. But now I have an extra helper, which is a good thing after all. Well, just do as you say. 1 versus 3 is certainly a bit troublesome. But 1 versus 2 greatly reduces Zhang Yi's pressure. The Jingwei man didn't say much. He transformed into a shadow, blended into the shadow on the ground, and rushed towards the Tide Girl of the Sea. She can completely hide her figure in the shadow. From the perspective of ability, like Zhang Yi, he is also a stranger in the space system. The girl in the sea held a 10-fist sword, and her pupils quickly moved left and right to catch the shadow on the ground. Call out! Call out! Call out! 3-hand thorn shot out from the shadows and headed straight for the Sea Tide Girl's face. The 10-fisted sword in Da Chao Girl's hand was swung to block all these stabs. And Jingwei has come to his side. She emerged from the shadows, crouched on the ground, and reached for the shadow on the ground with her right hand. He actually fished out a huge laser cannon. Jingwei skillfully carried the laser cannon on his shoulders, then pointed it at the Sea Tide Girl and pressed the button. Laser weapons are the most cutting-edge technology of today's era. However, because it is too advanced, it cannot be mass-produced at all. And even stability cannot be guaranteed in mass production. Therefore, only some special forces can be equipped. Although the speed of this laser weapon cannot really reach the speed of light, it is far faster than ordinary traditional firearms. This laser cannon directly hit the body of Hai Chao Nu. Boom! The Sea Tide Girl was hit, and fell back dozens of meters. However, His figure remained standing, but his combat uniform was torn open. As a top-level enhanced alien, defense is one of his greatest strengths. This is also because in an era when aliens are becoming more powerful, the role that industrial weapons can play has become smaller and smaller, and they cannot be the decisive factor in victory or defeat. Jingwei didn't care about this. Her petite body carried a laser cannon that was larger than her body, quickly shuttled through the shadows, and then continuously attacked the Tide girl. Zhang Yi looked familiar, because Jingwei's abilities are somewhat similar to his. It's understandable that the space system's abilities have similar aspects, but in terms of ability level, what Jingwei showed was far behind Zhang Yi's level. He just glanced at the battle between Jingwei and Dahai Kainu, and then withdrew his gaze. There was no time to delay on the battlefield. He had to end this battle quickly. In Zhang Yi's right hand, the tip of the holy blade began to condense with a deep dark light. All the power of the void was condensed into one point by him at this time. This is Zhang Yi's most powerful attack so far, condensing the power of the void and launching an indiscriminate devouring. As for this move, because the duel with Bardia was a close-range fight, it was not known to the Colombian Navy. However, the Master Benimaru and Christina could feel that Zhang Yi was brewing a very terrifying trick. The two of them had a tacit understanding and took action at the same time. Yada Mirror. Eyes of the Banshee. But this time, their attack did not work in time, because Zhang Yi has already opened the dimensional door in advance. It's just that this time the dimensional gate is not invisible and transparent. From inside the door, all kinds of debris spurted out, instantly blocking their sight. The sealing techniques of Christina and the great god Benimaru did no real harm. Therefore, they are only people efficient, but it can't work on an ordinary garbage bag. Zhang Yi threw all kinds of debris out of the different space, blocking their sight. Then he took the opportunity to start condensing the void energy, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. As for this move, the opponent doesn't have any intelligence, so they don't know how to defend against it. So at this time, no matter what means they use. First, he couldn't get close to Zhang Yi. Second, he couldn't stop Zhang Yi from continuing to perform the technique. Ogami Benimura made a decision immediately. He said to Christina, "I will force him to show up. And then you use Eyes of the Banshee. Seal his ability." But Christina said coldly, "I'm afraid it's not enough for you alone." Right? Ogami Benimura was stunned for a moment. Then he saw that Christina's skin began to turn into a stone-like gray-brown. Her body began to twist at a weird angle, like a real snake. And her body reversed like a bowstring beginning to tighten. And then, whoosh! It ejected with a loud sound. The great god Benimura's pupil shrank. Don't be impulsive. Be careful of his space door. In front of a space alien, moving at high speed is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous behavior. But there was no fear on Christina's face. Zhang Yi was still gathering strength. And of course, he felt Christina approaching at a very fast speed. Her speed is amazing. Zhang Yi didn't even think about it, and directly opened 10 dimensional gates around his body. But the dimensional gate, which should have been impossible to judge visually, slowly took shape in Christina's eyes. Eyes of the Banshee. It is the nemesis of all supernatural powers. It can stagnate the superpowers and prevent the superpowers in the alien body from flowing smoothly. It can also make ethereal abilities manifest. Wherever she looked, the dimensional gate began to tremble subtly, as if it was affected by something and was no longer stable. Christina deftly avoided the blockage of the door, and in an instant passed through the debris raised by Zhang Yi, and was about to reach him. But for Zhang Yi, time has been long enough. He looked at Jingwei, who was still entangled with the High Canaan not far away. I can't help but sigh in my heart. Jiangnan region is really chasing ducks to put on the shelves now. No wonder Jingwei chose Dahai Chao Nu to fight, because the strength she showed was actually a bit weak. Even if she uses the Shadow's ability to continuously move, she can't cause substantial damage to the Sea Tide Girl. They can only delay the time of the Sea Tide Girl by constantly harassing her. If Zhang Yi couldn't win here, she would lose sooner or later, and the best outcome would be to run away in a hurry. I originally thought it was Zhu Zheng's secret trump card, but unexpectedly, it turned out that he was overthinking it. Kindness. It cannot be ruled out that she deliberately hid her strength. Zhang Yi would not underestimate someone easily. But now, it's no longer necessary. Jingwei, come back into my shadow. Hua. Withdraw? Zhang Yi gave an order to one person and one cat. Jingwei glanced at Zhang Yi. Although he didn't know what Zhang Yi wanted to do, he turned around without hesitation and turned into a shadow, quickly disappearing into Zhang Yi's shadow. As for Hua, After fighting the huge blood-spotted Snake King for a long time, she turned around and ran away without hesitation. Just as Christina rushed to Zhang, she planned to use Eyes of the Banshee. When sealing him, Zhang took a step back and entered the dimensional gate. Chapter 1009. Kill one person instantly. Zhang disappeared into the different space, but did not appear again. Hua was not willing to fight and fled into the ruins like flying. The blood-spotted Snake King glanced at Christina and was not in a hurry to chase her. It hissed and spit out the letter. As a powerful beast, it felt a hint of dangerous energy. The three people at the scene felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Through the images of Zhang and Barda fighting, they knew that Zhang could hide himself in a different space for a period of time. The next time he appears, it may be from any direction. The three of them stood in a pin shape, making it easy for them to jointly attack Zhang the moment he appeared. The flow of time in different spaces is very slow, if the external time is used as the standard. Then in a different space, the time it takes for the second hand to travel for 1 minute is equivalent to about 1 year here. It takes about 3 seconds for Zhang to condense his void power. In past battles, this move was always inconvenient to use in life and death battles due to time issues and the large attack range. But now, Zhang thought of the best solution. As long as he condenses his power in a different space, then suddenly appears and releases it. In this way, the enemy will not be able to prepare for the response in advance. Who is that guy going to attack first? Okami Benimura covered his abdomen with one hand and frowned slightly. The injuries caused to him by those 3 bullets were serious. Now he is fighting hard. If the time drags on for too long, he may fall down immediately. Both Christina and a high-tie girl noticed this. The two of them focus more on him. The injured are the most likely to become a breakthrough in the formation. If Zhang is smart enough, he will definitely attack the great god Benimura first, causing a loss of troops in the battle. Suddenly, a cold feeling emerged from their hearts. It was not the coldness of the body, but a will to die that completely enveloped them. The 3 people raised their heads and looked at the sky at the same time. The source of power that made them fear came from the sky. The scene of birth in the sky caused the expressions of the 3 people to change suddenly. A huge dark door appeared in the sky, like opening a terrifying door to H.L. and like the eyes of a demon. In this oval eye, there is a ball that is dark enough to swallow light. Incomparably terrifying power has been condensed within the sphere, causing the surrounding light to begin to distort. Void the dark world. The small ball passed through the dimensional gate in an instant and came to the 3 of them. Right in the middle of the 3 of them, the black ball began to collapse, and a darker light burst out. The 3 people had a tacit understanding and ran towards the distance from 3 directions like lightning. But the erosion of darkness only lasts for a moment. The void instantly swallowed up all areas within a 3-kilometer radius, forming a huge black ball, towering in the thick poisonous miasma. Colombian Naval Command Center. The darkness swallowed everything, making it impossible for them to know what was happening at the scene. But the red alert kept ringing. High energy ahead. Non-combatants, please evacuate quickly. A huge energy reaction has been detected. The muscles on Horn's face began to twitch uncontrollably. This move was not mentioned at all in their intelligence. Even when facing Bardia. Does Zhang still have reservations? In this regard, he wrongly blamed Zhang. Zhang didn't use this move at first just because Bardia had the displacement ability to exchange positions with the giant wolf. If used rashly, Bardia can definitely escape the coverage of the ability. However, these 3 people did not show any ability in this area. Even if someone can escape, they can't escape together. Right? In the dark world of void, there is no sound. It appeared suddenly, directly swallowing and erasing everything within the coverage area, and turned it into the most primitive particle form. Zhang stood high in the sky, his body shrouded by the knot between the 2 realms. He held the holy tribulation in one hand, and took out supernatural food from another space with the other hand to restore his supernatural powers. He can't use such a trick too many times, as it consumes a lot of money. After a while, the dark world disappeared. One of these 3 people also disappeared. That is, Amaterasu, the great god Benimura. He was seriously injured, and when he tried his best to resist the void and darkness, his injuries exploded directly. As a result, he was directly swallowed by the dark world. The so-called neon expert eventually died in Zhang Yi's hands. Although the Hai Chao Nu was not dead, she was still feeling uncomfortable. All his clothes were gone. He was naked. There wasn't a single good piece of skin on his body. His hair had fallen out, and blood was bleeding everywhere. Even so, He held the terrifying mutant biological weapon tightly in his hand. 10-fist sword. But still survived with difficulty. What surprised Zhang Yi the least was Christina's survival. She looked very weak and frighteningly pale. But she was intact. Her ability is Seal. Can weaken any alien, including aliens' abilities. Before Zhang Yi's ability touched her, her power had been greatly weakened. However, if that were the case, she still wouldn't be able to survive. The only explanation is she injected herself with drugs. In the shadows, Jingwei looked at the scene in front of him and was shocked in his heart. Even though it was not the first time she saw Zhang Yi take action, she was still shocked by Zhang Yi's terrifying strength. Who said that chaos only has stronger defense? With one move, 3 high-level Delta aliens were forced into a desperate situation. With such strength, it would be difficult to find an opponent under Epsilon. Without saying a word, Christina directly recalled her bloody king snake. Completely. Not an opponent of the same level. Chaos couldn't be killed even if Bardia was injected with X compound. Why can she? So, Christina chose to escape. Hurry. You must escape quickly. If you are too late, you will surely die. She's not stupid at all. As a member of the Hellocks, they are the most valued unit of the Great Sea Fleet. As long as she lives, she can enjoy the best of everything in this world. Whether it's a man or a woman, money or wine, killing wantonly or becoming a hero and being loved by thousands of people. She has these at her fingertips. But when you die, there is nothing. General Horn was very supportive of Christina's actions. He was sweating profusely now. If Christina was killed again, and she died at the hands of chaos, he would not be able to accept this tragic ending no matter what. It is a huge shame for one person to kill 3 Hellocks. Chapter 10:10 Your weapons are so useful. Zhang Yi looked at Christina, who was running away, but was not in a hurry to chase her. He first lowered his head and glanced at the Thai girl in the sea. At this time, Deheko Nu's eyes were red, and the blood of the mad god was burning. Even if he faces a certain death, he will not have any fear in his heart. Not knowing fear is both an advantage and a huge disadvantage on the battlefield, because it's easy to die. 12 layers. The world in the mirror. Dragnet. Zhang Yi set up a multi-dimensional gate around the Haichan, then drew his sword and struck with the void. The sea Thai girl was scarred, but she still roared angrily and waved the 10-fist sword in her hand to resist desperately. Puff! There was a huge gash in the back. Click! The left arm was cut off at the root. But he is still roaring to fight. After a while, he was finally unable to resist Zhang Yi's attack. His body was cut into pieces, and he fell to the ground. Hua. Collect the corpse. Zhang Yi used the communication equipment to order Hua in the distance. Within a moment, a torrent rushed from a distance. Hua's face was filled with excitement, and she laid down on the ground and began to gnaw. Jingwei is already used to it. This was not the first time she saw Zhang Yi feeding his cat with a high-level alien. Perhaps strangers of this level have no value for him to absorb. Zhang Yi's eyes looked calmly into the distance. In the direction of Christina's escape, he took out a weapon from another space with his backhand. A huge, silver-gray compound bow. Member of Hell's Locks. Vito Baldia's weapon. After getting this weapon, Zhang Yi studied it carefully. At first, he was completely dismissive of this cold weapon, because firearms are more useful. They can also be paired with origin bullets and holy silver bullets. Bows and arrows, on the other hand, have great limitations. But after experiencing the battle with Bardia, he completely changed his inner thoughts. The power of a firearm will be limited by the performance of the firearm itself. However, this kind of compound bow can bring out the alien's own power to the greatest extent. One thing in particular is that it completely transcends firearms charging. Zhang Yi took out an ordinary arrow and placed it on the compound bow. Then, the dark void power began to condense in his palm, and finally turned into a blazing black flame storm, covering the entire compound bow and the arrow. The bowstring made a crashing sound, and Zhang Yi took aim at the direction of Christina's escape. She is not an enhanced alien, nor does she have strong displacement abilities. No matter how fast you run, you can't run away from Zhang Yi in a short time. Mind Realm. Coverage. But she could feel that she was locked by Death's Scythe. Zhang Yi locked her position. At the same time, he released the 2 fingers of his right hand. The arrow, wrapped with the terrifying power of the void, penetrated the void in an instant, and all the space it passed turned into darkness, because the light has been completely swallowed up by it. Feeling the crisis of death, Christina's blood ran cold, and she shouted Miriam. She motioned to her poisonous pet. the blood-spotted king snake, to help her block the arrow. But after hearing her order, Milian looked at her with an extremely strange look. At this moment, although Milian could not speak, his eyes seemed to hold 1,000 words. Lao Tai, I admit that our relationship is indeed good. When I hung out with you in the past, we got along pretty well, and you often gave me little chicks and stuff. But if you let me do this thing that you can't even handle now, you really think highly of me. Hey, don't mention anything. I'm tired. We will be elsewhere from now on. Milian is very smart, and he knows that Zhang Yi's goal is not him at all. Cold-blooded animals have no concept of loyalty. When in danger, they will prioritize their own safety. So it turned around and fled sideways. Christina's eyes widened. Miriam, Zhang Yi's arrow has arrived. Christina turned her head and let out an extremely penetrating roar from her throat. Her eyes turned into vertical pupils, and the pupils turned completely gray-white. Seal. The void arrow shot towards her seemed to be affected by something. Its color slowly became darker, and its speed also slowed down. But as Zhang Yi said, even if my strength becomes weaker, it doesn't mean that you can beat me. Right? Puff. Even after being affected, the void arrow still penetrated Christina's chest like a hot knife cutting through butter. The arrow sank into the ground silently, and a moment later, it swallowed up a huge hole thousands of meters long on the ground. Christina lowered her head in disbelief. She saw that there was also a big hole in her chest, and all the power in her body quickly drained away from this hole. Christina's eyes gradually dimmed. At the last moment of her life, she sent her last message to the command center. You misjudged his strength. Everyone's judgment of Zhang Yi still rests on his battle with Bardia. In their opinion, unless a foreigner like Zhang Yi, who is good at defense, breaks through Epsilon, the threat is only here. But he didn't expect that Zhang Yi's offensive methods were equally sharp. Neon, Amaterasu, Susanoo, defeat. Colombian Navy, Medusa, defeat. After Zhang Yi was completely sure that they were dead, he went over and collected Christina's body. The only pity is that the great god Benimru has been completely swallowed up and has become a particle state. It can no longer swallow his origin. In this battle, he was almost 1-on-3, killing all 3 of the opponent's high-level Delta-level aliens. Such a record, looking at the entire Star Island today, can make everyone's hair stand on end. Behind him, Jingwei's frost-like face showed no signs of movement. But when she nodded, there was a slight hesitation in her movements. Even she couldn't understand Zhang Yi's strength. The intelligence about Zhang Yi from the Jiangnan region headquarters was almost completely useless at this time. It's not like they haven't thought about Zhang Yi's current strength, but they never thought that Zhang Yi could be so powerful. Now, a cold voice entered Jingwei's ears. Zhang Yi turned around, his eyes cold and scary. It's time to talk about what's going on between you and me. Zhu Jing set people to monitor him, and Zhang Yi could not pretend that this incident never happened. Along the way, Jingwei followed him. Zhang Yi didn't notice at all. It is possible that Jingwei heard what he was saying to himself, or what he was saying in his dreams. So, what's his secret? Zhang Yi's hands were empty, but they naturally fell on his sides. As long as he wants, he can launch the most fatal attack on the woman in front of him at any time. He is ready to kill this woman. Chapter 10:11 Mantra. Jingwei felt Zhang Yi's unabashed murderous intent. She knew Zhang Yi was not joking. If she can't give Zhang Yi a satisfactory answer today, Zhang Yi will definitely kill her. After she was silent for a moment, she said, Chaos, I just saved your life. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes and asked word for word. Do you really think I need you to save me? Jingwei's expression also became less certain. The reason why she appeared just now was because she judged that Zhang Yi could not block the 3 people's joint attack. But not long after, Zhang Yi showed strength beyond her imagination. Could it be that? Is there any way Zhang Yi can save himself at that time? Zhang Yi took out Bai Xiao and Sheng Kai unhurriedly. You have been very good by my side. I think you have reported everything I have said to Zhu Zheng during this period. Then even if I kill you, Zhu Zheng has no right to blame me. He was the one who played tricks on me first. Jingwei was intimidated by Zhang Yi's strong murderous intention and subconsciously took a few steps back. Wait a minute. I haven't had time to report to the headquarters yet. Zhang Yi tilted his head and looked at her. Hua Hua had raised his tail and slowly blocked her retreat. As long as Jingwei couldn't understand something in one sentence, Zhang Yi would take action decisively. Even if Jingwei is not killed, she must suffer enough to express his attitude to Zhu Zheng. Jingwei quickly explained that during this period, I have been hiding in your shadow. There was no chance to pass information to headquarters. As a stranger from the space system, you should understand this truth. Star Island's signal is inherently unstable, let alone transmitting messages from an independent space. A cold smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. Why should I trust you? Jingwei said in an indifferent tone that what I said is true. If you don't believe it, you can check my communication system. How do I know if you have secretly deleted your communication records? Zhang Yi held the knife in his hand and stared at Jingwei cautiously, keeping ready to take action at any time. Unless you let me take a shot. Beat. A shot? Jingwei looked stunned. Then she saw Zhang Yi take out a tube of blue potion. Veritaserum is most effective when injected directly. As long as it is injected, even the strongest warrior's psychological defense will collapse. Of course Jingwei knows what this is. Her expression changed slightly. I will never allow you to do this to me. Zhang Yi sneered twice. I'm afraid you can't help me now. To be honest, I don't trust you at all. If you really want to fall out with me, you can try what the consequences will be. He opened his arms and said viciously that if Zhu Zheng really had any evil plans for me, then the worst we could do was break up. If Jiangnan region loses him, it will be completely reduced to a second-rate force on Star Island and completely lose its qualifications to compete with the joint forces. Zhang Yi does not accept betrayal, no matter what the reason. Jingwei was really anxious at this time. As a temporarily promoted captain, her strength is not outstanding. If she fights against a top powerhouse like Zhang Yi, she will definitely be killed instantly. Even her best space ability was tightly restrained by Zhang Yi. Chaos. I can ask the coach to talk to you. Zhang Yi shook his head. I don't believe you. Do you think I will believe Zhu Zheng? Don't try to trick me. It's your choice whether to take this shot or not. Jingwei was enveloped by the murderous intentions of Zhang Yi and Hua, and his body was unable to move at all. When she chooses to emerge from the shadows, she is destined to become the meat on the chopping board. Can I ask the headquarters for instructions? She is still making one final attempt. Cannot. Zhang Yike was too lazy to do Tai Chi with that old guy Zhu Zheng. He has been able to endure it until now, and his temper has improved. This is because Jingwei chose to stand up and help him fight at a critical moment. Jingwei quietly clenched her fists. And finally, forced to do so, she lowered her head and nodded slowly. Zhang Yi immediately asked Hua to rush forward and completely control her. The corners of Hua's mouth raised, revealing a strange smile. The huge body stood upright, holding Jingwei in his arms like a doll. Zhang Yi walked over, asked her to expose the flesh of her neck, and then inserted a needle in. Know too much, and you will regret it. So, you'd better not ask about irrelevant topics. Jingwei stared at him through the black eye patch and said. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Oh, interesting. Really interesting. It seems that you still have many secrets hidden in your body. Zhang Yi did not stay here long to avoid another attack from the aliens from the joint force. But if you think about it carefully, this is not a big problem. Because so far, he has killed 3 members of Hell Chain. Nearly half of them. He still asked Hua to take Jingwei and shuttle to the ruins dozens of miles away. Then slowly interrogate Jingwei. Jingwei didn't last long before he lost his will. There is no way to cheat with this kind of subcutaneous injection. So you can be sure that she will answer all questions. Combined with her incomprehensible words before, Zhang Yi felt that he could get a lot of useful information from her. Especially the stories that happened in Blizzard City during the 5 months he left Yangnan region. He took out a chair, sat down in front of Jingwei, and crossed his legs. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, then reached out and took off her black eye patch. When he saw her eyes, Zhang Yi couldn't help but froze. Those eyes were large and ethereal, with pupils glowing an icy blue color. Zhang Yi always felt that these eyes looked familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. Vaguely remembering an old friend, he asked word for word. Tell me about your identity. Jingwei's eyes were dull, and he slowly said. My name is Mu Yan, from Mozan District, Jiangning City. Jingwei's self-introduction was a bit long, and Zhang Yi listened patiently. There are not many opportunities to obtain captain-level information. Soon, Jingwei introduced his origin, and the key point has arrived at this time. After the apocalypse, some friends I met along the way, and I struggled to survive in Jiangning District. Because we had awakened our powers, we were able to barely survive. 4 months ago, Blizzard City's army found me and took me back. They conducted human experiments on me and implanted a special type of cells in me. This has greatly improved my strength. And I'm not the only alien to have cells implanted. When I was brought back to Blizzard City, there were also a large number of strangers from the outer city. We were all subjected to the same human implant experiments. Later, I accidentally learned that that special cell originated from a common mother. Her name is Yuan Kongya. Chapter 10-12 Zhu Zheng's Plan. The appearance of the three words Yuan Kongya made Zhang Yi's pupils shrink slightly. Unexpectedly, after such a long time, he heard this familiar name again. Tianhai City. Worship the leader of the snow cult. The most dangerous enemy Zhang Yi has ever encountered in his life is also the first Epsilon-level alien he has ever encountered. Although a long time has passed, Zhang Yi still cannot forget the difficulty of that battle. At that time, they had gathered the strength of the entire Tianhai City, plus everyone in the Black Robe team except Bian Zhenwu. Finally, relying on Zhang Yi's secret introduction, he was killed with difficulty. So that's it. I get it. That's it. That's it. Zhang Yi murmured to himself, with a look of reminiscence and emotion in his eyes. He remembered that Yuan Kongya had given them all ice souls. Several major forces in Tianhai City, including Zhang Yi, have used up all the ice souls in their hands. However, the Black Robe team retained one. If there were no accidents, it must have entered the Scientific Research Department of the Jiangnan region headquarters. Did they copy Bingpa? Zhang Yi frowned. If Yuan Kongya could be cloned, it would undoubtedly be an extremely terrifying thing. This shows that Epsilon-level aliens can be replicated on a large scale. However, Zhang Yi looked at Jingwei again and denied the idea. The cloning technology in 2051 will not be able to reach such a terrifying level. Otherwise, Jingwei's strength would not be so weak. Probably around 9,300. He stared at Jingwei and said calmly, "Tell me everything you know about Yuan Kongya's clone cells." Jingwei knows everything he knows. However, what she knew about the entire scientific research project was not complete. She only knew that during the period after Zhang Yi left Jiangnan region, Blizzard City suddenly began to recruit a large number of talented strangers from outside the city. Then, they began to conduct large-scale adaptation experiments on Bing Soul on them. And this kind of experiment has a high probability of failure. In other words, the cloning technology actually has major flaws. So Bingpa is not perfect. But at the end of the day, Jingwei's words made Zhang Yi wake up. The entire Night Crow team is the most successful alien in transplanting clones. But we do know that there is a near-perfect being who is completely cloned. And the purpose of our Night Crow team's existence is to make her achieve flawlessness. Her name is Cornell. It is said that there is no limit to the alien who can grow continuously. One day, all of us Night Crows will die and become her nourishment. This is also the origin of my codename Jingwei. He held rocks in his mouth to fill the sea, worked tirelessly to become nourishment for others, and finally created a powerful godhead. Zhang Yi's eyes became colder and colder. When he said this, he already knew everything that happened in those 5 months. No wonder Zhu Zheng's attitude towards him suddenly became a little cold. No wonder a large number of refugees from outer cities began to appear in Blizzard City, as well as a large number of aliens. The ethereal girl named Yuan Kongya reappeared in this world in another way. But this time, she doesn't have to go out of her way to rob others of their origins. She gained the highest level of energy in the entire Jiangnan region. Zhu Zheng wants to cultivate an Epsilon that is completely under his control. That's it. That's it. Zhang Yi did not make any comment on this matter. How Zhu Zheng trains his subordinates is his problem. But he should never have decided on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi pinched Jingwei's chin with one hand, forcing her to raise her head and look at him. Then he asked coldly, "What was the purpose of Zhu Zheng asking you to follow me?" Jingwei replied, "First, to protect you. To be precise, help you. He thinks you are too impulsive to act alone and asked me to help you when necessary. There's nothing wrong with that. No matter what Zhu Zheng has in mind. Zhang Yi is still one of the most valuable combat forces in the Jiangnan region. He can transfer his preference to Zhu. But he can't give up on Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi snorted coldly. "Is there anything else?" Jingwei said, "To monitor you. Especially to see if you have the ability to seize the source of God. When necessary. Prevent you from swallowing the source of God." According to Zhu Shuai's idea, he planned to give part of the source of God to the perfect clone. After Zhang Yi heard this, he frowned slightly. He had no feelings of anger. Isn't this how it should be between people? We can get together for common interests. But we can also have conflicts because of conflicts of interest. Anyway, he didn't have any high expectations for Zhu Zheng. Naturally, there will be no anger at being betrayed because of Zhu Zheng's selfishness. Only children can tell what is right and wrong. Adults can only weigh the pros and cons. Borrow a classic film and television line. If you can't kill me with one shot and I come back to life, we can still do business. As long as the price is fair. In Zhang Yi's eyes, Zhu Zheng was just a collaborator. Not loyal at all. However, Zhu Zheng asked Jingwei to spy on him. Haha. He will definitely make good use of it after he returns. At the very least, Zhu Zheng needs to be severely cut off before he can give an explanation. As for the perfect clone of Yuan Kongya, Jiyu, Zhang Yi thought for a while. If calculated according to time, if I finish my trip to Qingdao and return to Jiangnan region, I'm afraid that by that time, she was already an epsilon, or close to the level of an epsilon. The clone is not the original body, so as long as there is no common memory, it is not the same person. She shouldn't come to seek revenge on me. Moreover, even if she comes to find me then, I won't be afraid. Zhang Yi has this confidence. When he returns to Jiangnan region, he must be epsilon. Xu Zheng is not stupid and cannot let the two fight. Zhang Yi reached out, took off the communication device from her body, and threw it into his own alien space. Huahua's huge eyes have been staring at her. Master, or let me eat her. No. Zhu Zheng and I haven't completely broken up yet. Killing her would do me no good. Zhang Yi simply refused. But carrying her around is a burden. Huahua tilted her head and looked at Zhang Yi. Her target was the source of God. It is possible that something bad will be done to you at a critical moment. Zhang Yi shook his head and said calmly, No. Huahua's big eyes rolled. And then she said with a smile, That's right. Let her take a good look at the master's strength, and then report to that old guy Zhu Zheng, lest he overestimate his capabilities and do something stupid. Chapter 1013 Monstrous Achievements. After killing Amaterasu, Susanoo, and Medusa, Zhang Yi knew in his heart that the battle for Star Island was coming to an end. There are not many captain-level characters surviving on the island, and most of them have arrived at the core area of Star Island, Foggy Valley. Then, the opponents you will encounter will become stronger and stronger. This hardy hunt will become more exciting and exciting. He was not in a hurry. Unless he encounters a stranger at the level of Epsilon. No one below Epsilon can threaten his life. Even if there are people Zhang Yi can't defeat, he will never lose. At most, it will be a 50-50 split. He adjusted the communication channel and did not choose to contact the command center directly. Instead, he contacted Deputy Minister of Operations Situ Xian. After receiving Zhang Yi's communication, Situ Xian hurried to the side and asked in a low voice, Captain Chaos, is there anything you need to communicate? Zhang Yi just said calmly that I killed 3 strangers, namely Neon's Amaterasu Susanoo and Columbia's Medusa. Situ Xian was stunned on the spot. His expression seemed to be frozen, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Zhang Yi said, Hello? Minister Situ. Are you still there? Situ Xian just came back to his senses and nodded quickly. I'm here. I'm here. Sorry. Captain Chaos. What did you just say? Can you repeat that? At this time, he had serious doubts about whether there was something wrong with his ears. Chaos actually said that he killed 3 high-level aliens from the United Forces? In their intelligence system. These 3 people are all top-notch experts. Second only to a super existence like Billy the Kid. Zhang Yi actually killed 3 people at the same time? Even though Situ Xian and Zhang Yi were both from the Jiangnan area, he still felt like he was listening to a book from heaven. Killing 1 person and killing 3 people are completely different concepts. Zhang Yi laughed dumbly and said, I killed 3 strangers. He had to repeat what he just said. Situ Xian was extremely shocked. And he finally confirmed that he was not hallucinating. Because soon, in order to convince him, Zhang Yi directly sent him the photos of the bodies of Christina and Dahai Chan. As for the great god Benimaru, because he was completely swallowed by the void, he only gave Situ Xian a look at his somewhat broken Taisho Kunamitsu Chosun. This time, Situ Xian no longer had any doubts. He was shocked beyond measure, and at the same time so excited that his whole body was shaking. He knew that Zhang Yi was very strong, and he had never underestimated Zhang Yi's strength. But today, he had to admit that he still underestimated Zhang Yi. Who said that chaos in the Jiangnan region is only better at defense? His offensive ability is equally sharp. A 1-on-3 victory. This kind of strength is probably close to Epsilon. I hope you will record my results. I will redeem the rewards later. Zhang Yi smiled. Okay. Definitely. Chaos. You have really accomplished something extraordinary this time. The corners of Situ Xian's smile almost reached behind his ears. Suddenly there was an impulse in his heart to ask Zhang Yi to come back and stop taking risks on Star Island. A foreigner with such strength is definitely the most precious treasure in the Jiangnan region. Anyway, from the beginning, Jiangnan region did not have much expectations for seizing the source of God. Zhang Yi had killed so many strangers, and their trip to Star Island could be called a triumph. But he couldn't make the decision on this matter, and had to report it to Zhu Sheng. Zhang Yi ended the communication and left with Jingwei. Hua ran deep into the ruins and dug out Lei from hiding underground. There is no way. Lei's fighting power is too weak. When the battle is serious, it can only hide. As for the command center, it is within Xuanwu's body. Situ Xian was so excited that he couldn't control his expression. Such an abnormal situation surprised the officers in the Donghai region. Because for an officer of Situ Xian's level, it is a basic skill to be able to keep emotions in check. But he was so excited that his whole body trembled, and the smile on his lips could not be wiped away. There was no doubt that he had encountered something that made him extremely happy. An officer asked Minister Situ, "What happened to make you so happy?" Situ Xian walked over with a smile. He glanced at Li Tianyang and other officers from the East China Sea region, and said proudly, "Nothing special either. It's just that the chaos captain of our region just contacted me and said that he had killed several more aliens from the combined forces." The corners of Li Tianyang's mouth twitched involuntarily. Chaos. He actually made a meritorious deed again. He snorted lightly. Chaos is really powerful. Tell me, which alien team did he kill? Is it Neon's alien? Or Scylla's alien? There's no way he's a member of Hell Locks again. Right? Situ Xian chuckled. Minister Li, if he were just an ordinary stranger, he wouldn't be worthy of me talking about him like this. He lowered his head, and when he slowly raised it, his eyes contained a profound flavor. It seemed to be a mockery of Li Tianyang, and it also contained elements of showing off. I'll tell you the truth. He didn't kill many strangers this time. There are only 3. These 3 people are Amaterasu Susanoo of Neon and Medusa of Hell's Lock. Minister Li, have you ever looked past this record? Situ Xian stared at Li Tianyang and the others in the command center with a smile. Soon, he saw the reaction he wanted. Everyone in the entire command center was stunned, with shock and disbelief written all over their faces. Their eyes widened, their mouths opened, and they subconsciously wanted to say it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. But these words came from Situ Xian's mouth, and it was impossible for him to joke about such a thing. However, who can believe that Zhang Yi can kill 3 high-level aliens at once? That's one of the 2 pillars of Neon, plus a member of Hell's Chain. If you meet these 3 people, ask yourself, even one of the 4 spirits will suffer a lot. Whether it can be defeated is still unknown. Chaos. Why should he? Even Xuanwu, who had been leisurely playing video games in the command center, couldn't help but look sideways. Are you saying that Chaos killed 3 of them in one go? This question is important. Killing one by one and killing 3 people at once are completely different concepts. Situ Xian nodded, uploaded the photo Zhang Yi gave him to the command center system, and played it in public for everyone to see. Chapter 1014, a battle fought by one person. In the photo, there are Medusa and Susanoo who have died in the battle, as well as the broken famous sword left by Amaterasu. The facts are self-evident. These 3 people were all killed by Zhang Yi, and there is no suspense. An absolute crushing victory. Here in the East China Sea region, it was as if someone had cast a spell of ice. There was silence. Everyone was dumbfounded and had nothing to say. Their brains, their common sense, cannot comprehend such an existence. This is clearly something only Epsilon can do. Zhang Yi, Chaos in Jiangnan region. Doesn't he only have a power index of 9,800 points? And his code name is Absolute Defense? How could a stranger like this kill so many powerful strangers in 1-on-3 strikes? No one can understand. Li Tianyang was silent for several minutes. This time, the look in his eyes turned completely blank. Even he didn't know how to explain this phenomenon. Xuanwu glanced at the photo, lowered his head, and continued playing the game. Will Jiangnan region finally have its own Epsilon? He didn't care. It would be better to say that Zhang Yi could finally obtain the Source of God and become Epsilon. Because of that, he is the only Epsilon in the East China Sea region. Li Tianyang was silent for 5 minutes. It took 5 minutes for him to digest this reality. After Zhang Yi landed on the island, his achievements were simply astonishing. The points he gained alone exceeded the total of everyone else. Even the 4 spirits that the Donghai region was most proud of were completely overshadowed by Zhang Yi. He slowly lowered his head, feeling extremely complicated in his heart. If this continues, won't the Source of the Gods fall into Zhang Yi's hands? Although this matter is not that difficult to accept, it is better than falling into the hands of the Colombian Navy. However, Li Tianyang could not accept this fact, because from the beginning, The personal grudge between him and Zhang Yi had been forged. The more outstanding Zhang Yi is, the more despicable his original actions become. Zhang Yi's light was the shadow on his body, and the slap on his face. There was even a fleeting thought in his mind. Even if the source of God is left to the joint forces, Zhang Yi cannot get it. Otherwise, given the grudge between the two, if Zhang Yi becomes Epsilon, he will definitely come to him to settle matters. As soon as this idea came up, Li Tianyang was shocked. As a soldier, how could he have such narrow-minded ideas? But malice is like a flood. Once released, it is difficult to recover. Jealous, he started to feel a little jealous of Zhang Yi. He will never allow this man to continue to become powerful and radiant. Li Tianyang turned around sharply and looked at Situ Xian. Minister Situ, I am the commander-in-chief of this operation. Right. Situ Xian smiled and nodded. He is the commander-in-chief of the battlefield. You are the commander-in-chief of the battlefield. But above you are the top officers of the two theaters. Li Tianyang asked in a deep voice. Why didn't Chaos actions be reported to me instead of being conveyed to you first? What did he mean? Li Tianyang's actions made everyone at the scene look sideways. Even the officers in the Donghai region looked away in embarrassment. Li Tianyang's suppression was too obvious. Zhang Yi made great contributions. But at this time, because of personal grievances, he refused to praise him and instead asked about his guilt first. This makes people a little bit unbearable. Situ Xian is not a vegetarian either. Zhang Yi's brilliant record is his greatest confidence. Ahem. Is there something wrong with Minister Li? Chaos achievements are so great that we should reward them. With you being so critical, it's no wonder he doesn't want to report to you. Situ Xian's words were thorny. And he was not polite to Li Tianyang at all. Everyone is just cooperating temporarily. Although the combat power of Jiangnan region is not as good as that of Donghai region, it is not unreasonable. Li Tianyang's eyes were gloomy, and he lowered the brim of his hat. In any case, it is taboo to act without authorization on the battlefield. You ask Chaos to contact me immediately. Doesn't he like hunting aliens very much? Well, let him kill Billy the Kid, the vice captain of Hell Lux. In this way, we can ensure that we can steadily obtain the source of God. Li Tianyang's purpose is obvious. Billy the Kid's strength is not comparable to other aliens. That is the stranger who is one step away from stepping into Epsilon. Li Tianyang asked Zhang Yi to kill him. No matter what the result was, the Donghai region would ultimately benefit. When two tigers fight, one of them will be injured. Or both will be injured. At that time, the four spirits in the East China Sea region will be able to reap the benefits of fishing. And the source of God will be in their pocket. Situ Xian put his hands behind his back and said calmly, This is wrong. Our Jiangnan region has now achieved brilliant results on the battlefield. On the other hand, look at your Donghai region. Hey. His sigh made the officers of the Donghai region at the scene look at each other with shame. When they came, they looked down upon Jiangnan region at all, thinking that they were the absolute main force on the battlefield. What to say? Jiangnan region just needs to provide them with good support and that's it. But now, where is their record? Only Qinglong killed one Kim Heechul, which was a pretty good result. Others have not yet accomplished the feat of killing a captain. In fact, you can't blame them. In the foggy area, everyone is cautious and dare not act easily. Zhang Yi is an alternative. He has the space power and can travel through various areas at the fastest speed. Moreover, he made preparations in advance and brought Hua Hua and Lei Lei with him to facilitate the search for enemies. From this perspective, he is the most prepared of all. It can't be said that he is necessarily much better than the likes of Four Spirits and Billy the Kid. It's just that he took the convenience of his abilities to the extreme. Situ Xian smiled and said to Li Tianyang, It's time for the Donghai region to show your strength. How about you kill Billy the Kid? Li Tianyang was a little embarrassed by the rebuke. He was speechless. What they said is correct. Zhang Yingguang has killed 3 members of Hell Lux. Their East China Sea region had no obvious results. In the end, Li Tianyang could only snort coldly. It doesn't make sense. And my words are 3 points weaker. What's more, not only are they unreasonable now, they also don't have enough records to support his arrogance. Li Tianyang looked at the 3-dimensional map with cold eyes. He secretly thought, Let's let you be rampant for a while. That guy from Chaos only knows how to hunt strangers all day long. This is also a good thing. At least it eliminates a lot of trouble for our people. Qilong and the others can go to Foggy Valley more smoothly. As long as you obtain the source of God, everything you have done before will become inferior. Chapter 10:15 Lost Soul. Although there were some minor frictions in the command center of Huashu Kingdom, on the whole, except for Li Tianyang, Everyone else was happy. The more high-level aliens Zhang Yi kills in the joint forces, the more likely they are to win the battle. However, it is not too early to be happy yet, because the ultimate goal of their landing on the island is not to kill anyone, but to obtain the Source of God. A share of the Source of God can at least create an Epsilon-level alien. To put it bluntly, the value of an Epsilon-level alien is worth the sum of the vast majority of the people on the entire island. If the coalition forces take the lead, they will still be the final losers. Colombian Naval Temporary Command Center. Depressed, there was silence. The atmosphere in the entire command center office was eerily silent. The officers watched as Christina was killed. They stood upright, and each of them quietly looked at General Horn in front of him out of the corners of their eyes, not daring to express their anger. Just by looking at his back, you can feel that the general's anger has reached its extreme. Another member of Hell's Locks has died. This time, unless they get the Source of God, they will suffer their biggest loss since the end of the world. When he returns to the naval base, he will definitely be beaten to the end, and there will be no possibility of promotion in the Navy from now on. Although so far, he has not committed many crimes other than war crimes. But when something goes wrong, someone has to take responsibility. As the commander-in-chief of the battlefield, he cannot absolve himself of the blame. General Horn clenched his fist and slammed it on the command podium. His eyes were bloodshot, and he clenched his teeth so hard that his gums bleed. We can't continue like this. This guy is more troublesome than imagined. Now we no longer have any advantage on the battlefield. He turned his head and looked at his deputy, Lieutenant Colonel Kaludi, with ferocious eyes. Send out the lost souls, he said coldly. At the same time, it became cold, as well as the hearts of everyone present. Kaludi swallowed and asked with difficulty if he really wanted it. Has it come this far? Even Cardiles, who had been watching the show with his chest crossed, had some changes in his eyes when he heard the name of the lost soul. He sighed, seeming to be reminiscing about something. General Horn roared. Now we have no way out. 3 members of the Hell Locks have been killed, causing a serious imbalance in our combat power. Even if other aliens are sent to the island, they are just delivering food to that bastard named Chaos. We cannot afford to lose this battle, no matter what the cost. We must win. General Horn waved his hand. Now I am the highest officer here and follow my orders. Go quickly and release the lost souls. The officers under his command looked at each other. Although they did not want to see the monster reappear, there was really no other way now. On the operating table, several operators opened the ship's operating diagram. The structure of the entire ship can be seen on the screen. The screen zoomed in, all the way to the deepest part of the ship. You can see there, under the layers of iron armor, there is an iron box similar to a coffin. The operator's hands were shaking, and she looked at General Horn. General, please enter your order. An operation panel appeared in front of General Horn. He hesitated for a second, and then quickly entered the release command. After a while, there was a sealed room at the bottom of the ship. This room is filled with transparent liquids, which are the most dangerous organic solutions. As long as ordinary people are exposed to a trace of them, they will quickly turn into ice sculptures. Such a solution fills thousands of cubic meters of space. Kududu. The sound of water flowing came, and a hexagonal mark appeared on the floor at the bottom of the room. Then a floor began to rise slowly. The floor rose higher and higher, revealing what was beneath it. It was a coffin made of unknown black metal. It is completely black in color and does not reflect light, as if even the light passing by will be swallowed up by it. Thick metal chains dragged it slowly to the surface of the solution. The door to the room opened. Dozens of Colombian alien soldiers, loaded with ammunition and armed to the teeth, pointed their guns at it as if they were facing a powerful enemy, even though they knew that the coffin in front of them was enough to seal an extremely powerful stranger. But the monster inside the coffin once brought an extremely huge shadow to them. Anyone can shudder at the thought of his name. On weekdays, few people in the Colombian Ocean Fleet even dare to mention his name. Everyone will call him Yuknoho. He is the nightmare of the entire Colombian fleet. Under the escort of soldiers, the huge black coffin was placed on a launch pad. A stranger who looked like a commander came to the operating station and sent a readiness signal to the command center. The operation started immediately, and all Zhang Yi's personal information was passed on. Lost soul. Your mission is to kill him. The commands are simple and straightforward. He couldn't understand the command because it was too complicated. In the black coffin, a pale and ugly head suddenly opened its eyes. It was a face that did not look like a living person, and the head was so big that it looked like a human head boiling in a pot. His pupils were as big as grains of rice. and the electrodes inserted into his head directly transmitted chaotic information about the target into his brain. Then, the launch button was pressed over there. The ship's launch bay door opens. The black coffin was launched directly toward Star Island like a missile. This is very funny behavior, because they didn't even dare to release the people inside and send them to the island. Lost Soul. The double-edged sword of the Colombian Navy. Technically, he was a failed experiment in the super soldier program. Of the 1,000 soldiers with supernatural potential who were originally selected, only one, Cardiles, succeeded in the end. Almost all the remaining people died. But Soul Sang is an exception. He survived, but almost lost his mind, leaving only the instinct to kill. Most of the time, he is a killing machine, with only occasional lucid moments. So when he appeared, more often than not, the first person killed was not the enemy, but the people of the Colombian Navy. Just kidding. Many more Colombian soldiers died in his hands than the enemy. But the Colombian Navy did not choose to destroy it, but preserved it, because such a pure and dangerous killing machine will come in handy sooner or later. For example, now, Chapter 1016, there is a monster. The black coffin was launched from Horn's ship, through a parabola in the air, and then plunged into the soil of Star Island. The movements here naturally did not escape the eyes of the Huashu Kingdom coalition forces. It's just that as long as the opponent doesn't use Cardiles, then on the surface it doesn't violate the rules of the game. On the ship, Horn informed everyone on the island as soon as he dispatched the souls. Let them be careful, and try to avoid encounters with lost souls. Because once he meets that guy, he will kill them all regardless of friend or foe. The only good news is that the command center gave him a kill order. Chaos. Instructions. So he will pursue Chaos as his first target. The huge coffin was almost entirely sunk into the ground, leaving only a short section above it. However, the movement here attracted the attention of strangers nearby. On a tall building a few kilometers away, the space suddenly became distorted. A man in his 30s, wearing a Navy combat uniform from the East China Sea region, appeared here. He looked at the poisonous miasma rolling in the distance and immediately reported to the command center. A suspicious object launched by the enemy was found, and the landing point was located in the north of Karadujan City. Li Tianyang looked at the map and confirmed the direction. There was still a long way to go in the direction of Wugu. He frowned. Those guys in Colombia. What did they launch? A staff officer next to him said that first of all, it can be ruled out that it is a stranger. Because of this firing method, even an enhanced alien body would be unable to withstand it. Weapons are the most likely. The distance between General Horn's ship and the landing point of the mysterious object was more than 10 kilometers. A man was put in an iron box, launched like a cannonball, and then fell hard from a high altitude. Even if it is a purely enhanced alien like Bailey Chongqing, he will lose most of his life if he doesn't die. Therefore, judging by common sense, it cannot be a stranger. Li Tianyang strongly agreed with the staff officer's opinion. Since it is something the other party needs, we must not let them get it. The current battlefield situation is in our favor, as long as we prevent their reinforcements. The source of God is within our grasp. When he said this, he glanced at Situ Xian and other officers from the Jiangnan region intentionally or unintentionally. I'm afraid that later, Jiangnan region, to be precise, Chaos, will become their biggest competitor. Situ Xian smiled and said nothing. Li Tianyang told Bai Zhe, who appeared nearby, to pay attention and destroy that thing while ensuring safety. Bai Zhe received it. He looked at the poisonous miasma surging in front of him, and could no longer confirm the falling object through his eyes or telescope equipment. So Bai Zhe packed up his equipment, held a special black rifle, and walked cautiously in that direction. However, as he walked there, he didn't notice anyone else nearby. The expected Columbia stranger did not appear either. However, out of obedience to the order, he still cautiously walked towards the landing point of the mysterious object. It wasn't until he got within 10 meters that he could clearly see what the thing looked like. A metal box. A dark metal box. Bai Zhe didn't dare to be careless at all. He immediately raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at the box. Is it some kind of deadly weapon? But why is it projected here? The possibility of weapons of mass destruction is slim, and they still have their people on the island. What is this? Bai Zhe was very confused. He carefully observed his surroundings, and then took out a small metal box from the tactical backpack behind him. The metal box was placed on the ground and quickly split open, turning into a small spider-shaped robot and crawling towards the black metal box. The spider robot quickly climbed onto the metal box, shot 2 red lines from the detector, and began to scan the metal box. But at this moment, the metal box suddenly shook violently. Laugh! There was a crack in the box, and thick white smoke came out from inside. Bai Zai didn't hesitate and quickly used his powers. Black area. His pupils flashed with an extremely dark light. In just a moment, a huge black field appeared with him as the center. Nothing can be seen, and no light can penetrate this area. Only Bai Zai himself could see everything that happened in this area. The black metal box had wider cracks and made a creaking sound, as if something was slowly opening it. Bai Zai quickly raised his gun and shot. The black special rifle also uses origin bullets, which can cause greater damage to strangers. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the black metal box exploded, and the thick metal plates shattered from the ground and flew everywhere. A naked, monster-like thing came out of the ground. His body was an oozing white color, like a zombie that had been soaked in water for many years. His twisted muscles bulged, giving the impression that he would explode at any time, especially his head, which looks like a large basketball. Such existences are not actually rare, but they usually only appear on the dead. They are called giant views. However, the soul's body is not filled with a proliferation of microorganisms and gases, but an excessive amount of pharmaceuticals. Or it can be said that he is some kind of existence between the dead and the living. The origin bullets fired by Bai Zai hit him with crackling sounds, without even scratching a layer of his skin. The soul had just been unsealed, and his eyes were filled with confusion. But when he felt the bullet on his body and the living person in front of him, bloodthirsty murderous intent suddenly emerged in his confused eyes. Bai Zai felt that his back was completely cold. The monster is in the dark area, so it is impossible to see him. But the soulless eyes were indeed staring at him. This is a terrifying sensing ability. Moreover, the coercion emanating from Sanghun's body made Bai Zai feel as if he had seen the devil. Not good, Bai Zai yelled. And because of the existence of the black zone, the command center did not know what happened. Li Tianyang quickly asked Baze, what happened? There are monsters. There are weirdos. The sound stopped abruptly here, and quickly turned into the sound of electricity. The soulless figure came to Bai Zai in an instant. In just one move, his huge right hand crushed the rifle in Bai Zai's hand, and the arm he was trying to resist grabbed his throat. Puff! Shanghuan squeezed hard, and Bai Zai's neck was shot away as if it was cut with iron pliers. The alien captain from the East China Sea region was crushed to death like a bug in front of the lost soul. Chapter 1017 Demon Squad. Sanghun crushed Bai Zai, the captain of the East China Sea region fleet. Like a bug. Without stopping at all, he threw his body aside and glanced around with cold eyes. In his brain, he was instilled with a higher level instruction to eliminate the will to kill a man named Chaos. Guy. Sanghun did not sense the existence of chaos, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. He was just naked, walking in the icy snow at minus 60 degrees Celsius, looking for his prey. By the time the Huaxu Kingdom's command center confirmed the news of Bai Zai's death, his people had disappeared into the vast poisonous miasma. From beginning to end, no one knew how Bai Zai died. Li Tianyang's mood became more and more depressed. Seeing the Jiangnan region winning consecutive battles, while they suffered defeat one after another, this feeling made him lose faith in the entire command center. But now, he has no other choice but to be incompetent and furious. He didn't even know what was hidden inside that metal coffin. The command center can only inform everyone to be more careful. As time went by, various alien teams gradually approached the Foggy Valley area. Most of the teams have obtained such things as source elves in the process of exploration. As long as those who survived, they all gained huge benefits. So after this experience, the top leaders of the two regions realized why the Shengjing region was able to gain the power to dominate the entire Huaxu Kingdom earlier than they did. In addition to having the most powerful weapons and military systems, it is also because they once discovered the source of God in the Qinling Mountains. It turns out that the value of the source of God is not only that it can help people open the bottleneck of the delta level. The accompanying substances of the source of God alone can create a large number of strong men. So when most teams reached the back, they had already begun to focus on hunting the source elves. Only Billy Boy, Si Ling and others still set their sights on the source of God. But teams such as the Jiangnan region and foreigners from other countries in the joint force also understand that the source of God has nothing to do with them. On the contrary, he found the source spirit, and there is still a chance that it will fall into his hands. The city of Makipo is located northeast of Foggy Bottom. Here is the demon team from the Jiangnan region, under the leadership of Captain Lu Huang. They slowly approached Wugu, because according to experience, It is found that the closer to the core area of the source of God, the higher the probability of the source elves appearing. By now, their goal has become to hunt the source elves. The entire demon team has a total of 12 members. This is also one of the few teams still operating as a group. As for the reason, you can refer to the Tianlong pirates. In a battle between high-level aliens, if the level gap is too large, the numerical advantage will not be a real advantage. On the contrary, it may become a burden. But for the demon squad, their luck has been very good. From the time they landed on the island until now, they have not collided with any alien organization of the Joint Force. The most likely reason is that Zhang Yi killed too many aliens from the Joint Forces and attracted most of the attention. However, when they approached Foggy Valley, they could no longer maintain this good luck. Lu Huang was walking in the poisonous miasma, and beside him was the tall, well-shaped Deputy Captain Li Yu. As for the remaining 10 team members, they spread out and searched for information around them. A team member stood on the branch of a big tree, looking at the energy detection instrument in his hand that responded weakly. Captain, there is an energy reaction in the southwest. After receiving the information, Emperor Lu nodded coldly. Sure enough, as we thought, the number of such companion creatures will increase near the area where the source of God is located. Li Yu smiled, bowed down, and whispered in his ear, Captain, but the further ahead, the greater the possibility of encountering danger. Ah, I know. Lu Huang's tone was as cold as ever. Although he is young, he is not stupid. However, it is not easy to encounter such an opportunity, which can quickly improve your strength. How could he miss it? Along the way, they found the source elves twice. The strength of the entire demon squad has been upgraded. As for himself, his current ability index has reached about 9,500 points. Of course, the ability index is a concept and needs to be evaluated by professional organizations. It's just that high-level aliens can make their own judgments based on experience. If I could go one step further and even find the large source elf they talked about, would I get close to Epsilon? There was a look of expectation in Lu Huang's eyes. In the apocalypse, strength is everything. If one day I gain unparalleled power, even my ugly posture will be recognized by everyone. He thought to himself. The team member who discovered the energy fluctuation continued to ask if he should continue to move forward. Lu Huang quickly said, don't worry. Everyone follows the original plan and moves towards the energy source in a distributed manner. Be careful. The road ahead will become more and more dangerous. The team member's unanimous reply came from the communication channel. Yes! Team leader. R. In the thick poisonous miasma, streaks of light dispersed like meteors, and then ran towards the direction of the energy source. Lu Huang looked back at his vice-captain Li Yu. Li Yu, follow me carefully. His eyes were as cold as his expression, as if he had no interest in the world. The beauty is a bit unreal, like a mask. But when speaking to Li Yu, he would try to keep his voice warm. I already feel the danger. He took a deep breath. When I can't control my murderous thoughts, you have to stop me in time. I'm so afraid of being possessed. An extremely sweet smile appeared on Li Yu's face. She and Lu Huang looked like two completely incompatible extremes. She stretched out her hands to tuck her long hair. Due to the height difference of more than 20 centimeters, when she was talking to Lu Huang happened to face her broad mind. Yes, Captain. After Lu Huang looked at it for a few seconds, he silently turned his head and looked into the distance. Let's go! Deep in the thick fog, a huge pit sunk down. Judging from the surrounding buildings, this may have been a huge underground parking lot. Deep in the pit stood an iron cage made of silver-gray metal. A fiery red elf was restrained in a cage, looking up at the sky blankly. In the shadows, a huge monster is staring here from a distance. There were dozens of eyes on its head, and green liquid flowed from its mouth, which had corroded and penetrated the stone slabs on the ground. The breeze was blowing. That's the wind kicked up by prey moving quickly. Among the surrounding buildings, there were wisps of slender white filaments that could not be detected, and they were also affected. Chapter 10:18 IGA. The members of the demon team responded to the detected energy and quickly approached the area. The strong poisonous miasma is one of the biggest dangers here. Not entirely because its toxin is deadly, but because it can render most detection equipment ineffective. Therefore, it is impossible to judge the situation here from a distance. However, of course, among the members of the demon team, there are also experts who are good at investigation. A stranger fell from the sky. His body as light as a kite. He was lying on all fours, and his body suddenly swelled. His belly expanded several times. and his throat became flat and thick. Gwa! He aimed at the area ahead and let out a frog cry. The sound rippled out in a fan shape, and everything it touched along the way was fed back to his brain. Although it cannot be seen directly with the eyes, it can judge the basic situation ahead through the echo. Sound waves quickly swept across the area ahead. He discovered the huge pit in the open air and the source elves emitting fiery energy inside. The frogman was overjoyed and immediately reported what he found to Emperor Lu. The target was found and confirmed to be the source elf. However, only one was found. Emperor Lu frowned. Is there only one? Those kind of things usually move in groups, and it's very rare to see just one. Lu Huang thought for 2 seconds and immediately ordered to be careful. It might be a trap. The frogman smiled and said, "Don't worry, Captain. No trace of the enemy was found around here. We were safe." As his words fell, wisps of undetectable white threads floated quietly from the thick poisonous miasma. The next moment, the ground beneath the frogman's feet suddenly cracked. White silk threads like steel cables shot up into the sky, tying him up. The frogman looked down in horror and saw a deep pit in the ground beneath his feet. And there was a huge striped spider lying at the bottom of the pit. All the white threads are the spider webs it spins out. Dense spider webs have already covered every part of the pit, covering an area of several hundred meters. Here is a huge trap. The frogman's expression changed, and he tried desperately to break free. But his whole body was tightly bound, and he couldn't break free from the spider web that was tougher than steel bars. Enemy attack. The members of the demon squad not far away saw this scene, and reported to Lu Huang the situation of the enemy attack, while jumping over to rescue them. However, the moment they appeared, a group of guys wearing gray-brown combat uniforms emerged from the ruined forest, as if a canvas was torn apart from the depths of the thick fog. Their combat uniforms are very distinctive. They are wrapped tightly all over, but they reveal a pair of eyes behind the tactical goggles, carrying 2 samurai swords on his back. He looked like a ninja. They used camouflage to make themselves indistinguishable from their surroundings. And some of the ninjas were proficient in invisibility and managed to escape the frogman's detection. The battle is about to break out. Since both sides confirm that the other is a mortal enemy, there will be no unnecessary words, and it will be a fight to the death. Not every stranger who lands on the island sets their sights on the source of God. Strangers who are not that strong will think about how to maximize their own interests. For example, this group of neon strangers have laid a trap, waiting for the strangers from Huashu Kingdom to take the bait. As long as you can get the bounty from the alien troops of Huashu Kingdom, it will also be an extremely generous reward. Lu Huang reacted immediately. They fell into the enemy's trap. At this time, strange distortions suddenly appeared on the 2 dead trees around them. As if the trees were peeling off a layer of skin, 2 ninjas jumped down with katana swords in hand. Lu Huang's eyes were cold and terrifying. He opened his right hand, and a ferocious gash opened quickly in his palm. Then a long white bone came out of it. It was a big sword made of polished bone. Facing the attacks of these 2 men, black air burst out from Lu Huang's body. He flashed and passed by the 2 ninjas. Puff! Puff! Blood gushed out like a waterfall, and the 2 ninjas were cut into 2 pieces with their chests, even with their swords. A large amount of blood mixed with broken internal organs fell to the ground, just like the pig's guts that flowed out when the belly was opened during the Chinese New Year. He is a ninja from the Neon IGA style. Lu Huang's eyes were filled with blood, and he said in a cold tone, "Vice-Captain Li, you hurried over. Captain, how did you see it?" Lu Huang said that the IGA Ryu ninjas only know how to make gestures with their katana. Liu placed her fingers in front of the mask and blinked her cute big eyes. Following her playful movements, the majestic figure in front of her always swayed involuntarily. So this is all. The battle is about to start, and there is no unnecessary nonsense. While Lu Huang killed 2 ninjas, the leader of this group of guys also appeared. It was a tall alien wearing a white combat uniform. He was 2 heads taller than other ninjas, nearly 2 meters tall. When he emerged from the ground and suddenly took action, the 2 members of the demon team were not aware of it at all. There were only 2 flashes of white light, and their heads flew high. This is what ninjas do. Their eyes only focus on the results, not the methods. Even Tanaka Ryusei, one of the 2 major forces independent of Neon, and the head ninja of the IGA school, still likes to use sneak attacks to obtain results. The moment he appeared, Lu Huang was aware of his presence. Strong people can always attract each other, especially the power that dominates the entire battlefield, which makes people unconsciously free up the battlefield for them. At this level, it was difficult for the lower-level aliens to play a big role in their battle. Lu Huang's cold face suddenly showed a ferocious smile. and he was so excited that the corners of his eyes almost burst. That's the sign of a devil finding perfect prey. After holding back for so long, I finally met a good opponent. Interesting. Really interesting. Liu saw Emperor Lu's eyes filled with murderous intent, and hurriedly came over, gently held him in her arms, smiled and comforted him like a loving mother. Captain, calm down. Her body emitted a soft white light, which enveloped Lu Huang and slowly calmed down the blood in Lu Huang's eyes. However, she could not calm down the strong fighting spirit in Emperor Lu's eyes. After landing on the island, he has always been eager to make achievements and kill enemies, especially after receiving Zhang Yi's results one after another. It made him feel even more itchy. It was only because of the reminder from Deputy Captain Liu that he did not take the initiative to look for the enemy. But now, it was the enemy himself who came to the door. Why are you so polite? Chapter 10-19 Yamada no Orochi. Tanaka Ryushi held two swords and walked towards Lu Huang and Liu step by step. Under the mask, his eyes were cold and terrifying. He was not walking fast because he was sizing up Lu Huang and Liu. Jiangnan region. Devil Squad. Captain Tao Tai. The woman next to him has no information, so she shouldn't be at the captain level. At this time, Lu Huang also received a notification from the command center. Tao Tai. The guy who appears opposite you is the leader of the Neon Ninja Organization Yamada. Yamada Orochi Tanaka Ryushi. Both of them obtained some information about the other party from their respective command centers at the first time. Both sides were extremely cautious, and no one launched an attack without authorization. Only after confirming the opponent's codename, ability index and ability did a basic decision be made. Tanaka Dragonstone has a power index of 9,500 points. Lu Huang has a power index of 9,400 points. The two of them can be regarded as equals. It's just that beside Lu Huang, there is an additional deputy, Liu. Tanaka Ryushi's eyes paused on Liu for less than a second. In captain-level battles, the presence of the deputy captain may not have a positive impact. Generally speaking, there are only two situations that make sense. One is to be able to complement the captain-level abilities. One type is an auxiliary alien that can strengthen the captain level. Liu obviously belongs to the latter. Lu Huang stretched out his hand to protect her behind him, and Liu's gentle eyes became sharper. She slowly raised her hands, and two white beams of light connected to Lu Huang's body like ribbons, as gentle as a mother's embrace. This is her protective power of love and sincerity. Tanaka Ryusui raised the two swords in his hands. Lu Huang also raised the big demon sword in his hand and pointed it directly at Tanaka Ryushi. Both of them were good at melee combat, and without any nonsense, they rushed towards each other in an instant. Among aliens, the most brutal fights always occur between close combat aliens, because they are the only ones who see blood and fight with their lives. If there is any loophole in one party, it will be caught by the other party in an instant, thus deciding life or death. In other words, in a close combat type of alien battle, at least one person will usually die, or even both will die together. The big sword versus the two swords. The strength and speed of the two people increased to the extreme. Every collision between the swords stirred up an infinite storm, blasting the surrounding poisonous miasma several kilometers away. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of ping-ping-pong-pong collisions was endless. Liu stood in the distance, protecting Emperor Lu all the time. Tanaka Ryusui's sword skills are very exquisite, but Lu Huang's sword skills are equally sharp and ruthless. The two touched each other in the air, landed on the ground less than a second later, and then collided again. In every brief confrontation, knives and swords collide thousands of times. Tanaka Ryushi's eyes fell on Liu. Is there an auxiliary alien to protect you? Then, I will kill your support first. He took out two red metal balls from his body and threw them towards Land Emperor. Lu Huang frowned and did not use the knife to catch it. Nor did he avoid it, because Liu was right behind him. He couldn't hide. So, he opened his mouth and let out a roar. Drink. His expression suddenly became extremely terrifying. His face seemed to be distorted, and there was a strange feeling looming under his skin. The roar surged, and the moment it swept past the two red metal balls, the metal balls exploded. Boom! Boom! The metal ball exploded directly, but there was no explosion as expected. Instead, a large amount of red smoke appeared and began to fill the area around Lu Huang. Tanaka Ryusui holds two swords, and his figure slowly disappears into the dust and smoke. Invisibility. He held his breath, letting his aura become lighter, and then sneaked around to try to bypass Lu Huang and kill Liu first. But of course, this kind of trick couldn't escape Lu Huang's eyes. He and Liu are old teammates, And they are also known lovers. He knows better than anyone else that during battle, Liu will be taken care of by the enemy first. Tanaka Ryushi sneaked past Lu Huang and quickly approached Liu. Succeeded? Is it that easy? Tanaka Ryushi himself never thought that things would be so simple. There was a momentary hesitation in his heart. But since he had found the opportunity to kill the opponent's support, there was no need to hold back. Tanaka Ryushi quickly took out his sword and slashed at Liu's head. The blade flew past. Liu's pupils narrowed, and the blade magnified infinitely in her eyes. Ping! Just when the blade was about to approach her head, a long sword suddenly appeared in front of Liu, blocking Tanaka Ryushi's slash. Tanaka Ryushi was stunned for a moment. He thought about countless outcomes, including the possibility of being blocked by Lu Huang. But even then, he could always use Liu to contain Lu Huang and keep him restrained. However, he didn't expect that it would be like this, because that knife did not come from Emperor Liu, but from the assistant in front of him, Liu. Liu held a long knife in her hand, and a strange white light flashed in her eyes. Is it that easy to kill me? When she spoke, two people's voices came out. One was hers, and the other was Lu Huang's. 2. Captain level? Liu drew his sword and struck. But Tanaka Ryushi reacted quickly. He blocked a few swords in a hurry, and then quickly retreated. Lu Huang and Liu stood more than 10 meters apart. They both held weapons in their hands, and even their stances were almost exactly the same. After careful observation, Tanaka Ryushi finally vaguely sensed some of the opponent's abilities. The woman named Liu is not captain level in strength, because when she showed strong combat power, Lu Huang's body became obviously weaker. Can the power between her and Tao Tai be borrowed and transferred from each other? Liu's ability, love and sincerity, is the ability of lovers. Lovers love each other, are intimate, and can share everything about each other, including powers. This is also the reason why, as an auxiliary, Liu can appear on the battlefield openly, because she can borrow power from Emperor Liu at any time. Even when Emperor Liu lost his fighting power, she could temporarily replace Emperor Liu's functions. Tanaka Ryushi murmured in a low voice, "What an interesting ability. Such a wonderful woman. I don't know how you found her. However, it's time for me to show some real skills." A layer of thick white mist emerged from his body, and he stabbed his two knives into the ground. A moment later, with a huge roar, a huge and ferocious white monster boomed. A sound appeared on the battlefield. A snake demon with 8 heads and white barbs all over its body roared and looked down in all directions. Chapter 1020 Big Winged Demon. Tanaka Ryushi showed his ability. Orc type ability user. Yamata no Orochi. A giant monster over 100 meters tall appeared in front of Lu Huang and Liu. Lu Huang's eyes narrowed, and he felt an amazing pressure from the monster in front of him. Ha 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 ha. He covered his face with one hand and was actually laughing wildly. The monstrous black demonic energy overflowed from his body, rising into the sky like wolf smoke. At the same time, his body underwent visible changes. The body grew rapidly from 1.6 meters to more than 2 meters tall in the blink of an eye. The fair skin began to show a dark color, and the arms and finger claws became longer, especially the palms that had lost their human appearance and turned into devil's claws. The delicate face that was as white as a porcelain doll also had cracked lines, as if it would break at any time, and a large amount of black energy overflowed from the cracks and wrapped around his body. Pung! 2 huge demonic black wings pierced his combat uniform from his back and stretched out violently. Lu Huang spread his wings and flew directly into the sky. And Liu, because love and sincerity, because of his ability, he also shared the ability to fly, and 2 transparent wings grew out of his back. Following behind him, captain of the demon squad, Gluttony, Lu Huang, a person with special abilities. Capability code, Big Winged Demon. The temptation is over, and both Tanaka Ryushi and Riku Huang have unleashed their true powers. In Emperor Liu's right hand, the great demonic sword made of white bones also seemed to be alive, dyed with a dark color. Dong dong. Black flesh and blood wrapped around the sword body, and a ferocious vertical pupil appeared on the hilt, and the eyeballs were still turning. Kill! The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi erupted in a violent roar, and then the head just made a backward movement, and then rushed towards the big winged demon storm in midair. The 8 heads are wrapped in sharp white barbs, like 8 long swords. Holding the great demon sword, Emperor Liu rose into the sky and faced the 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi. The collision of forces was so tragic. He held the big demonic sword tightly with both hands and struck hard on every head that came by. The sword edge swept across, and the scales on the snake's head also fell off. However, the opponent has 8 heads in total, and each one moves as fast as thunder. If you look at it from a distance, it looks like a huge pile driver, constantly pounding the tiny figure in the air. There was no fear in Lu Huang's eyes. Instead, his eyes turned red, and he became more and more courageous as he fought. However, in this wrestling process, he still suffered a big loss. He only has 2 hands and a sword, but the opponent has 8 heads. Laugh. He struggled to cut open the neck of a snake head, and blood splashed out of the air like a waterfall. 2 snake heads, one on the left and one on the right, have already surrounded him. The demon flapped its wings and quickly dodged their attacks. But from above and below, snakeheads attacked again. Tanaka Ryushi's power index was already higher than Lu Huang's. Even with Li Yu's blessing, he could not gain an advantage in the battle. If you are also a melee alien, any disadvantage will be infinitely magnified. Boom! 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 When Emperor Lu was severely hit by a head, he was followed by constant attacks from other heads without a moment's gap. Lu Huang was thrown violently and fell to the ground like a cannonball. Li Yu followed closely behind, with white light shining brightly in his eyes. Love and sincerity. Love is dedication, giving everything you have to heal the wounds of the one you love. Lu Huang sank deeply into the ground, but Li Yu quickly healed his injuries. But Tanaka Ryusui would not give him any chance to breathe. The 8 heads were aimed at Lu Huang and Li Yu like pile drivers. And then, they simply leaned back and pounced down crazily. Lu Huang was lying in the pit. After seeing this scene, he raised his right hand. The red color of his eyes became more and more intense, and the originally normal pupils turned around and turned into terrifying vertical pupils. A black and red light quickly condensed in his palm, and finally turned into a sphere the size of his palm. Magic cannon. This power burst out from his palm and shot towards the body of Yamada no Orochi in the air. There are indeed 8 heads, but only one body. The Yamada no Orochi was caught off guard and swallowed the attack forcefully, and immediately retreated a distance. Black smoke swirled around his chest, but after the smoke passed, no wound was seen. It's just that the scales there are slightly deformed. The orc-type ability users of the divine beast species will obtain the purest and most powerful abilities. Lu Huang rose from the ground to the sky. Li Yu followed closely behind him. We would be at a huge disadvantage in a close-quarters fight. With its body, even if it is hit by a knife, it may not be fatal. What's more, we don't know which head is where his body is. Li Yu reminded Lu Huang Dao. Lu Huang stared at the huge strange snake and said coldly that if he couldn't find it, wouldn't he just cut off all 8 heads? When Yamada no Orochi heard these words, he just sneered and said, "Arrogant boy. I will bite you to death now." It adjusted its body shape slightly, and then struck again. Its attacks are very simple, without any bells and whistles. It is to crush the opponent with the purest powerful force and huge size. And Lu Huang's fighting method is also extremely simple. Head on. He held the great magic sword and soared into the sky. Although he fought to the point of going crazy, he did not lose his mind, and was always observing Yamada no Orochi's weaknesses. Of the 8 heads, one of them must be the main body. But every head looks exactly the same. So how should you look for it? If that doesn't work, just roll the dice and decide. The battle lasts for a moment, and there is not much chance to think. Lu Huang chose the safest way of playing gambling. The 8 heads are left to luck to decide, and they are attacked one by one. If you are lucky enough, you may be able to kill the opponent directly in one go. Drink. The Yamada no Orochi attacked again, and its 8 heads aimed at Lu Huang in a frantic attack. Lu Huang raised his left hand and magically moved the cannon. The black and red condensed magic cannon aimed at Yamada no Orochi's head and bombarded it. This time hundreds of magic cannons flew out from his palm. All 8 heads were attacked. This energy-dispersing attack does not cause obvious damage, but it effectively delays Yamada no Orochi's offensive. Then, Lu Huang held the big magic sword, selected the 3rd head from the left, and fluttered his wings and rushed over. Chapter 1021 All Retreat. Yamada no Orochi faced Lu Huang's active attack with a mocking look in his eyes. After being briefly affected, the 8 heads strangled towards Lu Huang. The head that was as solid as steel collided directly with the big demon sword, as if it was not worried about being hurt by Emperor Lu at all. Soon, Lu Huang's body was hit with injuries everywhere, but he ignored it and stared at the 3rd head, bursting out with a fierce force. Hellfire. His arms were scarred, and red blood flowed down, dyeing the great magic sword in his hands red. The scarlet vertical pupils on the sword swallowed up all the blood without wasting any of it. After devouring Lu Huang's blood, the sword suddenly exuded a coquettish aura. Lu Huang raised his sword with both hands and aimed at the Yamata no Orochi's third head and struck it hard. A huge sword light cut through the sky, pointing directly at the third head. Lu Huang's so-called luck was not without purpose. As a captain, he doesn't fight solely with brute strength. Aliens don't use their brains, and will always be inferior aliens. In previous battles, he had observed that this third head took the least number of shots and never launched risky attacks. From this, Lu Huangkai concluded that this head was the key to Tanaka Ryusei. The third head's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the sword energy coming towards him. It opened its mouth wide, and then sprayed out a stream of white light, which collided with the sword energy. Boom! The two superpowers collided together, erupting with astonishing power. The shock wave rolled out, and a radius of several thousand meters became the exclusive domain of the two. The strangers in the two teams did not dare to get even close. In a battle of this level, any trace of the aftermath would seriously injure them. They had better not go over and embarrass themselves. So they might as well hold off the other team members first. Although Lu Huang failed to succeed with his attack, a fanatical smile appeared on his face after seeing Yamata no Orochi's reaction. It looks like I guessed it right. His body erupted with even more terrifying demonic energy. His huge wings flapped, and he flew towards the Yamata no Orochi's third head like lightning. At this time, Yamata no Orochi finally showed a look of horror in his eyes. Don't even think about it. Other heads came from the left and right, roaring and attacking Lu Huang. Lu Huang had great difficulty dodging this kind of attack and had to choose to resist the damage. But behind him, the two white beams were connected to his body, replenishing his strength and healing his body's injuries. Boom! 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 Lu Huang endured the damage to the other heads and rushed to the third head. Yamata no Orochi's body was so huge that it was impossible to escape Lu Huang's attack. A moment later, Lu Huang jumped on top of the third head, covered in blood. His face was covered in blood, ferocious and terrifying. But there was a crazy smile on the corner of his mouth. Great magic sword. Cut! Lu Huang raised the big demon sword in his hand high, and the violent supernatural energy showed a mixture of black and red, turning into a violent storm and rising into the sky, right on top of Yamata no Orochi's head. It turned into a huge magic sword more than 10 meters long. Yamata no Orochi's eyes were full of fear. Oops. Its body tried to retreat quickly, but due to its size, its movements were not as fast as Lu Huang's. It watched helplessly as the great demonic sword struck down with force, and then struck it hard on the head. Poof! The solid white scales were split open, followed by the skull, brains, and flesh. The huge magic sword slashed all the way down with Emperor Lu's crazy laughter. Blood and white brains were splattered everywhere, as if they were free of charge. The Yamata no Orochi's third head was severely cut in half, and it was chopped until it reached the bottom. Lu Huang's body was covered with blood and brain matter that spurted out. The hot blood made him so excited that he almost moaned. He held the big sword in both hands, his face distorted with excitement, and the vertical pupils in his eyes became darker. It's over. He laughed maniacally. However, at the next moment, he heard Liu's anxious shouting, "Captain, be careful!" Just as Lu Huang was about to turn around, a long neck attacked him like a whip, hitting him hard. Boom! Lu Huang was sent flying for more than 1,000 meters, smashing through more than a dozen buildings and ruins before sinking into the wall of a building. Yamata no Orochi lost one head, but it still had 7 heads. It looked coldly at Liu and Lu Huang, who was hit hard. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. Tanaka Ryusei's mouth showed a mocking look. There are always some people who like to be smart and try to find my weaknesses. But I like giving people like this a chance. Look! Haven't you fallen into the trap? Liu followed Lu Huang closely. In the attack just now, Lu Huang lost too much strength, and he was hit hard again by surprise, with a lot of blood spurting out of his mouth. Team leader, Liu called out to Emperor Lu distressfully, and then desperately injected supernatural powers into him to heal his wounds. Lu Huang stood up covered in blood with a big demon sword. He stared intently at the Yamata no Orochi, which had only 7 heads in the distance. At this time, the Yamata no Orochi seemed to dislike the chopped head being in the way, and the other heads actually ate the head directly. What a difficult opponent. Interesting. This is so much fun. The Yamata no Orochi looked this way and let out a deafening roar. This terrifying sound and astonishing momentum also boosted the morale of the Yaki-gumi ninja soldiers, who were still fighting around them. But correspondingly, the members of the demon squad were not so relaxed. I don't know how the captain is doing. The opponent looks very strong. Could he be his opponent? Lu Huang has always been a powerful presence in their hearts. But on Star Island, which stranger is not a hero who dominates one side? The strongest among the strongest. The stronger among the strongest. It would not be a surprise if Emperor Lu suffered defeat, or even suffered defeat. Just when they were worried about Lu Huang, Lu Huang's voice came from the communication system. Everyone, evacuate this area immediately. Leave immediately. The sooner the better. The further away the better. Don't look back. Hearing Lu Huang's voice, all the members of the demon team were shocked in their hearts. Emperor Lu actually asked them to retreat? What about himself? Would he let himself be surrounded by the other party? Or, he already knows that he can't win, so he plans to leave the chance of survival to others? This is an order, Lu Huang said coldly. The team members were silent. The Jiangnan region's investigation team is a military unit, and they must obey orders from their superiors unconditionally. Chapter 1022 Demonic Body. After Tanaka Ryusei heard Lu Huang's words, he couldn't help laughing. You are indeed a responsible captain. Knowing that you will die, you consider the survival of your team members. But what a pity! There is no point in doing so. After I kill you, I will also chase down your team members one by one and kill them all. Faced with Tanaka Ryusei's ridicule, Lu Huang's eyes were cold. But he did not refute. He held the big magic sword and stood in front of Liu. Liu looked at him with some worry, but still used the ability of love and sincerity to protect him. Yamada no Orochi let out a long roar. And then the remaining 7 heads smashed towards this side, like pile drivers. The force of each impact can easily destroy a building. The huge black wings on Lu Huang's back shook and soared into the sky, blocking every attack of Yamada no Orochi. But he, who had just been hit hard, was obviously a little powerless at this time. Every collision was extremely difficult for him to resist. Seeing him wanting to live so much, Yamada no Orochi felt a bad taste in his heart. He wanted to torture the man in front of him. Yamada no Orochi looked past him and landed on the deputy captain Liu. What a nice girl. It must taste very moist. Hey. There was no concealment of the lustful look in Yamada no Orochi's eyes. He had already planned that he would not rush to kill Lu Huang later, but would interrupt his hands and feet to save his life. Then, he severely insulted Liu in front of him. Thinking of Lu Huang's painful and desperate cry, Yamada no Orochi was so excited that he couldn't help but howl. This kind of gaze naturally did not escape Lu Huang's eyes. The murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense, and even the terrifying vertical pupil showed a flash of blood. Boom! Lu Huang was once again hit hard by Yamada no Orochi and flew out. He fell into the ruins, like a broken sack. He leaned on a piece of broken cement, and confirmed the team member's current location on the communication channel. Have you all gone far? The answers came one by one from the team members. They had left the area far away, and were being hunted by the ninjas. That's good, Lu Huang said coldly. Boom! A huge snake head inserted into the ruins, directly destroying Lu Huang's location. Yamada no Orochi looked at Emperor Lu ferociously, and said sadly that it's almost time for you to give up, kid. But at this moment, the corners of Lu Huang's mouth twisted. Ha ha. He raised his head and laughed wildly. Yamada no Orochi looked at him with some confusion. You are already about to die. What else is so funny? Lu Huang stood up slowly and covered the wound on his abdomen with one hand. He was already covered in blood and looked like he was not far from death. But he was still laughing wildly. Liu behind him looked at him, his eyes full of worry. Lu Huang's arms dropped. He said coldly that they have all left. And I can also let you see what I really look like. There's no way I could use its power if any of them were around. Yamada no Orochi didn't understand what Lu Huang was talking about, but he vaguely noticed something was wrong. Just when he was planning to kill Emperor Lu quickly, the man in front of him suddenly changed strangely. Yamada no Orochi's eyes suddenly shrank, and as if he saw something extremely disgusting and fearful, his huge body retreated far away. Among the ruins, Lu Huang's face slowly cracked like spider marks. His face, as delicate as a porcelain doll, was peeling off inch by inch. What was exposed was crimson twisted flesh that made people want to vomit. A large amount of bloody flesh poured out from his body, completely surrounding him like rotting tentacles. The rotten flesh is getting more and more, and the shape is completely invisible. It is just a big twisted and disgusting monster. And human mutations are non-directional. Some people get great strength, beautiful looks, and special abilities. There are also people who go in the wrong direction and become monsters that are neither human nor ghosts. And I am the latter. Before Lu Huang's body was completely surrounded by rancid rotten meat, he slowly closed his eyes. He is that very rare, negative mutant. Although he possesses great power, he also acquires a form that makes everyone feel disgusted and disgusted. On weekdays, his handsome boy appearance is just a SHL created for him by Blizzard City. At this moment, he is what his true form looks like. Devil Squad. Lu Huang. He is truly a devil. Just before Lu Huang was about to be completely wrapped in rotten flesh, Li Yu suddenly jumped up and came to Lu Huang. Regardless of the large amount of rotten meat around her, she hugged Emperor Lu tightly into her arms. Love and sincerity exuded an extremely gentle white light, completely enveloping him. Love and sincerity are Lu Huang's blessings, not in terms of strength. It is a kind of purification and restriction. Rather, it would limit Lu Huang's true power while maintaining his humanity. Only in this way can Emperor Lu not become a monster who only knows how to kill. The large amount of flesh and blood directly burst the entire ruins. The 7 heads and eyes of Yamada no Orochi all showed expressions of extreme shock and disgust. What kind of monster is this? In front of it is a monster made of a large mass of flesh and blood. Any human being who sees it will probably want to vomit. It has the heads of 12 demons and dozens of tangled limbs. The twisted faces of pigs, dogs, horses, and black goats were wailing in pain. Some have dozens of breasts under their heads. Some were carrying bloody heads in their arms. Some are holding long swords made from spines. It represents lust, greed, evil thoughts, and despair, and is a collection of negative human emotions. It's so disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Yamada no Orochi roared angrily. However, this is also why Lu Huang must insist on showing the demon body when the team members cannot see it. Phew! The dozen or so heads of the flesh and blood demon let out a piercing howl. And then the huge mass of flesh and blood came towards the Yamada no Orochi to kill him. Yamada no Orochi roared angrily. Its 2 heads opened its mouth, and 2 shock waves shot out from its mouth. The roar of the snake god. Facing the attack of Yamada no Orochi, the flesh and blood demon did not dodge at all. It was hid directly on its body, and its flesh and blood flew everywhere, revealing strips of flesh as tough as octopus tentacles. And a dozen arms holding various weapons were already slashing towards this side. Chapter 1023. What does it have to do with me? The strange creature transformed from the huge lump of rotten flesh, made a chilling scream, and rushed directly to the Yamada no Orochi. Just like 2 mountain peaks colliding together, they started fighting hand to hand without any skills. The 7 heads of the Yamada no Orochi roared, biting and impacting the demon's body. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the demonized heads howled in agony, but seemed to be even more excited to launch a collision. The serpent's teeth pierced the body of the great demon, and the demon's dozens of arms held sharp weapons to hack at the serpent's scales. This battle lasted for half a day. Blood stained the entire area red. Both the Yamada no Orochi and the great demon lost their minds, with only the will to kill rising in their eyes. There were also ninjas who came back to support and tried to attack the big demon, but they were indiscriminately devoured and became part of the big demon's own flesh and blood. In the end, all 8 heads of Yamada no Orochi were bitten into pieces by the demon, and Tanaka Ryusei died completely. And Lu Huang's condition was not good either. His body was in pieces, with broken flesh and blood scattered everywhere, and it was even impossible to find out which piece was his true body among the many lumps of flesh. Here, it became a real mountain of corpses and sea of blood. At the end of the fight, Lu Huang was also on the verge of death. It was Li Yu who climbed hard through the river of flesh and blood and dragged him out of the rotten flesh. Lu Huang's true appearance is that of a small, twisted and ferocious flesh and blood monster. Li Yu looked at him, her eyes full of tenderness, without a trace of dislike. She took out a new piece of skin from the treasure behind her and put it on him again. Lu Huang turned into the handsome silver-haired little man again. Captain, it's okay. We have one. Li Yu held Lu Huang in her arms and said softly. At the same time, she had informed all the team members about Lu Huang's killing of Tanaka Ryushi and asked all team members to return it. Today, Emperor Lu has lost the ability to fight. Their trip to Star Island this time also reached the end. The members of the demon team who arrived later were all frightened by the sight of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. But they didn't know what was happening. Just knowing that the captain had won the final victory made me feel happy from the bottom of my heart. The demon squad took their captain, then left Star Island along the established route and returned to the Xuanwu battleship. Without going into details, Zhang Yi was sitting in an old cafe, drinking hot coffee, and using the intelligence system to determine the existing combat power on the island. On the Star Island, the only ones he could put his eyes on were captain-level combat power. Everyone has been made into an electronic card by Zhang Yi and sorted in his portable intelligent artificial system. For Euromedusa, a member of Helllock, was killed by me. There are 3 people left on the island, according to the intelligence from the East China Sea region before going to the island. They were Billy the Kid Basaka Herchester. The strength of these 3 guys cannot be underestimated, especially Billy the Kid, who has a strength close to that of Epsilon. Zhang Yi reached out and pushed their electronic cards aside. This is the main enemy that needs to be faced next. In addition, the foreigners from other countries in the joint force are far less powerful than the Hellocks. But don't be careless. Especially Neon, Amaterasu and Susanoo have been killed by me. I just don't know what kind of strength Tsukuyami and Kagoto Tome have. Zhang Yi carefully analyzed the situation on the battlefield. For him, the biggest regret is that there are too few captain-level aliens on the island. Otherwise, he can hunt more aliens to achieve transformation. Zhang Yi sat on a chair, holding hot coffee in one hand, thinking about the next strategy while drinking. Beside him, Jingwei was holding a coffee pot in her hand, refilling his cup at any time like a maid. As the price for Zhang Yi to forgive her and see him, Jingwei must now unconditionally obey Zhang Yi's orders on the island. I think I should stop hunting for a while. Don't you think? Zhang Yi suddenly looked at Jingwei and asked lightly. Jingwei glanced at Zhang Yi, thought for a moment, and asked, "Is it because you have become a thorn in the side of the joint forces?" Zhang Yi nodded. Consider this too. Nowadays, the most hated person in the entire joint force is definitely Zhang Yi. One person killed 3 Hellocks members. This tragic loss was enough to make the entire top brass of the Columbian Ocean Fleet furious. Next, if Zhang Yi wants to take action again, he will definitely be deliberately targeted by the enemy. However, this is not my main consideration. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "So what if you were targeted? The coalition forces are now suffering heavy casualties. How can they still have so much thought to launch an encirclement and annihilation against him?" Jingwei asked puzzledly what was the reason. Zhang Yi smiled slightly and put down the coffee cup in his hand. Jingwei quickly continued it for him. "I just don't like having people pick fruit." Zhang Yi smiled. Jingwei immediately realized what Zhang Yi meant. "You mean, you don't want people from the Donghai region to take advantage?" "Right?" Zhang Yi nodded. "After landing on the island, I solved a lot of troubles for them. I think their people, especially the 4 spirits, are already in Foggy Valley now. These guys claim to be the strongest combat force in the East China Sea region. Then let them play their part." Jingwei said that you are still very eager to get the source of God. "Right?" Zhang Yi scratched his cheek with his right index finger, with a playful expression on his face. "Desperate to get? How should I put it? I'm actually not that eager. It's just that I like to watch the fun, and I hate the way others get something for nothing." Jingwei remained silent. In Zhang Yi's mind, he never had any overall view. No, maybe for Zhang Yi, only he is the most important overall situation. Therefore, he can snipe and kill the aliens in the joint force. But that is only to obtain the origin of high-level aliens and improve his own strength. However, it does not mean that he is willing to make waiting clothes for others. However, what should you do if the source of God falls into the hands of the Colombian Navy? Jingwei couldn't help but raise such a question. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. What does that have to do with me?" Jingwei's expression changed. If this sentence were spread, many people would consider it treasonous. Zhang Yi suddenly laughed and knocked on the table as a joke. "Don't worry. They won't get the source of God." Chapter 1024 Suzaku and White Tiger. Jingwei didn't know where Zhang Yi got his confidence. Obviously, since he landed on the island, he has not participated in any search for the source of God. But his attitude was so calm and composed that it was confusing. But Jingwei didn't ask. She knew very well that Zhang Yi didn't trust her. She had no doubt that if it weren't for the fact that she took action at that time, trying to help Zhang Yi deal with Amaterasu and the others, and then cooperated obediently by taking the truth serum, she is now a corpse. The reason why she was spared her life was simply because Zhang Yi didn't like to get things done. If he kills me, he will completely break with the Jiangnan region. I'm afraid Zhu Shui also. Jingwei murmured to himself, somewhat afraid to imagine that kind of result. Because of the close reconnaissance of Zhang Yi in the past few days, she clearly realized that Zhang Yi's terrifying strength had already exceeded the expectations of the Jiangnan region. The comprehensive ability index is 9,800 points. But he is only good at defense, but not good at offense. What a joke. Now, in Jingwei's eyes, he is probably only one step away from the real Epsilon. The outside of the cafe is wrapped by a transparent barrier. That is Zhang Yi's barrier. With its existence, it can be protected rain or shine, and it can isolate any means of reconnaissance. Outside the barrier, a thick poisonous miasma was billowing, and the snowflakes falling in the air turned dark green. Zhang Yi looked out the window. This place is far away from the foggy bottom, but distance has never meant much to Zhang Yi. The poisonous circle should also be closed, and the aliens with weak combat effectiveness have either been eliminated or withdrawn from the battlefield. Most of the remaining people are near foggy bottom, so there will be a lot of fun to watch next. The reason why Zhang Yi said this is because there is a source of God in the Wugu area. That is the birthplace of the poisonous miasma. According to Li Zhongyu, the source of God is buried deep underground in the foggy valley. With its existence, the magnetic field in the entire foggy valley is chaotic. Once inside, it was so severe that it was completely impossible to communicate with the outside world. So what happened to the people who entered it? The joint forces, or the command centers of the two major regions of Huashu Kingdom, had no way of knowing. The more such an environment, the more dangerous it is. You can't always let others pick the fruit. Zhang Yi held his chin with the back of his right hand and said with a smile. He was as relaxed as if he were on vacation. However, not everyone is as comfortable as him. At this time, almost all the remaining people on Star Island have arrived in the Foggy Valley area. And after many screenings, the surviving aliens are either extremely lucky, have great luck, or are top players with top strength. And this group of people is destined to start an extremely fierce fight for the source of God within the limited range of several hundred miles in this Foggy Valley, among the coalition forces of the two major regions of Huashu Kingdom. According to the original plan, the Donghai region should be the main force against the coalition forces. However, when they set out at the beginning, they adopted a different strategy because of the selfishness of the Donghai region. Li Tianyang's idea is simple. Let Zhang Yi and a group of other alien troops from the Jiangnan region serve as the vanguard. Or even worse, call them cannon fodder to cause trouble for the alien troops in the joint force. In this way, the strangers in the East China Sea region can seize the opportunity and reach Foggy Valley in advance. I have to say that although the development of things was somewhat unexpected, but Zhang Yi's unexpected emergence did put tremendous pressure on the entire joint force. This also led to the Blue Dragon, White Tiger and Suzaku, three of the four spirits being the first to arrive in the Foggy Valley area. Except Qinglong killed a captain-level alien. Suzaku and Baihu didn't encounter much decent resistance along the way. On the one hand, this is related to Zhang Yi. On the other hand, it is also their own tactical arrangement. After landing on the island, many people on the island gradually forgot their original purpose. Zhang Yi ran away and kept hunting for strangers. Other aliens believed that they had nothing to do with the source of God, and instead went to capture the accompanying source Els. There are only four spirits, and they resolutely carry out their mission to find the source of God. So along the way, they tried not to have any conflicts. However, despite them taking advantage of the opportunity, they arrived at Foggy Bottom first. But the advantage this brings them is not strong. Foggy Valley is too big. This is a huge valley that was once a famous adventure area throughout Star Island. The peaks are connected to the peaks, and the deepest valley is 400 to 500 meters long. The entire terrain is intricate. The original intelligence provided by Li Zhongyu only provided the approximate location where the source of God was found. But now, the place is completely covered by the most intense poisonous miasma, and it is impossible to use electronic equipment or even communicate with the command center. Therefore, after Qinglong and others entered the depths of the Foggy Valley, they could only explore cautiously. The most useful radar has become their alien instinct to sense the source of God. I have to say that this is a very helpless thing. In a mountain stream, a man and a woman were walking slowly from a distance. The man was wearing a white combat uniform. He was tall, about 2 meters tall and mighty, like a giant mountain. The woman next to her is not delicate, but she looks smaller than the strong man next to her. However, when anyone sees this combination, they will not think that this woman is attached to the man next to her. On the contrary, when a man walks, he always lags behind the woman by half a beat. This pair is none other than the Suzaku and the White Tiger among the four spirits of the East China Sea region. Unlike other aliens, the two acted together on Star Island. This is very rare. Originally, because of the existence of the source of God, It was difficult for top aliens to trust each other and cooperate. But these two people had been acting together since they landed on the island. The white tiger's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. In the poisonous miasma of the thick fog, there were several strange fogs surging, like ferocious strange eyes. Suzaku's combat uniform is dark red. In this almost gray-green miasma, she is not particularly eye-catching, but it is easy for people to identify her identity. She moved forward with graceful steps. After walking for half a day, she frowned slightly. It has been 3 days since we came here, but we have no clue about the source of God. The foggy valley is so big, and without modern instruments and equipment, we don't know when we will find it. In this case, wouldn't the advantage gained in the early stage be all in vain? Hearing Suzaku's complaint, Baihu showed an honest smile. The operation in the Shengjing region was said to have mobilized half of the region, and it took 3 months to obtain the complete source of God. Suzaku, don't be too impatient. What is yours will always be yours. Chapter 1025, Split Up. Hearing Baihu's safety, Zhu Yung frowned and said coldly, however, we don't have that much time. Suzaku naturally understood what Baihu said. But today is different from the past. At the beginning, the Shengjing region was operating domestically, so they had enough time and did not need to face external threats. But now, the East China Sea region is racing against time to compete for the source of God. Once the combined forces get it first, all their efforts are in vain. What's more, there is another thing that is still stuck in their throats. In this operation, none of us put any effort into it. On the contrary, the people from Jiangnan region took care of most of their opponents. Suzaku pursed his lips. If we all fail this time, will we have to make the other 5 districts a joke for the rest of our lives? Even if they choose to obey the order, their main mission is to find the source of God. But what Zhang Yi did during this period was indeed too showy. He attacked the entire combined force and killed many strangers. One person almost destroyed half of the Hell's chains. Under his background, the strangers in the East China Sea region became eclipsed. Suzaku is also a top alien, and she also has her own pride. If it weren't for the regional plan, she would be willing to charge into the battle and kill the aliens from the enemy country. Of course, Baihu understood what Suzaku was thinking. He quickly comforted me by saying, I know you are unbalanced in your heart. Chaos is indeed very strong, and he has also secured a rare opportunity for us. But as long as you obtain the source of God and advance to the realm of Epsilon, you will far surpass him. No one remembers a momentary victory. When you become Epsilon, no matter how strong he is, he can only crawl under his feet and look up at you. Baihu's words made Suzaku feel a little better. But, where should we find this source of God? She looked around helplessly. In the area covered by the poisonous miasma, there are mountains everywhere, and there are mountains outside the mountains. According to Li Zhongyu, the source of God is still buried deep underground, which makes it even more difficult to find. Baihu frowned slightly, and he slowly said that my puppet robot is here. As long as you spend more time, it will not be difficult to find it. Suzaku suddenly turned around and stared at Baihu seriously with her big, deep eyes. We don't have much time left. I must get the source of God. I won't allow any surprises. Baihu was a little surprised. Suzaku, what do you want to do? Suzaku crossed his arms and said coldly, from now on, you and I will act separately. This can at least double our speed. When Baihu heard this, he said with some worry that this was not good. When he came, the commander said he wanted me. Suzaku waved his hand. I know the commander's attitude. But now we have to race against time. Moreover, she looked at Baihu with sharp eyes. You don't think I need you to protect me, do you? Baihu scratched his head. I believe in your strength. But when 2 of us are together, no matter what kind of opponent we encounter, we are not afraid. But if we work separately, it might be possible. Suzaku interrupted him. White Tiger, that's why you are so unlovable. No matter what I do, I seek stability too much. It's hard for people like you to achieve much in your life. Anyway, I've decided. Her tone suddenly became serious. One finger pointed to the left and the other to the right. I'm going left. You go right. We communicate through Puppetmon. If anyone discovers the source of God, inform the other party immediately. Of course, for safety reasons, the straight line distance between 2 people should not exceed 30 kilometers. Baihu also wanted to give a few words of advice. But seeing Suzaku's intransigent attitude, he had no choice but to swallow his original words. Okay then. Just do as you say. He raised his right arm. His arm armor was very thick and bloated, several times the size of an ordinary person. Captain-level combat uniforms are specially made according to each person's abilities and characteristics. White Tiger's combat uniform is wrapped in thick white armor on the arms and legs. He tapped on his right arm, and a piece of armor immediately popped open, revealing a delicate white metal Rubik's Cube inside. Baihu took out the Rubik's Cube and handed it to Suzaku. Suzaku opened the Rubik's Cube with ease, and soon it turned into a centipede about 30 centimeters long. Then it climbed onto Suzaku's shoulder, and was tightly buckled with her combat uniform. This is a mechanical puppet made by Baihu. It was specially built by White Tiger for this environment, because it uses ancient mechanical technology. The communication method is also very primitive, and does not require the use of electronic communication. Therefore, it can be used even in the depths of foggy valleys where magnetic field interference is severe. The only drawback may be that it cannot carry out complex communications. But it is completely sufficient for calling teammates and confirming the position. Your hobbies are really hard to describe. Suzaku sighed helplessly. Although she is not a little girl who is afraid of bugs, women still have a natural aversion to bugs. Baihu quickly explained. That's not the case. Just because of. This shape is perfect for clinging to a variety of complex terrains. Before he finished speaking, Suzaku turned around and walked quickly towards the left. Baihu looked helplessly at Suzaku's back. After thinking about it, he could only walk in the opposite direction to her. The mist surged deep in the poisonous miasma, and a group of huge and ferocious monsters appeared around the White Tiger, cautiously accompanying him. But when the two left, no one noticed that a man wearing a brown felt hat was hiding behind a dead tree in the distance. Hell's Locks. Position 2. Billy the Kid. Yasin Canero. He held a dry leaf in his mouth. Of course, it was not picked up from the foggy valley filled with poisonous miasma. He once loved collecting plants and butterflies to make specimens. The leaf in his mouth comes from his hometown. It is a plant that is slightly sweet, spicy, and slightly addictive. White Tiger and Suzaku thought they were the first to reach Foggy Valley. In fact, this idea is wrong. Canelo arrived in the area earlier than they did. However, since he also had no clear goal to search for the source of God, he instead entered a state of ruin. In Carnero's view, mining is the miner's business. What he wants to do is to take over this land and become the owner of the mine. Then he can recruit a large number of miners to serve him. Therefore, he no longer regards the inefficient and troublesome task of searching for the source of God as his first goal. Instead, he chose to do the same thing as someone else: start hunting and eliminate all enemies. As long as the threats from the two major areas of Huashu Kingdom are eliminated, Star Island will naturally be their property. At that time, you can search for the source of God any way you want, no matter how bad it is. The mantis can catch the cicada, with the oriole behind. Wait for others to search hard before taking action to snatch the source of God back. No. The duo of Suzaku and White Tiger appeared in his field of vision. Chapter 1026 Ice Prison. Suzaku. When White Tiger and Suzaku were acting together, Billy Boy still felt a little troublesome. But then when he saw the two parting ways, the corners of his mouth immediately raised. But, which prey should we hunt first? He touched his chin and thought carefully. But soon he had the answer: die first. Canelo has a relaxed smile on his face. But when he moves, he feels as clean as a razor. Like Vito Bardia, Yasin Canero is also an elite special teams player. Served in Columbia Delta Force. He was already familiar with this method of stealth sniping. However, in order to achieve the best effect of his ability, he must be close enough. His abilities must be activated with the help of two revolvers. This weapon is powerful, but it also has a fatal flaw: insufficient range. Even as a stranger, with the blessing of supernatural powers, his effective range does not exceed 2,000 meters. Therefore, he cannot achieve ultra-long range attacks like Zhang-Yi or Bardia. But what is lost must be gained. What the loss of range brings is insurmountable, terrifying lethality within short to medium distances. Therefore, he needs to get close to Suzaku first, and then take her life away with one shot. He was not in a hurry. You have to wait until the distance between Suzaku and White Tiger is far enough, so that you can have a smooth one-on-one duel. If it's one-on-two, it will be a little troublesome for him. What's more, for a person who loves Western cowboy-style duels, it's not that one-on-one cannot afford it, but one-on-one is more cost-effective. While Suzaku moved forward cautiously, he used his alien instinct to sense the existence of the source of God nearby. However, a vague aura suddenly began to linger in her heart. Canelo is the most elite fighter. So is Suzaku. After being targeted, Suzaku had a warning in his heart out of a warrior's instinct. She frowned and stopped in the middle of a valley. She spread her fingers on her hands, and her slender fingers naturally hung down on both sides of her body. Zhu Yong's sense of smell is very keen, and she has already sensed the presence of other people nearby. However, she was still unable to determine the other party's position. This alone made her understand that she had definitely met a master. Her crystal fingers slowly turned outwards, and then a layer of blue flame suddenly ignited from her fingers, covering her whole body in an instant. The blazing blue flame is gorgeous, sacred and awe-inspiring. The flame is like a blue divine bird. Suzaku raised his hands, and his 10 fingers were slender and white, beating gracefully like playing a piano. 10 raging blue flames suddenly burst out from her fingertips, and then went straight in all directions. Call. In an instant, with Suzaku as the center, all the poisonous miasma within a kilometer radius were swallowed up by the flames. The ground originally covered with gray-green ice and snow was also dyed with a layer of crystal-like magnificent ice blue in an instant. Suzaku stood in this magnificent ice blue, like a goddess. She opened her mouth coldly and said, "Come on!" She said this because she had not yet determined the location of the person in the secret. She knew that person would not escape easily, but she had to say this to induce the other party to take some actions, and then allow her to judge the other party's location more clearly. However, the person who appeared here today is Billy the Kid, a gunslinger who extremely advocates the spirit of the Western cowboy and has a romantic style. So he really appeared in front of Suzaku. "Hi there, pretty young lady. We meet again." Canelo's voice sounded suddenly. Suzaku's pupils shrank suddenly because the sound came from behind her, and she never noticed it from beginning to end. She turned around suddenly. Blue flames all over her body surged crazily, and a huge Suzaku, more than 10 meters high, took on a ferocious and beautiful shape outside her body. He let out a sharp cry at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him. "Phew!" When he saw the man in front of him clearly, all the muscles in Suzaku's body couldn't help but tighten. The East China Sea region and the Ocean Fleet are old enemies in the East China Sea. Members of Hell Chain also often deal with the forest spirits, and Yasin Canelo is the most troublesome person in their eyes. Of course, this is also because it is not their turn to deal with Cartiers. But Suzaku knew very well how difficult it was to deal with the guy in front of him. If it weren't for this guy with a loose nature, the strangers from the East China Sea region who died at his hands would have been piled up with bones. Billy the Kid. Suzaku read the other party's codename coldly. At the same time, she had used the intelligence system to use the mechanical puppet on her shoulder to notify the white tiger in the distance to come for support. The current distance between the two has reached 30 kilometers. According to Baihu's speed, it would take at least 2 minutes to arrive at full speed. This long period of time is definitely a huge test for Suzaku. Although she was briefly excited, she quickly adjusted her mood. As a professional soldier, she has extremely good psychological qualities. Likewise, he also possesses top-notch combat abilities. The intelligence system has already provided her with battlefield intelligence analysis. Target confirmed. Hell's Lock number 2 Billy the Kid. Environmental conditions are loaded. A battle simulation is taking place. According to the simulation results, Suzaku has a probability of 3 to win, a probability of 12 to escape, and a probability of 85 to fail. After listening to the information given by the intelligence system, Suzaku couldn't help but take a deep breath. Only 3? Damn it! If only I could find the source of God earlier. Compared to Suzaku's caution, Canelo looked much more relaxed. He had a gentleman's smile on his face, and his right hand was naturally placed on the golden revolver at his waist. But Suzaku knew from his posture that the person in front of him was ready to take action at any time. "Miss Suzaku, I am really lucky to meet you here. Did you come here alone? It's a pity that time doesn't allow me to chat with you for a while now. Otherwise, I really want to have a cup of afternoon tea with you after sunset. But now," the smile on his lips is thicker, "let's talk about surrender. You say, how is it?" Suzaku said coldly that if you want to surrender, I can consider it. But until then, bear my fire. She opened her hands towards Billy the Kid, and 2 huge flames spurted out instantly, turning into a giant Suzaku dozens of meters high, and pounced on Canelo. Chapter 1027 Silver Revolver. Suzaku's move made Canelo raise his eyebrows. I originally wanted to solve this problem in a more elegant way. His hand rested on the grip of the revolver, facing the huge blue flame Suzaku flying towards him quickly. He did not pull the revolver out of the holster, but simply turned the muzzle of the gun and pulled the trigger. A ray of white light was like a sharp sword, instantly penetrating the space and penetrating the blue Suzaku's chest. Ice blue flames flew down in the air like falling snow. Billy the Kid looked at Suzaku helplessly. "It seems that I can only subdue you first, and then talk about afternoon tea. Although the words were spoken elegantly, his eyes had become sharp. The right revolver continued to pull, and in an instant, 5 bullets had pierced the space and shot towards Suzaku. His shot was so fast that if he wasn't prepared in advance, it would be difficult to even notice that he had made a shot. But this is not the first time that the East China Sea region has dealt with the locks of hell, coupled with the warning that the entire iron-blooded team was killed. Suzaku had been guarding against his move from the beginning. Raging ice-blue flames soared into the sky, forming a huge firestorm in front of her. The whirlwind blocked Suzaku's figure and swept towards Billy the Kid. Those flowing bullets cut through the space, and when they passed through the firestorm, the white layer of supernatural power on the surface began to wither and drift away. The speed of the bullet also began to weaken significantly. Oh! Billy Boy raised his eyebrows slightly. He was quite interested in Suzaku's abilities. Seem. Can you absorb my attacks? After passing through the firestorm, the speed of the bullet has been reduced to a level that Suzaku can capture. Suzaku raised his hand, and a long flame whip condensed out of his palm. The long whip swept around his body, like a huge python that began to spin, and bounced all the bullets away. Do you think it just absorbs your attacks? Suzaku said coldly. Ice blue light flashed in her eyes, and the flames around her body became more intense. The flames rushed out and turned into countless tongues of fire, piercing the ground and heading straight for Billy the Kid. This time, the attack was more violent than before. Billy the Kid looked slightly surprised. While calmly reloading the revolver, he quickly dodged sideways to avoid the pursuing tongues of fire. In an instant, the loading of bullets was completed. Through the raging flames, he could vaguely see the beautiful figure of Suzaku standing in the flames. Boom! 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 Billy the Kid moved and pulled the trigger. The muzzle of the gun spit out a sharp white light and pierced Suzaku like a sharp sword. However, these white lights that were supposed to be indestructible all cracked and turned into dots of white brilliance after touching the raging ring of fire that surrounded Suzaku for hundreds of meters. Even the high-speed shooting that he was most proud of had its speed reduced. At the same time, the flames around Suzaku became even more intense. The flame did not give people a burning feeling. On the contrary, the closer it got, the colder it made Billy the Kid feel. Just passing by him caused a layer of frost to condense on his combat uniform. A layer of white fluff also appeared on the edge of the thick felt hat. Cold fire? It seemed that her flames could not only absorb my attack power, but also feed it back to herself. What a terrifying ability! Canelo couldn't help but sigh. After hearing Canelo's words, Suzaku frowned deeply. As expected of the second position of the Hell Lock, he was able to see the essence of her ability in such a short time after the fight. East China Sea Region. 4 spirits. Suzaku. The ability code name is Bing Yinzhu K. Trait type: Fire attribute alien. But her flame is not ordinary fire, but cold fire, a substance that is the opposite of flame. The essence of flame is the exogenous reaction of combustion, but her flame is a strange fire that can absorb all energy and strengthen itself. All materials with energy can be absorbed by her flames. Even the kinetic energy of human body movement will become extremely slow or even completely absorbed when passing through her flames. This is why Canelo's high-speed shooting loses its effect in front of her. Suzaku's eyes were fixed on the moving Canelo. Even though she was well prepared and blocked Canelo's fatal shot, she did not dare to be careless at all, because no one would think that the second position of Hell Lock is so easy to deal with. Anyone who had such thoughts is already dead. She lowered her hands to her sides and released more raging flames from her fingertips, turning into a huge blue ring of fire surrounding her. The raging firestorm exudes bone-chilling chills, and is like an absolutely unbreakable defense. In order for Canelo's bullet to penetrate the hundreds of meters of defense, its energy would have to be weakened by at least 50%. When the time comes, Suzaku will definitely be able to block it. Suzaku did not dare to be careless in the fight against this powerful enemy. Her only idea at this time was not to defeat Canelo, but to hold him back until White Tiger arrived on the battlefield and defeat Canelo with their combined strength. At the same time, she did not forget to use the raging tongue of fire to pursue Canelo. If viewed from Canelo's perspective, Suzaku now looks like the core of a blue sun. The flame of this sun is extremely unstable, with a long corona protruding from the surface of the star, constantly trying to lick his body. How dangerous! Once this thing is touched, I feel that the supernatural power and even body temperature in my body will be quickly drained. Canelo nimbly dodged and avoided Suzaku's attack. His speed doesn't look very fast, but he gives people a feeling of flexibility and fitness. Every move and landing is very smooth. He kept changing positions, But his eyes did not leave the center of the blue star. The silver revolver in his right hand kept changing directions to attack. Boom! 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 His bullets are specially made. Each one is rose gold. And when fired from the silver revolver, it will turn into a brilliant white light. When the white beam hits the icy blue star, it will make a dull sound like iron. Even Bingyan cannot completely absorb this huge power. It passed through Suzaku's huge ring of fire, and still came to Suzaku, forcing Suzaku to actively defend. Canelo fired all his ammunition 3 times, and gradually began to understand Bingyan's defensive capabilities. Chapter 1028 Return to Zero. Finally, he had enough judgment in his heart. So he put away the silver revolver in his right hand in an extremely gorgeous gesture. Then he took out the golden revolver inserted on the left side of his waist with his left hand. He has 2 guns. The silver revolver sets in the yellow sand, and the golden revolver sighs with destiny. Silver revolver is the romance of the Western cowboy. The golden revolver is a song that pays tribute to the mourners. Carrara. He skillfully turned the revolver's magazine, checked the ammunition, and then pushed the magazine into the gun body. Then he aimed at Suzaku and raised his golden revolver. Return to zero. When the gun was pointed at Suzaku, a huge death crisis instantly enveloped her. The hairs all over Suzaku's body stood on end. She didn't know why this sense of crisis suddenly arose. But it is certain that Canelo will launch an attack that is countless times more powerful than the previous silver revolver. Ice prison Suzaku. More raging flames erupted from her body, rushing in all directions like an explosion. After the flames passed by, the earth withered directly, and the cold breath penetrated dozens of meters below the earth, plundering all the remaining vitality in this land. The ice flame Suzaku has the ability to forcibly plunder power. In a sense, Suzaku's ability is also considered to have the qualifications to be promoted to Epsilon. Thousands of icy blue flames gathered together and turned into a huge, nearly substantial blue Suzaku. It made a sharp cry, flapped its wings for hundreds of meters, and slammed into the area where Canelo was with the monstrous icy heat. Canelo's expression was as cold as a piece of steel. Indifferent to this, in his eyes, there was a circle of fate, slowly closing. It was a strange snake with its head and tail connected. When the snake's head bites its tail, it marks the end of its fate. In an instant, 6 bullets were shot out of the gun at almost the same time. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. 6 bullets pierced the space and collided with the huge ice flame Suzaku. Suzaku's head was shattered instantly, and the bullet was also dyed blue. It's just this moment of stagnation that doesn't seem to be able to change anything. They are still moving forward in an indomitable way, and the final point of fate is Zhu Yong's body. Crash. It was the sound of breaking ice. The air was frozen due to the ice prison Suzaku, but it could not stop the trajectory of the bullet, because Billy the Kid's ability is called Zero. This ability is very simple, without any bells and whistles. It is very simple, and can ignore almost all physical defenses. And combined with his ability as a quick shooter, it is almost impossible to solve. If you don't know his abilities, you will die the first moment you see him. But even if you know his abilities, it's hard to block his bullets. It's just a simple level difference. Puff! 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 The huge ice prison Suzaku was quickly disintegrated. The huge ring of fire around Suzaku was quickly penetrated. The 6 bullets fired from the golden revolver carried an unstoppable momentum and shot towards her body. A revolving door even appeared in Suzaku's mind at this moment. But she managed to break free with her strong willpower. At this moment, she burst out with the most powerful force in her life, burning all the supernatural powers in her body and releasing super powerful flames. She did make the impact on the bullet. She is also one of the few people who can influence Canelo's bullet time. But just because of this, it doesn't mean that she can avoid this attack. Even though she tried her best, she only dodged 3 bullets. But there were still 3 bullets she didn't dodge. A bullet slowly penetrated her shoulder. Another bullet scratched her forehead, leaving a long scar. And a bullet entered her thigh. The battle was over so quickly. This is the battle of quick shooters. Suzaku was seriously injured in an instant. She almost collapsed to the ground. But she tried her best to hold herself up and not let herself fall. Instead, she immediately asked the combat uniform to inject herself with medicine. Billy the Kid stood in the distance and looked at Suzaku with admiration. You are the first person who can survive my attack. However, I think this battle is no longer necessary. Your life is yours. How about you surrender? You know, we always treat prisoners well. Although he said this, his hands were not slow at all in replenishing bullets. Suzaku's heart was extremely cold. She originally thought that she could tangle with Canelo with her own abilities. But I didn't expect that she would be so vulnerable in front of Canelo. Is the gap in level so big? She felt ashamed when she thought that she was called the most promising stranger by many senior officials in the East China Sea region to become the second Epsilon in the Navy. But facing the olive branch extended by Canelo, Suzaku gritted his teeth and sneered. Don't treat me like a 3-year-old. Even if I die, I will not be your guinea pig. Canelo smiled and said, Don't underestimate your own value. As long as you are willing to surrender, I can guarantee you that you will be treated better than in the East China Sea region. It just so happens that a few guys died on our side. What do you think of me writing you a letter of introduction and asking you to join the Hell Locks? Canelo actually meant what he said. In his opinion, fighting is just for the purpose of certain people, allowing them soldiers to fight to the death. He didn't like this kind of thing. This is just a job. Just clock in and clock in. Why are you playing with your life? Suzaku panted heavily, staring at Canelo without answering. But soon, a look of hope appeared in her eyes. Let me surrender. You dream? Canelo's eyebrows moved up and down helplessly. Then I have no choice. He raised the gun in his hand towards Suzaku. At this moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from the distance, and 2 phantoms came straight towards Canelo. Canelo raised his hand and fired 2 shots. Boom! Boom! The 2 phantoms fell to his far sides after being hit, and then exploded directly. It turned out to be 2 miniature missiles. Canelo knew that Suzaku's helpers had arrived. He didn't want to delay any longer, and was about to raise his hand to deal with Suzaku. At this time, a huge figure suddenly descended from the sky and stood in front of Suzaku. It was a huge panda-shaped robot, 3 meters tall, with a strong and somewhat bloated body, and its entire body was covered with the hardest military alloy armor. Canelo aimed his pistol at it. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots were fired. The huge mecha puppet was blown away directly. The armor fell apart, revealing the mechanical core inside. But it had bought enough time for Suzaku and the White Tiger who came. Chapter 1029 Devotion. At the critical moment, White Tiger finally arrived. He flew over from a distance on a pterosaur-type mecha puppet. By who? One of the captains of the 4 spirit fleets in the East China Sea region. Ability codenamed Puppet Master. Those with control abilities. He has the most proficient control skills, and can control dozens of mechanical puppets at the same time. This ability makes him one of the few men on the battlefield who can control large mechas. On the battlefield, he alone is a powerful heavy firepower legion. By who stood in front of Suzaku and immediately took out 2 metal boxes from the storage box on his arm. As soon as the metal box landed, it quickly turned into 2 panda-shaped mechanical puppets, standing between the 2 of them and Canelo. The puppet made of memory metal can be scaled to the maximum extent and is easy to carry around. After seeing the first destroyed puppet, By who realized that Billy the Kid's strength was definitely not something they could compete with. Even Suzaku can't resist Billy the Kid's attack. Then, he, who is just a puppeteer, does not have this ability. Can you still move? By who asked. Canelo looked at the new opponent who suddenly appeared. This time, he took out 2 revolvers. Gold and silver. I think I don't have much time to waste with you here. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 huge mecha puppets suddenly sprang out from the thick poisonous miasma. It was a 2-headed insect-shaped puppet, more than 3 meters tall, with 8 legs and 2 huge mechanical pincers. It was also loaded with more than a dozen large and small machine cannons. Beep beep beep. The 2 mecha puppets launched a fierce attack on Canelo. A large number of flash bombs and smoke bombs were also thrown. This gave Baihu and Suzaku an opening. Suzaku's injuries have been stabilized after drug injection. But if you continue to fight, it will obviously be more reluctant. She has realized the gap between herself and Canelo. I can still walk? This guy is too strong. We are no match for him. Don't talk about us. Even if Qinglong comes, he may not be able to defeat him. This ability of his must be checked and balanced by the guy from Jiangnan region. Let's go quickly. Suzaku had no nostalgia for the battle. Baihu glanced at her, then looked at the battlefield not far away. The 2 mechanical puppets had been shot to pieces by Canelo. If we all wanted to leave, we couldn't run. His gun was too fast. I'll stay and hold him back. You leave quickly. Go find Qinglong or Chaos. Baihu said without hesitation. White Tiger. You? Suzaku was stunned. She looked at Baihu in disbelief. This man who had almost no other hobbies except dealing with machines actually said this at this time. Facing Canelo alone? Isn't that just seeking death? You can't beat him, Suzaku said. But you can't beat me here. Baihu also said. Suzaku suddenly felt a strong sense of regret in his heart. If I hadn't insisted on taking separate actions, I might not have ended up in this situation. Baihu knew what she was thinking, but he still comforted her. Don't think too much. His abilities are too incomprehensible. Even if we encounter him head-on, it will be difficult for us to win. Data from intelligent systems don't lie. Now, the best option is for you to run away, and I can still block him for a while by staying. When Baihu said this, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and his whole aura became high-spirited. Suzaku suddenly realized something. Compound number 5 was injected. White Tiger had to do this. If he doesn't, maybe he will be killed instantly by Canelo. Suzaku clenched his silver teeth, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. She also plans to inject compound number 5 and fight Canelo. However, Baihu stopped her again. Although he usually doesn't talk much, he is very thoughtful, especially about Suzaku, whom he understands very well. Don't do things that don't make sense. You are seriously injured, and you will definitely die if you use any more medicine. Live well. You have the potential of Epsilon. You shouldn't let your life wither away here. Live well as if it is for us. The us he is talking about are all our comrades, who died on the battlefield. Suzaku fell into silence upon hearing this. She awakened relatively late, so her current combat effectiveness is relatively low among the 4 spirits. However, she has the potential to grow, and is even judged to be an alien whose talent is no less than Xuanwu. Because of this, Baihu was ordered to protect her during this operation. Baihu is loyal to his duty and believes that Suzaku's survival is more important than him. Suzaku, please stop hesitating. Baihu, I'll leave first. You must live too. Baihu nodded silently. The thick armor on his body suddenly began to disintegrate, and then flew to Suzaku's body. In a brief moment, it sprouted a pair of wings and gained 2 sets of powerful propulsion devices. Walk! Suzaku turned around and quickly left the battlefield with the help of the aircraft. At this point, Canelo has cleared the obstacles in front of him. He saw the fleeing Suzaku and frowned slightly. But Baihu had already controlled 7 or 8 huge mechanical puppets and launched the most violent attack on him. Baihu knows that Canelo's fighting ability is very strong, but his pursuit ability is not strong. All you need to do is delay Suzaku for enough time. It doesn't take much. Just 1 minute, and Suzaku will be safe. Baihu looked at Canelo in front of him and already had a death wish in his heart. He is not afraid of death. Every soldier must be prepared to die the moment he steps into the battlefield. What matters is whether the death has value. My power index is 9,600 points. But after using compound number 5, I can explode with a combat power of 9,800 power index in a short time. He felt the power emerging from his body and clenched his fists. You can fight. Even if I die, I must delay Suzaku for enough time. Maybe I can use my life to seriously injure Billy the Kid. That way, my sacrifice has value. Suzaku ran away. Canelo is no longer anxious. He is not good at chasing strangers. It's just the right place to slowly deal with the White Tiger here, and then think about the future. Do you think that after injecting the drug, you can fight me? Canelo has a cruel smile on his face. Let me tell you a fact today. My power index rating is 9,999 points. That's because the upper limit of the delta level is only that high. And your more than 9,000 points is because your own upper limit is only that many points. But don't think that you and I are the same level of aliens. Chapter 1030 Puppet Master. Faced with Canelo's ridicule, Baihu didn't say a word. He expressed his attitude through actions. The patterns on the arm and thigh armor unfolded one by one, and many metal boxes popped out of them. These seemingly heavy armors are actually his puppet warehouses. After more than 20 metal boxes landed on the ground, they expanded like balloons. In an instant, a huge and terrifying mecha army appeared around his body. Invisible threads of spiritual power extended from his brain. It is by using this thread that he can control all mechanical puppets, like his body. For giant armored pandas, boom! A sound stood in front of him, forming a solid wall. 7 or 8 combat-type armored puppets stood up with their machine guns and began to violently bomb Canelo. Canelo's body rolled quickly on the ground to dodge. The machine gun's bullets fired very fast. But for him, this speed was less than 1/10 of his speed, so he did not dodge awkwardly. Crash! The bullet casings fell to the ground, and the micro-missile exploded near Canelo. But the lethality of this weapon could not even penetrate Canelo's combat uniform. Wait until there is a gap in the mechanical puppet's attack. He stood up, raised his hand, and fired a few shots. Every bullet accurately destroyed a mechanical puppet. Golden Revolver. Sigh of fate. For streams of rose gold light were shot out, hitting the 4 human shield puppets in front of Baihu. The seemingly extremely heavy panda armor could not block the light stream of light, and was instantly disintegrated. In less than 5 seconds of fighting, most of Baihu's puppets were destroyed. This made his heart gradually sink. Sure enough. Does my capacity end here? What a pity! He sighed helplessly. As a mechanic, being able to advance to such a level is already his limit. He was not a genius to begin with. He relied on the power of the mechanical puppet to play a huge role in the war, and became one of the 4 spirits. However, when facing a true genius, a top player, his weaknesses will be exposed. However, even a small screw can become very useful if placed in the right position. Don't underestimate me. Billy the Kid. The broken mechanical armor raised a mess of green smoke in the valley. Canelo held 2 revolvers, lowered his head, and walked towards the white tiger step by step. In his opinion, this is just a battle without any suspense. Baihu took a deep breath, and then shouted in a low voice. Bang! Among the mechanical puppets destroyed by Canelo, a burst of rapid red light suddenly appeared. Canelo's eyes narrowed, and before he knew it, he was surrounded by those puppets. He did not expect that the destroyed puppets were actually equipped with high-energy self-destruction devices. Boom! More than a dozen mechanical puppets self-destructed at the same time, and Canelo was in the core area of the explosion. That astonishing energy explosion was enough to easily destroy several streets. Baihu stared at the explosion area in front of him. According to intelligence, Canelo's attack power is S level, but it does not show that he has extremely strong defensive power. Generally speaking, it is unlikely that these 2 things exist in the same person. If it exists, it's just an illusion caused by that person's ability index being too high. It won't kill you, but it will still cause you some injuries. At the moment of the explosion, Canelo quickly turned the revolver in his hand. Neon dance. He opened his arms, and 2 powerful powers poured into the gold and silver revolver crazily. Then a blazing beam of light erupted from the muzzle. Every time he pulled the trigger, what was shot was no longer a bullet, but an energy beam like a flashlight on a dance floor. Canelo danced in the core area of the explosion. At this time, he seemed to be on a dance floor. The gold and silver revolver in his hand was the light ball on the stage, shooting out streaks of colorful light. These energy beams penetrated the shock wave of the explosion and weakened the power of the explosion. This move made Baihu stunned. He never imagined that someone could use a single attack to weaken the explosive attack that covered the entire field. Just because his shooting skills were fast enough, he achieved such incredible effects. An instant later, Canelo walked out of the core area of the explosion. His body was stained with slush on the ground, but he still looked so calm. Surrender, big guy, Canelo said to Baihu coldly. White Tiger's puppets have been completely destroyed. Without the puppet, his combat effectiveness is not even comparable to that of an alpha-level alien. There is no point in continuing to struggle. Baihu just grinned. Impossible. He opened his right hand and pressed his huge palm hard on his chest armor. This is my last puppet. White Tiger. Self-destructing. In a valley deep in the foggy valley, an incomparably huge energy burst out. The roar of the explosion resounded for dozens of miles, causing all the surrounding poisonous miasma to roll back. At this time, Suzaku, who had dragged his injured body and fled dozens of miles away, heard the explosion, and his expression became dull for a moment. She knew what that explosion meant. A sense of sadness filled my heart. Suzaku's heart stung like a needle pricking him. She originally thought her heart was hard enough, but for some reason, her eyes were still a little blurry. Perhaps it was not until this moment that she realized in a daze that that stupid man had been so kind to her, and maybe he had feelings for her. However, he did not say those words until the end. Soldiers, dying on the battlefield is their fate. Especially after the end of the world. Almost no one can be exempted. Either freeze and starve and die in the ice and snow, or contribute your strength to the big forces and die on the battlefield. As long as this chaotic world does not return to its original order, the war will never end in one day. Suzaku clenched his fist tightly. She knew she had to leave as soon as possible. She had completely lost her qualifications in this competition for the Source of God. I have to live. And only if I live can I hope to avenge the White Tiger. She gasped for breath, and the wounds on her body were temporarily sealed with hemostatic coagulant. But if she wanted to remove the bullet left in Canelo's body, she had to return to Xuanwu. The aircraft has already gone on strike. It has reached its limit in being able to fly a certain distance in this harsh environment. Suzaku buried the aircraft, then dragged his body not daring to stop even a step, and staggered toward the coast where Xuanwu was. Chapter 1031 Hunting the Totoro. After leaving Foggy Valley for some distance, Suzuka finally contacted the command center. She immediately reported the battle situation just now, and the news of Baihu's death. There was another long silence in the command center. Regarding the death of Baihu, everyone's heart is very heavy. The Four-Spirit Fleet is the highest level representative of combat power in the East China Sea region. The death of White Tiger is undoubtedly a huge loss. However, they also know that death is inevitable. Now, there are reasons why both forces cannot fail in this battle. Only by obtaining the Source of God can all their losses be compensated. Otherwise, it would be an unimaginably painful defeat. First of all, we have to face the huge losses of our own alien team. In fact, they have to watch the other side gain a strong Epsilon man. One is ebbing, and the other is ebbing. And the combined losses are unimaginable. Situ Xian stood behind Li Tianong. The best thing he could do at this moment was not to say a word. And you have to try to show the expression of grief on your face. Otherwise, even showing a relaxed look will give people the feeling of deliberate ridicule. There is no way. Originally, people in the Donghai region thought that the Jiangnan region was only qualified to assist the Donghai region in this operation. After all, looking at their strength, they are indeed far behind the Donghai region. But who would have thought that a lone wolf, who was looked down upon by everyone at the beginning, had no military honor or collective spirit? Chaos actually gave everyone a loud slap. The record he achieved alone exceeded that of the entire Donghai region's foreign team. On the other hand, the Donghai region has not had a very impressive record so far. On the contrary, 3 captains were lost one after another, including Baihu, who had a superpower index of 9,600 points. Li Tianyang opened his chapped lips with difficulty. In recent days, his urine had turned dark yellow, and he was obviously a little angry. He said in a hoarse voice, "On the battlefield, the situation changes rapidly, and casualties are inevitable. But for now, it seems that the situation is still under control," he said, turning to look at Situ Xian. "Minister Situ, can you contact Chaos?" Situ Xian touched his nose and thought to himself, "I have been so quiet, but you still haven't forgotten me." Chaos took the initiative to disconnect from the command center. He always has his own opinions, and I can't command him. Li Tianyang held his left arm firmly, with his right hand behind his back. His breathing became heavier, and he said word by word, "But now that the aliens on the periphery are dead and retreating, he should go to Foggy Valley. What Li Tianyang hopes most now is for Zhang Yi to show up quickly, and then fight to the death with that damn Billy Boy. As long as Zhang Yi can hold off Billy Boy, even if he dies in battle, at least Billy Boy can be severely injured. In this way, they're Donghai region's last and most important seed on Star Island. Qinglong, there is a huge chance to get the Source of God," Situ Xian said vaguely. "Well, the question you mentioned is not about what I want to do. It's not that Zhang Yi has to deal with something. So things still have to happen. Let's discuss it slowly, and come up with a specific solution." Situ Xian would not be fooled by Li Tianyang. Now he loves Zhang Yi to death in his heart. In his opinion, whether or not the Source of God is obtained is not even the most important thing. The most important thing is that Zhang Yi must survive. If Zhang Yi survives, Jiangnan region will get a strong Epsilon expert within a year at most. He had thought about it when he went back this time. Even if he had to be scolded by Zhu Zheng, he would still propose to him that the Jiangnan region should use its resources to train Zhang Yi with all its strength. This battle made him realize more clearly the importance of a top alien in large-scale battles after the end of the world. Suzaku was disheartened and decided to withdraw from the Star Island battlefield and no longer participate in the fight for the Source of God. Stumbling all the way, she left Wugu and walked in the direction of Xuanwu, Caledojan City. This is an area far away from the Foggy Valley, and it is already in a period of truce, because the truly top experts are already near Foggy Valley. Zhang Yi, Tianlong Wang Qinglong, and Yasin Canero, in a spiral valley frozen into a moon-white ice sculpture. A dozen elegant and beautiful figures stood on the stepped ice. They looked around cautiously. This is exactly what Jiangnan region is like. Rose Squad, a cute female team member with long hair, squatted on the ground, and in front of her stood a cute moon-white elf. Judging from the height, he could just jump up and kick her knees. But it didn't jump up and kick her knees. Instead, it looked curious, blinking its big eyes and staring at the girl in front of it. The girl was smiling, her lips slightly parted, and she was communicating with the elf using sound waves at a frequency that humans couldn't hear. After a while, she turned her head and said to Ling Hufeishua, the captain of the Rose Squadron, with long ice blue hair and a heroic appearance. Captain, it said, the big guy is around here. Ling Hufeishua's beautiful eyebrows suddenly stood up in joy. Oh, is it so? Finally found it? Some people go to the island for the source of God. Some people do it for other things. However, what is rare is that you have clear goals and know what you can do. From the first moment she landed on the island, Ling Hufeishua realized very clearly that the source of God had nothing to do with her. She knew very well the level of the top players from the two major forces. With the current strength of their team, they are simply not qualified to compete with those strong ones. But what is lost is what is gained. As long as you are patient and discover, there will always be unexpected gains. For example, Source Elves. Among Team Rose, there is a female team member named Gu Yufei. Her ability is not good at fighting, but it can play an extremely crucial role at certain times. Arya can communicate with all spirits. She can naturally communicate with all kinds of creatures, including this cute little gadget. So since landing on the island, others have been hunting strangers. And those who are looking for the source of God are looking for the source of God. Only Team Rose has been tirelessly searching for the source elf. Although this kind of thing cannot make people break through, it can provide better effects than the alien's origin and can increase the alien's power. Relying on Gu Yufei's ability, they have searched for more than a dozen source elves on the island. Ling Hufeishua's ability also increased to 9,400 points. However, the further back you go, the slower this improvement will be. So Ling Hufeishua began to focus on a special existence in the intelligence, the kind called the giant source spirit, which looks like a giant chinchilla. She thought it must be a more advanced source elf, perhaps possessing functions similar to the source of God. If she can get it, her strength will definitely be greatly improved. Chapter 1032 Berserker. Ling Hufeishua heard the news about the big chinchilla and immediately walked over. Where is it? Gu Yufei tilted her head and continued to communicate with a little moon-white source elf. After the source elf started babbling, Gu Yufei said, it says that the big guy is not always with them. Most of the time. It's everywhere. It's just that it likes the source elves very much and often appears next to them to absorb their energy. It will leave when it is satisfied. Ling Hufeishua raised her eyebrows slightly and asked with some surprise, will the big guy absorb the energy from the little guy? Could it be said that it is not the same species? In fact, few people really understand the companion creatures of the source of God, because that thing only appeared after the end of the world. Currently, the only known region that has obtained the source of God is Shengjing region. Nowadays, there are many kinds of source elves that I have encountered. That must be a special existence. Anyway, grab it first. Then go and study what it is. Ling Hufeishua waved to Gu Yufei. Gu Yufei's eyes were a little helpless, but she still reached out and grabbed the source elf. Although the little guy was an elf transformed from high-purity energy, he had no ability to resist at all, and was finally stuffed into a metal can by Gu Yufei. Ling Hufeishua looked at the huge spiral pit in front of her and said, catch all the source elves here, then use them as bait to attract the big guys. Over time, the island will become increasingly dangerous. We'll stop after we finish this order. Ling Hufeishua also seemed to feel that something was not right with the atmosphere on the island. She knew that once the fight for the source of God truly began, various previous agreements between the two parties might be torn up. Even Epsilon-level aliens will end up personally. At that time, the entire island will become a huge Shura field. If they were to stay, their ashes would be too fine even to be used as cannon fodder. Yes. The female team members had clear voices, and each took out their equipment. Gu Yufei put her hands on her chest. Her lips parted slightly, and an inaudible singing voice came out of her mouth. After a while, elves crawled out one after another from the white spiral. The team members immediately pounced on them, and shut them all into metal cans. Then another group of team members took out various tools, and set up traps in the white spiral, waiting for the giant source elf to appear, in order to lure Big Totoro over. Team Rose took a more radical approach. After determining that there were basically no alien movements in the area far away from Foggy Valley, they used high-power signal transmitters to simulate the energy signals of the source elves and transmit them to the surroundings. Then all the team members lurked around the white spiral, waiting for the prey to take the bait. Less than half a day passed. There was a reaction from the investigation team's detection equipment. Prey. Taken the bait. Ling Hufeishua's eyes also burst with excitement, and her right hand immediately pressed on the long sword at her waist. The poisonous miasma surged in the distance, and a huge thing rushed over quickly from a distance. Just when they thought it was the big chinchilla attracted by the source spirit signal, Suddenly a huge and ferocious monster leaped tens of meters high from the poisonous miasma, and then slammed into the deep pit where the white spiral was. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the huge figure. However, that was not the giant source elf mentioned in the intelligence. Instead, it was a huge humanoid monster over 3 meters tall, covered in black gold armor. Everyone in Team Rose was stunned. I didn't expect that such a thing would suddenly appear. But in the blink of an eye, the huge humanoid monster had fallen like a cannonball in the depths of the white spiral. Boom! The entire white spiral was directly shattered by the shock, and the earth and rocks splashed up like a backward waterfall. The weirdo stood in the ruins, opening his huge palm. But there was only one signal transmitter. Human trap? An angry sound came from the weirdo's mouth. Obviously, he was also attracted by the source elf's amplified signal. But I didn't expect that I would be fooled by someone else. At this time, Linghu Feishua had already communicated the information here with the command center. After receiving the news, the command center immediately began to analyze the images at the scene. The conclusion drawn by the intelligence personnel made Li Tianong, Situ Xian, and others fall into silence. Guanhan, what you met is the Berserker Basaka, a member of Hell Chain. The reason why they were silent was because they knew the strength of Team Rose. If you encounter a member of the Hell Locks, the probability of your entire army being annihilated is extremely high. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Guanhan, he is not an opponent you can handle. Li Tianong gave him a warning immediately. Berserker is a special being among the members of Hell Lock. He has been perfectly improved in human experiments and is an enhanced alien with excellent attribute points. A strengthened body can fortify the main gun of a battleship. The only drawback is that once he turns on the killing mode, he will lose his mind. Linghu Feishua's pupils narrowed. She never imagined that she could meet members of Hell Locks in a place like this. Not surprisingly, the other party was attracted by their method of attracting the big chinchilla. But now, how on earth are we going to deal with this scary guy in front of us? Escape? Linghu Feishua gave up this idea immediately. Even if she could escape, she still had so many men who would definitely die here. It's better to take advantage of the geographical advantage and fight with him once. Activate the trap. Linghu Feishua directly issued orders to the team members. Receive. From all directions. Team members pressed the activation device on their arms. The trap set to capture the giant chinchilla was officially launched. Catchers are placed in all directions of the white spiral. Blue energy fibers were ejected from the metal box, forming a huge energy network, crisscrossing and shooting towards the angry Basaka. A moment later, Basaka, who was still angry at being fooled, was completely covered by the giant blue net. He looked down at the big net on his body. His eyes gradually turned red, and he looked up to the sky and let out an angry roar. Ah! His arms directly grabbed the large net on his body, and his muscles swelled like balloons. Then, he suddenly started exerting force, using the brute strength of his body to fight against the high-tech products. The blue energy network is woven from high-purity energy. The energy contained exceeds 100,000 volts of high-voltage electricity and can easily cut off a building. But Basaka actually used his own hands to twist and deform the big net, and tore a hole open. How can this be? One of the team members' eyes widened. Is he a monster? Chapter 1033 The Powerful Body. Linghu Feishua reacted immediately. They must launch an attack immediately, while Basaka is still trapped by the energy network. Otherwise, when this monster with only the desire to kill breaks free, everyone here combined may not even have a 30% chance of winning. Everyone listens to the order and attacks. Linghu Feishua drew out her long sword and raised it diagonally upward. Hearing the captain's voice, the team members came back to their senses. In an instant, various weapons began to greet Basaka deep in the white spiral. How did I end up here? Meeting a bunch of bugs like you? Damn. What a waste of my time. Basaka was in pain, and his roar became more violent. He exerted a fierce force and directly tore the huge energy network into pieces. At this time, Linghu Feishua had completed coding all members. The opponent is an enhanced alien who is good at close combat, so be careful to keep your distance. And she herself jumped up high with her sword raised and flew towards Basaka. A Midsummer Night's Dream. She opened her lips lightly and spit out colorful bubbles from her mouth, covering the entire white spiral in an instant. Each colorful bubble is a high-purity bomb transformed by supernatural powers. Burst! Colorful rainbow bombs exploded in the sky like fireworks, completely submerging Basaka. Soon, Basaka's combat uniform became riddled with holes. However, his dark, muscular, and even somewhat exaggerated muscles were revealed. His muscles seemed to be made of black gold, glowing in the weak sunlight. Ling Hu Feishue had already reached above him with the help of the cover of colorful bubbles. A pure white full moon slowly emerged on her back, making her look like a fairy under the moon, but more like a beautiful and heroic female general. The long sword in Ling Hu Feishue's hand gracefully drew an arc in the air. Moon wheel slash. From the full moon, ice-like light burst out. Then one after another bright white moonlight fell from the sky like a waning moon. Like a sharp blade. Like a battle axe slashing towards Basaka in the white spiral. At this time, Basaka was completely angered. He took out a blood-stained silver-armored battle axe and looked toward the sky with an angry roar. Moon disc chops fell in front of him one after another. He swung the battle axe directly, without any fancy, and smashed them one by one head-on. The explosion of energy filled the entire white spiral. The entire Rose Squad's attacks focused on him alone. Basaka cannot withstand all attacks. There will always be one that falls on him. Not long after, a trace of shallow scars appeared on his body. But the blood flowing out made him even more excited. Hey, woman! Those insignificant wounds disappeared in an instant and regenerated directly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Berserker Garrett Brent, whose ability code is Viking War Spirit. The top enhanced alien with a power index of 9,500 points. He possesses almost all the perfect abilities of an enhanced alien. For example, super speed regeneration. Basaka held the battle axe and looked at the woman suspended in the colorful bubbles in the air. He let out a maniacal laugh and bit his legs. His strong thigh muscles were like two thick steel bars twisted together. Boom! His legs stepped hard on the ground, and he shot up into the sky like a cannonball, rushing towards Ling Hu Feishue. The speed is simply jaw-dropping. Ling Hu Feishue was not ambiguous at all. She opened her mouth and spat out colorful foam that filled the sky, blocking Basaka's vision, and she herself quickly flew elsewhere. She's not that stupid. She can fight an enhanced alien in close combat. Basaka missed a blow and was immediately besieged by all the members of Team Rose. Damn bugs. There were more and more wounds on his body. Although they were not fatal, they looked very embarrassed. But as he became more injured, the color of his skin gradually changed from black to red. An even more manic aura emerged from his body, and his eyes began to be obscured by a cold, killing intent. He looked up at Ling Hu Feishue in the sky, stretched his right arm like a discus thrower, and then threw the tomahawk in his hand fiercely. Ling Hu Feishue was ready to dodge, but when the axe came towards her, she realized that her reflexes couldn't dodge the blow. The difference in speed and power was too big, and her eyes couldn't even capture the trajectory of the battle axe attack. In a hurry, she could only protect herself with 7 layers of coating to stop it. Puff! 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 The tough superpower coating was punctured one after another like a balloon. Ling Hu Feishue held her long sword in front of her. The moment the 7 layers of coating shattered, she finally blocked Basaka's throwing axe. However, the powerful force coming from her arm made her arm numb immediately, and she suffered a sharp pain like a tiger's mouth was tearing apart instantly. You don't need to look to know that the hand holding her sword is dripping with blood. This is the horror of enhanced aliens. In close combat, almost no alien of any system can compete with him. Ling Hu Feishue was knocked several hundred meters away before he could stop himself, and was almost shot down by a single blow. And the mechanical throwing axe is equipped with an automatic recall device. Basaka raised his hand, and it quickly flew back to Basaka's hand. Ling Hu Feishue was greatly shocked. Do the members of the Hell Chain, even the ones at the bottom, possess such terrifying combat power? Is this the foundation of the world's largest military power? Seeing that Ling Hu Feishue was unable to withstand Basaka's attack, his deputy captain Guan Yu couldn't sit still. She pulled out a huge sword and rushed directly towards Basaka. Captain, let me help you. When Ling Hu Feishue saw Guan Yu take action, she felt a little anxious. She had already felt that Basaka's power was definitely not something Guan Yu could match. But at this moment, the only person who can help her contain Basaka from the front is Guan Yu, who is an enhanced alien. Good. Ling Hu Feishue no longer hesitated, and together with Guan Yu, took the initiative to attack Basaka. Basaka was holding a Viking battle axe, and when he saw the 2 women daring to attack him, he smiled crookedly. Roar! He roared happily, and struck Guan Yu, who was the first to kill him, with his axe. There are no fancy tricks. The berserker style of play is brutal. The huge battle axe hit head-on, and because the speed was so fast, you could hear the air explode. Guan Yu held a huge sword in his hand and struck directly with his backhand. Ping! The sound of gold and iron clashing came out. The sword was made of adamant metal, and was extremely tough. So Basaka kept cutting it. But Guan Yue's arm was broken directly by this blow. The sword came out. Her arms were shattered. And her hands were twisted and deformed. Basaka is more powerful than she imagined. The first time she met a member of Hell Locks, she just understood why the entire Donghai region was extremely afraid of mentioning this name. Chapter 1034 Attribute Restraint. Guan Yu originally thought that as an enhanced alien with a power index of 8,000 points, he could at least hold off Basaka for dozens of seconds. Not to mention being able to defeat him. Unexpectedly, she was completely destroyed with just one blow of an axe. If it weren't for the critical moment, Linghu Feishua launched an attack from behind Basaka, disrupting Basaka's concentration. And the next axe blow would have split her in half from the top of her head to the soles of her feet. Linghu Feishua directly recoded Guan Yu and released her into the air. But as a result, she herself fell into a hard battle. It is easy to get close to Basaka, but it is too difficult to distance yourself. There's nothing fancy about Basaka's attack. It's just the purest brute force. The more injured he became, the more excited he became, and the power of his attacks became stronger, as if he never knew how tired he was. Linghu Feishua only fought with him for 3 moves before he was severely knocked out and his arm was broken in many places. The members of Team Rose were anxious and rushed over to support them. They only dared to attack from a distance. Try to use smoke bombs to interfere with Basaka's sight. Although this can't hurt Basaka, it is enough to anger him. Those bugs I killed. I originally wanted to kill you slowly later. Now, go and die to me. He turned around and threw his axe against the current. The 2 beautiful female team members had no time to say a word before their heads were chopped off. You? Go quickly. Linghu Feishua shouted with all her strength. She has realized the gap in strength between them. Sure enough, even if he reluctantly used the Source Elf to increase the intensity of his own abilities. But after all, the huge gap in talent cannot be made up with simple numerical values. Linghu Feishua felt bitter in her heart. If I hadn't been too greedy and wanted to get the giant Source Elf, I wouldn't have attracted this terrifying guy. By now, the entire Rose team might be ruined in the opponent's hands. The end of the world is a ruthless world. If you don't have enough strength, you won't even be qualified to breathe. She was already planning to inject herself with compound number 5 and fight Basaka desperately. Even if she doesn't survive, she must try to leave a way for her team members to survive. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from her ear. If you don't leave yet, what are you doing here? Basaka raised the battle axe in his hand high and wanted to slaughter all the other team members with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, from the distant depths of the poisonous miasma, a huge icy blue light spread. In an instant, he was frozen in place. Basaka's body suddenly stagnated, and he felt as if the power in his body had been smashed into a big hole, and then flowed out. The superpowers all over his body burst out violently, dispelling this uncomfortable feeling. From the depths of the poisonous miasma, a woman wearing a dark red combat uniform walked out. Her body surface burned with ice blue flames, and streams of flames emitted from her feet, restraining Basaka's movements. When Linghu Feishua saw her, excitement surged in her heart. She recognized that woman. Suzaku, one of the 4 spirits of the East China Sea region. Linghu Feishua was a little confused as to why the powerful 4 spirits would appear in an area far away from the Foggy Valley at this time. Shouldn't a being of this level fight for the source of God? But putting aside these thoughts, her appearance here is the best news. When Basaka saw Suzaku, the murderous look in his eyes became even more intense. He knew that he had met a more powerful opponent. However, the berserker has nothing to fear. Suzaku, it doesn't matter how many people come. I'm going to kill you all. He let out a terrifying roar. Suzaku had already obtained the information from the command center and knew who the person in front of him was. A cold look appeared on the corner of her mouth. The locks of hell. After the trip to Star Island, the hatred between them increased a lot. She didn't say a word. She just stretched out her right hand and squeezed it tightly. The turbulent ice flames erupted from her body like a tsunami and swept towards Basaka. Basaka roared angrily, and the power of the Viking war spirit made his blood boil. He stepped on the ground with both feet and jumped towards Suzaku. Boom! The wave of icy heat submerged Basaka in the air. He waved the battle axe in his hand, trying to split these waves of heat. However, no matter how fast he was, he could not stop the pervasive ice heat. Soon his skin was covered with blue ice. Those ice flames serve as the antimatter of flames and will devour the energy of all matter when burning, including the human body. In a sense, Suzaku, like Zhang Yi, is the father of melee aliens. No. He is even more restrained than Zhang Yi in the melee system, because Zhang Yi prefers passive defense. But Suzaku's Bingyan can actively launch a fierce offensive. With just a touch, the power in Basaka's body began to drain away quickly. He let out an unwilling roar, burning his Viking fighting spirit. After landing, he raised his battle axe and struck at Suzaku. Suzaku waved the flame whip with his left hand, forming an airtight defense around his body. Using softness to overcome strength, Basaka's battle axe was stripped of its power by the long whip and cut deeply into the earth. The blood color in his pupils quickly became clear. No! He could feel his burning blood starting to cool down. The power in his body was constantly being devoured by the cold flames surrounding him like maggots on his tarsal bones. A berserker who respects strength will have nothing left if he loses his strength. He waved the battle axe unwillingly, but it couldn't dispel the ice blue flames on his body. After absorbing his power, this flame becomes even more powerful. Once the ice prison Suzaku is entangled by this kind of power, there is almost no solution. So from the very beginning, when he charged recklessly, the battle ended without any suspense. Suzaku looked at Basaka struggling painfully in the ice, and thought of the white tiger who died fighting for him, and the murderous look in his eyes became more intense. Her right hand spurted out more turbulent flames, forming a huge firestorm hundreds of meters high on the land, trapping Basaka in it, and began a ruthless plunder of life. Seeing such a scene, Linghu Feishua and the members of Team Jiangwei were all trembling with fear. Do you really have the power of a gifted person? This bitter feeling once again appeared in Linghu Feishua's heart. The last time she had such a strong feeling was when she met Zhang Yi. Chapter 1035 The Cat Playing the Flute. The berserker was completely enveloped by Suzaku's icy flames. The extremely cold flames that could swallow up all energy quickly emptied every ounce of his energy. Team Rose was silent when they saw the scene. They couldn't imagine that there was such a way of fighting. A foreigner with a power index of 9,500 points was killed so easily. Basaka's voice slowly disappeared, and he finally fell to the ground, turning into a skeletal body. Suzaku did not kill him, even though she had a huge hatred for the Hell Locks in her heart at this time. She did not forget her duty as a soldier. Capturing a member of the Hell Chain alive is more valuable than killing him. Suzaku walked over, tied him tightly with a long whip in his hand, and then injected number 3 compound. Finally, he cupped his arms with shackles and finished in one go. Linghu Feishua came over and sincerely said thank you to her. Captain Suzaku. Suzaku raised his head and glanced at her, forcing a smile. This place is not suitable for you to stay any longer. It will become more and more dangerous in the future. It is best to leave with me. Linghu Feishua nodded, and I thought the same thing. The entire Rose team was almost wiped out by Basaka alone. She is not stupid, and will not be stupid enough to stay here to look for the Source Elf. So Team Linghu called all the members and asked them to set off immediately and leave this damn area. But before leaving, she thought of something in her mind. In fact, they already have some information about the giant chinchilla. It would be a pity if he just left like this. So after thinking about it for a while, she made a decision. All the information about Totoro was sent to Zhang Yi. At least everyone is from the Jiangnan region, and Zhang Yi has enough strength to continue to stay on this battlefield. If he could get that guy for this, he would accept her favor no matter what. At this time, Zhang Yi was secretly waiting for the source of God to appear. In this process, it has nothing to do with him how others fight. He will just watch the show silently. At most, he could pick a fruit at a critical moment and save some people's lives. However, he had no idea what was happening in the Foggy Valley. But on this day, after a long absence, his communication device received a message. Zhang Yi was a little curious. He has blocked the communication channel of the command center. In other words, the people who can contact him now must be people from the Jiangnan region, who would contact him at this time. As a result, when I opened the message, I found that it was the information about the giant source elves passed on by my old friend Linghu Feishua. After many days of investigation, they have basically figured out the movement patterns and trajectory of the giant chinchilla. It was just because they believed that they were not strong enough and did not want to continue to take risks on the island. So they handed all the information to Zhang Yi. Giant source elf? It doesn't look like it. Zhang Yi touched his chin, feeling very curious about that thing. Because according to the information obtained so far, it shows powerful combat capabilities that the source elves do not have, and can even rival high-level aliens. Zhang Yi even suspected that it evolved from a mutated creature on the island. However, it does have some mysterious connection with the source of God. Those source elves are very close to it. Now that we have the information, how about we go find it? Zhang Yi said to Hua and Lei next to him. As long as the range is locked, it is not difficult for him to search for a prey with an obvious target. Anyway, he won't get involved in other people's battles now. So he just uses that thing to pass the time. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Hua shook the fur on her back, stretched out her paws, and scratched the blanket under her feet. Meow, are you going to hunt again? Great. When it was happy, the strength of its claws involuntarily increased, and it even pulled out several handfuls of hair on the thing under its feet. Lei, who was under Hua, grimaced in pain, with a look of grievance on her face. After joining Zhang Yi's gang, it not only served as a search dog for Zhang Yi, but also served as a mount for Hua. When Hua was fine, she punched her twice, but she didn't dare to fight back. Lei in her OS. Haha. Live on. Who can survive you too? The claws of that thing are so sharp. You put it on my back and scratch it all day long. It uses me as a cat scratching post. Right? Presumptuous guy. How frustrated this dog is. Yes, I can't beat you, and I'm humbled in front of you. But I've worked hard since I got to the island. Bad guy. You are really bad. Even though she was full of grievances in her heart, Lei could only dig the dog's nose into the snow and sulk alone. Zhang Yi and Jingwei looked on and laughed secretly. However, they just watched the little conflicts between animals with amusement. If there is any danger, Hua will never hesitate to protect Lei. Zhang Yi confirmed the location of Linghu Feishue. It was very good, far away from the central area of Foggy Valley. In other words, there won't be any powerful aliens nearby. Well, this idea coincides with Linghu Feishue. The difference is that for Zhang Yi, there are only a few people on the entire island who are qualified to be called strong by him. No one can threaten his life. So he immediately decided to go there with a cat, a dog, and Jingwei to see what the mysterious giant chinchilla was. If it is really the source of the big god, he can choose to absorb it himself, or keep it as appropriate and take it back to his family for use. Space-type aliens have strong mobility. He said he was going to go, and after making some preparations, he arrived nearby in a short while. Lei lay on the ground, her big nose arching, and began to smell the breath of the source of God. With Lei's help, it didn't take long for Zhang Yi to confirm the location of the big chinchilla. It was an abandoned valley. The only benefit brought by the spread of poisonous miasma is that the basic appearance of many trees is preserved. The entire valley has turned into a dark green color, filled with death and poisonous miasma. Zhang Yi unfolded the two-realm knot, isolating all the auras of himself and others. He walked forward slowly, and vaguely heard a burst of melodious music in the air. It is said that that big guy can play the flute? So amazing. Zhang Yi became more and more curious. He walked forward step by step, being careful not to be discovered. After passing through layers of fog, he finally saw the true form of the big chinchilla. It is indeed as the information said. Extremely cute. And its body shape is very similar to the giant chinchilla in the animation. But the head is more like a reindeer, with big, lush horns. It sat cutely on a dead tree, eyes closed, immersed in the world of music. Because Zhang Yi had the cover of the two realms Juejia, he did not discover Zhang Yi's existence. Chapter 1036, Lost Souls are dispatched. The scene in front of me was so peaceful that no one could bear to disturb it. The cute look of the big chinchilla made Jingwei, who always likes to keep a cold face, somewhat relaxed. Women have never been able to resist such large and cute things. But Zhang Yi didn't have time to appreciate this elegant piece of music. He raised his hand and directly placed 10-dimensional gates around the big cat. Then, he appeared in front of it openly. After seeing humans, the chinchilla immediately became wary, and its facial expression gradually changed from cute to fierce. Zhang Yi didn't say any more nonsense, just took out the holy judgment, and covered it with a dragnet. Unexpectedly, that big chinchilla looked stupid, but actually moves very fast. In the void, when more than a dozen slashes fell, their speed quickly turned into a series of afterimages. Zhang Yi couldn't help but be a little surprised. This guy has a unique sensitivity to space, which actually prevented Zhang Yi's attack from achieving much effect. The speed is even faster than many high-level aliens. Zhang Yi continued to take action unhurriedly. The dimensional gate has enveloped the space around it, forming a natural cage. No matter how fast it hides, Zhang Yi can constantly change the position of the door to pursue and intercept it. Then, it's hunting. Zhang Yi holds the white owl in his left hand, and the holy judge in his right hand. While shooting with a pistol, he uses Void Slash to interfere with its movements. Hiss. The angry giant chinchilla opened its mouth and let out a sharp gasp. And a raging frost storm burst out from its body. However, this powerful force was completely absorbed by the dimensional gate in front of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi is very patient. He is very curious about this thing, and wants to study it slowly instead of killing it in a hurry. Anyway, the guy trapped by him using the dimensional gate cannot escape, and it will only be a matter of time before he is captured alive. The big chinchilla has a very fierce expression. It is always jumping and dodging like a flexible meatball. However, on the one hand, it had to avoid 10 invisible dimensional gates, and on the other hand, it had to deal with Zhang Yi's constant attacks. And it became quite embarrassed for a while. Laugh. Laugh. Caught off guard. 2 holy silver bullets scratched its fur, and blue blood flowed out. This thing is. Zhang Yi's eyes dilated slightly. Biology? Source elves are just energy bodies, and cannot have blood. After being captured, it will turn into pure original power for the alien to absorb. But this big chinchilla is obviously not a source elf. Sure enough, there is something fishy. What is it? Zhang Yi became increasingly curious about the big chinchilla, which further strengthened his idea of capturing this guy alive. Because of the existence of the source of God, the poisonous miasma that broke out and destroyed half of the country did not kill it. Instead, it gained the power to get close to the companion body of the source of God. This guy must have some special abilities. The big chinchilla jumped nimbly in the air to avoid the bullets shot by Zhang Yi. And just when it was about to land, a huge dimensional door opened under its feet. The big chinchilla can feel the wind direction changing under its feet, and it understands that there must be some danger there. At the critical moment, a strong ice and snow storm burst out at the ground, forcefully rebounding itself into the sky. But at this time, Zhang Yi no longer planned to play with it. The 6-sided dimensional gate appeared at the same time, forming a tight and huge hexahedron around it. Void coffin. The big chinchilla has completely entered Zhang Yi's domain at this time. No matter how it resists, it will inevitably fall into Zhang Yi's alien space. Big Totoro. Captured. Zhang Yi looked at the big guy in the different space, but he didn't really want to kill it. This thing is very interesting. And the most important thing is that it is also very cute. At this time, Zhang Yi does not have too strong demand for this level of origin, so it's not necessary to kill it. But this rare beast is extremely rare. So after a little thought, he injected it with the number 3 compound that could suppress superpowers, and then threw it to Lele to carry. Although the giant chinchilla is big, for Lele, it is only about the size of a backpack. Master, let's just eat it. Hua Hua was already a little impatient. Its eyes were burning with fire, and its tongue was licking the corners of its mouth. Because the big chinchilla has the aura of the source of God, and its own power seems to be relatively strong. It is a huge tonic for a beast like Hua Hua. It's better to keep it. This creature is very interesting. I plan to take it back and study it. Zhang Yi touched his chin and said, he is very curious about everything related to the source of God. So far, no one knows what the source of God is, or how it came into being. Zhang Yi is a person who likes to know what is happening and why. He still wanted to find out more information about this thing. With Zhang Yi speaking, Hua Hua had no choice but to scratch her paws and helplessly watch the fat on her mouth slip away. After the big cat was suppressed by Zhang Yi with drugs, it had completely turned into a large piece of trash. He could only lie on Lele's back with his tongue sticking out from the corner of his mouth, looking like he was being slaughtered. Jingwei couldn't help but walked over, stretched out his hand and stroked its furry back, and a blush suddenly appeared on his face. There seemed to be a faint smile emerging from the corner of her mouth. This did not escape Zhang Yi's eyes. He thought to himself that this woman is not as cold as she appears. Okay. It's time for us to leave. There was a fight here just now. Although the commotion was not very big, there was no guarantee that it would not be noticed. It would be better for us to be careful and leave as soon as possible. Wait for the source of God to appear before taking action. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he planned to leave with a few people. But what he didn't know was that the moment he took action, a hunter who had been searching for him felt his aura from a long distance away. In the thick fog, the huge white monster slowly raised its head. The blood-red killing intent in its eyes almost turned into reality. The moment he felt Zhang Yi's breath, he didn't hesitate at all, kicked the ground with both legs, and then rushed over like a cannonball. With just a simple sprint, big holes were knocked out of all the buildings along the way. Ice, snow and dust rose into the sky, leaving a long trail behind him. He wants to kill chaos because that's why he exists. He will pay any price to kill his target. No. For him, there is no concept of price at all. because his life itself is meaningless. Killing makes sense. Chapter 1037 Chase. Escape. Zhang Yi opened the dimensional door. And after a few shuttles, a warning suddenly appeared in his heart. The instinct of time echo allows him to realize the approaching crisis. Call. A strong wind suddenly struck from a distance. And in an instant, a huge passage was opened in the city. All the trees and buildings along the way were knocked apart very abruptly. And the masonry and tiles were shattered like tofu. Boom! Suddenly, in front of Zhang Yi, a huge white shadow appeared not far away. He fell from the sky, stirring up blizzards tens of meters high. A sense of crisis enveloped Zhang Yi, and he subconsciously turned his head to look outside the two realms. All he saw was a white monster, its eyes staring at him with murderous intent. Just such a look gave Zhang Yi a terrifying feeling that he hadn't seen in a long time. The last time he felt this way was when he encountered Cartiers in the East China Sea. Epsilon. These 4 words came to Zhang Yi's mind for the first time. What came in pursuit was none other than the failed experiment of the Colombian Navy, the Lost Soul. He stood just outside the knot between the two realms, without stepping into it at all. The astonishing insight is jaw-dropping. After Jingwei and Huahua Lele felt the soul-destroying aura, their expressions changed drastically, and Huahua's hair stood on end. Lele was so scared, yelling. If it was because Zhang Yi was around, it might have become incontinent on the spot. High-end game. Absolutely high-end game. It is a Gamma-level demon dog. How can he join a battle at this level? Lele looked at Zhang Yi with a frightened face, and the fear made her want to run away immediately. No wonder people reacted this way. Epsilon. The concept of this level is too terrifying for every alien. The gap between 10,000 points and 9,999 points is like a chasm. It can be said that after evolving to this level, it is essentially a different kind of creature. Seeing Zhang Yi inside the barrier, Sang Hun opened his mouth, and his mandible opened to an unimaginable arc. A terrifying energy condensed in his mouth. Zhang Yi's expression suddenly changed. Retreat quickly. Jingwei turned into a shadow without hesitation and followed Zhang Yi. Huahua, who was resting next to him, immediately transformed into a fighting form. Boom! A purple beam of light was ejected from Shang Huan's mouth and hit Zhang Yi's barrier hard. Long lost. Terrifying power. Is this thing the trump card of the joint forces? Damn it. I knew they would definitely send Epsilon-level forces. He originally thought that the other party would send out Cartiers when the dog jumped over the wall, but he didn't expect that the other party had other Epsilon-level background. It is Zhang Yi who appears here today. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone else to be able to block the light blow of the Lost Soul at Delta's level. The name of absolute defense is not necessarily wrong. Zhang Yi relied on the powerful devouring ability of the dimensional gate to temporarily block the attack of the soul. However, there is a huge gap between the Delta level and the Epsilon level. This is also one of the biggest differences between the two levels, the level of supernatural energy. Facing a failed Epsilon experiment like Lost Soul, Zhang Yi was certainly able to block his temporary attack. But apart from defending, he can no longer do anything. As for the huge gap in supernatural energy between the two sides, even if he ate all the remaining supernatural food in his hand, it would be difficult to make up for it. In other words, as long as the fight continues, his essence will be exhausted, and then the soul will be crushed to death. Fortunately, in addition to his relatively strong defense, his ability to escape is also top-notch. I can't beat you, but I can outrun you. Slip away. Zhang Yi said nothing. After everyone around him was ready, he took a few steps back and opened the dimensional door directly behind him. The moment the knot between the two realms was lifted, he disappeared 1,000 meters away with Huahua and Lele. After losing the barrier of the two realms, the purple supernatural beam directly swallowed everything and passed straight through the huge city. With just one blow, all buildings within 7 or 8 kilometers were reduced to ashes. This amazing power can be felt even from a long distance away. On Star Island, the expressions of the aliens who sensed this power changed. The aliens in the joint force were still okay. They had been reminded by General Horn early. Therefore, as soon as they discovered that powerful force, they did not hesitate, and everyone tried their best to stay away. It doesn't matter who you are when you kill someone, as long as you appear in his eyes. He won't let go of any living thing. The foreigners in Huashu Kingdom did not understand the truth of the matter. Qing Long immediately contacted the command center and discovered an abnormal power source on Star Island, located northeast of the outskirts of Foggy Valley. Suspected? Epsilon. Not only him, but other strangers in the two districts who discovered this energy fluctuation immediately reported it to the headquarters. After Li Tianyang and others received the report, they immediately paid attention to the news. Epsilon? Could it be that Cadiles took action? How dare the Colombian Navy not practice martial ethics? Li Tianyang's expression changed. If Cadiles takes action, the result will only be a dead end. At that time, no one can get any advantage. But at this moment, Xuanwu suddenly frowned. He looked into the distance and said calmly, "No. It was not Cadiles who took action." In the distant direction, on the ship of the Colombian Navy, Cadiles stood on the main gun of the ship with his hands folded, exuding his powerful coercion. Xuanwu could clearly sense that aura. Xuanwu knew in his heart that Cadiles was telling the people in the two districts that they had not broken their agreement. Wasn't it Cadiles who took action? How can it be? Could it be said that they have other aliens from Epsilon? Li Tianyang said in disbelief. Situ Xian frowned, walked over, and said this was impossible. If they really have the combat power of two Epsilons, there is no need to compete fairly with us. They can rely on force to forcibly drive away our troops. Li Tianyang frowned and said, "But how to explain the powerful supernatural reaction on the island?" Situ Xian had a guess in his mind. He thought this matter might be related to Zhang Yi. Could it be said that Zhang Yi was promoted? If that is the case, it can be said to be a great good thing for the Jiangnan region. Situ Xian said directly, "Let me contact Chaos. See if there is any news from him." Chapter 1038 I Command. Situ Xian began to communicate with Zhang Yi. It took 5 or 6 seconds for the communication to be connected. "Hey, this is Chaos. Over." Zhang Yi's voice was clear and urgent. This was inconsistent with his usual calm and composed voice. Situ Xian frowned and thought to himself, "Does it really have anything to do with you?" Chaos. An unknown energy source was discovered on the Star Island, suspected to be of the Epsilon level. Do you know anything about this matter? Certainly. That energy source you mentioned is hunting me. When Zhang Yi said this, he was fleeing with Hua Hua and the others. After being targeted by the lost souls, they had no other choice but to escape. If it were not Zhang Yi who appeared here today, any other Delta-level alien would definitely die. Only Zhang Yi, with his top-notch defense and super unlimited movement ability, could barely escape his pursuit. However, this does not mean that the situation can end easily. Zhang Yi can travel 1,000 meters through space in 1 second, and Shanhun can move 800 meters in 1 second simply by relying on his powerful body. However, Lost Soul can fire highly destructive energy cannons from the air with a range of more than 10 kilometers. Zhang Yi must constantly change directions and move in a snake-like manner to avoid being targeted by the Lost Soul. He has already felt that the shape of this thing is very unstable. There seems to be no sense at all. Only the purest will to kill. Perhaps the only good news is that his power is far inferior to that of Cadiles and Xuanwu. That's why Zhang Yi had room to deal with him. But in this way, he will not have any extra time and space to interfere in the battles of other people on the island. In addition to being unable to take action against the members of the United Forces, let alone getting access to the Source of God. This is not good news for Zhang Yi, because before this, he should have been the most powerful competitor for the Source of God. In fact, for the Commander-in-Chief of the Joint Forces, the purpose of sending out the souls is exactly the same. Of course, it would be best to kill Zhang Yi, but if even the Lost Soul cannot kill Zhang Yi, then the worst result is that the chess piece Zhang Yi can be completely isolated from the chessboard, which is an outcome they can accept. When Situ Xian heard what Zhang Yi said, a chill ran down his back. Zhang Yi didn't have time to talk to him anymore and directly passed the images of the battle to him. When Situ Xian saw the huge white monster, a creepy feeling made the hairs on his body stand up. Is this a human experiment for the Colombian Navy? After the end of the world, all countries are sparing no effort to develop alien abilities. As for human experimentation, it is a key point in the competition between all parties. Colombia has the world's most advanced genetic engineering system, so it has also made major breakthroughs here. Cadiles is their most successful product. I didn't expect that there would be such a thing as lost souls. Situ Xian asked Juan Chaos nervously. How are you now? Can you withstand it? Zhang Yi took a deep breath, turned around nimbly, and dodged an energy cannon fired by Sanghun. After he escaped, a narrow passage tens of meters wide and more than 10 kilometers long was left behind where his body had been. The hair on Hua Hua and Lele's bodies stood on end, especially Lele, who was already shaking his big tongue and was almost scared to death. Zhang Yi replied to Situ Xindao. So what if he couldn't bear it? The opponent committed a foul and had already used Epsilon level power. Is there any way you can deal with it? Situ Xian said helplessly that the other party did not dispatch Cardeals. And we will not dispatch Xuanwu. Now the two Epsilon level forces are facing each other. And no one dares to take action first. Therefore, we have no better way to support you. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. That's it. Then what the H.L. are you doing calling me? Wait a minute. Situ Xian came to Li Tianyang and transferred the battlefield scene passed by Zhang Yi. Li Tianyang and other people from the Donghai region came over to take a look. When they saw the monster's appearance, everyone's faces showed expressions of astonishment and horror. Isn't this soul-destroying? He is still alive. Situ Xian originally guessed that the East China Sea region, as an old rival of the Colombian Ocean Fleet, must know some details about this thing. Seeing the reactions of Li Tianyang and others, he immediately asked what exactly this thing was. Now Chaos is being hunted by it. If you know any information about him, please tell Chaos immediately. Li Tianyang looked at the ferocious monster in the picture, and the whites of his eyes became more obvious. On this day, he recalled the fear of being dominated by this monster. The East China Sea region and the Colombian Navy have both conducted alien transformation experiments. Among the strangers in the East China Sea region, there is no shortage of man-made artifacts. However, Colombia's genetic engineering is more advanced and crazier. They were the first to begin the development of the Epsilon-class aliens. However, this overly radical behavior has brought a huge disaster to the East China Sea. The monster codenamed Lost Soul was once the first semi-successful experimental subject. The reason why it is said to be semi-successful is because he succeeded in possessing Epsilon-level combat power. However, he is a monster who only knows killing and has no self-awareness most of the time. The day he developed it, he directly destroyed half of the Colombian Navy base and massacred more than 10,000 people. Even the troops patrolling the East China Sea region at that time were destroyed by him. Later, if the complete experimental product of Cardeals had not been successfully developed, coupled with Xuanwu's cooperation, this monster would have killed many people in the East China Sea before it stopped. After that battle, many people thought that Shanghuan was dead. No one expected that he would be recovered by the frantic Colombian Navy and used as a secret weapon on the Star Island battlefield. They are crazy, Li Tianyang said through gritted teeth. If this guy appears, no one on the island will be safe. Li Tianyang didn't dare to hide it at this time. If the lost souls are allowed to cause chaos, I am afraid that all the elites in the entire East China Sea region will die. He hurriedly shouted to Chaos, Chaos, listen. This guy is a failed experiment and has no sense whatsoever. If he were left on Star Island, everyone would be in danger of death. I order you to use your ability to escape from Star Island immediately. Lead him to the depths of the sea. Zhang Yi frowned slightly when he heard Li Tianyang's words. Leading to the depths of the sea? You mean, he won't drown in the seawater? Chapter 1039 Long Time No See. Li Tianyang told Zhang Yi that he was a monster developed by the Navy. And of course, he had the ability to adapt to water. A gleam flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Then can I think that he will be more powerful in the seawater? Li Tianyang's tone paused. I'm not sure. In that battle, almost everyone who experienced it died. When he spoke, his eyes clearly twinkled. Situ Xian was keenly aware of the loopholes in his language. Minister Li, isn't that right for you to say that? It was Xuanwu and Cardeals who teamed up to defeat that guy. Xuanwu should know his abilities very well. Li Tianyang was suddenly speechless. Xuanwu, on the other hand, took off the virtual headset on his head and said to Situ Xian with a smile. That's it! The target of that guy should be an amphibious combat unit, which has relatively strong combat capabilities whether on the seabed or on land. When he said this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. I don't know what's going on with Chaos underwater combat capabilities. When Situ Xian heard this, he laughed angrily. Li Tianyang, you are absolutely crazy. He actually let Chaos take the risk and drag down an out-of-control Epsilon. Veins popped up on Li Tianyang's face. Xuanwu didn't give him any face, but there was nothing he could do. He could only roar. What can I do? Now only Chaos has the ability to hold him back. If he is allowed to kill on the island, everyone will die. Zhang Yi felt that he already knew almost everything he wanted to know. He cut off the call directly, and no longer listened to the people on the other side. After traveling through space and dodging the attack of the Soul, Zhang Yi glanced at the white giant monster, and an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In other words, he is a monster who only knows how to kill, but doesn't have much self-awareness. Is it right? Then don't blame me. Zhang Yi knew one thing very well at this time. This monster was already targeting him. And it could be said that it would not stop until it died. No matter how he ran, this monster would chase him. According to Zhang Yi's character, he should have gone to Xuanwu or the Colombian Navy to solve the problem at all costs. But when he thought about it carefully, both options were too risky for him. Sang Hun is a lunatic who cannot distinguish between friend and foe. If Zhang Yi leads him over, let Xuanwu solve it. Even if Xuanwu can kill him, it will definitely be at a loss. If Cartier takes the opportunity to make a sneak attack, it is very likely that the entire Huashu Kingdom allied forces will be annihilated. By then, Zhang Yi will lose more than he gains. As for luring him to find the Colombian Navy, it is even more desperate. Not to mention that Cartiers would attack him immediately. He didn't even know if the Colombian Navy had any way to control this thing. Zhang Yi would not take that risk. He is always steady in doing things and does not take risks. Since you can't afford to offend the powerful ones, then just go and bully the smaller ones. Therefore, Zhang Yi decisively made a decision that no one could have imagined. He raised his hand, and 12 dimensional gates appeared within a radius of 1 kilometer. 12 mirror worlds. After the 12 doors were opened, Zhang Yi said to Jingwei, Hua and Lei, choose a door and escape by yourself. Find a place to hide, and don't be found by anyone. On the island today, almost all the aliens have been killed. There will be no danger on the periphery. On the contrary, if he followed him, with Lei's strength, he would probably be swept away by the aftermath. Its mission for this trip has ended, and there is no need to continue following Zhang Yi. As for Hua, it is difficult for her to play a big role when facing an opponent of Soul's level. If it is there, Zhang Yi's movements may be inconvenient. At this time, Jingwei said that he could let them enter my shadow. In this way, as long as you live, we will not be in danger. Jingwei's ability is attached to her shadow. As long as nothing happens to the chosen carrier, her shadow space will not collapse. This ability is a subordinate ability of Zhang Yi's space, but it also has its convenience. That is, its time flow rate can be the same as that of the outside world, and it can allow living things to survive in it. However, at this dangerous moment, Jingwei did not abandon Zhang Yi and escape alone, which made Zhang Yi have a much better impression of her. Zhang Yi thought for a while and said, Okay, just follow me. Hua and Lei entered the shadow space, and then Jingwei attached to Zhang Yi and followed him around. Zhang Yi did not escape from Star Island as others thought, but suddenly changed direction and headed towards Wuhu Valley. Aren't you indifferent between ourselves and our enemies? Well, I will drag everyone on Star Island with me, and we will die together. Sure enough. As he thought, Sang Hun didn't hesitate, locked the direction of his escape, and pursued him. In the eyes of the lost soul, the will to kill is rising. Apart from killing Zhang Yi, he now has no extra thoughts. Sometimes, this kind of crazy guy is the most terrifying, because he will not be subject to any restraints and can sacrifice everything, including his own life, in order to kill the target. And to the Colombian Navy, his life was not important. As a defective product, he was already in tatters. The moment the lockdown is lifted, he will have no more than 24 hours to live. He is already destined to die. Alana City. The Tianlong King and Deputy Leader Bai Lian are hiding in a deep cave. The two of them were waiting for the start of the Foggy Valley battlefield while eliminating the toxins left by Helchester in their bodies. The two of them have made a decision and will never take action again until the final battle begins. This battle will determine whether the Tianlong pirates can rise again. Therefore, they can no longer make any mistakes. The source of God. I must get it. The Heavenly Dragon King clenched his casserole-sized fists and said so. Bai Lian sat on a stone with a pile of compressed biscuits in front of her. As for drinking water, it is formed by melting ice cubes formed by Bai Lian's ability to condense moisture in the air. Looking at the Tianlong King who was still fighting in front of him, Bai Lian's eyes were filled with relief. Lord Dragon King, you will become the king of the 7 seas. The source of God is yours only. One day, you will have the power that all major countries have to pay attention to. The Dragon King bit off several layers of compressed biscuits in one bite and chewed them with big mouthfuls. Now, we just have to be patient and wait. As long as there aren't any surprises, I'll have a chance. Before his voice could even fall, the bunker he was in was directly defeated by a huge force. The Heavenly Dragon King was worthy of being a veteran of the battlefield. He immediately transformed into the form of an armored dragon and soared into the sky with a white lotus. Who dares to sneak attack me? The Heavenly Dragon King looked up to the sky and roared angrily. His eyes scanned the surrounding area, and finally, he caught a glimpse of 2 rapidly flashing black spots a few kilometers away. It was this glance that made Dong Yi, who was traveling through space. Aware of it, Zhang Yi didn't expect that he would accidentally dig out a loach from the ground while rushing around with his soul. Just for a moment, a smirk appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. Dragon King. Long time no see. You're here, so don't leave. Brother, I'll give you a big gift. He braked suddenly in the air, then changed direction and headed straight for the heavenly Dragon King. The Dragon King also recognized Zhang Yi at this time. But soon, there was someone who was more troublesome to him than Zhang Yi, and he had to pay attention to it. Epsilon. Chapter 1040. Is it difficult to handle? Then don't do it. The soul-destroying murderous aura and the terrifying pressure that made people's hair stand on end instantly chilled the originally fiery hearts of the heavenly Dragon King and Bai Lian. Don't come over here. The two stared at Zhang Yi, who was coming straight towards them, and roared in horror. No matter how stupid they are, they still know that Zhang Yi intends to divert trouble to the east. But how could Zhang Yi let them go? During the trip to the East China Sea, the Dragon King only sent out his clones. So Zhang Yi and Ling Hufeishua had no chance to kill him. But seeing him in this place, Zhang Yi would certainly not be polite to him. With a bad smile on his face, he traveled through several spaces, and then brought Hua Hua to the vicinity of the heavenly Dragon King. Zhang Yi was the only one in the eyes of the lost soul. So without saying a word, he roared and chased after her. The Dragon King was so angry that he wanted to risk his life with Zhang Yi. But the most dangerous thing at this time was the thing behind him. In Sanghan's eyes, two people suddenly appeared around the target. Kill! There was only one thought in his mind. The spherical head like a braised egg opened its ferocious mouth, and an energy cannon quickly condensed into shape. A plant. The Tianlong King cursed loudly, then dragged Bai Lian and wanted to part ways with Zhang Yi. But why did Zhang Yi come? He just wanted to drag the Dragon King into the water. As the saying goes, those who see it share it. So of course, he has to share this kind of trouble with his good brothers. Wherever the heavenly Dragon King went, he followed him directly. No matter how fast the Dragon King is, he can't beat Zhang Yi, who has the ability to travel through space. Zhang Yi passed by the Dragon King and gave him a sinister smile. The next moment, the soul-destroying energy cannon flooded the space behind them, blasting over with the momentum to split the mountains. Originally, with Zhang Yi's speed, he might not be able to 100% dodge the soul-losing attack. Fortunately, time echoes. This ability will allow him to be alert in advance and instinctively react to avoidance when facing a crisis. This has become a passive ability, and the body develops its ability to avoid before the brain. However, the heavenly Dragon King does not have this ability. His body was directly hit by the soul-destroying blow. Then, the huge Dragon King's body, with scales comparable to the top-grade Metal Gear, shattered inch by inch like crackers, and his deputy captain Bai Lian, without any suspense, was directly bombarded into ashes. The power of Epsilon level is absolutely crushing to lower-level aliens. Except for Zhang Yi, an extremely rare freak who specializes in defense and has the top space ability. It is possible to maintain a stalemate with him for a period of time. A second later, Lost Soul passed by the heavenly Dragon King and slapped him impatiently. The heavenly Dragon King felt as if his body was about to be crushed, and every inch of muscle and blood vessels burst. Boom! He was smashed directly into the earth. What was horrifying was that where he fell, the earth sank to a large extent, revealing a bottomless and terrifying abyss. This scene was extremely weird. But Zhang Yi was no longer in the mood to care about the life or death of the Dragon King. It was a meaningful thing for Zhang Yi to let him delay the mourning for even a second. He originally planned to drag down all the strangers on the entire Star Island. Except for those guys in Jiangnan region. They are just too good. 2 district command centers. Suzaku and Ling Hufeishua had just returned. As soon as she returned, she was immediately welcomed into the medical room and received treatment from the most professional medical team. Li Tianyang went over specially to comfort her. This time you lost to Billy the Kid. Just because you awakened later, and your ability index is not as high as his. Don't be discouraged. Sooner or later, you will surpass him and become Epsilon. Besides, didn't you also kill a member of Hell Lock? When Zhu Kei heard Li Tianyang's comfort, his heart was calm. Billy the Kid completely shattered the arrogance in her heart. She would never forget the feeling of losing her teammates and brushing against death. It will also inspire her to become stronger. Now on the island, we still have Chaos and Qinglong here. But the opponent's only decent combat power was Billy the Kid. I have seen what Billy the Kid is capable of. And Qinglong has no advantage against him. But Chaos' ability can restrain him. Let him fight for the source of God. Suzaki gave his advice seriously. She believed that even if this operation did not develop according to the original plan, and the source of God fell into the hands of the Jiangnan region, it would be better than being obtained by the Colombian Navy. Li Tianyong fell into a brief silence after hearing these words. After a while, he just said that chaos might not survive. When Zhu Ke heard this, he asked in surprise why. Could it be that he couldn't beat Billy the Kid? Li Tianyong shook his head. No, it's not because of this. Instead, the enemy sent out souls. Even Suzaku couldn't help but stiffen after hearing this name. She could see how much the loss of souls had done to both armies. In the end, if the two armies had not reached a temporary reconciliation and Xuanwu and Cartier's had joined forces to defeat him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If so, everything would be terrible. Suzaku closed his eyes helplessly. If chaos really dies, our advantage in this operation will be completely destroyed. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Li Tianyong's mouth. Will not. He put his hands behind his back and said sinisterly that soldiers never tire of deception. They are well prepared. Aren't we? Hey. We must obtain the source of God. Suzaku put his hand on Suzaku's shoulder. You will become the second Epsilon in the East China Sea region. There will be no surprises in this matter. Zhu Ke didn't understand what Li Tianyong meant. As combat members, they are not involved in some key decisions and intelligence. The most important character of an excellent warrior is to obey orders and do not need to have his own ideas. She nodded and said nothing more. Just trust the organization. However, at this moment, an officer suddenly ran over and hurriedly reported the situation to Li Tianyong. Minister, something bad is going on. Chaos. Chaos is crazy. Li Tianyong's eyes widened. Every time something happened related to Zhang Yi, it would be bad. What did he do again? The officer said to him tremblingly. Instead of following the instructions and running overseas with the lost soul, he turned around and headed for Fog Valley. Zhang Yi, with his lost soul, rampaged across the entire Star Island. His goal was very clear, and he rushed straight to Foggy Valley. Since you all want me to be the one who takes advantage of you, then fine. None of us should play. Chapter 1041 Soul Excavator. Zhang Yi's crazy behavior shocked Li Tianyong. If Zhang Yi leads the lost soul to Wugu, all their plans will be disrupted. It will even cause all the remaining aliens on the island to be killed. This damn guy. Does he want to drag everyone into the water? Li Tian became anxious. He rushed back quickly, found Situ Xian immediately, and shouted to him with a gloomy face. You let Chaos leave Star Island immediately. Now. Immediately. We must not ruin our entire plan because of him. Situ Xian also learned of Zhang Yi's behavior at this time. Zhang Yi didn't even need to tell him personally, because the noise of Soul chasing him was too great. The entire island was filled with powerful energy reactions, and any stranger on the island could feel the terrifying pressure. But Situ Xian was indifferent to Li Tianyong's words. He believed that Zhang Yi must be justified in doing so. Moreover, since when can Donghai region be allowed to point fingers at the practices of their Jiangnan region? Ministerly. Those who believe in us. Situ Xian just gave Li Tianyong a look that said nothing, letting him experience it for himself. Just kidding. Let our people serve as stepping stones for you. You also need to see how strong they are. Right? If your Donghai region is really powerful, I won't say anything. But so far, have you achieved any decent results? One of the so-called four spirits was killed. Another was seriously injured. And the remaining one only killed an alien with average strength. The combined results of the three of them are not as good as Zhang Yi. What qualifications do they have now to let Zhang Yi help them clean up the battlefield? Li Tianyong stared and pointed his right index finger at Situ Xian. What time is it now? You must put the overall situation first. It is impossible for Zhang Yi to defeat the lost soul now. So luring the lost soul away is the best option. Otherwise, if any accidents occur, will Jiangnan region be able to shoulder this responsibility? Situ Xian said calmly. I think what you said, Ministerly, is very reasonable. We should focus on the overall situation. So nowadays, chaos is the overall situation of our Jiangnan region. No matter in terms of strength or combat power, chaos is far superior to your four spirits in the East China Sea region. In my opinion, it would be better to let Qinglong and Suzaku take action to gain a chance for chaos to seize the source of God. What do you think? This sentence left Li Tianyong speechless. Yes. Why do you let others sacrifice for your benefit? In the past, you were so powerful that others had no choice. Now, what qualifications do you have to let others do this? Li Tian raised his energy and trembled all over. If the source of God was not obtained this time, the East China Sea region would definitely suffer heavy losses. He and Situ Xian continued to argue for a few words. But Situ Xian did not accept his words at all. As a result, Li Tianyang could only watch as Zhang Yi rampaged around the island with his lost soul. Since you want to pursue excitement, then just follow through to the end. Zhang Yi directly chose to fly high into the sky and came to the area above the poisonous miasma layer. In this way, he can judge the position of the entire star island more clearly. Then, head straight for Foggy Valley. Soulless has no ability to fly. But when he jumps with all his strength, he can jump thousands of meters. Every jump will cause extremely terrifying scars on the earth. And this kind of mid-air jump will naturally have a period of time in the air, which gives Zhang Yi room to react. Let him fire 2 shots conveniently while escaping to test the soul-losing defense. The result was as expected. The monster's defense was terrifying. The holy silver bullet was shot on his body, leaving not even a scratch. It is impossible to kill him. Although he is a failed experiment, the lowest level Epsilon is also Epsilon. Zhang Yi is not good at attacking, so let alone hurt the lost soul. And as long as it lives, it will pursue it endlessly. Zhang Yi's only way is to drag everyone into the water. Go find Qilong. Go find Billy the Kid. Go find all the strangers you can find on the island. He didn't care whether the combined power of these people could kill the lost soul. He just felt that since he got caught in the rain, he had to tear up other people's umbrellas. The aura of soul-destroying terror permeated the entire Star Island. The strangers in the joint force had received the news about Horn early, so they dared to show up. Even Billy the Kid is quite afraid of the terrifying thing called soul loss. Boom! Zhang Yi, carrying his lost soul, crashed directly into the central area of Foggy Valley. According to Li Zhongyu, the location of the source of God must be within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Zhang Yi suddenly felt an impulse in his heart. Are you the captain of the demolition team? The terrain of Foggy Valley is huge. Without the help of modern equipment, it is actually difficult to quickly find the source of God buried deep underground. Just take advantage of this free labor. While Zhang Yi was eating supernatural food to replenish energy, he was relying on time echoes. With the ability, he began to run around in the Foggy Valley. Shang Huan was unconscious and had no idea what Zhang Yi was doing. All he knew was that he was going to destroy the escaping bug in front of him at all costs. Roar! The raging energy cannon erupted from his mouth and instantly penetrated the land for several kilometers, plowing a deep ravine dozens of meters deep on the ground. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. It worked. Seeing that the plan was successful, Zhang Yi increased his efforts and began to lure the souls to wreak havoc in the Foggy Valley. An Epsilon-level excavator is so powerful that it can easily destroy a mountaintop, and a single energy cannon can dig a hole hundreds of meters deep in the ground. If we continue at this rate, it won't take long to find the location of the source of God. No one could imagine that Zhang Yi would let an Epsilon-level stranger work for him as a migrant worker. This method is extremely dangerous, and no one except Zhang Yi dares to use it. Zhang Yi's approach seems very safe, but in fact it is not dangerous at all. All it takes for Lost Soul to touch him is to make him disappear into ashes. However, after all, he is a monster who only knows how to kill and has no brains. He can't break Zhang Yi's time echoes and dimensional gate. You will definitely not be able to kill Zhang Yi. Now, Zhang Yi has taken advantage of his ability and has become Zhang Yi's laborer. And all this is unknown to everyone outside. Only the strangers near Foggy Valley gradually realized that something was wrong. The entire Foggy Valley was tens of kilometers in radius. Why was there a raging wind? And a large amount of rich poisonous gas began to roll back towards the periphery. And who is the terrifying Epsilon-level power fighting against? Chapter 1042 The Source of God appears. Outside the Foggy Valley, Canelo stared at the Foggy Valley in front of him with extremely complicated emotions. Chaos. Could he be able to hold on for such a long time under the attack of soul losers? Canelo asked himself. If the person who appeared here was him, how long could he last? The final answer took absolutely no more than a minute. Epsilon is Epsilon, and cannot be compared to Delta-level aliens. The gap between different levels is like a chasm. There seems to be only a 1-point difference between 9999 and 10,000 points of power index. But in fact the difference in strength is unimaginable. There is no way around this. After all, absolute defense. Ah! Yasin Canero shrugged, feeling more open-minded in his heart. Each alien has his or her own specialties. He can't compare to Zhang Yi's defense and escape abilities. Similarly, Zhang Yi definitely doesn't have his sharp attacks. Canelo whistled, hoping that Lost Soul can kill you. In this way, the monster has completed its final mission. Elsewhere, Qilong was carrying a cyan tactical backpack and was discreetly hiding behind a tree. Li Tianyang's instructions came from the communication device. Qilong's face was expressionless, but his stern eyes reflected the seriousness of the situation. I know. I'll improvise, he said calmly. In other directions, monsters hiding in the shadows are also slowly appearing. Herchester wore a thick gas mask and hid in the depths of the thick poisonous miasma. Where the poison is stronger, his strength will become stronger. But wanting to join the war and join the fight for the source of God is still a huge test for him. Now that things have reached this point, everyone knows that this battle is about to come to an end. As long as Zhang Yi is killed by the soul, others will lose their reason to hide and will start the final hunt. And determine the final ownership of the source of God. The following grams are on top. Deep in the dense forest, Amiko with red lips and white teeth whispered softly. She was sitting cross-legged and kneeling on the cold snow, with a huge warrior behind her holding a pair of swords, guarding her mightily. No one knows what happened down there in Foggy Bottom. At first, they thought that Zhang Yi would be killed by the soul if he persisted for 10 minutes at most. Unexpectedly, the terrifying attack of Soul continued for half an hour, and still did not end. They all admired Zhang Yi's strength. With Delta's level, even facing the weakest Epsilon, it is unimaginable that it can sustain it for such a long time. It's time to call it a day. Chaos will die, and Soulless will complete his final mission. General Horn whispered softly. But unexpectedly, the attacks of soulless souls did not stop, but instead continued to become more violent. Just like that, another half hour passed. In the Foggy Valley, everywhere is like a field plowed by a mad cow, riddled with holes. The ground is broken into pieces, and there are deep potholes everywhere. Everyone was shocked. An hour has passed and Chaos is still not dead. Another hour has passed and Chaos is not dead yet. They couldn't imagine how high an alien's defense could be to delay an Epsilon for such a long time. They couldn't even imagine that Shun's fight was very lively. In fact, all his strength was used against the earth and mountain peaks of Foggy Valley. Just when everyone was shocked, a vision suddenly occurred. A bright yellow beam of light suddenly shot into the sky, breaking through the clouds and reaching an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. The thick yellow light beam was dozens of meters thick, like a sea-fixing needle, and it suddenly appeared in the Foggy Valley. Along with it, there is also a powerful Epsilon-level pressure. Everyone stared at the beam of light with their eyes wide open, and the excitement in their eyes was indescribable. This is the source of God? The detection instruments on Qinglong, Billy Boy, and others reacted like crazy. Energy signal fluctuations have been detected and matched, which is the same as the source of God. Now, there is no more suspense. After a round of destruction by Sanghun, the source of God buried deep under the earth was unearthed. At the command center of the two armies, General Horn and Li Tianyang excitedly issued orders. The source of God appears. Quick! Take it off. Never give it to the other side. Xuanwu and Cardiels on the sea couldn't help but look over there, seeing the yellow beam of light rising into the sky. The two people's eyes couldn't help but have some strange fluctuations. However, there are two sides facing each other here, and no one dares to act rashly. Now, it's war time. If any Epsilon leaves the rear, everyone in the rear will be killed by the opponent's Epsilon. Qinglong and Billy Boy are ready to make a move. But at the same time, both of them were afraid of the existence of Lost Soul. This guy is a crazy monster that no one wants to face. At this moment, a sound amplified by a high-power loudspeaker suddenly came from the Foggy Valley. Ha 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 ha. I found the source of God. Good stuff. Really good stuff. I didn't expect that I would find it this way in the end. It's mine. That was Zhang Yi's voice. After hearing this sound, everyone couldn't sit still. They are not stupid either. They clearly know that Zhang Yi did this on purpose. But facing the temptation of the source of God. Reason? How do you make them sane? Billy the Kid lowered his felt hat, knowing he couldn't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, and the source of God really falls into Zhang Yi's hands, maybe the situation on the entire battlefield will be reversed. He headed straight for Foggy Bottom. Qilong hesitated again and again. In the communication equipment, Li Tianyang's voice was almost crazy. Chaos must not be allowed to obtain the source of God. Qilong, you must snatch the source of God. That's something from our Donghai region. Li Tianyang was really scared at this time. He targeted Zhang Yi many times, and even did not hesitate to make Zhang Yi an abandoned son to face the lost soul. If Zhang Yi really becomes Epsilon, will he have a good ending? Qilong frowned. He always felt that things were not that simple. If you end it rashly, There will be big problems. But Li Tianyang is the supreme commander of the operation. And he must obey Li Tianyang's orders. Yes. I will enter Foggy Bottom right now. Qinglong's eyes were determined. And he took firm steps and disappeared like a gust of wind, heading straight for the Foggy Valley. Another area on the edge of Foggy Valley. Tsukuyumi, slowly opening her eyes, she saw the beautiful beam of light. What a beautiful, powerful thing. This sturdy shape is really addictive. I really want it too. Not far away. At Earth Life. Looking at her with enthusiasm. Our chance has come. Hasn't it? After lurking for so long. Everyone thought we were just minions of the Colombian Navy. I think it's time to remind everyone that our country of the rising sun was once a powerful country standing on top of the world. Chapter 1043 Destroying the Source of God. In the Foggy Valley. Zhang Yi didn't have the slightest chance to stop. Sang Hun was a killing machine that never knew how tired it was. And it was always chasing him crazily. However, when the huge yellow light pillar rose into the sky, he also paused briefly. The game is almost over. I don't have that much time to play slowly with you. Zhang Yi looked at the lost soul with cold eyes. And his figure slowly became illusory in midair. Then, he completely disappeared into this world. 1 minute. Zhang Yi has 1 minute to escape into the different space. During this minute, he was absolutely invincible. And even Epsilon could not threaten his life. If he were a different person with a normal IQ, he would know clearly that Zhang Yi cannot hide forever. But Lost Soul has no brain to begin with. All he knew was that his prey was missing. But the instinct to kill is still there. Roar! The anger made him look up to the sky and roar. His eyes red. And he urgently needed to release his desire to kill. At this time, someone was attracted by the yellow light beam and cautiously came to Foggy Valley. The yellow beam of light that shot straight into the sky looked too gorgeous and spectacular, making the eyes of everyone who appeared here become intense. And the first one to appear in Foggy Bottom was Billy the Kid. Yasin Canero. Sang Hun was getting angry because he had lost his goal. So he turned around and saw Canelo. Killing intent filled his pupils again. He roared wildly at Canelo. But Canelo showed no sign of fear. He just sighed lightly. Hey, strangers have no brains, and will always be nothing but minions. While speaking, he sent a signal to the lost soul through his combat uniform. Just as he was about to pounce, the soul that killed Canelo suddenly stopped in place. A look of humanity slowly appeared in his eyes. Isn't he dead? Canelo regained his rationality when he saw the lost soul, and said calmly, No, you are going to die. So before you die, I need you to make one last contribution to the Colombian Navy. Don't worry. We will take good care of your mother and wife, as well as your daughter. The Colombian Navy dared to launch the soul-destroying attack, so it was certainly not because they were unprepared. After he was recovered, electrodes were implanted in his brain to control him. However, this recovery of consciousness can only last about 5 minutes. The information Canelo received was to make good use of these 5 minutes. Chaos. You are smart and turn your troubles into everyone's troubles. But it's a pity that I've been waiting for you to throw yourself into the trap. Billy the Kid smiled, then raised the 2 revolvers in his hands, observing the surroundings with his sharp eyes like a hawk. This ability to hide in the void seems to last only 1 minute. But 1 minute later, what are you going to do to escape our joint attack? For Zhang Yi now, the situation is unimaginably severe. The lost soul that had regained its consciousness was not on the same level as the previous monster that had only the desire to kill. What's more, there is a super gunner Canelo with a power index of 9,999 points who is targeting him. Although Zhang Yi is in a different space, he can also pass through other door to observe the external situation and use the time difference between internal and external situations to come up with combat plans. Sang Hun's sudden return to consciousness did not surprise him. And if he goes out now, he will have to face the attacks of Soul and Billy Boy at the same time. This situation is not without danger. But since Zhang Yi dared to come, he was ready to face all dangers. I think your most important target should no longer be me. Zhang Yi could clearly find that whether it was Lost Soul or Billy Boy, their attention was more or less attracted by the huge yellow light beam that shot from the deep underground to the sky. Source of God. The attraction this thing has to strangers is unimaginable. Zhang Yi made a decisive decision and door. The direction is pointed at the underground where the light source is. The next moment, a black dimensional gate appeared in the sky. And then endless void power emerged. Zhang Yi held the holy seal in his hand and slashed deep into the earth. Canelo did not hesitate and immediately pulled the trigger and shot Zhang Yi. But after his powerful attack fell into Zhang Yi's 2 realms, There was no splash at all. Looking at this scene, Canelo's pupils narrowed slightly. This is absolute defense. The power of space system? Sure enough. It's a little tricky for me. But he didn't care about this, because the lost soul was right next to him. Sang Hun has opened his mouth and fired a terrifying energy cannon. However, Zhang Yi's purpose is not to fight them, but to fight underground. He split the ground with his sword and dived headfirst. The broken ground revealed a huge pit, extremely dark and bottomless. This is a huge abyss, with only a thick yellow light beam reaching into the sky from inside. No. His target is the sacred source of matter. Kill him! Without saying a word, Canelo took a quick run and jumped down towards the cave. Sang Hun did not hesitate and rushed into the abyss before Canelo. If the source of God is obtained by Zhang Yi, then the situation on the battlefield will most likely change for the better. But for Soul and Canelo, this possibility does not exist. No one can take anything away from an Epsilon and a Super Delta level alien. And when Shang Huan was chasing Zhang Yi's voice came to his ears, because he was afraid that he wouldn't understand. He thoughtfully translated it into English. Lost soul. If you can get the source of God, maybe you can get rid of that weird state. This sentence caused a strange fluctuation to appear in Sang Hun's eyes. As a failed experiment, his death is the inevitable outcome. But if there is any chance to live, of course, he will try his best to fight for it. Zhang Yi's words gave him an idea. But this did not stop him from pursuing Zhang Yi. Even if I kill you, I can still get the source of God. Both Shang Huan and Billy Boy were facing down, chasing Zhang Yi in free fall. But no matter how fast the acceleration of gravity is, it cannot be compared to space travel. An evil smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. If you continue to chase me, then I will only be able to destroy the source of God. He shouted loudly at the two of them. Chapter 1044 Weak Water Glazed Dragon God. Zhang Yi's shouting made Sang Hun and Billy Boy finally hesitate. With Zhang Yi's strength, it is not impossible to destroy the source of God. If that were the case, there would be no winner in this brutal war. Billy the Kid suddenly opened his mouth and shouted into the wind. Chaos. Surrender? As long as you surrender, I can allow you to join the Hell Locks. Everything you can get in Jiangnan region. Our Colombian Navy will give you double it. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Would you be so kind? To be honest, I don't particularly believe you. The bottom of the abyss was invisible. And after flying several thousand meters, the source of God's beam was still not visible. Billy the Kid is still patiently explaining that we, the Colombian Navy, keep our word. Unlike your people. Zhang Yi suddenly smiled and said, the reason why I haven't become Epsilon yet is because I don't want to bend my waist to serve the powerful. I don't want to be anyone's dog, as it could easily cost me my life. You members of Hell's Locks have freedom even though you haven't seen it yet. After Zhang Yi said these words, he suddenly turned around in the air and faced Sang Hun and Billy Boy. Then, the Holy Inquisition in his right hand burned with raging void flames. The eyes of Shang Huan and Billy Boy widened as they seemed to realize what Zhang Yi was planning to do. The two of them hurriedly said angrily, stop! Unfortunately, it's too late. Zhang Yi slashed hard behind him, and the surging power of the void burst out, heading straight towards the light source of the source of God underground. Boom! In this limited space, the black presence blocked everything, and the yellow light source was completely extinguished after a short moment. The source of God has been destroyed by Zhang Yi. Billy the Kid's expression instantly became ferocious. His best hope of being promoted to Epsilon was destroyed by Zhang Yi's sword. Without the source of God, he would have to practice step by step for at least 2 more years before being promoted to Epsilon. Damn guy. Billy the Kid took out the gold and silver revolver with both hands. And the power of the sunset yellow sand and the sigh of fate was directly activated to the maximum. His gun was too fast. But no matter how fast a person is, how can he pass the reverberation of time quickly? Zhang Yi had to admit that Billy the Kid was very strong. So powerful that the speed at which he could draw his gun was even faster than Zhang Yi could summon the Juejia of 2 realms. But Zhang Yi had already predicted his action before he drew his gun. Zhang Yi dodged and disappeared directly. Billy the Kid's horrific attack echoed beneath the earth, shooting into the bottomless abyss. Shang Huan quickly came to the place where Zhang Yi disappeared. Turning around, a shocking scene appeared. There is a huge passage on the wall of the abyss cave that is nearly 10,000 meters deep. The soul's eyes emitted red light, illuminating the passage. It was actually connected in all directions, and there were countless dense caves. When Billy the Kid came here, he inserted a pistol directly into the wall, and his figure became incredibly stable. He could still feel the aura of the source of God remaining in the air. This made Billy the Kid even more angry. He was extremely convinced that the source of God was destroyed by Zhang Yi. Damn! 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 Kill him! Without him saying anything else, Sang Hun had already chased Zhang Yi in the direction where his breath disappeared. And due to the complexity of the underground environment, it becomes more difficult to pursue. This is thousands of meters underground. The air has become thin, and the soil is extremely compact. Zhang Yi can use the oxygen stored in different spaces to maintain normal physical fitness. But Solus and Billy the Kid don't have such superior conditions as him. Shang Huan used the most brutal method, directly smashing through the dirt and chasing Zhang Yi. But Billy the Kid had no way to keep up. As a last resort, he had no choice but to turn on the flight mode of his combat suit and start flying upward. Don't think that this kind of cleverness can deal with the loss of souls. You have no idea how terrifying it is to be completely self-aware. Billy the Kid thought so. He flew into the sky and waited for Zhang Yi to appear on the ground. Now, the aura of the source of God has disappeared, and their mission has lost its direction. So Billy the Kid has only one goal left in his eyes: kill chaos. But just when he was about to reach the ground, a powerful energy wave suddenly erupted behind him. The breath of the source of God appears again. The yellow beam of light rising into the sky seemed to be even more blazing than the last time. Billy Boy turned around in surprise. He could feel the familiar aura, which was the aura of the source of God. This is, the sacred source of matter has not been destroyed. It still exists. His excited eyes looked away. And I said, how could such a great thing be destroyed so easily? The excitement of this moment made Billy the Kid feel unsteady. The great joy of finding something that was lost overwhelmed him emotionally. And at this moment, an orange-yellow beam of light penetrated the void from the far side and shot towards his back. At the critical moment, Billy the Kid finally sensed the crisis. The strange snake connected end to end appeared in his eyes again. Return to zero. He had no time to turn around. But instinctively, his hands never left his revolver. His hands naturally turned the muzzle of the revolver and pointed it behind him. Boom! 12 bullets condensed into a blazing beam of light and collided with the orange beam of light. The violent explosion directly threw Billy Boy's body away. This was Billy the Kid's own active choice to relieve himself of this huge power. After he flew several hundred meters, he slowly rolled several times in midair and landed smoothly. He raised his head and finally saw clearly what was attacking him. It was a huge and beautiful monster. It has a huge body nearly 300 meters tall, 6 long arms, a slender neck and tail. The entire body does not look like any other creature in the world. Rather, it looks like a huge orange-yellow porcelain. Its whole body is crystal clear, exuding an elegant and gorgeous light. Its orange body has a faint luster, and its perfect curves are like a work of art. On the orange torso, there are closely connected black lines, covering its entire body like the lines on leaves. Its head is small, as if it is just an extension of its neck, without any facial features. But its overall appearance is so mysterious and awe-inspiring, like a god born out of the world. Qinglong. Billy the Kid read out a name coldly. The monster that appears here is none other than Qinglong, one of the 4 spirits in the East China Sea region. A person with orc-type abilities, a species of divine beast. The ability code name is Weak Water Glazed Dragon God. Chapter 1045, Taking Out the Box. Due to the strange magnetic field in the Foggy Valley, Qinglong didn't know what happened to Zhang Yi and Billy Boy. But he understood one thing clearly. Zhang Yi is still alive, and can help him delay an opponent. Once something happens to Zhang Yi, he will completely lose the chance to fight for the source of God. So he has to take action. The moment Billy the Kid emerges from the crypt is the perfect moment for his long-awaited ambush. This blow gave him a slight advantage. Qinglong let out a sharp cry. The sound was like a wail, as thin and loud as a baby. Exhibition of thousands of colored glazes. An instant later, thousands of beams of light erupted from his elegant and huge body, heading straight for Billy the Kid. Billy Boy's eyes were cold, and he quickly dodged sideways. It seemed slow, but in fact, he skillfully dodged every attack among Qinglong's thousands of attacks. Then he finished loading the bullets, turned around and fired 6 bullets in an instant. His attack was fleeting, and with Qinglong's huge size, there was no need to dodge. But when the bullet came close to his body, the body that looked slender and round as glass suddenly emitted a smooth light. The space around Dragon God's body seemed to be distorted. The moment those bullets touched the light, it was like a knife slashing on the flesh smeared with thick pork, sliding to other places. This is not the ability of the space system. It is one of the abilities of the Weak Water Glazed Dragon God. Weak Water Glazed. His surface possesses a special power that can distort physical attacks that come close to him. This is not the first time Qinglong and Billy Boy have fought against each other. On the East China Sea, the two of them fought against each other at least 3 times. But each time it was just a matter of seconds. And they never fought with their lives. Although in the fight between the two, it is true that Billy the Kid has the upper hand. But Qinglong's ability also prevented him from suffering any serious losses. If two people really risked their lives, the outcome is really hard to say. Billy the Kid was also worried at this time. If he kills Qinglong but is seriously injured, others may miss him. There must be other aliens on Star Island. But they have not shown up yet. Everyone hopes to wait for others to fight to the death, and then be the Oriole behind. No one is a fool. It would be better to wait for the lost soul to deal with Johnny first, and then deal with the Qinglong in front of them together. Qinglong and Billy Boy had a tacit understanding, based on their understanding of each other. Unless they were all desperate fights, it would be difficult to tell the outcome in a short period of time. But no one was willing to stop. And they were all testing and attacking each other with reservations. However, on the battlefield, another uninvited guest suddenly appeared. While the fight between the two was in full swing, 2 people walked in from outside Foggy Valley. Qinglong and Billy Boy maintained a great tacit understanding, and at the same time stopped fighting without continuing. When they saw the 2 people clearly, Qinglong and Billy Boy's eyes were full of surprise. Because those who came were neon strangers, Tsukuyami and Kagome Tome. Billy the Kid stared at them with narrowed eyes. Why are you here? He didn't expect that these 2 people would come. Because in his eyes, these strangers in neon are just middle-level strangers. Even Amaterasu, who is known as the #1 master of neon, has a power index of only 9,500 points. As for Tsukuyami Yakiankari, as well as Jiajia Tumingtiandeo Tianshi, they are both strangers with a power index of 9,500 points. If placed in the early stages of the war, they could still play some role on the island. But now, which one appears in the core area of Foggy Bottom is not close to Epsilon. Their strength is simply not enough. Qinglong's huge body silently adjusted its direction, from facing Billy the Kid to facing both Billy the Kid and the neon stranger at the same time. The 3 parties formed a tripartite state. Ao Chikari didn't answer Canelo's words. She just looked at the yellow beam of light rising into the sky, her face full of intoxication like a nymphomaniac. Ah, I've finally waited for it. Is this the sacred Sapphira? It was so beautiful that I couldn't help myself. Canelo had already sensed something was wrong at this time. He never completely trusted these neon guys from the bottom of his heart, because in the education they have received since childhood, the neon people are a race that has humility engraved on their faces. But betrayal, or a spirit of subjugation, engraved in their bones. Are you here to assist me? Canelo narrowed his eyes, and said coldly again. Assist? No. I always thought it was just a collaboration between us. Yachienchio shook his head indifferently. Next to her, Tiandao Tianshi had an evil smile on his face, resembling a villain who had succeeded in his evil scheme. Now our cooperation has achieved the best result, which is to find the source of God. We are competitors again. Who can get the source of God depends on their own abilities. Qinglong remained silent. He didn't know what was going on with the joint forces. In short, as long as there is a split within the other party, it is huge good news for him. Everything that happened here could not be transmitted to the outside due to magnetic field interference. And the people in the 2 command centers did not know what was happening. So, here, there are no rules. You can do whatever you want. The neon stranger also simply took off his disguise. Canelo noticed something was wrong. He looked at Yao Qiankari coldly. The smile on his lips was full of teasing. He competed with me for the holy source. Do you have the strength? Yachienchio suddenly covered his mouth and smiled. The laughter was wanton and wild. Ha ha ha. Mr. Canelo, you will soon know if you have this strength. As soon as she finished speaking, her expression turned evil and cold, like a ghost. Tiandao Tianshi took half a step back and looked at Yachienchio cautiously with a hint of fear. Crow Chikari's hand stretched out from the sleeves of the broad Miko robe that no one had ever seen before. Those pale little hands were tightly holding a box the size of a birdcage. The place where I was born is a small village called Xinyao Village, where there is a witchcraft passed down from ancient times. This is a witchcraft used by villagers to protect themselves during war years. Its name is Zichabox. The method of production is to kill pregnant women who are 7 months pregnant, then cut out the fetus in their belly, place it in a box, and then bless it with blessings. The more sacrifices used, the more powerful the magic power of the box will be. She muttered creepy words as she slowly opened the seal on the box. A black smoke that was so rich that it made people feel sick quickly rushed out of the box, and then completely disappeared into the huge ghost behind her. And the Zidit box I own was obtained by sacrificing 10,000 sacrifices to the Supreme Ghost and God Zidit. Chapter 1046 3 Epsilons. Yachinchio opened the box that was sealed with layers of black blood-stained spells, and the black air in the sky came out from the gaps in the box. From a long distance away, Canelo and Qinglong heard the shrill wail. That is the resentment of the 10,000 women who were disemboweled alive, and the resentful spirits of the fetuses in their bellies. All these resentments were absorbed by Onishikatori behind Crow Chikari. His size is also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Black lightning wrapped around his body, and evil energy lingered on his black and red warrior armor like it was vented from the underworld. His appearance became even more ferocious, and the 2 ghost blades in his hands were also infected with a terrifying evil spirit. A moment later, he transformed into an evil giant ghost hundreds of meters tall. Crow Chinchio's body slowly rose, and then merged into his body. The source of God. We Neon also want to share. The body of the ghost and God exudes a terrifying and disgusting power. Even Canelo and Qinglong have extremely serious expressions, because from him, both of them felt Epsilon level power. The Neon Man is indeed ruthless, and he has been hiding for so long, Qinglong whispered. Canelo's heart gradually sank. Now, there is another strong competitor. Boom! A deafening roar came from under the earth, and a stream of light rose into the sky from under the earth. It was Zhang Yi's figure. Immediately afterwards, the ground cracked open, and the soul-destroying energy cannon penetrated the sky, passing not far from Zhang Yi. He soared into the sky like a cannonball, and then landed heavily in the foggy valley. The sudden changes before their eyes caused Zhang Yi and Shang Huan to temporarily stop chasing. Looking at Qinglong and Guishan Zatori, and feeling the Epsilon level power in Guishan, Zhang Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows again and again. Okay. By this time, all the monsters have appeared. Right? Subconsciously, his eyes glanced at the beam of light under the abyss. You are all here for the source of God. I must have guessed right. Right? Zhang Yi's words reminded them that the source of God is the most important thing. This is also a reminder of the lost soul. Nowadays, the enemy Columbia needs to face most is not Zhang Yi, but the Neon Man. From the mouth of the ghost, Achikari's cold voice came. We are allies with Columbia, so let's clear the place first. They are not stupid and will not fight each other and then let Zhang Yi and Qinglong pick up the slack. Even if they want to compete for the source of God, they must first exclude the weak from the battlefield. Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly condensed. He wants to kill me. Can you kill me? At this moment, Qinglong couldn't sit still. Compared to chaos, I am not good at running. But if anyone wants to treat me like an ant, then they are thinking too much. On the head of the weak water glazed dragon god, a vertical pupil slowly opened. The black markings on its body lit up with golden light, and a powerful momentum burst out from the dragon god's body. Another Epsilon level power. After the end of the world, various forces are frantically launching an arms race. The most important thing is the experimental research on the top aliens, especially the Epsilon level aliens. Columbia has achieved good results in this regard. The East China Sea region has also never ended. As for Qinglong, he is one of the experimental subjects in the East China Sea region. It's just a pity that he, like Lost Soul, was a failed experiment. The soul gained Epsilon level power, but lost its brain and became a monster. Qinglong, on the other hand, completely cut off his own upward path, overdrawn all his potential, and ended up at the Delta level. But the impact of that kind of human experiment gave him a secret trump card, the Epsilon Experience card. Every time he uses it, he will lose his lifespan. But at the same time, he can have the power of Epsilon Threshold. He is the biggest killer in this operation. Donghai region. Zhang Yi and Canelo both had strange expressions on their faces. I originally thought that they were the most powerful beings on this island, and the most powerful seed players competing for the source of God. But who would have thought that at the final moment, 3 Epsilon level beings would appear at the same time? The powerful force turned into a storm, directly dispersing the poisonous miasma within a radius of dozens of kilometers, and even shocked the command centers of both armies due to the excessive energy reaction. In the central area of Foggy Valley, 3 Epsilon level forces appeared at the same time. What? 3 shares? Both General Horn and Li Tianyang Situ Xian were stunned. When they thought about it carefully, they all knew in their hearts that one of the forces came from their own side. The other force comes from the other side. But which force does the third force come from? The magnetic field in Foggy Valley interfered with the detection. They could only guess out of thin air, and could not figure out what was going on there. No one dared to go and conduct reconnaissance. On the Joint Force side, the Neon representative looked at General Horn and others with gloomy eyes. I thought we were well hidden, but I didn't expect the people in Columbia and Huashu to be prepared. I only hope that Crow Palace can successfully seize the source of God and enhance our national prestige. The two powerful Epsilon men guarding the outer sea, Cardiels and Xuanwu, were attracted by these three forces. Oh, interesting. Really interesting. There was a hint of interest in Xuanwu's eyes. But the game in his hands did not stop. They are just three Epsilons who have just crossed the 10,000 point threshold. No matter to him or to Cardiels. This level is really nothing. Kadili sat on the main gun of the battleship, with a teasing and contemptuous smile on his face. Working hard to gain the power you don't deserve will come at a huge price. But there was nothing he could do. He stretched himself. People without talent try to seize God's will and change their own destiny. But even if I try my best, I can't compare with a chosen one like me. He smiled. But there was a strange sharpness in his eyes amid the frivolity. In the center of the Foggy Valley, three astonishing forces were confronting each other. Originally, the biggest conflict was still focused on Zhang Yi. But now it has completely shifted. Zhang Huan's expression also became extremely solemn. And he turned his head and glanced at Zhang Yi coldly. The dimensional door behind Zhang Yi is wide open. And he can enter and hide at any time as long as he wants. It shouldn't be mine that you need to care about now. Right? Even if you kill me, if the source of God falls into the hands of others, your action will be meaningless. He raised his hands and said with a smile, this time, I quit. Chapter 1047. Three heroes fight for each other. Zhang Yi took a step back. The next moment, he suddenly appeared above the abyss, and then flew downwards. Originally, everyone was still confronting each other, not knowing what to do. But Zhang Yi made the choice for them. No one does not want to get the source of God. Even if he loses his soul, he longs for it in his heart. After all, it is the most mysterious existence in the world. Once obtained, it is possible to keep him alive. He had less than a day to live. If possible, he doesn't want to die. He also wants to become a hero of the Navy like Cartier's. Enjoy the most admirable treatment and be admired by thousands of people. He wanted to live to see his wife and daughter. Sang Hun opened his mouth and shot out an energy cannon. Gishinzi brought down a sword several hundred meters long, shattering the earth in an instant. And the black evil energy went straight towards Zhang Yi. Qilong hesitated for a moment and did not choose to take action against Zhang Yi. The two Epsilons attacked together, but failed to hit Zhang Yi, because Zhang Yi was just making a false shot and had no real intention to enter the abyss to seize the source of God. So the moment he appeared, he disappeared into the void and avoided the two powerful attacks. But his faint shot also completely broke the scene. Sanghain clenched his fists, raised his head to the sky, and let out a roar that could shatter people's eardrums. Purple electric currents wrapped around his body. The corpse-like body began to grow rapidly, and a solid armor appeared on its surface. After a moment, he turned into a white armor giant more than 10 meters tall. Then Sanghain jumped up and rushed into the abyss first. Seeing this, Qilong and Guishan didn't want to let the other get the upper hand, so they rushed in with roars. The huge abyss, where three huge Epsilons swooped down, turned out to be extremely spacious. The goals of the three people were the same, but there was only one person who could obtain the source of God. So a fierce fight quickly began. There is another more important reason the three of them don't have much time. They are false Epsilons who temporarily gain power through special methods, and their power will collapse at any time, especially for Lost Soul. The remaining waking time is less than 2 minutes. If he cannot end the battle within 2 minutes, he will completely turn into a walking zombie who only knows how to kill. Until he dies. Everyone was in a hurry, so there was no temptation when taking action. They were all rushing to kill other people. Boom! 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 An astonishing roar came from the abyss. It was the energy erupted from the fight between top aliens, causing the abyss to begin to collapse, and the entrance to it to expand. The ground beneath Canelo's feet shattered like a spider web. He retreated quickly to ensure that the place where he stood was safe and suitable for fighting. 3 Epsilons went underground to fight for the source of God. Above the landmark, there are still 3 people still there. Jean Yacanero, and the neon edition of Earth, Destiny, Heaven, and Time. Kagu Tuming's face was full of black lines. Among the strangers still alive at this time, he was the weakest. I originally thought that I could rely on Anashinzi to use this trump card and follow Yao Qiankeri to become more powerful. But he didn't expect that the other two forces also had powerful trump cards. He swallowed and slowly said, "I think this battle has nothing to do with us anymore. There is no need for the three of us to continue fighting." Zhang Yi and Canelo looked at each other. Then at the same time, the Holy Inquisition in Zhang Yi's hand was slashed out, and the heaven and earth net completely trapped Tian Dao and Tian Shi. And Canelo's golden revolver also shot a rose-colored beam. In an instant, Tian Dao Tianxi's body was cut into pieces. This powerful alien from Neon was instantly killed by the combined attack of the two top Delta-level aliens. After dealing with the extra people, Canelo looked at Zhang Yi. "Now, only the two of us are left. Do you still want to fight?" "What's there to fight about?" with Zhang Yi's faint smile. "This place seems to have little to do with us now. Are you right?" Canelo smiled and nodded. "I think so." Unexpectedly, in the end, we became the ones joining in the fun. Living is important. They are all strangers with Epsilon talents. As long as they survive, they will be promoted sooner or later. Unlike the three in the abyss, they are all fighting for a future with their lives. "Then you still won't leave?" Zhang Yi asked. Canelo looked at Zhang Yi, "And you didn't leave either." Zhang Yi touched his nose. "I'm waiting for someone." Same goes for Canelo. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Although the following three people are all Epsilon. But how long can their condition be maintained? When they fight each other, and the fight gets heated, someone always needs to end it. Whether it is Zhang Yi or Canelo, they are the best candidates. Moreover, they have not completely given up the fight for the source of God. Zhang Yi said to Canelo calmly that sometimes, it is not a good thing to like to join in the fun too much. "I left too late. But I really couldn't leave." Canelo squinted his eyes. "Thank you for the reminder." A solemn look flashed across his eyes. Because of the seemingly peaceful communication between the two. In fact, he never gave up and looked for Zhang Yi's weaknesses. But unfortunately, Zhang Yi's two realms Juejia has the defensive ability without blind spots. Canelo wanted to sneak attack Zhang Yi, but he had no chance. Unless he adjusts his output to the maximum power and forcibly breaks through Zhang Yi's barrier. But it is too dangerous to do that. If you fail, you will expose your trump card. Zhang Yi waited patiently in the foggy valley. A result should be available within 2 minutes at most, he said calmly. Canelo nodded in agreement with this statement. It's a pity that Canelo thought he understood what Zhang Yi meant. But in fact, he didn't understand anything at all. But there is one thing that Canelo knows very well. The longer Zhang Yi stays here, the more dangerous it will be. The poison around Foggy Valley seems to have become more dense. And the dark green poisonous miasma makes people feel suffocated. Even if you are wearing a combat uniform, you must inject or take an antivenom orally to stay here for a long time. Zhang Yi is an exception. He has the ultimate bond between two realms and does not worry about being eroded by poison. In the abyss, the angry roar was as terrifying as the salvo of an artillery regiment. The powerful force caused the entire abyss to rapidly collapse, revealing a larger space. I don't know where this cave leads. It's so huge that it's unimaginable. The surrounding area is rapidly opening up, like a huge crater. And below is a dark abyss with no end as far as the eye can see. The weak water glazed dragon god, soulless ghost god Zatori, and the three strangers who were briefly promoted to Epsilon began to fight desperately, all vying for the only chance to transcend. The weak water glazed dragon god is the largest in size, emitting dazzling light from its entire body. Each of its 6 arms is hundreds of meters long. It is swung out like a huge whip, with the power to split mountains and rocks. Chapter 1048 A Joke. The 2 swords taken by Gishinzi were filled with overwhelming resentment. He held one sword against an alien and slashed wildly. And Lost Soul is a madman in the battle, a creature that is already at the critical point of death. He is crazier than anyone else, and his fighting style is extremely fierce, fighting for his life. The 3 people restrained each other and kept diving down into the abyss, pulling each other back. If anyone took the first step, they would be jointly attacked by the 2 people behind them. The murderous aura is boiling. Fighting spirit is high. It's like 3 of the most terrifying beasts fighting together to the death. A trap beast fight. The energy storm coming from the foggy valley all the time made the clouds in the sky clear. The rare blue sky and white clouds after the apocalypse appeared. A huge circular hole appeared over the entire foggy valley. The 3 monsters killed each other with dead hands. They roared and bitten, and in an instant they were covered in blood. Zhang Yi and Canelo are very far away from the abyss, and they are also far apart from each other. But the ground beneath my feet still shook like an 8-magnitude earthquake, and then became shattered. In the end, the middle area of the foggy valley was almost sunken, and they had to run to the edge of the foggy valley to avoid this terrifying force. Just the residual power has reached such a terrifying level. This is the strength of Epsilon-level aliens. Moreover, the destructive power of the 3 aliens, who barely stepped onto the threshold of Epsilon. It's hard to imagine what a terrifying scene it would be if a stranger of the level of Cadiles or Xuanwu took action with all his strength. Time seemed to pass extremely long. In the eyes of the 3-headed monster, the sacred light source was getting closer and closer. Their eyes slowly opened wide, as if they had felt the sacred power. At this time, none of them were covered in blood and scarred. But getting closer to the light source made their blood boil even more. Onish and Satori let out a roar, and rushed towards the weak water-glazed dragon god with 2 swords in hand. One knife struck his slender neck, and the other stabbed his chest and abdomen. Ruishue Lioli dragon god's attention has not been distracted. Seeing the attack of Gishinzi, his whole body suddenly erupted with an astonishing orange light, illuminating the 10,000-meter abyss as bright as day. The power of weak Shui Lioli twisted the blade, but it could not completely deflect the power of the blade. Poof! With a sound, crystal clear blood flowed out. The dragon god's head was also aimed at Onishikatori, and he sprayed out a thick atomic breath, which shattered the armor of Onishikatori. Taking advantage of the moment when the 2 of them were fighting, the soul accelerated and rushed straight towards the light source, stretching out his huge palm. Upon seeing this, the weak water-glazed dragon god and the ghost god child let out an angry roar. And then the 2 of them aimed at the soul's back at the same time and launched the most violent attack. Sang-hun doesn't care about this, as long as he can get the source of God. Even if he fights to get hit by 2 people, everything will be worth it. The moment he approached the light source, his body was wrapped in a warm current, as warm as if it were being illuminated by the sun. This is the source of God? The soul was so happy that she almost screamed out. But suddenly, the joy in his eyes slowly disappeared, and a look of confusion appeared instead. Why does this source of God look like a huge eye? Looks like something very familiar to him? Boom! Onishikatori's attack with the weak water-glazed dragon god struck on his back. The soul's back was torn apart, revealing the ferocious flesh and even bones. But he gritted his teeth and blocked the blow, and jumped into the light source. Ha ha ha! Source of God, you belong to me. He opened his arms and threw himself into the rolling warm current, wanting to experience the evolution of life levels. The weak water-glazed dragon god and the ghost god Satori watched helplessly. But now they were too late to stop it. Boom! There was a loud noise. The lost soul fell into the middle of the source of God. He was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and looked at the thing under him. There was an unusually familiar texture. The dazzling light source made it impossible for him to see anything. But the feeling was extremely familiar. And at this moment, as he landed suddenly, the transparent thing under him crashed. With a sound, it broke, snapped. The beam of light soaring into the sky disappeared once again, under the abyss of more than 10,000 meters. Only the orange light emitted from the body of the weak water-glazed dragon god remained. But because of the disappearance of the light beam, the 3 monsters could clearly see the true appearance below. Where is the source of God? There was only a huge mechanical device that looked like a monster's eyes, staring at them. This is Searchlight? Qilong cried out. Yet Xianqiu and Shanghuan also recognized what this thing was. This turned out to be an extremely huge searchlight with a diameter of more than 20 meters. And from beginning to end, the mysterious light source they saw was what it emitted. After a brief silence, the lost soul let out an angry roar, which echoed crazily thousands of meters underground. The 3 of them had been fighting for so long and were bloody. But in the end, they were deceived by a hateful trap? Impossible. This absolutely cannot be fake. I clearly felt the breath of the source of God. How could it be fake? The lost soul was so furious that he smashed the searchlight to pieces with one punch, and then began to wreak havoc at the bottom of the abyss crazily, trying to find the hidden source of God. However, there are only weak traces of the source of God in the air. How can the source of God exist in its own right? Qinglong was still able to remain rational at this time, although he was pessimistic and desperate in his heart. He also figured out the whole story. There is no source of God. From the beginning, this was just a trap for us to kill each other. Crow Kiankri's face was pale as he hid in the ghost and God's body. They paid such a heavy price to take out the ultimate weapon. The result is like this? Aren't they all a joke? Then how to explain the breath of the source of God? Qinglong smiled bleakly. If someone has come into contact with the source of God, it is not difficult to simulate the signal of the source of God through electronic equipment. As for energy fluctuations, it is easier to create. The crazy look in Yao Qiankari's eyes gradually distorted, making her look as ferocious as a demon. Ah! A shrill scream came from her mouth. Kishinzi's use of this ultimate weapon is very restricted because it is a curse. Every time she uses it, it will cause great harm to herself. And this time, I have released the power of tens of thousands of resentful spirits with all my strength. I don't know when I can make up for it. At the same time, Sanghun's rational time was about to reach its limit, and his pupils turned completely red. Under the abyss, it's like a devil's cave is opening, and the ferocious energy is rising into the sky. Chapter 1049, I had a lot of fun today. Zhang Yi and Canelo looked far into the abyss, waiting for the outcome of the fight between the three Epsilon-level monsters. But Zhang Yi's expression has always been calm. He knew that if these three people went down, there would be no ending. Because everything was just a trap he set up to disrupt the entire battle in Foggy Valley. The real source of God is not in this place at all. After a while, a ghostly cry came from below the abyss. Zhang Yi knew that the truth of the matter had been completely exposed. But that was not important as his purpose had been achieved. As long as he wants to escape, even the crazy soul cannot kill him. A space-based alien, coupled with the initial awakening of the time-based ability Time Echo, makes him the undisputed alien with the best life-saving ability. Roar! The soul rose into the sky. And now he turned into the monster who only knew how to kill. And he felt Zhang Yi's aura nearby. So he came directly to kill him. At the same time, the extremely angry Qiankari also rose into the sky with Kishinzi. They want to find the culprit of this matter. As for who did it, it is conceivable that it could only be the few people still alive on the island. Chaos. Or Billy the Kid. Even the weak water glazed dragon god incarnated as a green dragon is eager to find them and ask for an explanation. Forcing himself to upgrade to the Epsilon level would be extremely costly to him. If he is not careful, the wounds in his body will collapse and take his life. Therefore this time, he must obtain the source of God to extend his life. Zhang Yi, who knew what was happening below, loosened his arms and planned to leave. He looked at Canelo in the distance. Leaving their anger to you alone. I slipped away first. Having said this, he opened the dimensional door and planned to leave. But the moment the dimensional door appeared, very suddenly, the door shattered. Zhang Yi's dimensional door collapsed directly in front of him. Silently, and without any warning, Zhang Yi's pupils shrank sharply, and he looked at all this in astonishment. How could his most powerful defense fail so silently? This is what happened. At this moment, a playful smile appeared on Canelo's lips. He raised the silver revolver in his hand and pointed it at his head. Chaos. You are awesome. But you don't really think that we will be unprepared for you, when we clearly know that you have space ability. Right? Deep in the poisonous miasma, a dark green ghost slowly floated out. He is the only survivor besides Canelo among the Helllock members. Herchester and Ulrich Hammond, looking at the masked weirdo who suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhang Yi's expression suddenly became serious. Are you Herchester? Hellhorse Heist. This person's list has always been in Zhang Yi's mind. Zhang Yi has never encountered this enemy, but he knows that his ability is to use poison. On a star island full of poison, this person is extremely dangerous. Hammond's voice came out from under the gas mask. Yes. It's me. Chaos. You didn't expect that you would be defeated in this way. Did you? He slowly raised his right hand and explained lightly. On this island, you have always opened the door to another dimension to resist the erosion of poisonous gas. But is it possible that this deadly toxin is also a weapon that can destroy your alien space? Hammond has been here for a long time. He prepared the best toxin, which was his bodily fluids, turned into particles, and blended into the air of the entire Foggy Valley. When these toxins entered Zhang Yi's different space, they did not rush to explode, but continued to accumulate. After reaching a certain critical point, the most gorgeous explosion ushered in. The gathered power can penetrate everything, including the alien space that Zhang Yi is most proud of. Zhang Yi looked at Hammond blankly, his eyes full of confusion. Even his time echo cannot give a sign of this ability, because the opponent's plan had already started a long time ago. He could not predict such a long-term foreshadowing. The worst thing is that at this time, the soul-destroying ghost Shinzatori and the weak water-glazed dragon god were killed. Their target is directly at Zhang Yi. Even Qinglong couldn't accept being played like this. Onishikatori yelled that the source of God below is fake. Where has the real source of God been hidden by you? Canelo and Hammond looked stunned. Fake? Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Yi. The ideas are getting clearer and clearer. The first discovery of the false source of God was because Zhang Yi was chased by the lost souls and entered the depths of the Foggy Valley. Only then did the dazzling beam of light and the aura of the source of God appear. Therefore, all the illusions were fabricated by Zhang Yi. He is the culprit. The weak water-glazed dragon god couldn't help but said to Zhang Yi, "Chaos! Your joke is too big." He had risked his own death to transform into a dragon god, only to find that he had been tricked. Even allies cannot accept such a result. Sang Hun stared at Zhang Yi angrily, the killing intent in his eyes uncontrollable. "Damn bastard. Where is the holy source? Tell me. Otherwise, I will definitely let you experience the cruelest way to die in the world." Lost Soul roared. Canelo and Hammond stayed away silently, looking like they were watching a good show. At this time, Zhang Yi's space ability has been cracked, and he is surrounded by 3 Epsilon-level combatants. It is impossible to imagine what kind of ending is waiting for him. In this world, there is no stranger below Epsilon who can face the encirclement of 3 Epsilon at the same time. In everyone's eyes, Zhang Yi had no chance of survival at this time. At this moment, Zhang Yi looked calmly at the terrifying enemies around him. Well, everyone heard a sigh very clearly in their ears. It's time to put an end to this farce. Zhang Yi held his forehead with one hand and slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes became extremely cold and sharp. An extremely terrifying force that was so oppressive that it could make people suffocate suddenly erupted from his body that was not majestic, and swept through the entire foggy valley. I had a lot of fun today. That force swept out from the foggy valley, and then swept to all directions of Star Island. Cardiles and Xuanwu who were far away at sea felt this power, and their expressions couldn't help but change. Another Epsilon, more powerful than the 3 auras that appeared before. Chapter 1050 deceived everyone. Zhang Yi stood in the midst of the 3 Epsilons, but the power burst out from his body made the 3 temporary Epsilon aliens change their expressions. Canelo and Hammond, who were watching the excitement, even felt a chill on their backs. Chaos. He is Epsilon. How could he be Epsilon? A huge dimensional gate appeared behind Zhang Yi. It was no longer as transparent as before, but a huge black vortex. His right hand reached into the black vortex and slowly pulled out a long black knife condensed from void matter, facing the soul looking at him with murderous intent. Zhang Yi slashed it down thousands of meters away with a simple knife. A huge black stream of light spurted out from his blade, rising into the sky like a huge wave, spreading thousands of meters from the earth in an instant, and directly hit the stunned soul. Sang Hun was caught off guard and quickly used his arms to resist the force. But when the power of the black void collided with his body, Sang Hun's resistance seemed so weak. He didn't even block it for a second before he was violently knocked away. The solid white armor on Sang Hun's body clicked. There was a shattering sound, and blood splattered on the chest. Crow Chikari and Qinglong looked dumbfounded. They all know the power of Lost Soul, which is not inferior to them. But they can't even block Zhang Yi's blow. How strong is Zhang Yi today? Canelo looked at Zhang Yi from a distance. There was a trace of blood in his eyes, and his breathing became much heavier. He couldn't accept this fact. Not long ago, the guy who was being chased by him and the Lost Soul, dangling like a bereaved dog, suddenly had extremely powerful power. Source of God. You have obtained the Source of God, Canelo yelled. There is only one possibility. When did you get the Source of God? You are obviously being hunted all the time. Even if you get the Source of God, you will never have time to absorb it. Chaos. Answer me. Canelo angrily shouted at Zhang Yi in the air. Unexpectedly, in the end, they fell short of success and succeeded instead in helping that little-known boy from the Jiangnan region. What could be more unacceptable than watching someone who is similar to you suddenly creep up on you? Especially for an egotistical talent like Canelo. Zhang Yi looked at him and said with a smile, "Yes? When?" He looked like he was thinking, and quickly replied, "Oh, I remembered. Probably in half a month ago." This sentence immediately caused everyone present to freeze on the spot, with inexplicable expressions of horror on their faces. Half a month ago. At that time, we had not even landed on the island. Hammond murmured in astonishment. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. Yes, the Source of God was already in my hands half a month ago. Half a month ago, or when we landed on the island, I was already Epsilon. Are you surprised or surprised? He looked at everyone with a smile. At this time, Zhang Yi enjoyed their shocked and desperate expressions. Yes, it is indeed despair. Zhang Yi single-handedly completely made a fool of the Colombian Ocean Fleet in the 2 regions, as well as several surrounding countries. They have been fighting desperately for half a month for something that does not exist at all. And every force has suffered heavy losses. And Zhang Yi, who obviously already possesses transcendent strength in all regions, came over, disguised as a Delta-level person, and hunted others wantonly. This humiliating feeling of being played with makes everyone extremely angry. Chaos. You are such a damn guy. You deserve to die. Yakiankia covered his head and yelled crazily. Gishinzi burst out with astonishing power, holding two swords and slashing at Zhang-Yi crazily. The monstrous black demonic energy filled the air on the two swords. The two swords intertwined, and the majestic power crisscrossed, cutting towards Zhang-Yi with unprecedented power, triggering a vast madness on the entire Kirishima. Zhang-Yi looked at him with a bit of pity in his eyes. Let you take a look at the gap between real Epsilon and fake Epsilon. Zhang-Yi was suspended in midair, and countless people suddenly appeared around him. Door. Zhang-Yi stands among thousands of gates. His figure looks real and illusory, as if he is in the middle of illusion and reality at the same time. And it is impossible to capture his true shadow. Everything is happening. Door after door stood in front of Gishinzatori, and the surging power was completely swallowed up by the void before it could get close to Zhang-Yi. Then from the door after door, terrifying power spurted out. How ferocious the ghost's attack was. How powerful the rebound force was. His moves were completely sent back. Thousands of things. 3,000 worlds. In fact, Zhang-Yi's new ability is not a mirror world. The 12 gates are just his disguise. Now, he's had enough. Guishin quickly raised his two swords in front of him. The huge impact hit directly in front of him, knocking Guishin back repeatedly. The violent shock wave formed a narrow blank area of more than 10 kilometers behind him. One of the mountain peaks was directly penetrated. Zhang-Yi stretched out his arms, with a happy expression on his face. After holding it in for so long, I can finally unleash my power unscrupulously. You have no idea how long I have endured in order to prevent you from losing so miserably. I have endured the urge to kill you all time and time again. He opened his eyes, a cheerful smile on his face. Canelo injected himself with X compound without hesitation. This drug can also give him temporary Epsilon level power. But as Zhang-Yi said, the false Epsilon is insignificant and useless when faced with the real Epsilon. What's more, the current Gishinzi, Weakwater Glazed Dragon God and Soul have all gone through brutal fights, and their combat effectiveness has been drastically reduced. Even if Canelo is added, he is definitely no match for Zhang-Yi. But his goal is not to kill Zhang-Yi, but to survive. Canelo raised two revolvers, and powerful power burst out from the two guns. There were two rays of light, one silver and one golden. The bright power penetrated the space and illuminated the entire foggy valley like two bright lights. Zhang-Yi didn't even look at him. Thousands of dimensional gates moved irregularly in midair, forming an extremely powerful wall blocking Zhang-Yi. Canelo's full blow was completely absorbed. Then, boom! How did the two attacks come? How did they return them? However, Canelo did not accept the move. After he took action, he immediately ran away. So those two attacks passed him sideways, shattering the earth with one blow, leaving two terrifying deep pits. Canelo knows that he will never be Zhang-Yi's opponent at this time. Hammond was not stupid and took advantage of the chaos to escape separately from Canelo. Zhang-Yi raised his eyebrows, but did not go after them, because Shanghuan, who had lost his mind, and Onishikatori, who hated him to the extreme, had already been killed. What's more, there is a Qinglong next to him, who is hard to distinguish between friend and foe, eyeing him with eagerness. Things are too big here. Canelo and Hammond ran out of the foggy bottom area, waited for the communication signal to be restored, and immediately told the command center what happened here. After General Horn listened to the reports of the two people, he was stunned. What? His mind went blank, unable to believe this fact. The battle for the Source of God, in which so many forces participated, turned into a game for Zhang-Yi alone? He single-handedly played tricks on everyone from two major kingdoms and many forces. Cardiel saved me! Canelo yelled wildly. He knew very well that facing the real Epsilon, he had no ability to resist. Unless Cardiel takes action, Zhang-Yi will definitely die when he takes action.